Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, we will see what if Harry Potter's twin stole his destiny. Here's a quick glimpse. When Harry's twin is mistaken for the boy who lived, Harry is pushed aside and forgotten. But when the truth finally emerges, the wizarding world must face the boy they never wanted. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Let's start the story. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Death Eaters everywhere fell, clutching their forearms in pain. They knew that something had happened to their lord. Peter, seeing his dark mark almost gone, apparated to Godric's Hollow immediately. He saw James lying there motionless, probably dead, and heard children crying. He fled the scene when he heard a bike roar in the distance, assuming it was Sirius Black's bike already coming. Turning into a rat, he went down to the sewers, wondering how things had gone so wrong. The prophecy had come true. A 1-year and 3-month-old child had defeated Voldemort. Their spy, of course, clutched his arm in agony too. It was night and Severus Snape had obviously been asleep. As soon as he saw the mark disappearing, he ran as fast as he could to Albus Dumbledore. He had to tell him what had happened. Somehow Voldemort had been hurt or possibly killed. The dark mark was now a faint outline, like someone had taken a pencil and drawn it on him. Barging into the office, he was thankful the old fool was still awake, so without further ado, he told him, not even winded by his run from the dungeons up to Dumbledore's office. He might only be a potions master, but he was by no means unfit. He's gone, Albus. The mark is not completely gone, though, it's still there just a little bit, said Severus, his eyes wide in shock. He had never expected to survive the war. Spying was a sticky business, after all. He was showing his left forearm to Dumbledore, who could only stare in shock, knowing the prophecy as well. Fearing something had happened to the Potters, he quickly spoke. I have to go see if they are all right. Don't worry, Severus, it's over. Tell Minerva and get everyone to the Great Hall, there is much to celebrate. They deserve it, even your Slytherins, said Albus, smiling softly. Yes, Albus, right away, said Severus coolly, as if he hadn't just been given the information he had wanted for years. He was a tad bit worried about Lily, though, but until something was said, he refused to let it show. Albus created a portkey out of one of the many dark detectors on his shelves. He couldn't apparate, so he had no choice but to portkey. He had to get there as soon as possible. Unfortunately, it didn't take him right to the house, but down the road. With speed which shouldn't have been possible for a man 140 years old, he got to Godric's Hollow. The door was blown off its hinges, but he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that James and Lily were fine. One of the twins was in their arms and they looked greatly relieved. Lily, James, is everything all right? Asked Dumbledore, stepping in while looking powerful and concerned. Nick defeated Voldemort, said Lily, still shaking. The relief in her green eyes was unmistakable. She had been so close to losing her children. She felt as though it was all a dream and she would wake up to find that her children were really dead. Seeing Dumbledore there, she realized it had happened, but they had all survived. Are you sure? Asked Albus, frowning. Nick had been the firstborn. If anything, he had expected it to be Harry. He was born last and closer to the 7th month dies. However, he would of course trust Lily's judgment. She had been there and seen the whole thing. Perhaps Nick had been close enough to the 7th month dies condition. Yes, Albus, replied Lily adamantly. It seems he is the child of the prophecy then, my dears. The coming years are not going to be very good for the little one, said Albus softly. He tried to stop himself from thinking about training Nick, but it couldn't be helped. Voldemort wasn't gone or the dark mark would have been gone completely. What about Harry? Asked Albus after a few minutes' silence. He's sleeping. I finally got him back down, but Nick's too scared to sleep, whispered Lily, looking worried and as though she had failed all at once. Do not worry yourself, I'm sure he will be fine. Just flow me if you cannot get him to sleep. I shall get Severus to brew a potion for him if that is the case, so fear not, said Dumbledore soothingly. Would you? Thank you, Albus, sighed Lily, still clutching her shuddering son close. He had finally stopped crying, even though had closed the scar and healed it as much as possible. Harry's too had been healed as much as possible, but she was too proud of her son to get rid of the marks the twins bore. He had, after all, got rid of the Dark Lord at just 1 year and 3 months old. If only she knew that Nick had gotten his scar when the door had been blown from its hinges by Lord Voldemort. If only she knew that Harry had been the one to defeat Lord Voldemort, things might have been different for the family. Or maybe Harry might have lived the life of a prince instead of a pauper with his family. It seemed it wasn't meant to be as they ignored the crying of their second-born son. If only Dumbledore had inquired more, instead of just accepting that Lily had seen it. They would, in time, come to regret what they had done, and by then, they would never be able to reverse it. Sirius Black rode his motorbike to Peter's home, concerned since he had not seen or heard from a particular one of his 3 best friends as he was supposed to have. He thought perhaps Peter had been taken at first, until he saw that there were no signs of a struggle there. Getting more and more suspicious by the second, he got back on his bike and headed for Godric's Hollow. He knew someone close to them had been betraying them, passing on information for the past year, and had suspected Remus, but now, why? Now he feared the worst, and it was due to the one who held his best friend, his friend's wife, and his godson's lives in his hands, Peter Pettigrew. He got within viewing distance of James and Lily's home and paled drastically when he saw the door blown off its hinges and James lying on the floor, dead. With a snarl of rage he turned around, and proceeded to spend the rest of the night tracking down Peter Pettigrew. He wasn't the second best Auror in his division for nothing. It wasn't a problem tracking down a rat and exterminating it. Finally cornering Peter in Muggle London like the scared coward he was, Sirius got within spell-casting distance, when Peter suddenly started crying and screaming at Sirius. "Why, Sirius, why? Why did you betray your friends like this, why? I thought you liked us better than that. James was your friend. Why, Sirius?" cried Peter, hiding his malicious smirk behind his hands. "You know I did not betray them, you did," snarled Sirius, pulling out his wand. "You did, Sirius, you killed them," screamed Peter hysterically. "Why you?" snarled Sirius, raising his wand. Unfortunately, Peter had his wand behind his back, and before Sirius could react, a blast surrounded Peter, killing innocent Muggles in the crossfire. Through the red haze, he saw Pettigrew cutting off his finger and disappearing into rat form after waving at him slyly and into the sewers. The only thing Sirius could do then was laugh. That weak wizard had fooled for him so long. What kind of Auror was he if he could not even find dark wizards? He didn't care for the 13 or so Muggles who were around him or react when the Aurors came for him. He just continued to laugh, as if he had gone insane. They put him in a cell at the Ministry of Magic, still under the impression the Potters had died that night. "What will we do with them?" asked one of the Aurors. They had captured a good amount of Death Eaters that night, however, none of the inner circle were caught. They were better at hiding than the others, and Karkaroff was one of them. "Send them all to Azkaban," said Crouch. His undersecretary, Mr. Fudge, agreed with him immediately. "Are you sure, sir?" asked another Auror who just came in with his partner. "Yes," said Crouch, looking like he would not be moved. "When, sir?" asked the other Auror. "Tonight. Get it done tonight. I give you permission," said Crouch. "Yes, sir," said the Auror, nodding then leaving. "Leave," barked Crouch at the Auror who had asked if he were sure. "Yes, sir," said the Auror, jumping slightly before leaving. "What can I do for you, sir? Perhaps some coffee?" asked Fudge. Fudge was like Peter, power-hungry, and sniveling to the biggest bully in the playground. They would go to any lengths to be the best in the man's eyes. "Yes, and some biscuits, too, before I go to the meeting," said Crouch distractedly. "I will be right back with them," sniveled Fudge. "Can't wait till I take over," was all Fudge muttered as he poured the coffee and put the biscuits on a plate, all via magic of course. He didn't approve of how the man was dealing with the Death Eaters. He personally thought they deserved the key, but they would get it when he ruled all of them. He would become the Minister of Magic. He didn't realize just how soon that would happen. "Cornelius!" yelled Crouch impatiently. "Yes, sir," asked Fudge, coming in with the coffee and biscuits. "Get me the form so I can sign the orders, permission to take the Death Eaters to Azkaban," said the man. "Right away, sir," agreed Fudge. "Be quick, I don't have all night," said Crouch. Cornelius Fudge went to the file cabinet where all the papers were, the bold letter A standing out, making Fudge feel stupid, as if he didn't know where they were. Opening it, he found the forms he needed and quickly got them to Mr. Crouch as fast as he could. "Get me a decent quill," demanded Crouch. The one he currently had was just an ordinary one, and he wanted a big, special one. "And ink, too," added Crouch as an afterthought. Fudge rolled his eyes when he could not be seen while getting the black ink that had a red swirl to it. Getting the best quill he could find, he put them on his boss's desk. Finished collecting the items Crouch wanted, Fudge slumped into a chair. He was knackered after doing everything the man asked, just like always. He was usually home by now, but the man had stayed extra long. "I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir, but your son, Barty, is here to see you," said a woman who looked extremely nervous as she came in. "Tell him he can come up, but only for a minute," said Crouch, getting back to work. "Yes, sir," she said, closing her eyes as she left the office and thanking God she still had her job. The last person who had done that had been fired. "Your father will see you, sir, just go right up," she said kindly. It was her boss's son, after all, and he was nothing like his father at all, since he was nice, kind, and good-looking. "Thank you, ma'am," said Barty with an award-winning smile as he headed up. "You're welcome," the woman called after him, blushing beautifully as she walked back behind the reception area. "Father, what's going on? Mother is going frantic with worry. You know she's ill and her last wish is for you to spend some time with her," growled Barty as he marched into his father's office, his face contorted in anger. "I will be home soon," said the Minister of Magic. "What's happened?" he demanded again. "Voldemort is gone thanks to the Potters. Their son got rid of him," said Crouch. "What? Gone for good?" asked Barty, paling drastically and suddenly thankful the Minister of Magic never paid attention to his son so he didn't realize anything was wrong. "No, he took measures to stop himself from dying," said the minister, believing what Dumbledore told him. He did not even hear the horror in his own son's voice. It was no wonder he had joined Lord Voldemort, for he never got even a second's attention from his own father. "Well, let everyone else deal with it, and please go home to Mum," said the boy, sounding like an impossibly young child right then, not like a fully grown adult wizard and a Death Eater to boot. It was easy for all to see that Barty Crouch Jr. really loved his mother. "No, I'm busy," said the Minister of Magic as if he was denying his errant child a sweet, not saying, no, to his son, a young man who was begging for his father to see his dying mother. "She won't last long with worrying about you," yelled Barty angrily. "Go home and I will deal with you later," snapped the Minister of Magic. "I am no longer the 12-year-old you controlled, father," growled Barty furiously. "Go home before I have you arrested," snapped the minister, getting impatient. "Fine, I wish I wasn't your son," announced Barty, walking out of the office. He couldn't be arrested or they would no doubt see the mark, for even as faded as it was still obvious what it was. The Minister of Magic signed the forms before sending them off. A portkey spell had been added to them, so he knew the Death Eaters would be gone by morning. With a satisfied sigh, he sat back, simply enjoying his coffee. He did not want to go home just to see his wife wasting away before his eyes. She was ill and probably didn't have much longer to go, a couple of weeks if she was lucky. He didn't think he could stand it. His wife had been with him through it all, and had been very supportive. "Would you like me to get your coat for you, sir?" asked Fudge. "No, we will be staying late tonight. I want to make sure the Death Eaters are gone before I leave," said Crouch. "Yes, sir," said Fudge with a small frown. The part where Crouch had said, "we," was not lost on him. Fudge fell asleep in a corner of the room beside the fire. Crouch didn't even realize that his undersecretary had fallen asleep, far too deep in his own horrible thoughts to realize what he was doing. "Sir!" yelled an Auror suddenly. Fudge woke up in an instant. Seeing his boss was just turning his head, he made it look like he was awake and aware of everything. The Auror in question who had just shouted came in. "Yes?" asked Crouch, annoyed at being brought out of his thoughts. "The transfers to Azkaban have already started. 5 of them are being shipped off as we speak. We will need to do overtime duty if you want them all gone by morning. There aren't enough Aurors on duty right now. James hasn't come in since he went under Fidelius," said the Auror. "Fine, you will get paid. Just do it and go home after you're done, said the Minister of Magic. Yes, sir. We'll get it done right away, agreed the Auror. Good. You can go now, Crouch dismissed the man. Just then, the fire in the fireplace blazed green, the color for someone flowing or placing a flow call, and a man in multicolored robes stepped out onto the hearthrug, his blue eyes like two sharp crystals as he looked at Crouch with disappointment. He had just been told by Minerva McGonagall, of all people, that his spy, Severus Snape, had been arrested. If anyone could actually intimidate Crouch Sr., it was Albus Dumbledore. Minister of Magic's office, the Ministry of Magic. The man known as Albus Dumbledore came through the flow, his face grim with disappointment. He had always given the Minister of Magic advice on what to do. Now, it wasn't because of his ego or because the minister hadn't done what he had asked which bothered Dumbledore. No, it was the fact that he had imprisoned them all without a trials. Karkaroff had illegally been given Veritaserum and had spilled all the names of the Death Eaters he knew, which was how they had found out about Severus Snape and arrested him at Hogwarts. They all wanted advice from the great and powerful Albus Dumbledore, since Albus had a great amount of respect from the wizards and witches in the wizarding world. It was well known Albus had been offered the position of Minister of Magic, but he had turned it down, to become the headmaster of Hogwarts instead. Along with all the trials of being headmaster, he still had to deal with wayward ministers who thought they were above the law. He was furious with the Minister of Magic. How dare he imprison people without trials? Even if they were Death Eaters, there may be a few who could get a second chance at life. Bartemius, what have you done? Asked Albus, his anger held in check. The only thing which gave away the fact that he was furious was his eyes. They were ice-cold blocks lacking their normal twinkle in them. I've done what I should have done a long time ago and had all the Death Eaters shipped off to Azkaban without trials. Glared Minister Crouch, still angry from his son's words, or he wouldn't have used the tone with Dumbledore. He was, after all, the head of the appointed body who had named him Minister of Magic in the first place, and he could be as easily removed as he had been appointed. 2 people whom I know are innocent are down in those holding cells, snapped Albus. He knew Sirius Black was innocent and he liked the man, but the man he was most worried about was Severus, the man he loved like a son and who had been arrested just some 20 minutes ago. Albus knew Severus felt guilty about everything he had done and knew the Dementors would tear him apart, would feed on that guilt, and eventually, it would drive Severus mad. Who? Scoffed Minister Crouch. Severus Snape and Sirius Black, said Albus. Snape is a Death Eater and Black sold out the Potters, said Mr. Crouch adamantly, his chest puffed out importantly. No, Black did not. It was Peter Pettigrew, argued Albus, angry and showing it. Albus, they are going to Azkaban. They're guilty of the crimes they've been accused of. Snapped Minister Crouch right back. He didn't care whether they were innocent or not, he just wanted to be rid of them for good. The fewer he let out, the less chance he had of getting his job taken from him. He still had no idea that soon he would lose it anyway. The Death Eaters all deserved Azkaban. They were the worst sort of wizards in the world, and he couldn't believe the great and light Albus Dumbledore was defending them. It occurred to him that he may be able to discredit Dumbledore in front of the Wizengamot now, then he shook his head slightly at his thoughts. As if that would ever happen. He would be laughed at, they would coo sickeningly at Dumbledore's display of light and goodness. Do not make me drag this up before the Wizengamot, threatened Albus. He would go to any length to help Severus, even if that meant threatening the minister. He wouldn't let anyone hurt the man he loved as if he were his own son, and had regretted telling Severus he could spy every day, because no matter how much Albus asked him to stop, he never did. He regretted telling Severus he was disgusted with him, too. He had, of course, over the years heard Severus' side of things, such as how bad the bullying was. It made him realize that, perhaps at the age Severus was, he would have been the same, and shuddered internally at the mistake he had made at that age. A beautiful, auburn-haired girl flew into his mind. She was Ariana, and oh how he missed his baby sister. It never helped, never eased. As the years went by, people had it wrong, because time didn't heal all wounds. You can drag it up all you like, said Crouch, thinking it was a bluff. Fine. Do not say I did not warn you, said Albus, then stalked out, heading for the next nearest office with an active flow. Bartemius Crouch and Cornelius Fudge watched in trepidation as Albus left, wondering if his words hadn't been a bluff after all. Once he'd found the needed office, Albus activated the flow and began calling all the Wizengamot members to an immediate, emergency meeting. He had absolutely meant every word he had said to the minister, and he was going to prove his intentions. Calls made and answered by the Wizengamot members, Albus left the office he'd borrowed and made his way down to courtroom 10. He was determined to help all those who were and who could be innocent. Wizengamot meeting convening in courtroom 10. It wasn't long before the Wizengamot members came in, tired and sleepy from being called at this time of night, which had happened before all too often during the war. They obviously didn't know of the downfall of you-know-who, or they would have been up, drinking and celebrating like everyone else. Though, the Obliviator headquarters was strangely busy obliviating muggles who had seen strange things happen. "Everyone, thank you for coming. Please take a seat," said Albus gracefully. Behind him, Crouch and Fudge entered, angry with the man for doing this. Sitting in their seats, they waited for everyone else, Crouch sincerely hoping the rest of the Wizengamot would listen to him and agree with him on this one. Perhaps they would be able to get rid of Albus Dumbledore so he could do things his own way. "What's going on?" asked one of the Wizengamot members. "Well, we have some great news and some bad news to tell you," said Albus. "So, what's the good news?" asked Madame Bones. "Voldemort is dead," said Albus softly. Most of them flinched when Albus mentioned the name, but Albus refused to stop calling him by his name just because they were scared. He found it stupid that they were all afraid of the name, always insisting fear of the name would cause fear of the thing itself. "How did it happen?" asked Madame Bones after the cheering and clapping had died down. They all listened, curious about what Dumbledore was going to say. They thought perhaps it was Dumbledore himself who did it. They were wrong, of course, as proved by his next words. "Nick Potter defeated him," said Albus soothingly. "Well, that's the best news I've heard in months, perhaps years," said Madame Bones. "Agreed," announced another. "So is that all we're here for?" asked a smooth voice from the middle of the table. "No. The bad news is that I am here to tell you Minister Crouch has sentenced all the captured Death Eaters to Azkaban without trials," said Albus looking old and weary. "Good. The quicker the better," stated one of the members. "Yeah," agreed most of the others. "That is not right. Some of them may have been under the Imperius curse, and I personally know of 2 people who are innocent. One of them has been working for me," said Albus angrily, demanding everyone's attention. "Who has been working for you?" asked one of the members curiously. "Severus Snape," said Albus sadly. "He is a Death Eater," said one of them, disagreeing with Albus. "No, he is far from it. I asked him to spy, risking his life for the light side, which called for his death because of a mistake he made. Of course, he continued on spying, despite it being a thankless task. I know he is my spy, as I have used Veritaserum on him as well as having been into his head, both with his consent, of course," explained Albus, King on a lemo, drop he had taken from his robes. "Well, he should be free to go." "Albus would not stick up for Snape unless he was sure," shouted someone from the back. "Agreed. What about the other innocent person you know, Albus?" asked another member. "His name is Sirius Black, who was supposed to have been the Potter's secret keeper. Lily and James will be able to tell you all. It was Peter Pettigrew, who they had made secret keeper in place of Sirius. I went to see them before coming here when I heard what happened to my potions master," said Albus pleasantly. "Very well. All Death Eaters will be given trials, and Severus Snape and Sirius Black are free to go," said Madame Bones. "Some of them are already gone," blurted Fudge. "Well, then, your Aurors are just going to have to get them back," said Albus pleasantly. "As there are no other urgent matters to discuss, this meeting is now coming to an end. There are people to collect, some celebrating to do, and announcements to make," continued Albus, thinking, "no sleep for me tonight then. Yes, very well. I will make sure everything goes according to plan. Moody, take Albus down to collect Black and Snape," said Shacklebolt. "Aye, sir," said Moody as they left. The cells, the dungeons of the Ministry of Magic. It was well known that Albus Dumbledore got on famously with Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody. The man was well known for catching the most Death Eaters that night. He could see the mark on their arms no matter how they tried to disguise it, so he knew who was a Death Eater and who was not. "Snape, you are free to go," grunted Moody, opening the door magically. "About bloody time," sneered Severus, getting up. His defenses were up already, as he was treated like a criminal without proof nearly all the time. He snarled and sneered all the time to cover his true feelings. Right now, he was covering up the horror he had felt at ending up in Azkaban after hearing the horrors going on about it. He had been petrified and had prayed Albus would get there in time, but had almost given up hope until that very moment. "Severus, I am sorry. I just finally got them all convinced," said Albus softly. "It's fine," said Severus, shivering slightly. The Dementors had been down in the dungeons of the Ministry of Magic where the cells were, so he had experienced a little of what would have happened if Dumbledore hadn't gotten him exonerated. "Alistair, go get Sirius and take him to the Potters. I want to get Severus back to Hogwarts and get a hot chocolate in him," stated Albus. "Aye, Albus. I will see you later," agreed Moody as he walked further down the row of cells. Albus and Severus made their way back up to the central area of the Ministry. There, he was given back his wand and everything they had taken from him, which included potions, ingredients and pre-made potions. He was a potions master, so went nowhere without potions, ingredients, and empty vials. "Come on, let's get you back," said Albus quietly. He had personally had enough excitement for one night. "Thanks, Albus," said Severus emotionlessly. "It's okay, Severus. Now, let's get to my office," commented Albus as they stepped outside the Ministry building, then he apparated them both to Hogwarts, main gate so they could walk the rest of the way to the school. Headmaster's office, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. "Tea, coffee, or hot chocolate, Severus?" asked Albus curiously. "Hot chocolate, please, Albus," said Severus. He was freezing cold due to the Dementors that had been patrolling the cells. Chocolate helped, so it was no wonder he was actually choosing it. He normally preferred black, strong coffee, but he wanted to get rid of the effects the Dementors had on him. He refused to let anyone see him weak in any way, shape, or form. "What's been happening?" asked Severus. He had been arrested before Albus had gotten back. "Nick Potter somehow defeated Voldemort, and he has been marked. My guess is that he is the child noted in the prophecy. However, I do not think Voldemort is gone for good," explained Albus. "A 1-year-old child defeating Voldemort, that's unbelievable," commented Severus. He drank the hot chocolate and let it do its work as he sat back, a sigh leaving his lips. He was grateful Lily had survived, angry James Potter had survived, and bloody excited that the Dark Lord was gone now, even if not for good. So many emotions surged through him he wasn't sure which one to settle for, so decided to push them all down for the moment. He would sort through his raging emotions later, when he was alone in his quarters. "Yes, but it was predicted, it just happened a lot sooner than I ever imagined," said Albus. "What about the twin?" asked Severus, curious. "Oh, Lily saw everything, she was in the room when Voldemort cast the spell," said Albus. It wasn't an unusual thing, since Voldemort liked to watch parents' agony as he and his Death Eaters killed their children, then turn his wand on them to kill them as well. Voldemort liked to play mind games with his victims, it was a well-known fact, especially in the Order, so the two wizards had no reason to question it. Nick and Harry grew up worlds apart, yet in the same household. Needless to say, they both had very different lives. Harry had no love from his family, few toys, and a small room. Nick had the love of a family, a big room, and anything he ever wanted. The only real rules Harry had to follow were to stay out of the way and never ask for anything, while Nick apparently had no rules at all. Nick was given private tutoring and play dates with other similar-aged children while Harry had to learn everything without a teacher, and was rarely, if ever, allowed around other children his age. Books became Harry's best friends while they were Nick's nemesis. If anyone had spent even 1 minute thinking about and watching Harry, they would have realized he was extraordinary. A couple of months after the defeat of the Dark Lord, Harry was, as usual, feeding himself. He wrote his name across the dirty high chair tray, something very few other children his age could do. However, no one paid the little boy the slightest bit of attention. His father just waved his wand and the so-called mess disappeared. Many people were always in and out of Potter Manor. The Weasleys were there a lot of the time, as well as many people from the Ministry, including Madame Bones and her niece, Susan. Everyone knew about Nick Potter, since he was always in the newspapers. They never once thought about the other boy who was a part of that family. Sure, they knew he had a brother, however, they didn't care, as it hadn't been Harry who had defeated you-know-who or saved the world. By the time Harry and Nick were 3, Harry had learned to do what few other children at the tender age of 3 should have had to do. He had learned to look after himself, bathe himself, and look after what toys he had. He could, and did, read the books their parents had gotten Nick, who didn't read them if he could help it. Harry hid them under his bed so nobody could take them away from him. Harry never brought up the fact that he was the one who defeated Voldemort. He knew that, if he did, they wouldn't believe him. They were too wrapped up in thinking his twin brother was the one who had saved the world. They had celebrated every time Nick's name appeared in books, newspapers, and magazines. So far, it had happened 12 times. All the newspaper and magazine clippings had been kept and hung in Nick's room. James and Lily also duplicated them and put them up in their own room. Remus and Sirius were there occasionally, but they were mostly away doing work for something called the Order. Since they didn't have families, they volunteered to do most of the work. Everyone knew the Dark Lord was not gone, so Albus had asked them to keep being nice to the werewolves. As a result, Sirius and Remus didn't have any time for him, either. Occasionally Remus would speak with him, but Sirius always only wanted to see Nick. It seemed Sirius had forgotten he even had another godson. Lily had registered 2 strong women as Nick's godmothers, Alice Longbottom and Amelia Bones, in addition to his godfather, though Lily had wanted to use Remus. Harry didn't have godmothers, only a godfather. Harry was always bored. He usually spent all his time in his room, reading what books he had over and over again since he could read perfectly. Thankfully, for the twins' 4th birthday, their parents decided to get Nick his own library, paid for with the money and filled with the books people gave them as gifts for Nick for saving the world. The Potter library was locked up, though, as the children were deemed still too young to read most of those kinds of books. It seemed Nick took after his dad and didn't want to read stories. Harry, on the other hand, was in heaven with all the books in Nick's library, as most were picture books. He took one at a time, so was constantly going back and forth while reading all the books he could. Which wasn't hard to do, since his parents never even thought about him, or even gave him the time of day. That, however, pleased Harry. He knew he was different from his family. If they had been around, they would have seen a happy Harry smiling and laughing as he read the books. They were Harry's escape from the world which deemed him unimportant. The years slowly passed, the hero worshipping seemed to slow down. People saw Nick as an ordinary boy as well as a hero. He did small bouts of accidental magic, though nothing magnificent, like they imagined he would do. James and Lily didn't see that at all. They continued to spoil their firstborn son. Alice had her second son with Frank. Lily and James were named godparents to him. They named their new son Marcus Frank Longbottom. He was 3 years younger than Neville. Most people actually called him Frankie. Neville and Nick were good friends, but not best friends. Nick loved Quidditch and playing pranks. Neville was a quiet person like his father, who liked to draw or play in the garden with his plants. He would have been the perfect playmate for Harry, if he had only been encouraged to pay the slightest bit of attention to the little boy. It didn't help that Harry usually hid in the library every time people were around. Not that he was ever out of the library, he slept and ate his meals there. Some would think he lived there instead of having his own small room. Harry and Nick were 4 when they saw their mother's belly start to swell. Then he overheard Nick being told he was going to be a big brother, that his mum was pregnant. Nick had been so happy to hear he was going to have a brother or sister. However, it broke Harry's little heart when he heard and saw it. No matter how much he was used to it, to being left out, it always seemed to hurt. He had tried very hard to get his mother's attention, but nothing seemed to work. Finally, he had given up and started trying to keep himself occupied. He had never truly been happy in his life before, but no one seemed to care. He was never really a bubbly boy full of happiness. He was content with his books, but never happy. When they were almost 5, their sister was brought into the world. Her name was Roxy Lillian Potter. She had her mother's fiery red hair and her green eyes, and Lily was over the moon. They would soon realize she also had her mother's temper and book smarts. Harry and Nick were not quite identical anymore. While Nick's hair became a bird's nest messier than it had a right to be, which seemed to be the Potter's only curse, Harry's hair had grown out smoothly until it reached just past his shoulder blades. Nick still got the most attention as his brother and sister grew up, but Roxy had been told nighttime stories about her brave, heroic brother saving the world. As such, it was no surprise when Roxy preferred spending time with Nick instead of Harry. The only thing Harry had as something like a friend and confidant was his journal. It was a book that never ran out. Paper magically appeared in it when he reached the last page. His book was full of sad and heart-wrenching entries which would have had anyone crying. Remus had gotten 2 for the twins' birthday, though not surprisingly, Nick's was unused. The younger twins, on the other hand. Dear Journal, I looked out my window today, and I saw my brother again, with his friends. I wish I had a friend to play with, they all seem very happy. Why am I hated so much? Why am I ignored? No one ever says hello to me, it's like I'm invisible. They're playing a game called tag, and they also have the cat my mother bought for Nick. I always wanted a pet, but I'm not even allowed to pet the cat. Nick punched me in the face for petting it. I was left with a bruise, and no one cared. When Nick is hurt, he's cleaned up and sorted. Why do they hate me? I would do anything just to be seen for even a minute. I hate them for not noticing me, and I just wish they would love me. Love me as they love Nick. It's not my fault I'm not as noisy or good at pulling pranks as him. I just don't know how, they never gave me a chance. Harry. There were, of course, many, many more desperate, lonely entries in the journal as Harry grew older. It didn't feel like a long time until the letters to Hogwarts were due to come. Minerva McGonagall had come over to see the Potters personally to give them their letters for school. She had always liked the Potters, she favored them, though she would never admit to it. "Ah, Professor McGonagall, what are you doing here? Come in and I will get some coffee ready," said Lily in surprise when she saw the formidable woman at her door. She hadn't seen any of the teachers since Dumbledore's visit the night Nick defeated Voldemort. "I would like that. I am here to personally give you your son's Hogwarts letters," said Minerva, a smile on her face. "That's great. Nick has been looking forward to it, his father isn't in enough, and he doesn't get to play Quidditch often enough," said Lily, shaking her head in amusement. "So he takes after his father, does he?" asked Minerva, smiling again. "Yes, that's right. Hang on a minute," said Lily, waiting for permission to interrupt the conversation. "Sure," agreed Minerva. "Nick, come down here now. Your Hogwarts letter has arrived," shouted Lily. "I have 2 here," said Minerva in confusion. "Ah, you have Harry's, too. He will probably get it later," shrugged Lily, brushing it off as Nick ran into the sitting room followed by Roxy. "Right, here you go, then," nodded Minerva, handing them over to Lily. She thought Harry was perhaps out and about, she had no idea how wrong she was. "Okay, Nick, here you go," smiled Lily as she found the one with his name on it and passed it to her older son. Happily, Nick opened his envelope and began reading the contents within as Lily opened and quickly skimmed Harry's letter. "Mr. Nick Sirius Potter, we are pleased to inform you of your acceptance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. A list of necessary supplies has been provided for your upcoming year. If you accept, please write your name on the back of this paper and return it to us by owl at your earliest convenience. Professor Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry Order of Merlin, First Class, Grand Sorcerer, Founder of the Order of the Phoenix, Chief Warlock of the Wizengamot, Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Uniform. First-year students will require 1. 3 sets of plain work robes black. 2. 1 plain pointed hat black for day wear. 3. 1 pair of protective gloves dragon hide or similar. 4. 1 winter cloak black, silver fastenings. Please note that all pupils' clothes should carry name tags. Course books. All students should have a copy of each of the following. The Standard Book of Spells Grade 1 by Miranda Goshawk. A History of Magic by Bathilda Bagshot. Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling. A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration by Emmerich Switch. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi by Felida Spore. Magical Drafts and Potions by Arsenius Jigger. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them by Newt Scamander. The Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection by Quentin Trimble. Other equipment. 1 wand. 1 cauldron, pewter, standard size 2 set. 1 set glass or crystal phials. 1 telescope set. 1 set brass scales. Students may also bring an owl or a cat or a toad. Parents are reminded that first years are not allowed their own broomsticks. I can't believe it. My Hogwarts letter is here. Mum, can we go to Diagon Alley? Please Mum, can we go? Asked Nick eagerly, jumping up and down. Oh, Nick, was there any doubt you'd be accepted? You have been down since you were born, said James as he came into the room, a proud smile lighting his face. He had so many things he wanted to give Nick before he left for Hogwarts. Yes, we can go to Diagon tonight. As a matter of fact, we will eat out to celebrate, smiled Lily. Minerva finished off her coffee and excused herself after saying, I hope to see you in my house, Mr. Potter. She then departed, apparating away once she was past the wards surrounding Potter Manor. They had moved in after the events of Halloween, not feeling safe in Godric's Hollow any longer. James, Lily, Nick, and Roxy were ready to go when Harry walked down the stairs, an empty plate in his hand. He made his own meals most of the time now. His parents either didn't care or didn't see the deep sadness that lingered in the boy's eyes. I will get your stuff since you're the same size as Nick. Just stay here, said Lily as she made a portkey for everyone. Oh, and sign the back of your letter so I can owl it with Nick's in the morning. It's on the coffee table in the sitting room. Just leave it on the kitchen table. Okay, agreed Harry softly, continuing on his way as though it didn't bother him. He never called them anything if he could help it. They were his mother and father, but he could not bring himself to think of them as such. To him, they were people who ignored him and hurt him so much. No one saw the sagging of Harry's shoulders or the lone tear that trickled its way out of one of Harry's weary eyes and down his cheek, landing with a plop on the floor of Potter Manor. His family didn't even want him. It hurt more and more as the years passed, though he didn't know why. He would have thought it would get better, but instead, it got worse. The hollow ache just got bigger until his heart was like a gaping wound. Harry would never admit it, but he wanted his family very badly. However, he could not bring himself to be someone he was not. His parents had come back later at night with brand new books and school supplies. The only thing missing was a wand for him, as the wand maker had not let James take one. There was only one wand for a wizard. He had insisted he would need to see Harry to give him his wand, so James had finally given up and told Ollivander that he would bring the boy as soon as he could. Harry was excited about going to Hogwarts. He was finally getting away from his family. Perhaps if he got good enough grades his family would finally notice him. He'd already decided he would get better grades than Nick if it killed him and would be the one being celebrated next year. Smiling, he dug into the books. They were very easy was all Harry could think, and honestly, he had read a similar books when he was 8 or something. Hey, Harry, get down here, and bring your cloak. We're going to get your wand before I play Quidditch with Nick. Yelled James up at him. I'll be down in a minute, said Harry excitedly. He was going to get his wand. He had already read the first book and was starting his potions one. Putting his cloak on, he lamented the fact that he got the best, just like his brother and sister, since he wasn't allowed to pick them out. It was all Nick's picks, and he just got the same. He never wore the same things as Nick, unless it was accidental. Mr. Ollivander's Wand Shop, Diagon Alley. Ah, Harry Potter, I thought I would have been seeing you the other week, but no matter. You are here now. Let's see what wand is truly yours, smiled Mr. Ollivander. Yes, sir, said Harry, walking up to the counter. How about this one? Good for transfiguration, holly and dragon heartstring, 11.5 inches, said Ollivander, giving the wand to Harry. Smash. Definitely not for you, Mr. Potter, said the shopkeeper, snatching the wand back. Try this one, 12 inches, holly and unicorn hair, offered Mr. Ollivander, holding out a different wand. Thud 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 thud. Definitely not that one, said the wand maker, fixing the drawers that had come out. Okay, how about this one? 10.25 inches, cypress and phoenix feather, said Mr. Ollivander. Crack. Definitely not, murmured Ollivander, repairing the huge crack Harry had made in his window, even as Harry wondered if he'd be leaving without a wand. You are a tricky one, Mr. Potter, commented the old wizard. Ah, try this one, 11.25 inches, beech and unicorn hair. Grasping the wand wearily, Harry suddenly felt the weariness melt away to be replaced by happiness as the wand lit up in green, blue, red, silver, and gold sparks came out of it. Blinking in the light of the colors coming from his wand, he let out a relieved sigh. He wasn't leaving without a wand after all. "Well, there you go, Mr. Potter, your perfect wand," smiled Ollivander, giving Harry the box. School started tomorrow, so there was no point in wrapping it up now. "Great. Come on then, Harry, let's get going," ordered James. "Bye," said Harry shyly before leaving. Soon after, they were passing the Owl Emporium on their way to Flow from the Leaky Cauldron. "Can I get an owl?" asked Harry, seeing a beautiful owl in the window. "I don't have the time." "You can borrow Nick's if you need one," said James. Harry didn't reply, just bowed his head, a lone sigh leaving his lips. He had never been allowed something when he asked. After a moment, he realized he had to run to catch up with James. "I've thought of him as James for a long time. He doesn't want to be my dad, and I don't want him to be, either," he thought. "Right, let's go home. You know the name," said James, putting Flow powder in Harry's hand. "Potter Manor," called Harry. He was gone in a flash of green flames. By the time James got through, Harry was nowhere to be seen. Raising an eyebrow at his son's disappearance, he shrugged it off. He had a son to go flying with, so he shouted for him. "Nick, I'm back," called James mischievously. "Dad, you took ages. Where were you?" Nick demanded, coming down the stairs. "It took longer to get his wand. Now come on, before it gets dark," said James, heading outside. "Okay," agreed Nick eagerly, following him. Harry Potter's small bedroom, Potter Manor. Harry watched them from the window, wondering how twins could be so different. He had really tried, but being on a broom didn't thrill him. He had tried to pull pranks, but found turning someone's hair green held no enjoyment for him. Perhaps it was because he had been the brunt of so many pranks from his family, who knew. He didn't like to be loud, he liked to be quiet and read. Journal entry. "I got my wand today. It has 3 magical properties in it: length, wood and core. 11 1/3 inches, beach and unicorn hair. It's amazing, nice and golden blonde, the others all have dark brown ones. I asked for a familiar, but I didn't get one, the others all have owls or something of the sort. I would really like something to keep me company. I remember the time I asked for a cat, and I should have realized they wouldn't let me have anything. I think I will be the only one going to school without anything for company. It still hurts when James ignores me. I mean, when Nick asked where he had been, he replied that it took longer to get his wand. It was as though I wasn't his son. If Nick had asked for something, he would have gotten it right away. I hate them, I hate them. Harry. Harry quietly closed the journal before climbing into bed. They were going to be up early tomorrow. The only way he could relieve all the stress, worry, and hate was through his journal. It had been his salvation over these years, the one thing he was still grateful to Remus Lupin for. Indeed, the next morning saw Nick shouting for help and his mother answering his call as though snakes were on her tail. Breakfast was somewhat rushed, and everyone was thankful all they had to do with Roxy was get her dressed and fed. Making sure Nick was packed was quite enough, as he hadn't bothered to do it the night before. No one even noticed they were missing Harry, even though Harry was the only one who had actually gotten ready to go the previous night. "Come on, let's go," yelled James a while later. "Coming," replied the 2 children at top volume. Lily, James, and Roxy were all going to see Nick off on the Hogwarts Express. They were going to miss their son, brother very much. Harry, very much used to the vast amounts of noise his siblings and father made, had grown used to sleeping through it. He'd have never gotten any sleep at all in that house if he hadn't taught himself how to sleep deeply, and the amount of noise wasn't at all strange to his still sleeping mind. As such, his sleeping mind took it as normal, and normal for him meant he wasn't involved, so he easily slept through the trampling noise as his brother and sister stomped down the stairs. Nick got his mother's help with his trunk and they were gone before they knew it. "James, I think we're missing something or someone," commented Lily as they got the trolley loaded with Nick's things. The box was filled to the brim with toys and other things, 5 pairs of trainers, 2 pairs of school shoes, and lots of clothes. Then, of course, there were his books and school supplies he needed for the year. "Don't worry, love, everyone is here," said James soothingly to his wife. "Can I please go this year?" screeched Roxy suddenly as they neared the barrier. "No," Your turn will come, Roxy, said Lily, not wanting her daughter to cry, especially not in public. Okay, pouted Roxy, who was now 6 years old. All right, son, go on through the barrier, said James, smirking proudly at his son and the supposedly blank brick dividing wall in front of them. Okay, Dad, agreed Nick, standing up straight and proud before speeding off and disappearing through the barrier. Roxy, you're next, said Lily, looking proud. Roxy headed through the barrier eagerly. When Lily and James appeared through the barrier a few moments later, Roxy suddenly yelled in something like shock, Mom, Dad. You forgot Harry. Oh, no, we forgot Harry, said Lily, looking shocked and a little peeved. Don't worry, I'll get him and just take him straight to Hogwarts. I'm not missing Nick's first departure on the Hogwarts Express, answered James. Okay, smiled Lily, dotting James and calming down as if she hadn't just left her son at home, alone. Harry woke up feeling better than he had the night before, until he heard silence in the home. He suddenly became worried. The house was never silent unless they, meaning James, Nick, and Roxy, as Lily was generally fairly quiet, anyway, were all out, which was more often than not. Normally, the silence wouldn't bother him, as he was used to being left behind, but he hadn't forgotten that today was September 1st, the day he and Nick were to start at Hogwarts. Going down the stairs and looking into the rooms as he went, he quickly found there was no one at home. Desperately thinking his family was hiding and waiting for him to regret falling asleep, he yelled, Mom. Dad, Nick. They had left him alone before, but never like this. He wanted to go to Hogwarts, but what if they weren't letting him go? Berating himself for staying asleep, he got his trunk down the stairs with difficulty, hoping one of his family members would come back for him. He was thinking the whole time, how could my family have forgotten me? They left me home alone on the first day of Hogwarts. James quickly apparated home with the intent to yell for his other son, but before he could yell, the man found Harry in the living area, sitting on his trunk. Growling at the trouble Harry had caused, in James's view, he always did one thing or another to annoy him. He shrunk the boy's trunk and asked, Why didn't you come down? He shook his head in disappointment. Instead of enjoying watching the Arlette train travel out of sight, as soon as it left the station, he'd had to apparate back home to find his other son. I was asleep, said Harry truthfully. And I'm the Minister of Magic, mumbled James disgustedly under his breath, but Harry heard it anyway. He doesn't believe me, thought Harry. His own father had practically accused him of lying. Sagging, he wondered again if his family would ever really love him. He already knew the answer to that, but he didn't like admitting it even to himself sometimes. He was, after all, only 11 years old. Let's go, said James. Grabbing his son, he pulled him close and they were apparating before Harry knew it. When they arrived at their destination, it turned out to be Hogwarts' front gate. Harry's favorite book was Hogwarts, a history, so he knew where he was right away. Why are we at Hogwarts? Couldn't I have taken the train with the others? Asked Harry quietly and softly. No, you missed it. I can hardly apparate you onto the train, said James, tapping the gates with his wand so one side opened and allowed the two admittance so they could follow the carriage path up to the front doors of the school proper. James knew the castle's magic would have sent a notice, something like a magical doorbell to Albus to alert him to the visitors, so figured at the current pace he had to walk it with Harry, the headmaster would be at the front doors by the time they had crossed the grounds. It made his life easier, as he'd be able to leave Harry with the old man and get back to Lily and Roxy sooner, rather than waiting around with his troublesome son. Sure enough, as they got to the front doors, they found them open, so walked into the large entrance hall. At the foot of the stairs leading to the Great Hall and all other parts of the castle, Albus was waiting, smiling and twinkling at them. To what do I owe this visit, James? The old wizard asked, eyes on Harry curiously. Hello, Albus. Sorry about this, but he missed the train. Can he stay here until the train comes? Asked James as Harry followed him into the entrance hall. Ah, not a problem. Though, who is he? Asking Albus curiously, wondering if the boy was a Potter relative he hadn't known about before. It's Harry Potter, said James with a smile. Ah, I must say, he looks nothing like his twin, smiled Albus, his eyes twinkling merrily. Although, he was confused why James was saying, he, instead of, his son, the twins should have been raised together. Yes, he seems to have missed the Potter looks, said James, looking somewhat disappointed. It does suit him, though, said Albus, looking at the boy's long hair. Yes, it does, agreed James, even as he thought, thank Merlin he looks nothing like Nick. It's fine. Why don't you sit down here, Harry, and have some lunch, which is about to be served? Requested the elderly wizard as he led Harry and James into the great hall and made him sit at the end of one of the longhouse tables. Harry didn't know it at the time, but the table he had been made to sit at was the Ravenclaw table. Albus went on talking as he sat carefully at the literal end of the table in a transfigured, comfortable-looking chair. The professors will be here soon. And it's fine, James, why don't you go do what you have to do? Offered Albus merrily, as always. Thanks, Albus, said James as he left. So, Harry, are you looking forward to starting at Hogwarts? Asked the headmaster as the food appeared. I'm looking forward to it very much, sir, said Harry respectfully, surprised that someone was actually paying attention to him and asking him about things. It didn't happen very often. He had read up on Albus Dumbledore. The man was very talented and very powerful. He had done a great deal of good things for the wizarding world, so he had to wonder why such an important man was even talking with him. That's good. I will have someone show you around if you like, offered Dumbledore. At least that way, one of us will know our way around Hogwarts on the first day of school, he finished with a cheerful smile. It shouldn't be too hard, sir. I've read Hogwarts, a history, it's great and it helps you out, said Harry with a small smile. You read that, too, did you? I read it not that long ago, said the headmaster agreeably. Yes, sir, I did, agreed Harry. Ah, Lemo, tart cakes. I just love them. Would you like one, Harry? Asked the headmaster, suddenly changing the topic. I would love a strawberry tart please, requested Harry almost shyly. Oh, you love strawberry better than Lemo, do you? I love Lemo. Especially Lemo, drops or sherbet Lemo. Both Muggle candies which are very good, if you don't mind my saying so, prattled Dumbledore. Who is that and what are you doing all the way down here? Asked Severus as he joined them at the foot of the house table. Ah, Severus. This is Harry, and Harry, this is Professor Snape. He's began the headmaster, but he didn't get a chance to finish his introduction. The potions professor, I know, sir. I read about it, said Harry. Are you any good at potions? Asked Severus bluntly, looking at Harry curiously. As the boy had no resemblance to his family, he had no idea he was talking to a Potter. I'm not sure about actually making them, Professor, but I'm very good at theory, replied Harry. Filius, called Albus, as the professor in question had just gotten there. Hello Albus, Severus. And who is this? Is there any lunch for me? Asked the tiny professor cheerfully, vanishing his luggage to his rooms. Of course there is, and this is Harry, said Albus. I see. It's very nice to meet you, Harry. My name is Professor Filius Flitwick, the charms professor, said Flitwick, still as cheerful as you please. Nice to meet you, sir, said Harry shyly. He had never met so many new people this fast before. Severus, Poppy wants to talk to you, said the headmaster, turning to Severus when he saw Severus had finished his lunch, knowing the younger man would leave immediately as soon as he told him. Severus was far too skinny for his liking, so Albus didn't want him to go without finishing his lunch. Sure enough. I will go see her immediately, said Severus, rising. Very well, said the headmaster, eating yet another Lemo tart, his eyes twinkling brightly at the young man he thought of as a son. So much had changed in 10 years. Bye Mum, bye Dad. Bye Roxy, said Nick, waving as the Hogwarts Express left the station. Nick sat down in an empty compartment, as he knew people would be looking for him, and couldn't wait to be surrounded by people. Everyone would love him. Smiling as the door opened, he saw it was Ronald Weasley. Hey Ron, beamed Nick. Hey Nick, I'm so glad I'm off to Hogwarts. Grinned Ron happily. You have a dirty smudge on your nose. Did you flow here? Asked Nick casually. No, said Ron, trying to get the smudge Nick was talking about off as he didn't want to be embarrassed any longer. Perhaps he should have let his mum remove the dirty mark, but he had been too excited. Suddenly, the door opened again, and a blonde-haired boy stood there with 2 stupid-looking goons at his sides. They're saying that Nick Potter is in this compartment. It must be you. Come with me and I will help you find the right sort of people, said the blond boy, looking right at Nick and ignoring Ron entirely. Sure. What's your name? Asked Nick, liking the sound of the boy and the way he was dressed. Name's Malfoy, Draco Malfoy, said Draco, smirking and putting his hand out. As in the Death Eater's kid. I'm sorry, I don't associate myself with Death Eaters, replied Nick, shuddering. His reputation would be dragged through the mud. Very well then, you can hang around with Riff Raff all day if you like, sneered Draco, looking at Ron in disgust. Didn't the Weasley hovel have a bath? He looked dirty. I would rather he than you, said Nick defensively. You will regret that, Potter, scowled Draco as he walked out, not bothering to shut the door. Sorry about that, apologized Nick, though not very sincerely. It's fine, said Ron. Have any of you seen a toad? Asked a bushy-haired girl as she came into the compartment. No, I haven't. I'm sorry I could not be of help, said Nick with a, falsely, polite, charming smile. It's okay. Oh, and by the way, you have a dirty face. You could have at least washed, said the girl to Ron as she pointed at her nose before leaving, letting the compartment door slide closed behind her. Excuse me, said Ron, leaving the compartment. That was the third person to comment on it, so he was going to the bathroom right away to get rid of it. He came back in 10 minutes, his face red from the scrubbing Nick presumed he had been doing. His face was now clean, as were his hands, so he looked much better. When Ron came to his place, he was always clean, so Nick wondered why he was dirty today. So, do you think we'll win the Quidditch Cup this year? Asked Nick. They both knew they would end up in Gryffindor, so without further ado they began talking in more detail about Quidditch. In fact, they spent the entire train ride talking about their favorite teams. Finally, at the Hogsmeade station, they got their school uniforms on, creating a sad disparity. Nick's clothes were brand new and crisp, making Ron's look about 10 times second-hand. There were a couple things Ron envied about his best friend, his money and his fame. It didn't stop him being friends with him, though. After all, what better way to get recognized? Over, air furs, years. Over, air, yelled Hagrid, a lamp in his huge, beefy hands. Come on, Don, be shy, now. This it, come on, this way. Once the man was sure he had all the first years, he lumbered away. Right, no more in, forte a boat, now. Go on, said Hagrid, ushering them onto the boats. Hagrid had one to himself, and Nick got onto one he only let Ron on, since he was not being squashed for anyone. Plus, he deserved the extra room, he was Nick Potter, after all. They all gasped when they got their first look at the ancient castle, and even Nick couldn't help but gasp. The place was truly amazing, as his parents had described it to be in his bedtime stories. They got off the boats shivering, since by then, night had settled in and it was getting chilly. Not long after, they had left the boathouse and climbed the stairs to a large door. Hagrid raised his big, beefy hand and banged on the door, where a professor ushered them in and Hagrid said, Re-th, first years, Professor. Thank you, Hagrid, said McGonagall to him, then faced the first years. Follow me, ordered the woman. Her hair was in a tight bun and she had a no-nonsense voice and matching look around her. She led them to the entrance hall and stopped them again just before the entrance to the Great Hall's main doors. It was there where Harry quietly joined the back of the group, coming from a small antechamber he'd been led to shortly before the boats had pulled up at the boathouse, as the headmaster had told him to do. He didn't want to make an entrance or he would just be accused of being jealous of his brother again, so he followed the directions and no one even noticed him. Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. My name is Professor McGonagall. The beginning of the year feast is about to begin, but before you can help yourself to the delicious food, you will need to be sorted into your houses. The houses are Hufflepuff, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. It will be your home for the next 7 years, and it will become almost like your family. Good behavior will gain you points with your house, while rule breaking will cause you to lose points. I will return shortly, so make yourselves presentable, said McGonagall. She entered the Great Hall for about 5 minutes, then came back out and announced, "They're ready for you now. Move along, the sorting will start momentarily." A silence came over the hall as the first years were led up to the front of the hall, where there sat an old, ratty hat on a stool. Everyone watched as the hat twitched, then, began to sing. Harry looked at it as if it had grown legs and could now walk. A hat which sung, that would give him a laugh when he needed one. He always needed a good laugh with the life he had been dealt. Then again, hadn't the singing sorting hat been mentioned in Hogwarts, a history? Oh, you may not think I'm pretty. But don't judge on what you see. I'll eat myself if you can find a smarter hat than me. You can keep your bowlers black, your top hats sleek and tall. For I'm the Hogwarts sorting hat. And I can cap them all. There's nothing hidden in your head. The sorting hat can't see. So try me on and I will tell you where you ought to be. You might belong in Gryffindor, where dwell the brave at heart. Their daring, nerve, and chivalry set Gryffindors apart. You might belong in Hufflepuff, where they are just and loyal. Those patient Hufflepuffs are true and unafraid of toil. Or yet in wise old Ravenclaw, if you've a ready mind, where those of wit and learning will always find their kind. Or perhaps in Slytherin, you'll make your real friends. Those cunning folk use any means to achieve their ends. So put me on, do not be afraid. Moreover, do not get in a flap. You're in safe hands though I have none. For I'm a thinking cap. Asterisk. Applause broke out, whether for the song itself or just that it had ended was not known. When I call your name, sit down on the stool and place the hat on your head. It will then sort you into what house suits you best, Professor McGonagall instructed. She then looked at the scroll she held, and began calling names off it. The first name shocked the hall, as it was completely out of order. Potter, Nick. Whispers broke out as he marched up to the stool and sat down as if it was a crime that he even had to be sorted at all. Every Potter had gone into Gryffindor since, forever. The Nick Potter. He's here. Wicked. Nick Potter, as in, the boy who lived. Cool. A small, masculine voice spoke in his mind. Where to put you? You have a big head, you will do anything for what you want. Slytherin would be good for you, after all you are cunning and manipulative. Not Slytherin. Please not Slytherin. Put me in Gryffindor, please. My parents would kill me and the public would crucify me if I end up in Slytherin. Pleaded Nick, looking sick and panicked. Thankfully it couldn't be seen under the hat or the professors and students would have wondered what was going on. Very well then. Better be Gryffindor. The cheering was louder than ever as Nick Potter got off the chair and smugly went to the Gryffindor table, his head held high in superiority. He had proven once again that he could get whatever he wanted. He had even talked the hat out of putting him somewhere he refused to think about. He wasn't Slytherin, how dare the hat think such a thing? Abbott, Hannah. Hufflepuff. Bones, Susan. Hufflepuff. Harry watched as the students marched, crept, or ran up to the dilapidated hat and were placed in a house. He wondered what house he would be put in, but he figured it would probably be Slytherin. Granger, Hermione. Gryffindor. Malfoy, Draco. Slytherin. Pottle, Padma. Ravenclaw. Pottle, Parvati. Gryffindor. Then came Perks, Sally Ann, and finally, Potter, Harry. Harry calmly walked over to the hat, hearing the gasps all around the hall. Not many people knew about him, after all. He was mentioned once in all the books and it was one sentence. The twin of the boy who lived. I never knew he had a twin. He has never been mentioned before, has he? Well, what do we have here? Such ambition, cunning when you need to be, you love your books and your thirst for knowledge, yes, so much easier to place than your brother, whispered the hat, almost grinning widely at Harry Potter's mind. Ravenclaw, yelled the hat soon after. Professor Snape's jaw had dropped, unable to believe the child he had been speaking to earlier on was the child of James Potter. Looking between the twins, he noticed they looked nothing alike outside their height, eye, and hair color. He could tell by looking at Nick Potter that he was indeed a Potter. Looking at the other, he saw hardly any resemblance to the Potters in the boy at all, or even to Lily, which was strange. He wasn't sure what to think of this Potter. He looked nothing like them and wasn't in Gryffindor. In the immediate future, he decided to think more on it later on that night, when he could actually think. There were a few announcements after the sorting: don't go to the third-floor corridor or the Forbidden Forest, and outlawed joke products. Then Dumbledore motioned and food appeared on all the tables. Gryffindor table. Ron was sitting next to Nick, as usual, they were best friends, after all. So your brother's in Ravenclaw. Strange. I guess it's just like the Pottle twins, said Ron, drinking a big swig of pumpkin juice. Yes, we've never gotten on. I think he's jealous of me being famous and all. He'll never amount to anything like I will one day, since I'm the hero of the people," said Nick proudly. James and Lily had spoiled Nick rotten. He'd gotten everything he ever wanted, but he was polite and well-mannered, well-spoken. To everyone, he was the perfect son, and he used that to his advantage at every opportunity. "Yes, probably just a jealous prat," said Ron, nodding and agreeing with him immediately. "I'll be writing home about him, that's for sure. Everyone in our family has been in Gryffindor for as long as the Potter line has been going," frowned Nick, sounding disappointed. "I know, my whole family has been in Gryffindor for ages, too," agreed Ron in understanding. Nick smiled. Perhaps Ron understood him more than he'd thought, the boy mused, nodding his head. He had been best friends with Ron, and sure, he was great to hang around with, loved Quidditch as much as him, but he hadn't known Ron understood him like that before. Ravenclaw table. The first years were already talking to one another, getting to know each other. Harry wasn't sure what he was supposed to do or say, as he'd never had a friend before. He sat eating his dinner quietly, and when someone asked him a question, he answered it. Mostly, they wanted to know about his brother. "What's your brother's favorite color? What's your brother's favorite subject? What's your brother like? Why aren't you in Gryffindor with your brother? What happened that Halloween night? How did your brother destroy you-know-who?" Those were just some of the many questions shouted at him. Harry was getting annoyed with them all. The worst part was that he didn't know the answers to any of the questions, and he knew he wouldn't have told them, anyway. He felt like bursting into tears. No one really cared about him, it was only about his brother. Even his own housemates weren't looking at him twice. Sighing, he sat there morosely eating his dinner. The night for Harry seemed to last forever, but to everyone else, the time went fast, and before they knew it, Dumbledore had stood up. He gave them a warm, friendly good night, telling everyone to have a good sleep, before adding one more thing. "Now, before bed, the school song," cried Headmaster Dumbledore. The Slytherin students as well as the staff remained silent as the rest of the school made fools of themselves by singing the school song. "Hoggy Hoggy Hogwash." Nick Potter sang it along with everyone else. Severus, however, saw that Harry Potter stayed silent through the entire thing. The song ended to a slow funeral march, compliments of twin redheads over at the Gryffindor table, who people knew as Fred and George Weasley, the resident pranksters. Harry was glad it was over, he just wanted to go to bed and sleep to get away from all the trying questions. They were led up towards Ravenclaw Tower alongside the Gryffindors, where they parted ways at the moving staircases. Harry didn't so much as gape when the stairs moved. When they got to the 4th floor, the Gryffindors and Ravenclaws changed directions to go to their towers. The Ravenclaw prefect explained the Ravenclaw opening mechanism, answering a question correctly, always a different question, let them into the common room, and gave a huge, long, lecturing welcome. Harry didn't even bother listening to them, as his eyes were on the books, since he couldn't wait to read them, that was for sure. At the end of the speech, a different prefect stepped forward and said, "The house elves should have brought all your trunks and things up to the first-year dorms by now, so just go from room to room on the hall marked, first year, the girls are through the door to the right and the boys are to the left. We Ravenclaws are lucky, since there's only 2 to a room, and proper space for a wardrobe, dresser, desk, and a large bookshelf for each of the room's occupants, so you have plenty of room to unpack. Off you go, now." So, the girls and the boys separated and entered their dorms, searching through each room to find their trunks. When Harry finally found his, he was surprised, and secretly pleased, to see that it was in a room half the size of the others he'd seen, but there was only one bed and one of each of the corresponding articles of furniture. He stepped inside and closed the door, locking it before turning to admire the room. At Potter Manor, much of the home was in red and gold. No, he didn't hate those colors, but nor did he like them. The blue and mild yellow of the Ravenclaw dorm was much easier for him to live with, and it helped to calm him as he went to his trunk, opened it, and began pulling things out to place on shelves and in drawers. It may have been a smaller room than his own at the manor, but it already felt more like home. Before he was finished, he heard a knock on the door and tentatively unlocked and opened it to see another first-year boy standing there. The boy said without preamble, "I'm looking for my trunk. Mind if I check here? There's only one bed in this room, though, so it can't be here," Harry told him, pushing the door open enough for the other boy to see there was indeed no other bed in the small room. First, the boy seemed a bit put out. His expression then turned suspicious, and finally, it became anger as he almost growled, "Why do you get a single room? You're a Potter, this is the first time one of yours has been in Ravenclaw. My family have all been in Ravenclaw for generations, so if anyone should have a single room, it should be me. Get out, I'm getting my trunk and moving it in here, Potter." The way the boy spat out the last word made it sound like venom. It frustrated Harry, and more, it made him angry. Eyes narrow and voice deliberately soft and calm, he stated, "I didn't choose this room. If you have a problem with it, take it up with the house elves. In the meantime, I'm going to bed. Good night." He then slammed the door shut and locked it again before the other boy had a chance to react. Without realizing it, he also put up a silencing spell. It faded by morning, though, so as he finished unpacking and climbed into bed, he didn't hear the boy outside yelling and screaming profanities. He didn't know the other boy got sent to their head of house for a good talking to, points loss, and a detention, and he didn't know about the strange divide he'd caused in Ravenclaw by refusing to be bullied by an arrogant pureblood. Some of them respected him for it, and others hated him for it, but all of them really weren't sure what to make of him, so by the next morning, nothing would have changed for him. He didn't know until morning that his name was now scrolled on a small plaque which had appeared outside the door during the night. Every door had a plaque with the room's occupants' names on them, but there was one benefit to it he really appreciated. At least he wouldn't have to put up with his house members asking questions about his brother all year. Soon, everyone was waking up for their first day at school. Yawning, Harry woke up without prompting, heading to the first year's bathing room to get a shower before the morning rush. He dressed quickly in his school robes and got out all his new books, which he had read several times already. He used some spells on his bag to make it feather light and a bottomless pit, then moved all his class books into the bag, along with lots of parchment, quills, and ink. As he left his room, he made sure it could only open to his magic since he didn't want anyone raiding his personal things. Who knew what they would do? On the mild end of the scale, they might steal his belongings and make him do things for them, like answer their questions regarding his brother or write their essays for them. He then started on his way to the Great Hall. He took 20 minutes to get there. He had gotten lost 3 times before finally getting it correct. The Great Hall was already full of people, and no one even so much as looked up when Harry walked in. It didn't bother Harry at all. He was used to that kind of treatment. Slipping in beside a boy he didn't know, one different from the one last night, he blinked when Phileas Flitwick handed him his timetable with a cheerful, proud grin. Immediately, he began looking it over. Harry had seen the family owl delivering a letter to his brother. He wasn't surprised, but saddened, when nothing came for him. He had not really expected anything, but was hurt that they wouldn't or couldn't bring themselves to even congratulate him, or even tell him how disappointed they were. Harry really hated being ignored. In some ways, being shouted at was much better, since at least it meant they knew he existed. He was able to sit and eat breakfast longer than some of the others, who were only just getting their timetables and had to go find their dorms again to get their books. Harry already had all the books he would need for the year in his bag. "I have most of my classes with Slytherin. It's better than Gryffindor, I suppose. The less I have to do with my brother, the better," thought Harry as he continued reading and memorizing his timetable. Putting it in the front of his bag so he would always be able to see it, he then began wondering what Transfiguration, his first class of the day, was going to be like. He also wondered what McGonagall would be like, though he felt it would be an easy class, as he had learned Transfiguration ages ago. "I best head up now, it might take me a while to get there," thought Harry, nodding his head as he got up, grabbed a bit of toast, smeared it with jam, and walked from the Great Hall. Making his way to class, he was surprised to find the Transfiguration classroom pretty easily. On the desk at the front sat a stern-looking gray and black tabby cat with spectacle markings around its eyes. Since he was nearly the first one there, he went to the very back of the room and took his book out as he waited for the class to start. He had to stop himself from laughing when his brother and Ron stumbled into the room several minutes late and looking a mess. "Thank Merlin she's not here," said Ron, sitting down. There were only 2 seats left, and they were right at the very front. Suddenly, the gray and black tabby cat on the desk moved forward, blurred, and became the stern Professor McGonagall. "Perhaps I should transfigure one of you into a pocket watch so at least one of you may be on time," said Professor McGonagall, sounding both annoyed and a little amused at scaring them as she returned back to normal from her cat animagus form. "Sorry, Professor McGonagall. It was Ron's fault," replied the boy who lived, giving the woman a charming smile. "Very well. Sit down, Mr. Potter," ordered McGonagall, and Nick promptly sat beside Ron. "Mr. Thomas, I want you to hand out what is in that box," said the professor, pointing at Dean Thomas, then to the box she meant with her wand. "Yes, ma'am," said the boy, sliding from his chair. "Now, I want to welcome you all to Transfiguration. My name is Professor McGonagall, in case anyone has forgotten, and I want you to work very hard in this classroom. I won't accept anything less," said Professor McGonagall with her lips drawn and the bun in her hair making her look more intimidating with her green witch's robes. Once everyone had a match, Thomas sat down and the professor took a step forward, commanding the students' attention with a sense emanating from her which told everyone she would have no nonsense in her class. "I want everyone to take out their books and read the first chapter. I will award any house 5 points if they can transfigure their match into a needle today. As rare as it is for someone to be able to do so, the points will be well earned. Very few have been able to do it in all my time working here," said Professor McGonagall. The class began working right away. It was about 10 minutes before the witch said anything else. "Well done, Nick. Just a little more and it will be entirely transfigured. If you're able, I will award you an extra 5 points, offered Professor McGonagall, smiling slightly. Of course Nick was good at transfiguration. They both were, actually, but Nick got all the help he needed while Harry had to do it himself. The reason she didn't expect anyone to get it was because parents didn't teach their children transfiguration ahead of time. Not many people liked transfiguration, but James Potter was great at it, and his sons had taken after him. Most purebloods were too busy learning Latin and dining lessons, pureblood etiquette lessons, and dark arts to learn anything like transfiguration. Harry, himself, had done it almost immediately, but no one noticed either him or the blue sapphires which dropped into the replica of the Ravenclaw hourglass on the class wall that was a smaller duplicate of the one in the Great Hall. Every classroom had the smaller duplicates on one wall. Not even his partner noticed, as he was trying to get it himself, his total concentration was on the match. Had McGonagall looked at the other side of the room, she would have seen that both Harry and a Muggleborn had gotten it before Nick. The girl was the same one from the train, who had bushy hair and larger than normal front teeth. She seemed disappointed when the teacher did not look at her, while Harry was just used to not being noticed. Harry looked away from the girl in disgust, thinking, teacher's pet. He hated people like that. His brother was like that, too, expecting praise for everything he did. It was pathetic and annoying. He couldn't help but think, she has a lot to learn. No one will praise her, not when Nick Potter is around, that's for sure. He shook his head at the thought. "Very well done, Mr. Potter," smiled Professor McGonagall suddenly. "An extra 5 points too. Gryffindor." The bell rang soon after, and everyone packed up and began leaving with McGonagall thinking only one person had gotten their match transfigured. Once the students were gone, the woman quickly gathered all the test matchsticks, then frowned as she realized that 3 people had gotten their match to turn into a needle. She didn't have any idea who the other 2 were, but she was suddenly looking forward to this year. 3 promising students, all in one class. She would need to figure out who they were. She'd have to check the list for point allocation soon. She didn't realize she had spent the whole class trying to help Nick get his match right until that moment, then dismissed the realization as irrelevant. She knew he would need all the help he could get. She knew of the prophecy, since Albus and James kept very little from her. The first years headed to Defense Against the Dark Arts next, only for it to be a class Harry just wanted to laugh off as a joke. He just hoped the professor was playing with them the first day. If he wasn't, he was a complete, stuttering fool. Harry had gone to the back of the classroom, annoyed within moments, and began reading a book while an enchanted quill wrote down everything his teacher said. It was a good thing he could charm the quill to wait until the stuttering man had finished talking before it wrote it down, otherwise the notes would have looked like a wad of parchment full of squiggly lines and letters. He just glanced over them on his way to charms, learning more from the parchment than from the man's stuttering mouth. Charms was great, as the small professor and Harry's head of house was very knowledgeable and happy. He pretty much paid attention to everyone, too, so Harry decided he liked Professor Flitwick. They had to read first again, however, the Charms book was much larger than the Transfiguration book, but the spells were easier overall. Harry spent the class reading his book and pretending to try to work the spell, but Nick cast the spell correctly right away. Lily had taught Nick how to do it. Harry knew how to do it, too, but didn't want any attention to be drawn to him in a class where the teacher was actually paying attention to the other students, so chose not to work the spell properly. He wasn't going to be beaten up or get sent letters telling him how much of an attention seeker he was. He briefly recalled one time when he had been little and had tried out one of the family brooms. It had been fun while it had lasted, as he had been flying really well, doing tricks Nick had yet to do. James had just called him an attention seeker, and his brother had hit him in the face that time. With a small shudder, Harry just reconfirmed with himself that he didn't want to draw any attention to himself in any class he shared with Nick. Finally, the class ended and Harry took a quick look around for Nick. The other boy was already gone, along with nearly all the Gryffindors, so Harry called, "Professor." "What would you like, Mr. Potter?" asked Professor Flitwick cheerfully, joining him by his desk. "Can you check my spell for me before I go, please?" asked the 11-year-old. At the small wizard's nod and, "Go ahead," motion, Harry cast the spell perfectly. "Oh, good job. You've got it. 5 points to Ravenclaw," announced Flitwick happily. "Off you go, now," added the professor, shooing the pleased boy out of the room. Next came potions, which was with the Hufflepuffs that time. Thank goodness it wasn't another class with his brother. Sliding into a seat in the potions classroom, he started reading his book while waiting for everyone else to come in. They didn't seem to want to come into the classroom, and none sat near him. He wondered what the hell was going on. He was right at the back and he knew they were avoiding the front, but they also seemed to be avoiding him. Shrugging his shoulders, he hid behind his book. It wasn't all bad, as he had extra room for all his things, him having the entire bench to himself. He found he liked that just fine, so didn't feel put out that none of them wanted to sit next to him. Just then, the door banged open to reveal Potions Master and Professor Severus Snape. "You are here to learn the subtle science and exact art of potion making. As there is little foolish wand waving here, many of you will hardly believe this is magic. I don't expect you will really understand the beauty of the softly simmering cauldron with its shimmering fumes, the delicate power of liquids that creep through human veins, bewitching the mind, ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death, if you aren't as big a bunch of dunderheads as I usually have to teach." The whole speech had been stated in a nearly whispering voice, but the last bit about dunderheads had been snapped out like a thunderclap. After a pause, the man in black robes stated, "On the blackboard are the instructions to a fairly simple potion, the cure for boils. Write down those instructions, as you will be brewing it shortly. Currently, be prepared to take notes." He didn't torment the Hufflepuffs or the Ravenclaws as much as he tormented the Gryffindors in his Slytherin Gryffindor classes. The Ravenclaw Hufflepuff classes were the best at following instructions and the most peaceful classes, probably because there was no house prejudice to be had. No, the fighting between houses was between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Severus knew that Voldemort hadn't just recruited Slytherins, but people from every house. He also was under no illusions. Like everyone else, he knew Voldemort was coming back. It was part of the reason why he acted the way he did, as he knew that when Voldemort came back, he would have to be harder, stronger. Well, some people knew Voldemort would be back, such as Dumbledore, McGonagall, the Potters, and some other Order members. Not nearly enough. The Potions Master was grateful he didn't have to act in this class, because it wasn't the class where he would be heavily watched. It wasn't the class Nick Potter, the boy who lived, was in. He was startled when he read the register and realized Harry Potter was in his class. Looking for the boy as he called his name for roll call, he found him in the corner of the room, ready to take notes after having written down the potions instructions. Severus kept an eye on the boy all through the note-taking after roll call, and right into the brewing after that. The younger Potter twin was brewing his potion with a patience he had only known himself to show for the subject, but was still not sure what to think of the boy. Even if he thought the boy was all right, he could hardly be caught being nice to the twin of the boy who lived. Mind you, he could just tell Voldemort he was corrupting the boy, as that would work. Having members of light families betray their family and friends was one of the Dark Lord's favorite games, in fact. Severus shook his head to clear it. He hated thinking about Voldemort coming back because it just put him in a really bad mood. Sighing, he decided not to think about the boy anymore. Looking away from Harry Potter, he barked at the students who were about to add the wrong ingredient to their potion. Harry had seen his potion's professor looking at him. He was confused, as no one had ever stared at him for so long it began making him uncomfortable. He shuddered slightly, thinking on what would have happened if he had been picked up and hailed the hero. He didn't think he could have put up with it, and didn't know how his brother put up with it. At dinner, Nick was the talk of the day. Looking over, he saw that his brother was red and looked ready to explode. Frowning, he wondered what the hell had happened, so began listening to the Ravenclaws talk until he found out what had happened. Professor Snape was downright nasty to him. Asked him potions questions he didn't know. I knew them, though, and so did a muggle-born girl with bushy hair. That girl is getting on my nerves. I just hope she keeps her nose out of my business. Thank Merlin I don't have her in many of my classes, thought Harry, shaking his head. Oh, how he felt like strangling the muggle-born girl. Although, in her favor, Harry found it amusing how his brother couldn't answer the questions when she could. Hadn't he read his books? He soon found out what questions it was which Nick couldn't answer. Didn't know what he would get if he added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood. Stupid. Asphodel and wormwood. Isn't that the draft of living death? I'm going to check that, thought Harry. Didn't know where to find a bezoar. That's stupid. It's on the second page of 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi. It tells you it's found in the stomach of a goat. It's the second ingredient you learn about. I know he has the book, thought Harry, wondering what was going on. His brother wasn't that daft, was he? The last one was easier. It was a trick question about the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane. What? Blinked Harry. Oh, Nick was so stupid. The questions went from hard to easy. No wonder the Ravenclaws think he's stupid and why Snape was pissed. It's the same bloody plant, thought Harry. Before anyone knew it, it was the day before flying lessons with someone named Madame Hooch. Harry was looking forward to it, but right now, he was walking along the Quidditch pitch and no one was around. Nick was good at flying, but nothing like Harry. Undeniably, Harry was the better flyer, so much so that even Nick had to admit it. The only problem was that the older twin was a jealous prat. He had been brought up believing he had to be, and was good at everything, so why would he think otherwise? Despite how good Harry was, though, he wasn't a flying fanatic, just a natural, which meant James couldn't have bonded with him over his flying, even if the man had wanted to. Wanting a taste of flying again, he went to the broom shed and took out a broom. No one was there to tell him he was being an attention seeker, so he could fly for a few minutes. He was going to pretend to be crap at it during class, after all. It had been a long time since he had been on one. His row with his father and brother had made him never want to go on one again, not where someone in the family would see. He wasn't an attention seeker and he never would be. Climbing onto the broom, he started flying, not knowing it was against the rules. After all, the letter had only said no first years allowed their own broom at school, not that they weren't allowed to fly outside of their supervised classes. He started doing twists and turns, relishing the freedom it brought him. He didn't like Quidditch, it was too competitive for his tastes, but flying was alright. He didn't see anything exciting about it or worth gossiping over. What he did like was the freedom he felt while flying for a few minutes, though he still preferred a good book. Potter! Yelled McGonagall suddenly, squinting as she tried to see him better, since she didn't have her glasses on. Swearing silently, he took off for a hidden corner, thinking that, maybe if he disappeared, the woman wouldn't know and think it was someone else. Then he realized, who was he kidding? She had yelled, Potter. Banishing the broom back to the shed, he ran to the library and buried his nose in a book, hoping he would somehow avoid trouble. He had spent the rest of the day in the library, and now it was dinner time. He was just turning a corner when he heard his brothers and Ron's voices. Halting in mid-step, he he listened to their conversation. "No, she just told me I've been made the youngest Seeker in a century," said Nick, smirking. "But we were with you. You didn't go flying, so what the hell happened?" asked Ron, sounding confused. "I went by myself a while ago," answered Nick, lying quickly to cover up the suspicion. Harry's jaw dropped at that. So McGonagall had thought he was Nick, and now the credit for his skill was going to his brother again. Slumping against the wall, he stopped the tears from falling down his face with an act of will. Crying made no difference. Nobody cared, ever. It was best not to cry over anything, he had learned that the hard way. He still had to wonder why everything he did always got turned into some accomplishment for his brother. First Voldemort, then many other bouts of accidental magic, and now this. No longer feeling hungry, he went back up to his dorm, not wanting to hear any of the celebrations about how Nick Potter was on the Quidditch team. The last thing he wanted was for everyone to praise his brother for being the best while thinking Harry was stupid and worth nothing. His room was better than the Great Hall, even when he had no homework to distract him, he'd already finished it. He spent the night locked in his room trying to stop himself from succumbing to the emotional agony of that day's new revelation. Before everyone knew it, Halloween was upon them. Harry was dreading it, listening and watching all the happy people talking about and preparing for Halloween. He had never really celebrated it, and knew he could get away with not being there. After all, they didn't care about him. He hid in his room until he heard the footsteps of his housemates thud into nothingness. It didn't take long for Harry to get bored, so he searched in his trunk for a book, promptly realizing he had read everything. Getting out his library card, which allowed him to check books out of the library, he headed to his favorite place in the whole school. He was so intent on getting to the library he didn't hear the thudding or smell the stench until it was close. Shocked, he fell when the very corridor shook with each step the thing took. Wondering what the hell a giant or troll was doing in the school, he backed away, eyes searching for it, and finding a fully grown mountain troll. "Conjunctiva!" yelled Harry, wide-eyed and knowing this beast could, and would, kill him. He was even more shocked when he actively realized there was a troll in the school. Harry only realized he shouldn't have done that when it began stomping around and bashing its club on the walls. If anything, the troll had become worse, but thankfully, the walls were getting the worst of it so far. Thinking of another spell he could use, he finally decided on one. Pointing his wand, he yelled a spell he had learned from an upper-year potions book he had found. It had been among the used potions books in the classroom cupboard when he had forgotten his own one period. He had taken it in the book he was using for his first year. He knew it was a 6th-year potions book, but he loved potions enough to take it, especially when he saw all the notes about the potions themselves and the ingredient preparation written in the columns. Seeing what the book contained, he never gave it back. Potions would be so easy with the scribbling in the margins to support him. Nobody would miss it. After all, it was just a used book stuffed in a drawer for when others had forgotten their books. "Levicorpus!" yelled the boy, putting as much magic into it as he could. The troll was upside down within seconds. However, Harry couldn't keep the spell going because the troll was too heavy. With a thud, the troll fell on its head. He saw the crunch and just stared as the troll's neck snapped in half. It was torn and hanging open, green troll blood leaking everywhere. Gagging at the sight, he quickly ran from the scene. If he was found there, Nick would write home, and he really didn't want a howler from home calling him an attention seeker for trying to save his own life. Especially not in front of everyone, which was when howlers had a tendency to arrive. Albus Dumbledore locked the entrances to the common rooms, knowing whoever was out had killed the troll. He wanted to know who had the strength of magic to kill a fully grown mountain troll. "Everyone not in their common rooms come down to the Great Hall immediately," announced the headmaster, his voice angry as it channeled through the school to be heard by everyone not in their common rooms. Harry and others who had not been in their common rooms came in one by one guiltily. The first to arrive was a teary-eyed Hermione Granger, followed by Ronald Weasley and Nick Potter. Last but not least was Harry Potter. "Were any of you near the troll at all?" asked the headmaster, his eyes not twinkling. For a moment, no one said anything. "We were, sir," said Ron and Nick worriedly. They had seen the troll and had bolted when the beast had given a huge grunt. "And what were you doing down there?" asked Dumbledore, his voice cold and hard. Nick had to get himself out of trouble. He just needed to. He had never been in trouble before and didn't want to be now, so he told the headmaster everything, or an edited version of everything, which made him look good, his voice apologetic and head lowered, gaze on the floor. "I'm sorry, headmaster. You see, Ron had been unkind to a Muggle-born girl named Hermione and a girl called Parvati and caused them to be upset. I overheard someone say that they were crying in the bathrooms, but we kind of got lost on our way there and met a troll. I did what I had to do to stop it," said Nick. "Bit far from where you were meant to be, was it not?" asked Severus, sneering. "Yes, sir. We got lost," said Ron, his face, which was now bright red, matching his flaming red hair. "Very well, 20 points for facing the troll, but detention with McGonagall for disobeying my orders," said the headmaster, his eyes twinkling again. "Thanks, sir," said Nick and Ron, sharing wide-eyed looks. "What spell did you use?" asked Severus, eyebrow raised. "Levitation spell, sir," said Nick, recalling their last charms class and thinking back on how lucky it had been that there just happened to be an old, magically reinforced, thick, wooden door which looked like it had once belonged on the entrance to the great hall sitting in the corridor near them. He had been able to use it to block the troll off so it couldn't chase them by bracing it against two of the statues down the hall. "Is your potions book new?" asked Severus, stalking forward towards his prey. "Sir?" asked Nick, raising his head in confusion. "Is your potions book new?" repeated Snape, talking slowly and deliberately. "Yes, sir. My mother bought it," said Nick, even more confused. "Very well," smirked Severus. So Potter hadn't killed the troll, the brat was lying after all. Or, by the way he was acting, he and the headmaster were talking about two different events. He knew the effects of his own spell. It had a very unique signature, even if it was similar to the Wingardium Leviosa signature. Dumbledore didn't realize that, but he had as soon as he had examined the troll. Therefore, it was definitely not Nick Potter, so either he had taken credit for someone else's work or had met the troll and somehow had avoided fighting it using the levitation spell. Interesting. He was curious to know who had his book to even be aware of those spells. He would need to check his Slytherins, only his Slytherins would act like the actual defeater of the troll had. Doing something, then running away and not telling anyone what they had accomplished. If only he had looked at Harry in the moments after he'd asked Nick about his potions book, he may have realized who had his book. Harry, on the other hand, knew that the book belonged to Severus Snape as soon as he had asked. After all, the spell had been in the book and the spell did not exist anywhere else. So the potions master was the Half-Blood Prince. He couldn't help smirking a bit, finding that information interesting, very interesting indeed. Snape's mother had been a prince, then. No wonder he was good at potions, the princes had been known for their potions. He had read books and books full of potions the princes had created or improved. As good as all that was, Harry was torn between wanting to be recognized for what he'd done and wanting to be left to his own devices like it had never happened, like he hadn't just killed a living creature. It made him angry that Nick was getting the credit for what he had done again, but he was terrified of anyone finding out and what would happen to him if anyone did, so he just stayed quiet. Nothing was said after that night. Severus, however, was getting frantic trying to find his old potions book, as none of his Slytherins had it. He couldn't believe he had left it somewhere where someone could have gotten their hands on it. It was dangerous, there were spells in there which could kill someone within seconds without the counter curse, and he knew the counters weren't written in that book. If he didn't find either the book or the student with it, they might try them. It would be his fault if someone else died because of those spells, even indirectly. Harry couldn't help but think bitterly, the first Quidditch match of the season is next. Can life get any worse? Why doesn't anyone ever see me? I was riding that broom. How could she have mistaken me for my brother? We don't have the same length of hair, just for starters. With a sigh, he sat back and ate his breakfast. Looking over at the Gryffindor table, he watched as the head of Slytherin went over to his brother and said something. He wasn't sure what it was, but Snape seemed to hate his brother, and he was glad the man didn't hate him like he did Nick. He seemed to take points from him and humiliate him every chance he got. He was just glad someone didn't blindly love his brother. Sighing, he wondered what people would think of his brother's skills at Quidditch. Were Lily and James coming to watch or not? He wondered briefly if they'd come to watch Harry fly, but immediately dismissed the idea. Harry wasn't Nick, after all. Just as he thought about the Potters coming to watch Nick play, the doors to the Great Hall opened, and with a sinking feeling in his stomach he realized it was James and Lily with Roxy. He swallowed hard as he watched his brother get pats on his back from their father, and a new broom to fly on, pats he should have gotten, and cuddles from his sister and mother, cuddles that should have been his. He exploded in anger, making every single goblet in the Great Hall erupt, causing pumpkin juice and other drinks to spray everywhere. The headmaster just waved his wand and the goblets were repaired, their previous drinks pouring into them once more. Everyone shrugged their shoulders and dismissed it while Harry was sitting panting at the Ravenclaw table. It had been a long time since he had released that amount of magic. No one had seen, thankfully. Harry had been thinking since the whole Seeker incident, and couldn't help but think that it was much better not being seen. His parents coming to congratulate Nick and lavish him with attention had brought the bitter hate back. Fame or not, his parents should have been the ones proud of him. It had been him, after all. "Harry, get over here," ordered James as they got up to leave the hall. "What?" asked Harry once he was standing with them. "You're coming with us to watch your brother play, and we're sitting up in the teacher's box," said James, taking his son's shoulder. Nick was already gone, presumably to get changed. The others all made their way to the Quidditch pitch. Severus felt hate started bubbling up when he saw the Potter family, and watching Harry with his family caused the hate to transfer to him. It suddenly hit him that Harry was a Potter whether he was in Ravenclaw or looked like one or not. Snarling, he too headed to the pitch, hoping his Slytherins beat the Gryffindors. He had a bet on with McGonagall, so they had better win. Severus had congratulated the Potter boy, but had been surprised at how nervous the boy had been. Said Potter boy was nervous because he knew he wasn't that good at Quidditch. He knew it had been his brother, but the thought of fame held him back from telling the truth. The result of Nick's lie saw Harry sitting in the teacher's box with his family, sitting the furthest he could away from them without being too obvious about it, but looking very unhappy and resigned. Just then, the Gryffindor that was commentating on the match started speaking through the enchanted microphone. "Welcome to the first Quidditch match of the season. Slytherin vs. Gryffindor," yelled Lee Jordan, a black wizard who was friends with the Weasley twins. "First out, the Gryffindors. Beaters Fred and George Weasley, chasers Katie Bell, Alicia Spinnet, Angela Johnson, team captain and keeper Oliver Wood, and the brand new Seeker. None other than our very own boy who lived, Nick Potter. Next up, the Slytherins. Team captain and chaser Marcus Flint, chasers Adrian Pusey and Victor Mitchum, keeper Miles Bletchley, beaters Damian Burke and Tobias Daly, and seeker Terrence Higgs," announced Lee Jordan, lacking the proper enthusiasm. "I want a nice, clean game," Hooch said, her cat-like eyes taking in every player and demanding they listen to her. Madam Hooch, the referee, blew the commanding whistle. The war drums had been struck. The battle had begun. The long, wooden box was kicked open, releasing the bludgers and Snitch, and off they went. With another whistle blow, the quaffle was thrown up. Lee's voice broke through the swarm of cheers radiating from the stands. "And Flint grabs the quaffle first, he dodges Bell, ducks a bludger courtesy of Fred Weasley, or was that George? Flint shoots, Wood moves to save it. Come on Wood. No. Wood has to jump away to avoid the bludger shot by Burke. Flint scores 10-0 Slytherin. Angelina Johnson has the quaffle, passes to Bell, who throws it too, intercepted by the Slytherin chaser Mitchum, who passes to Flint. He scores 20-0 Slytherin. 3/4 of the stand masses booed loudly, stomping their feet roughly in protest. The green and silver attired crowd yelled their support. No sign of the Snitch so far. Nick Potter, Gryffindor's new Seeker, is riding the brand new, state-of-the-art Nimbus 2000, the best broom on the market today. The advertisement for the new broom was cut off shortly by a reprimand of, "Mr. Jordan, comment on the match, not the broom." McGonagall's voice snapped harshly. Lee Jordan, third-year Gryffindor, murmured a nonplus, "Sorry, Professor," while dancing away from McGonagall's reach. The play-by-play commenting began again. "And the Snakes steal the quaffle again. The Weasley twins hit a bludger each at the Slytherin chaser Pusey. They miss. He scores. 30-0 Slytherins. 20 minutes passed. The Green Army had clearly taken a commanding lead. The score had advanced to 120-40 Slytherin. Johnson has the quaffle, let's hope she can keep it together to begin a comeback. Go Johnson. Show those snakes. Keeper Bletchley is hit with a bludger in the stomach. Nice aim Fred or George. Bell scores. 120-50 Slytherin. Bletchley is still in game, shaking off the effects of the hit. Jordan continued as several warnings from McGonagall filled the stadium. Is that the snitch? Lee asked excitedly, cutting off the Transfiguration professor. The stands silenced, looking intently at the Seekers. Potter dives, heading fast to the ground. The Slytherin Seeker dives down, Higgs overtakes Potter. Higgs pulls up and Potter darts back up, missing the ground by mere inches. The snitch has disappeared once again. A half hour passed, Slytherin still dominant. The Slytherin beaters had stepped up their attack. Burke and Daly were blasting the bludgers at the Gryffindors, double-teaming the chasers. The Weasley twins were too busy protecting their fellow teammates from bodily harm to break up Slytherin advances. The score soared to 250-60 Slytherin. The mighty Lions were losing spirit, their pride had taken a major bruising. Higgs was making slow circular passes, looking for the snitch. Occasionally, he would dart down into a sharp dive to break up a Gryffindor play. Everyone watched in horror as Nick Potter's broom gave a violent jerk. Or mostly everyone, the Slytherins and Harry couldn't give two sods. Then another. The broom would not respond to Nick's commands. It was as if it had a mind of its own. And it wanted its rider off now. Potter seems to have lost control of his broom. I guess the Gryffindors were wrong to use a first year. Shows why there's a rule against it. Jordan stated for those few who hadn't already noticed. The stands had noticed. A silence fell over the field. Confusion and murmurs grew as time passed. Flint signaled his beaters to take out wood. Two bludgers hit the Gryffindor captain and keeper, knocking him unconscious and off his broom. No one was paying attention, eyes fixated on the boy who lived who was dangling off his Nimbus 2000 broom. Flint seized the quaffle. They couldn't miss such a brilliant opportunity to ensure they won this match, even if Nick Potter caught the snitch. 260-60 Slytherin. Nick's broom bucked to the right. The raven-haired boy held on looking petrified. 270-60 Slytherin. The boy who lived looked at the teachers, his eyes begging for his parents to do something. Every time his friends and admirers tried to help, he would be jerked further up. 290-60 Slytherin. Flint was enjoying tossing the quaffle through the three rings with no resistance. Suddenly, Higgs spotted the snitch. Diving after it, he paid no mind to the boy who was barely clinging to his broom. 300-60 Slytherin. Higgs was flying blindingly fast after the snitch. Right, left, right, down, up, down, left. He diligently followed the little golden ball. 310-60 Slytherin. Suddenly, the broom stopped bucking and Nick Potter was able to get control of his broom back so he could follow Higgs and the snitch. No one realized the broom stopped bucking because James got between Quirrell and Nick while trying to figure out a way to help his son. 320-60 Slytherin. Higgs was nearly there, the gold ball was twitching within a few inches of his reach. 330-60 Slytherin. The Seeker clutched his fingers around the winged menace. Higgs smirked, the Slytherins had won. Harry felt like jumping for joy, but he kept his cheers to himself, knowing the trouble he would be in. For once, it had been proven Nick wasn't the best. A crowd had already gathered, waiting for the heroes in green and silver. The army dressed in red and gold trudged off the battlefield, battered and worn. They had lost. I thought you said he was good, asked Severus, sneering. He was, Severus. Perhaps it's just nerves, insisted McGonagall. Couldn't it have been the other Potter? Asked Severus suddenly, causing Harry to stiffen and pray McGonagall didn't listen. He didn't care about Quidditch anymore, and the Gryffindors lost either way. Harry doesn't fly, he's never been on a broom in his life, said James, sneering at Severus. He was, of course, lying through his teeth. Strange that, he was when we did flying practice, said Madame Hooch. There is a first time for everything. Excuse me, I want to see if my son is all right, said James, running to catch up with his wife, Roxy, and Nick, leaving Harry behind. Well, you owe me 20 galleons, Minerva, said Severus, smirking. As he made his way from the stands, he noticed a miserable-looking Harry disappearing towards Ravenclaw Tower and vaguely wondered what that was all about. Christmas was upon them all before they knew it, and it was time for everyone who was staying to sign up. Harry signed up to stay, but his brother was going home to Potter Manor. Harry would rather stay, and they wouldn't miss him anyway, plus he wanted to learn more magic. What better way than to stay over Christmas and read all the time? He wondered briefly if he would get any presents, but he knew his parents had forgotten last year, and had only vaguely compensated him with some of the gifts Nick and Roxy had gotten and didn't want. He would have been stupid not to see his brothers and sisters' names on the name tags. In the meantime, he got his first detention from Snape. Severus was getting more and more suspicious about the boy, but he couldn't put his finger on what it was. The detention would have given him a better idea of what it was, however he hadn't been able to monitor that detention. Dumbledore had called him up to his office to talk about his precious boy who lived and the various plots Albus had in motion. It was getting on his nerves. His last nerve, at that. So, Harry had been forced to serve detention with Nick, Ron, and Draco Malfoy. Harry walked away from them, even though he had been told to go with Malfoy. Only problem was, Malfoy was just a coward who hid behind a tree just inside the Forbidden Forest. He wasn't far from his brother, but out of nowhere, an agonizing pain hit his forehead. It was worse than a migraine or any headache he had ever had, causing him to fall to his knees. However, the pain started receding slightly moments later, and he looked up, gasping as he saw a black shadow approaching his brother. He knew it was Voldemort. Of course, his brother wasn't grasping his forehead or suffering pain. He wasn't the real boy who lived, so there was no connection. Nick had no idea that the black thing was Voldemort, so Harry thought he should do something to help, but seconds later, he could hear hooves. A centaur appeared to rescue his brother, so he backed away, but stayed close enough to hear what Nick and the centaur were saying. "What was that?" Harry heard his brother ask. "Do you know the properties of unicorn blood?" asked the centaur. "No," answered his brother. Harry snorted. He knew that one, and was thinking it as the centaur said it. It is a monstrous thing, to slay a unicorn. Only one who has nothing to lose, and everything to gain, would commit such a crime. The blood of a unicorn will keep you alive, even if you are an inch from death, but at a terrible price. To have slain something so pure to save yourself, you will have but a half-life, a cursed life, from the moment the blood touches your lips, explained the centaur quietly and seriously. Harry could not help but frown and think, who would choose such a life? Even though he knew the answer, Voldemort. So, was all his brother asked. Harry had to snort softly in derision. Was Nick really that stupid, when he knew, just as Harry did, that Voldemort would be back? "There is only one person who would do this, to survive long enough to enter Hogwarts," said the centaur. "So?" asked Nick again, looking annoyed. Harry, however, grasped what the centaur was trying to tell his brother. Voldemort. There must be something in the school which would give him his body and life back. What could it be? There was nothing which could do that was there. There was only one thing he could think of, the Philosopher's Stone, but even then, it belonged to Nicholas Flamel. Why would it be in Hogwarts? Slowly, the pieces began to make sense. The break-in at Gringotts, then the stone being taken to Hogwarts. Flamel obviously didn't think the stone was safe, but Voldemort should not have been able to get into Hogwarts. The castle was said to be the safest place on the planet. However, he didn't know that, by the end of the year, he would be changing his mind. "Hello, there, Firenze," Hagrid's voice suddenly boomed from nearby. "Here is Hagrid. This is where I leave you, Nick Potter. Good luck. You will need it," said Firenze the centaur, but he was looking into the trees where Harry was standing, and Harry had the eerie sensation Firenze knew he was there. Finally, as Hagrid was approaching Nick, the centaur left. "Goodbye," said Nick, joining Hagrid, the monster in the cloak already forgotten. Harry stood there, unable to believe what he had just heard. He wondered how thick his brother was. Perhaps he would put the rest of the clues together later, but right now, he had to get back to the others. He didn't want to stay in the Forbidden Forest any longer, and the last thing he needed was for Voldemort to find out that it was really him who was the boy who lived. He would, when Harry was screaming in pain, clutching his bloody scar while Nick didn't even react. "Where's her brother?" asked Hagrid. "I don't know, I wasn't with him. Ron ended up wandering off, and I don't know where the others went," said Nick. "Well, come on, then. Le's get lookin' for 'em," replied Hagrid, holding up a huge lantern. Meanwhile for Harry, as he was heading towards the trail, he saw a unicorn and stopped to stare. It was bleeding silvery blue blood which glinted in the moonlight, and quite heavily, at that. He knew some healing spells and hoped they would work on the injured creature laying nearby, even as he hoped the unicorn would stay there so he could approach it to heal it. Thankfully, the creature stayed still as he approached and crouched by the wound. Sure enough, the spells did work, but only a little. Harry began biting his lip, not wanting to see such a beautiful animal die. Just then, he remembered the potion he had made while experimenting with the HVP's book. He dug quickly in his bag and pulled out a healing potion. It was a fairly basic healing potion, but was still difficult to make normally, but with the HVP's potions book, he was able to brew it, and not just at quality, better than standard quality. Pouring the potion on the gaping wound in the unicorn's hide, he watched intently as the wound closed. Sighing thankfully, he actively looked at the unicorn for the first time and found himself in awe of the beautiful, pearly white mane and its long, slender legs. Slowly but not threateningly, he started petting the unicorn softly, and as did, he couldn't help but think, they're so white that it makes snow seem a grayish color. He was surprised the unicorn didn't move, as it was well known that unicorns only liked women's touch, and mostly pure women's touch. However, for whatever reason, the unicorn didn't move and let him pet her. Quickly putting everything away, he was awed when a golden hoof came up and cut her skin shallowly on the opposite foreleg. Harry was awed, because very, very few had ever been given unicorn blood freely, and none of them in the last few hundred years. Shaking slightly, he gathered only one large-sized potions vial, about a cup, of it. After all, the unicorn had lost a lot of blood. He tucked the potion bottle safely away, knowing he would carry it always. Goodbye, was all Harry said, before running until he got back to Hagrid and Nick. Led somewhat by Hagrid's voice, he could never mistake that loud voice for anyone else. "I'm here, is detention over? By the way, the hurt unicorn is over there," said Harry, pointing in its direction. "Oh dear," said Hagrid, lumbering over towards the hurt unicorn with the two boys following. They got there to see it getting up on unsteady feet and trotting back into the forest, dipping its head slightly. Harry knew it was at him, but both Hagrid and Nick thought it was directed at Nick Potter, the boy who lived. He was, after all, golden and pure, and the unicorn was able to sense that, or so they assumed. Harry seethed, but didn't say anything. Finding Draco and Ron arguing at the edge of the forest, they went back to school. Detention was finally over. They all went to their beds, glad to be out of the forbidden forest and away from the strange creatures there. Although Harry just wanted to hide in the shadows, he hated people looking at him so much, especially the way Dumbledore looked at him in disappointment and the way Snape looked at him searchingly. Harry knew immediately what was happening when he saw Dumbledore leaving, and the look Quirrell was giving the headmasters retreating back. Frowning, he followed Quirrell, knowing the professor had Voldemort attached to him somehow. After feeling his scar constantly aching in the Dada class, it was hard not to. Harry followed until he knew Quirrell was in a place no one would look for him, stunning him, binding him, and leaving him for dead. He then took off, unaware that his stupid brother and friends were going into a maze, not because of Voldemort but because of Dumbledore's manipulations. He wanted to test Nick Potter, he wanted to know if he would be able to take on Voldemort when the time came. They got through the Devil's Snare after getting past the dog, and through Flitwick's charmed flying keys, past the troll that was already dead to the world, then past the chess set, where Ron ended up unconscious and injured. Of course, Hermione stayed to help Ron while Nick took off on what he thought would be a heroic adventure. He got to the last obstacle and found himself, before he knew it, in front of a mirror. Not just any mirror, but the mirror of Arised. Nothing heroic happened, he just stood there until Dumbledore came. However, Dumbledore was sorely disappointed at not being able to save his savior from anything, nor had Nick been able to access the stone hidden within the mirror. Dumbledore sighed before taking him back up to the school, past Snape and McGonagall, the latter of whom looked relieved. However, Dumbledore was far from relieved. He had known Quirrell had been hosting Voldemort, and had expected Nick to fight him. Now, the defense professor seemed to have disappeared, and Nick had done nothing, not even retrieved the stone from the mirror. "Where is Quirrell?" asked Dumbledore in mild irritation. "We don't know. We haven't seen him since you left," said McGonagall. "I did tell you I suspected him," said Snape, scowling fiercely. He then headed for his personal quarters. None of his Slytherins were missing, so it had nothing to do with him. and right then, the less he had to do with the headmaster or McGonagall, the better and happier he was. Especially when the headmaster was meddling, no good ever came out of it. The leaving feast. Another year gone. Now, as I understand it, the House Cup needs awarding. In fourth place, Gryffindor, with 350 points. In third place, Hufflepuff, with 410 points. Second place goes to Ravenclaw, with 490 points. And finally, the first place winners, Slytherin House, with an outstanding 500 points. Announced the headmaster, and everyone in the hall clapped for the houses as they were named. The Slytherins were cheering like mad, and Harry was clapping as well, happy that at least Gryffindor, and Nick, hadn't won. Also, he was proud of himself, as he had earned most of Ravenclaw's points. Well, at least he thought he had. Sighing softly, he could hardly believe the year was already over. Now he had a whole summer of being ignored to look forward to, but hey, he did have some books he could read. Madame Pants had let him take them out. She knew his love for reading, and while they would be slightly overdue, it didn't matter that much to her as long as they were with someone who would appreciate them. However, some last-minute house points need awarding, shouted Dumbledore, silencing the room. To Miss Hermione Granger, for the cool use of intellect when others around her were unable, 50 points. At the words, the Gryffindors became excited and cheered, while the rest of the hall sat in stunned silence, trying to understand what was going on. I award Mr. Ronald Weasley 50 points for the best played game of chess Hogwarts has seen in many long years. The Gryffindors cheered louder as Percy shouted, "That's my brother," and proudly puffed out his chest as though he could take credit for what Ron did. And finally, to Mr. Nick Potter, for pure nerve and outstanding courage, I award 60 points. We're 10 points ahead of Slytherin now. Hermione squealed, and the cheering from the Gryffindors went wild, causing the others in the hall to wince slightly. The noise was deafening enough to send the owls flying all the way from the Ollery. When it finally died down, Dumbledore said, "Yes, yes, well done, Gryffindor, well done. It seems a change of decoration is in order." He completely ignored the looks of betrayal from everyone but the Gryffindors and McGonagall as the banners were changed to Gryffindors. Harry sat there, his mouth gaping, unable to believe the headmaster had just done that. Looking at the Slytherins, and his housemates' reactions, he smiled almost sadly, knowing how hard they had worked to get their points. While Ravenclaw wouldn't have won, anyway, for the Slytherins to be stripped of the chance of winning the cup in seconds just before getting it was bound to S.K. Also, it meant Ravenclaw was bumped down to third place, negating even an honorable mention, which was just as bad. That night was subdued for the Slytherins, as well as the Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs. They thought what Dumbledore had done was wrong, literally cheating a hard-won House Cup away from its true winner. They didn't even need to look at the Slytherin table to see that, but a look at said table showed clearly the results of being cast aside in favor of the boy who lived. They were all loyal to their friends and housemates, but the expressions on the Slytherins' faces made them wince in sympathy. No masks could hide their hurt and anger over what Dumbledore had done. Severus Snape, however, was fuming mad, and if looks could kill Dumbledore, he surely would have been dead by now. However, for the Gryffindors, it was a different matter entirely. They didn't care how many people had been hurt, only about winning, and continued on cheering and eating the feast, enjoying their last night at Hogwarts. Next day, "Come on, get on the train, it's leavin'," yelled Hagrid as the whistle started howling. Harry just wished he could stay at Hogwarts forever. He could live in the library for all he cared. It was better than going back to a family that hated him, a place where he was completely invisible. Sighing softly, he got on the train, still hurt deeply every time he saw other students with familiars. He knew he would never be able to experience that bond. Nick's exam results will be coming soon, James. It's so exiting. I bet he did the best in his class, said Lily, beaming with pride. She thought so much of her son, she didn't realize just how blinded she was. Of course he did. I'm going to train him, he needs to know more about Quidditch. The more practice he gets, the better he will be, said James, also beaming with pride. Harry walked in just in time to hear those comments and rolled his eyes. His parents were talking about Nick again. It was just a shame no one really cared about or looked at him. As soon as they saw it wasn't Nick, he was looked down on, then not spoken to. Harry started making a sandwich for himself. It was just after dinner time, but Harry hadn't eaten much. "What are you doing? We just had dinner," said Lily. She didn't want her children getting fat, especially not her failure of a son, Harry. "I didn't have much dinner, I'm hungry," said Harry softly. "Well, go hungry, then, and go to your room. The next time, you had better ask," said Lily angrily. "Mum, I'm hungry. I've just finished all my homework," yelled Nick as he came into the kitchen. "Here," said Lily, giving Nick Harry's sandwich. Harry's jaw dropped. How could she do that? Nick had eaten most of the food at the table, and now he was getting Harry's sandwich. Scowling, he walked away, in a worse mood than ever. Already, he was counting down the days until he went back to Hogwarts. He had read the prince's book again, though he dared not try any of the spells after what the one spell had done to the troll. Every time he thought of it, he shuddered over what it could do to a human being. He wondered what his parents would think of his grades and hoped he had done better than his brother. More than anything, he wanted his parents' love, he wanted them to be proud of him and stop ignoring him. While he had a feeling it was never going to happen, he just had to feel hope that one day, he would be seen, heard, and spoken to by his family. He dreamed many dreams of them being proud of him, only to wake up to reality. Going up to his room, he put all his first-year books on his shelf along with all the other books he had collected over the years. His journal, though, stayed in his trunk along with his school clothes, as he didn't want them nosing around in it. During the year at Hogwarts, he had spelled it so only he or someone he allowed could read it, but he didn't know if the spells would hold, so he wasn't taking any chances. "His results are here," cheered Lily a few days later as they sat down for breakfast. Nick looked proud, Roxy was exited, and Harry was a little hopeful. "Open them," exclaimed James. "In first place, there is," began Lily excitedly, but when she saw who it was, her face fell. "What is it, love?" asked James. "Hermione Granger, she's first place," said Lily, looking like she had just had the wind knocked out of her. Nick looked a little sick as Harry and Roxy blinked in surprise. "Ah well, who has second place?" asked James. Perhaps his son had come second. "Harry," answered Lily, looking confused. How had her other son done so well? "Third," asked James. "His son better be on the top 3 at least." Harry didn't count, as they knew he wasn't that good and was just an attention seeker. No one saw Harry's face fall, as they were too interested in all the other results. "Draco Malfoy," said Lily, looking sad. "His marks are probably set." "Lucius Malfoy has the money to do it," stated James angrily. "Yeah," agreed Lily, not cheering up in the slightest. "So how well did Nick do?" asked James. Nick and Roxy waited attentively. "Let me see," murmured Lily, reading the list. It was in order from the highest grade to the lowest by year. "He's halfway down, number 59. She looked hurt, and Nick looked confused. "I don't understand why he's so far down." "He's a good wizard," said James. "Ronald Weasley is right next to him." "Ah, that's what it is. Ron is distracting him," said Lily definitively. "Yes, that's it. Nick, you'll have to stop playing around with Ron, and if you aren't further up next year, you'll be sent to a different school or homeschooled," said James seriously to his favorite son. "What? Why? I like Ron," said Nick, pouting. "Fine, but if you're still this low next year, you're out of Hogwarts," replied Lily. She knew her son could do better than this. "Okay, Mom, I'll do better, I promise. I was so distracted with the whole Voldemort thing," answered Nick sadly. "Of course. That's what it was. Oh, Nick, we are so sorry. We won't ask you to leave Hogwarts again. Next year, you'll be the best, won't you?" asked Lily happily, hugging her son now that she had a good reason for his low grades. "Of course, Mother," said Nick, smiling at her. "I'm going to bed, good night," said Harry suddenly, pushing away from the table. He ran to his room, opened his journal and began writing furiously. Tears didn't fall, he hadn't cried in a long time. Still, life was so unfair. Journal entry. "Our results just came, but instead of reading them for the actual results, they just wanted to see how good he was compared to everyone else. I came second, Nick came 59th. He used the excuse about Voldemort and the stupid stone, they didn't even bother about my results. I didn't even get a well done, they didn't even acknowledge me. I feel so sick and alone, I really don't know what to do anymore. I don't know how much longer I can stay in this house. I just want to die sometimes. Would they even notice? Not until they smelt my rotten corpse they wouldn't. I hate Nick. I hate my parents, I hate them so much. I hate that I get hurt every time they do it, too. Why do I keep deceiving myself? I always know what's going to happen, yet I just let it. I have to stop caring, but how? How do I stop wanting my parents' approval? I wished I was adopted, I wish I had a different family. Any family would be better than this one. I hate my life. Harry. Harry had flowed to Hogsmeade one day, unable to stand being in the manor anymore. The night before, he had seen Nick and Roxy getting kisses and cuddles before bed, and it had made him realize how unloved he was. They hadn't done that to him for years. He spent his day wandering around, until he got to a newly opened corner shop run by a black-haired woman. It sold newspapers, sweets, and everything else a person might need, from toilet rolls to bird seed. Just then he saw an advert for a paperboy or girl. It had different delivery routes. In Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley. Inspiration struck Harry immediately. A job meant money, and money meant getting away from his family sooner. He might even be able to save up for the kind of job he really wanted one day. "Excuse me, are you still looking for someone to deliver newspapers, ma'am?" asked Harry politely. "Yes we are, dear," said the woman nicely. "Are you interested?" "Maybe. Can you tell me more about it?" asked the boy curiously. "There are 6 slots, actually. There are morning and evening weekday routes here in Hogsmeade, morning and evening weekday routes in Diagon Alley, and the weekend routes in both Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley. I counted them separately because the weekend routes require many more papers to be delivered than the weekday ones," explained the woman. "How much for each?" asked Harry thoughtfully. 25 galleons weekly for each route, and 50 for each weekend route, dear," she said. It was a lot of money, but then again, it was a load of newspapers to be delivered all around Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley. The places weren't as small as they looked to shoppers or people who didn't live in them. "How many of them are taken already?" asked Harry. "Unfortunately, none so far," sighed the woman. "I would love all the jobs, please," smiled the boy. "Are you sure, dear? I mean, it's a lot to do for a child your age." "Speaking of which, how old are you?" she asked. Could it really be that she'd found someone to deliver the papers for her? 13, ma'am, lied Harry smoothly. Very well, the jobs are yours. If you want to start today then you are most welcome. What's your name? Asked the woman. I would like that, but I'll need a map until I get familiar with the areas. My name is Harry, said Harry, knowing he didn't know his way around Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade properly. He only knew the shops, not the houses. Very well, you will be paid at the end of every week, which is Friday for me. You would have needed a map, regardless, so you knew which homes to deliver the paper to, so I'll have one for you with each stack to be delivered, smiled the woman. I'll take it for sure. Can I get the papers for this morning, or do I start with the evening paper today? Asked Harry, suddenly hyper with the thought of getting his own money. Sure, it's the evening paper today, you'll have to come at 5 in the morning for the morning paper. They're already bundled and over there, explained the woman as she pointed to a corner where stacks of papers sat. I've been using owls, but they weren't happy with the amount they had to carry. Well, they can be happy, because now I'll deliver them, said Harry. Good, off you go, then, she said, helping him gather the papers so he could deliver them. So, how did it go? Find everything all right? She asked, watching the flushed child come in 3 hours later. Yes, I found every door. It's not as hard as I thought, said Harry softly. So you still want the job then? Asked the woman curiously. Of course, agreed Harry. Then be here at 5 to deliver the morning papers, said the woman. I will be. Good night, smiled Harry, heading away. Goodbye, answered the woman. That was what Harry did for the rest of the summer. Delivering newspapers meant he was awake before everyone else and back in his room before everyone else, also. He had lots of his own money, this was his freedom, and once he had enough, he was leaving. He knew enough about muggles to live among them. They would never think to look in the muggle world for him. He was finally satisfied, and better yet, he was, almost, free. He was still going to go to Hogwarts, he just wouldn't go home after school. He wasn't spending another day with the Potters, as it was clear they didn't want him, and he doubted they would realize he was missing, anyways. They would just be glad he was gone if they did realize it. He would lie to them and tell them he was staying at a friend's house. Eileen, the woman who ran the newspaper routes and convenience shop, was grateful for Harry. He not only delivered the papers, but helped her restock the shelves, as well. Eileen was getting too old to keep up with everything since it hadn't been as easy as she first thought to get an income. Harry was such a nice little boy, and he had done wonders for Eileen's life, making it so much easier, even if it was something as simple as stocking the shelves. She didn't have much magic, unfortunately, what with all the inbreeding going on in pureblood families. It was the main reason she had gone away to the Muggle world in the first place. Now, though, she had come back to her rightful world. Her son couldn't have been happier about that. He just hated going to see her in the Muggle world, so closed off from the world she belonged in. Harry was soon sitting behind the counter for her for a few hours while she had a rest and put her feet up. No one recognized him, and no one played him second to Nick Potter, his brother. Harry was finally happy, and that's all that mattered to him. As predicted, his family didn't even realize he was going anywhere. School was starting up once again, and Harry still didn't have a familiar. However, he was saving up any money he could get beyond what he needed to leave the wizarding world. He didn't get pocket money from his family even if Nick did. His money had been put into his vault, and he now owned one of his very own no one could get into. The key was safely around his neck at all times since he didn't want anything to happen to it. Not that anyone would be able to get into his vault, anyway. He was also very unhappy about the selection of books he had. They had been, to his disgust, Gilderoy Lockhart books. The books were somewhat unbelievable. No one man could ever do everything that man was saying he could do, therefore, he was a fraud. Well, that was what Harry thought, anyways, but nobody cared what he thought. Get a move on. We're going now if we want to catch the Hogwarts Express, yelled James up the stairs. Harry dragged his trunk down, which was very heavy. His parents hadn't even levitated his trunk for him. Sighing softly, he wondered again why it was always him ignored. He had done nothing to deserve it. He didn't want to be left behind this year or to miss another year on the train. These days, Harry had given up hope, the hope of being loved and of his parents approving of him. He had even given up hope that all his teachers and the other students would see him, not just look at him once before admiring his brother. No one ever really spoke to him, not for him, anyway, only to ask about his brother. Well, he was being a little unfair in that, as a few of the teachers paid just as much attention to him as they did to everyone else, like Professor Flitwick, and he even had a few tentative though not close, by any stretch of the imagination, friends in Ravenclaw. Still, he didn't have any real friends, and very little to look forward to at school, but it was still better than at home, especially since his food intake had been cut back at the start of summer. Okay, everyone grab the portkey, ordered James as he held out an old glove. Lily, Roxy, Nick, and Harry all grabbed a different finger of the glove, and shortly after, they were standing in King's Cross, in a hidden arrival area for witches and wizards to portkey in at. We're busy and can't take you to the Hogwarts Express, so you'll need to go yourself, said James to Nick once they had moved out of the portkey arrival zone. Dad, please come, whined Nick. I can't. I'm very busy. Now go, before you miss the train, said James, hugging his son goodbye. Harry sighed softly before going towards the barrier. Once he was through, he climbed onto the train, dragging his trunk. He was bumped into, and much to his agitation, mistaken for his brother again. Hey Nick, sorry, wrong person, said the person, realizing it wasn't Nick. It's fine, said Harry softly, and the person walked away. Shaking his head, he took his trunk and sat down in an empty compartment. It wasn't fine, but it was best just to keep that to himself. Can I sit here? Asked a chubby boy. Yeah, sure, agreed Harry. You don't have to sit there, Nev. Come along with us, Nick will be here soon, said Seamus, one of the people who shared a dorm with Nick and Ronald Weasley, as well as the chubby boy, Neville Longbottom. Okay, thanks. Bye, I guess, said Neville, shutting the door and joining Seamus. It can't go. Nick's not here, said Seamus outside Harry's door. Well, His brother is here, so he might be still looking for us, answered Dean. Yeah, come on, then, let's sit down, agreed Seamus, shrugging. Harry heard the door slamming closed just next door. We're nearly at Hogwarts. Let's get our uniforms on, grinned Seamus. Yeah, but I wonder where Nick is, mused Dean. Dunno, just hope he is all right, said Seamus. He will be, he's the hero of the wizarding world, after all, shrugged Neville. Yeah, said Dean and Seamus, agreeing immediately. They were entering Hogwarts before they knew it, and Harry wasn't worried about his brother. He sat eating a big meal at the Ravenclaw table, enjoying being back at Hogwarts. He knew it would be another boring year, as he already knew everything in the second-year books. Well, he knew everything in the fifth-year books, never mind second year. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts, said the headmaster, his arms spread wide to welcome each and every one of them. The sorting lasted what felt like ages, and many noticed Nick and Ron weren't there. Harry watched everything, just like every Ravenclaw. Sighing softly, he licked his lips when the food arrived. I have new teachers to introduce to you. First, the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Gilderoy Lockhart, said Dumbledore. Wild applause spread through the Great Hall. We also have a new potions teacher and new head of Slytherin House, Professor Colin Reese, continued the headmaster. Another round of wild applause broke out across the hall, louder than ever. Professor Snape has decided he would rather work on his potions, so has retired from teaching. We wish him the best of luck in his work. Now, let's eat, smiled the old wizard as they all sat down. Excited chatter broke out across 3 of the 4 house tables, but the Slytherins were sitting there stunned. They had a new head of house. Had Professor Snape left or had he been hurt? Albus had tried to get Severus to come back, but Severus wanted to concentrate on his potions. He had spoken the truth, he was close to a breakthrough on the Wolfsbane potion. Plus, Severus really couldn't stand Nick Potter for some reason. With no way to convince him, even reminding him Voldemort would be back didn't work, he'd had no choice but to find another potions professor and head of Slytherin House. Severus was always good at making up stories, so no doubt he would be able to spin a good yarn to Voldemort when he was back. Later that night, 200 points had been added to the Gryffindor hourglass. He heard through the Potter twins that Nick and Ron got points for productive thinking. They had ridden an enchanted car to school. Needless to say, no house was happy other than Gryffindor. With one house starting the year 200 points ahead of everyone else, it would be hard to catch up. The others might never have a chance to win now, and it just wasn't fair at all, Potter had said. Silently, Harry agreed. That year, Harry was privileged with the blame when Mrs. Norris was found petrified and hanging by her tail in the corridor, a message written in blood on the wall behind the cat. All because he had been going to the library instead of the feast. He had, after all, felt a little sick. That's not fair, sir, I was only on my way to the library, protested Harry. Very well. Off you go, allowed Dumbledore. Despite Dumbledore letting him off, the students didn't, and he was glared at all year. He had been attacked quite a few times, too. As though that wasn't bad enough, another thing was wrong, too. Professor Reese hated him. His new potions teacher took every opportunity he could to make him feel 2 inches tall. At first, Harry hadn't realized just how much the man hated him, until he saw his mark gradually begin to drop. He knew he wasn't doing anything wrong, it was like Reese had the alternate attitude from Snape. Wrong color Potter, failed, said Reese, clearing his potion away before anything further could be said or done. This wasn't the first time it had happened, either. The more Harry continued to stay silent, the more Reese got furious at him. He hated the fact that he couldn't get a rise out of the boy, so his game continued, finding whatever excuse he could to target him. Reese was just a jealous man because Harry was able to produce a better potion than even him. He was the potion's master, yet a boy was capable of creating a potion that outdid his. He couldn't stand for it, so the vicious cycle continued, and Harry. Why? Harry stayed silent. He knew complaining wouldn't help him any. The Quidditch match went off without a hitch. There were no real messes and the Gryffindors lost dismally. The Slytherins won the match no problem at all. Draco Malfoy had been made Seeker of the Slytherin team. Not only had he joined, but he had got everyone on his team Nimbus 2001's or his father had. Despite all the training James had given Nick, he was still nowhere near good enough. Draco Malfoy had been preening like a peacock since then, as everyone but the Gryffindors loved him for taking out Nick Potter. The Gryffindors, on the other hand, were losing their patience with the boy who lived. In fact, Harry had overheard them stating they were thinking about kicking him off the team. Harry couldn't wait for that day, but he doubted McGonagall would allow it to happen. Harry had seen the sign-up sheet for those who wanted to play Quidditch on the bulletin board by the door in Ravenclaw Tower. He had been tempted to, boy, that was putting it mildly. In the end, he had decided against it, not wanting to get a howler. He would have loved to have beat Nick and wiped the smug smile from James and Lily's faces. It had been some time since he'd called them by their proper titles. They weren't mother and father to him, and they certainly weren't mum and dad. He never wrote home, and they never wrote to him, and that, sadly, was just fine. It seemed the question he had asked his journal had finally been answered. He had finally stopped caring about what they thought, and it had been a long time coming. Lockhart and Flitwick dueled first at the dueling club, with Flitwick firing one, Expelliarmus, curse that not only knocked the wand from the fake's hand, but knocked him to the other side of the class as well. Harry had been the only one not a Slytherin boy laughing at it. It had been one of the most hilarious sights he'd seen in his 12 years of life. As far as cheerful thoughts he needed to make himself happy on bad days went, that one was joining the vision of the Sorting Hat spouting arms and legs and running away. Unfortunately, bad days were happening more and more often. Flitwick had warned Lockhart not to pair Harry and Nick, but the warning only made Lockhart want to see them duel all the more. Harry and Nick began to curse each other, and with a smirk, Nick fired once more and a large snake appeared in the middle of the dueling table, sliding towards Harry. Flitwick turned to glare at Lockhart, who blushed. The snake forgot about Harry and dived for a gasping, terrified Justin Finch-Fletchley. Harry shouted for the snake to stop and it did, yet everyone turned to stare at Harry in fear. Slowly the snake came far enough away from Justin for Flitwick to vanish safely. Everyone left the room mumbling about Harry being dark now. Even his brother was moving away, looking at him in fear as well, like Voldemort was standing behind him. Rolling his eyes in confused irritation, he wondered what made everyone look at him like that. With a growl of annoyance, Harry braced himself for the months of rumors and accusations which were sure to come. He wasn't wrong, of course. Harry knew better than to think anyone would suspect anyone else. He was probably the only one apart from Granger who didn't have any friends in the entire school, as even the tentative ones he'd had weren't there anymore since the petrified cat incident. None of that prevented him from hearing the rumors. By listening to the rumors, he realized he had spoken Parseltongue, snake language. It had sounded English to him. He wondered how long it would take for his parents to find out. As it turned out, he didn't need to wait long, and only 5 hours after he spoke it, James's owl was pecking at his window in Ravenclaw Tower. Harry, Nick has just told us you can speak snake language. I want you to know I'm extremely disappointed in you. Every year, there is always something, like getting sorted into Ravenclaw. No Potter has ever been sorted anywhere other than Gryffindor bar you. We hadn't said anything then because we got no complaints from the teachers, but now I supposed I should just be grateful it wasn't Slytherin. Though, given your newly discovered talent, I'm surprised you're not. Then there was showing up your brother by getting better grades when you know very well what your brother was going through trying to fight Voldemort. Now you can speak Parseltongue. When you come home for the summer, you are to go straight to your room. You will stay in there. I will get Lily to send food up to your room since we don't want to see you. Poor Roxy is utterly mortified, as are your mother and I. Do you know what this could do to Nick's reputation? If this backlashes on us, you'll be out on your backside. Dad. Harry couldn't believe the nerve of James to actually sign it, Dad. He wasn't his father, he was just a man in his life who continued to mock and reprimand him no matter what he did. Nothing was good enough for the likes of James or Lily Potter. Just wait until it was revealed he was the real boy who lived. They would regret the day they had decided to ignore him for his brother, he would ensure it. Around the school, people, and even a ghost, turned up petrified and were taken to the medical ward. Among them were the ghost of Gryffindor, nearly headless Nick, or Sir Nicholas, as he preferred, a boy named Colin Creevey, Justin Finch-Fletchley, Hermione Granger, and a fifth-year Gryffindor named Penelope Clearwater. Nick had gotten everyone's attention and sympathy by saying he had been talking to Colin not 5 minutes before he was petrified. When Harry heard Nick's story and the following sympathy, he had just snorted and kept walking. He was an outcast in his own school and he hated it. Since he had spoken to the snake, he had received 2 broken bones, 5 cutting curses, and goodness knows how many bumps and bruises. They all looked at him like was about to kill them all, like he was Lord Voldemort back from the dead. Despite the petrifaction, Quidditch continued. Ravenclaw beat Hufflepuff and Gryffindor, but failed to beat Slytherin for the Quidditch Cup, so the cup belonged to the Slytherins again that year. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever. Oh my! What has happened? Asked Minerva. It was the first thing Harry heard from the corner he had been about to turn. It looks like a student has been taken. Poor girl, murmured Sprout sadly. Lockhart, check my Gryffindors, and Phileas, Pomona, and Colin, check that everyone in your houses is accounted for. Come back here immediately afterwards with news on anyone not accounted for, said McGonagall, looking pale and shaken. It was happening again, the chamber was truly open, she could feel it. When she had been at school, a student had died, but what most people didn't realize was that Myrtle had been her classmate when she attended school. Not her housemate, but a classmate, as Myrtle had been a Muggle born sorted into Slytherin. She, Minerva McGonagall, had been a Gryffindor just like her mother before her. Harry watched everything wide-eyed and silently. It took 5 minutes before everyone began returning. All Gryffindors accounted for, beamed Lockhart, happy to have finished his task. All of my Hufflepuffs are accounted for, said Sprout, looking greatly relieved. The Slytherins are all present and accounted for, said Reese. Are you sure all my Gryffindors are in the tower? Asked McGonagall. Trusting Lockhart the least out of them all, she immediately called him up, wondering if he made a mistake, which she dearly hoped wasn't the case, since it was her Gryffindors they were talking about here. Yes, all 59, affirmed Lockhart. McGonagall paled drastically. There isn't 59, my Gryffindor head count is 60. Lockhart's eyes widened in horror. Professors, 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 shouted Filch, running up to them. Yes? Asked Sprout, seeing that McGonagall wasn't going to speak. A few of the portraits told me that boy, Ronald Weasley, says his sister's missing. Percy Weasley is trying to get out of the Gryffindor common room to find her, said Filch. What does this mean? Asked Sprout gravely. That Hogwarts will shut down, said Minerva sadly. Harry didn't know why he was playing the hero, but he was the only one able to do it. Obviously no one really cared he was missing. Then again, Flitwick hadn't come back yet. Well, Hogwarts was still better than home, so he went to the second-floor girls' bathroom, a place he had seen Ginny entering not even an hour ago. He looked around, but found nothing. He was about to leave when something green glinted out of the corner of his eyes. Turning around, he noticed the picture of a snake on the sink's tap. Open, hissed Harry, blinking as the sink opened up to show a deep, dark, gross tunnel. Once again, he briefly wondered why he was saving the school, then remembered he would rather be at Hogwarts than home with his so-called family all next year. The library alone was enough reason for him wanting to save the school. It's where he spent the majority of his time. Madame Pants really liked him and he was actually glad for that. At least someone around here actually bloody did. Jumping into the tunnel, he slid down it to the bottom, where he landed hard on things which crunched. They turned out to be bones of rodents and things littering a huge tunnel which led to another snake-themed gate, beyond which was a large room filled with water, snake pillars holding up the ceiling, and a statue of what he assumed was Salazar Slytherin. Once he got there, he noticed something was wrong. Ginny's body lay cold on the ground, and he found out what quick enough. The specter, he noticed, was Tom Marvolo Riddle, aka Lord Voldemort. For some reason Tom kept calling him Nick Potter, a misconception he didn't bother to correct, and asking why he had survived when the almighty Lord Voldemort hadn't. In the end, he had been forced to fight the gigantic snake, thankful for Fawkes' help. The Sorting Hat he'd thought at first that he could have done without, until the legendary artifact, Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem, came out of it. Putting it on, he felt immediately more confident and smarter, with a greater knowledge of when, where, and how to use some very powerful spells. He began firing spells into the basilisk's mouth whenever it opened, the only weak spot the creature had. Bombarda. cursed Harry, moving to avoid the large serpent, which continued to follow him. Its eyes may be plucked out, regretfully that didn't stop its sense of smell it seemed. Since it was continuing to follow him, Harry ran quickly, not caring for being stealthy at the moment. Ducking into the tunnels and thankfully avoiding all the ones that led to nowhere, which would have seen him being eaten by the hungry basilisk. Damn it, cursed Harry, as he tumbled over his own cloak. Yanking it off, he left it behind, then paused down the corridor when he didn't hear it close by. It was sniffing around the area where his cloak was on the ground. Brilliant. The words, "for enemies," in the prince's book came to mind. The basilisk was one, but could he use the spell? He said he wouldn't use those spells again after what happened to the troll. It didn't look like he had much of a choice down here, it was literally life or death. His green eyes widened when he heard the great big snake on the move again, and pointing his wand, he yelled out, "Sectum Sempra." He then gave a great big yelp when the curse rebounded. After hitting the snake, he ducked in time for the spell to zoom harmlessly past. Well, that spell was useless, thought Harry, but at least now he knew what it did. A great big nothing against a basilisk at the very least. He scrambled to his feet awkwardly, since his wand was in his hand, and he didn't want to break the only line of defense he had down here. "Bombarda!" he shouted, aiming at it as he bolted. It was far too close to him for his liking. Just then, it started hissing in agony, its mouth wide open. Harry didn't hesitate this time, as he once again shouted, "Bombarda! Sectum Sempra!" Harry backed away from the writhing basilisk as blood gushed from its mouth, along with other stuff he did not want to identify. Grimacing in distaste, he suddenly remembered the real reason he'd come down here. The Weasley girl, he had to save her and stop Hogwarts from closing since he didn't have enough money to get his own place yet. He certainly didn't want to spend any more time than he had to in Potter Manor. How was he going to do that? Peering around the corner of the tunnel, he saw Weasley and the specter of Tom Riddle, and he was at a loss of what to do. Then he noticed an item, a book, lying next to her. She had nothing else on her, so why would that item be so important? Unless, could it be what he was using? Accio book, chanted Harry, and caught the book out of the air before looking around for anything sharp. Nothing, there was nothing he could use. Then he saw the sharp fangs lying in the dead basilisk's mouth. Groaning, he called, "Accio basilisk fang." Gagging at the squelching sound that was made as the fang tore itself from the thing's jaw, he grasped onto the bloody fang and slammed it into the book as a yell of, "No!" penetrated his mind. He didn't listen to it, but did jump when he was splattered with ink. It worked, thought Harry as the specter screamed in agony before fading away. Not even 5 seconds later, Weasley began to stir. He'd done it, he was safe and Hogwarts would remain open. He didn't go to her immediately, instead removing the diadem from his head and caressing it. It had been thought to be lost since the Founder's time, yet here it was, in the Sorting Hat all this time. He would have loved to keep it, but he knew the temptation to use it would be too great. Taking a deep breath, he reluctantly stalked over to the hat and quickly shoved it in. It wasn't his to keep. "Can you move?" asked Harry, staring at Weasley inquiringly. He had no idea how he was going to get them both back up that tunnel, but he lended her a hand, pulling her up. Just before he could reclaim his hand, Fawkes trilled at them before grasping his shoulder in his small talons, and for the first time, they felt the beauty of being transported by a phoenix. Harry noticed they were in the headmaster's office, since he could see Dumbledore staring at them in surprise. It was the last thing Harry saw before he passed out, having exhausted his magic. When he woke, it was again in the hospital wing, but at least this time, he hadn't been attacked to wind up there. "Ah, Harry, it's good to see you finally awake," beamed Dumbledore, sitting beside Harry's bed. "Yes, sir," said Harry stiffly. "Aren't you curious about why Fawkes answered your call?" asked the headmaster proudly. "Not really," answered Harry. He didn't like Dumbledore. He was finally being noticed, but it was a little too late for that. Only those with utmost faith in me would have been able to call Fawkes to that chamber. "I am proud of you, Harry. You are as much a hero as your brother is. I will be writing home to your parents to let them know how you saved the school. They will be very proud of you, too, I'm sure," smiled Dumbledore kindly. Harry suppressed the urge to laugh by nodding curtly and acting a little weak. He hadn't even been thinking about Dumbledore, no, his only thought had been to keep Hogwarts open so he could continue attending. He wasn't a hero, at least he didn't see himself as such, and he never wanted to be. Dumbledore drew a 6-inch basilisk fang from in his robes and held it out to Harry, informing him, "Before I go, I wanted to give you this. The venom has been removed, so it is just a fang now. There's no danger in letting you keep this as a memento of your victory." The headmaster had given the basilisk to Severus to use in potions, but the potions master had suggested giving the fang to Harry once the venom had been taken out, and it seemed that had been the right way to handle it. "Thanks, sir," the boy agreed, taking the fang with a small grin. "Get some rest, Harry. Tonight is the leaving feast. You have been unconscious for days," revealed Dumbledore, looking concerned for a moment before turning and leaving. For the first time in his living memory, his brother hadn't been able to take credit for his accomplishments. It felt good, he couldn't suppress the smirk any longer, but also felt tired enough to want more rest. At first, he was waylaid from sleep by the Medi-Witch, Madame Pomfrey, bringing him healthy and filling foods to make up for the week he'd been unconscious. Afterwards, he laid back down for a few more hours, until Madame Pomfrey came to check him over and let him go for a bit before the feast. "You can go now if you feel up to it. Any tiredness and you had better come and see me, all right Harry?" said Poppy, concerned. Harry swallowed sharply. He had always wanted his mother to do that. Why did it have to be the school nurse? The boy nodded grimly before leaving. It took him a while to get to Ravenclaw Tower as he was still a little lethargic and tired. He managed in the end, and went straight to his room. Once safely inside, he spelled a hole in the fang, shrunk it down to 1 inch big, and pushed a piece of string through the hole. Finally, he tied it around his neck. Not long after, it was time for the leaving feast, and Dumbledore gave his usual announcements, and one very unexpected one. "I would also like to award Harry Potter 150 house points for defending the school against a basilisk. I am also giving him an award for services to the school," said Dumbledore, his eyes twinkling over at the Ravenclaw table. Harry was stunned and looked it. This was the last thing he had expected. Normally, things he did weren't given credit, so he hadn't expected Dumbledore to tell everyone, but he had at least the fact he'd saved the school. Suddenly, he didn't hate the man so much, and he thought to himself, perhaps my brother isn't so favored after all. Sighing softly, he silently wished his money would build up quicker. The sooner he was away from the Potters, the better a life he would have, and while he had a lot, he knew it wasn't nearly enough yet to go to the Muggle world and live for years before being able to work. "Well done, Harry," said Luna Lovegood, her blue eyes twinkling brightly. She was a year younger than him, had very pale blonde hair trailing down her back, and tended to wear very strange things like bottle-cap necklaces and radish-shaped earrings. There was an air of mystery around her and she didn't care about the students or what they thought of her. Harry secretly admired that about her. He had noticed her by herself, much like he was while going to classes. "Thanks," the boy replied a little timidly. Maybe next year he might get to know her properly. That is, if she wanted to know someone like him. He wasn't Nick Potter, after all. Also announced at the feast was that Lockhart had decided it was too much drama teaching children at Hogwarts, and he insisted on concentrating on his new book. It was good news for him. He wasn't going to have to put up with the fake again next year, and he was ever so glad. The next morning, he was on the train due to go back home. Sighing softly as he sat alone in the compartment once again, he contemplated why he still called that house home. His family hated him, and he hated his family so much, especially his mother and father. Why did they need to favor his brother all the time? What was wrong with showing him a bit of love? They didn't need to all out neglect him or ignore him all the time. And yet, that was what they did. It was no home to him. "How are your potions going?" asked Dumbledore curiously. Since Severus had left, Dumbledore had made sure they met up at least once or twice a month. This time, it was at Hogwarts, in Albus' office. "Good. I think I've perfected the Wolfsbane potion," said Severus, his eyes twinkling. He had changed a lot since he'd left. Sure, he wasn't the handsomest fellow, but he was handsome in his own way, depending on what look a person went for. "Impressive. I suppose you truly were underachieving at the school," said Dumbledore sadly, pride clear in his voice also. Severus would have beamed hearing pride in the headmaster's voice, but he was still a stern man who rarely displayed emotion. The headmaster was like a father to him, had been since he made a foolish mistake at the age of 17. He had gone to the headmaster and begged him to make sure Lily lived, even told him he would go quietly to Azkaban. Since then, he had been spying. At the time, Albus had been vicious with him, saying he was disgusted with Severus for not caring about James Potter's death. The reason was understandable, he had only said to make sure Lily and her children were safe, instead of the Potter family. Thankfully, he had corrected Dumbledore on that point, and despite the horrible start, they did get along well now. About half a year later, Albus had begged him to stop spying, when he had come back beaten and cursed more times than not. Then again, he hadn't been bringing back any really valuable information. "How are the students?" asked the potions master, mostly referring to his Slytherins, of course. He might not be the head of Slytherin anymore, but his Slytherins meant the world to him, and he always asked after them. "Good, good. They are getting used to the new head of house, and the changes that came with it. They still miss you. I think it will take a while for that to truly fade. It was the abruptness of your departure that confused and hurt them the most. They understand why you left, and if the younger ones didn't, the older ones made sure they did," said Dumbledore, smiling brightly. "I have always been curious as to why you did what you did to the Slytherins last year," said Severus tersely. Unbeknown to Albus, it was one of the reasons that had made him leave. He knew it would only continue to get worse each year Nick Potter was at Hogwarts. "What did I do, Severus?" asked Albus with a frown. "You awarded the Gryffindors points, and caused Slytherin to lose the House Cup they had worked so hard for. You hurt them more than you will ever know," said the younger wizard. It would surprise many to know he kept in touch with his students. Marcus Flint had been one of them, a good boy, a bit rough around the edges, but a decent young man. He had been told in great length they missed him and what Dumbledore had done since, including the newest round of points to Harry Potter for saving the school from a basilisk. I didn't realize," said the quiet, shocked headmaster. He had never looked at it that way. "Yes, some of the Slytherins began hating you that night," admitted Severus, "or worse than they already did because of their parents. That caused Albus to look years older than he was. Sometimes, like any normal Gryffindor, he did things without thinking of the consequences. Now, he was just being told the consequences of his actions of trying to favor the boy who lived. However, it's the Potter twins who have me mystified," sighed Dumbledore, changing the subject slightly. "Excuse me?" asked Severus in confusion. "The Potter twins, Nick and Harry," clarified Dumbledore. "It's like Harry should be the boy who lived. He has the power and the thirst for knowledge, and he's smart." "Indeed," smirked Severus. "And Nick, well, he's like Neville, just a usual wizard. I don't know if it's just because he wants to prank and not do work or if he's really just like any other wizard," sighed Albus. "Don't let Lily or James hear you say that," warned the potions master, smirking at the thought of Nick Potter being described as a mediocre student. "Ah, don't worry, I won't. I'm sorry about Lily, Severus," said the old wizard sadly. "Well, nothing was the same after I called her that word. I expected her to despise me. We had been friends since we were 8 years old, Albus. I didn't expect her to forget me completely," admitted Severus sadly. "I am sorry. She doesn't realize just how much you sacrificed for her," said Dumbledore, looking quite angry with Lily. "And she never will," said Severus, narrowing his eyes at Dumbledore as if to say, "and you had better not tell her." Oh, he didn't love her the way James Potter thought he did, as his preferences lay in his own gender, thank you very much. It wasn't something he publicized. Then again, he didn't publicize anything. He wasn't the boy who lived, so nobody wanted to know about him. I've been asking around. It's becoming apparent that Harry is hardly with his family, said the headmaster. You are snooping? Asked the younger wizard wryly. Not snooping, just concerned, mumbled Dumbledore. He's a teenager. Of course he doesn't want to spend time with his mother and father, said Severus. Plus, he's always seemed different from them all. If I didn't know Lily had twins and they were hers, I would say Harry wasn't a Potter. I can see what you mean, admitted Albus. Harry was so different from his parents and brother. What about the last Potter brat? Asked the potions master. Well, Roxy I've never met, replied Dumbledore. I see, shrugged Severus, not caring much about the subject of Potters. Well, school is starting back up soon. The first month is the worst, homesick students, dropouts, getting the tuition money out of the parents. I wish it was someone else's job to do that, sighed the headmaster. Everything was left to him, unfortunately. Severus smirked. Well, just arrange another day and I'll be available. Until then, headmaster, good day to you and thanks again for the basilisk. It was the nicest gift he had ever been given. He had so many experimental potions going he didn't know what to do with them all. Had he taken a few moments to think through it, he may have realized that Albus had been evasive during their conversation. Goodbye Severus, and good luck, smiled Dumbledore. He watched as Severus flowed out, going home to his mother's ancestral home, Prince Manor. His mother didn't live there, unfortunately. The young potions master had wanted her to, but she had seen enough of it to last her a lifetime. Instead, the younger wizard had given her some of the prince money to buy herself a flat. He also knew she had opened a shop of some sort, but he hadn't seen it yet. He preferred to talk to his mother up in her flat, away from customers. He had heard all about his mother's little summer helper, Harry, too. He had asked her the other day for his last name, and her answer stunned him. She didn't even know his last name, of all the foolish things. Still, he was good for her, so Severus wasn't going to complain too much. The summer was much the same as usual for Harry, delivering papers and listening to his parents bragging about his brother. He wondered how it never got old for them really, honestly. How could they still praise a boy who's been praised about everything humanly possible? Harry had, of course, been completely ignored, not that he had expected anything less. They had sent him right up to his room, but they didn't care enough to check on him, so he flew out every morning and was back every night. Come on, then, let's see the results, said James apprehensively as the yearly grade scores arrived. After last year, no one could really blame him, since even he had gotten better results when he mostly just spent his time pranking people. Nowhere near as good as Harry, but still better than Nick, not that he was thinking anything like that, as he didn't think about his other son unless he had to. Lily took a breath before she opened the letter, and her eyes trailed down the page looking for her son. It's better than last year, sighed Lily, disappointment in her green eyes. Then why? Frowned James, taking the letter. First, Draco Malfoy, set up. Second, Hermione Granger, bloody ridiculous. Third, Harry Potter, and so it continued until he got to his son's score. 53rd in your year. I was scared. I thought he was the heir of Slytherin. Gasped Nick, wide-eyed. Not good enough. I'll get the list from Albus that you need for this year. The entire summer, you will learn everything from the books. If you refuse, no Quidditch and no outings for you, replied James adamantly. Nick was the boy who lived, he had to set an example, and he knew his son was better than this. He just didn't understand what was causing this lack of concentration in school. Fine, groaned Nick. I can't wait to go to Hogwarts, Mummy. Grinned Roxy. Your time is coming fast, sweetie, answered Lily, keying the top of her daughter's head. 2 more years and her daughter would be joining her brothers at school. When Nick was going into 5th year, she would be going into her 1st year. Lily wasn't sure what she was going to do when her son and daughter were both at school, but she was actually considering taking up a job at Hogwarts so she could be closer to them both. Yup, 2 years, beamed Roxy. You will be brilliant, just like your mum, said James softly. Dad, can I at least ask Ron over for the summer? Let him train with me, asked Nick, pouting childishly. No, said James adamantly. It was Ron's fault Nick was doing so poorly, of that he was sure. Fine, pouted Nick, leaving the room. Hi Eileen, do you need some help? Asked Harry shyly as he came in. I sure do, son. By the way, you never did tell me your last name, what is it? Asked Eileen eyeing Harry speculatively. Harry sighed before telling her, Harry James. He suddenly found he couldn't get the Potter part past his lips. That's a nice name. It suits you, said Eileen kindly, not realizing Harry's struggle to get the last part of his name out. She just took it for granted that was his name, Harry James. With a sigh, Harry realized it was probably for the best that she didn't know, anyway. They started stocking the shelves as he thought about his situation. I'm going to put my feet up for a while, laddie, alright? Asked Eileen as she set aside the last of the boxes of things for the upper shelves. Sure, no problem, agreed Harry, continuing to work. Anything to stay away from that blasted manor. That was how Harry spent his summer days, stocking shelves and delivering newspapers. He enjoyed it, he liked Eileen a great deal, and she was kind to him when no one else was. The boy heard Eileen's kettle whistling as he put the chocolate frogs into their correct space, making him smile as he thought about how the shop felt more like home than Potter Manor did. "Mummy, Froggy please," whined a spoiled 2-year-old as Harry finished up. "Fine, just one," said the witch sternly, seeing her sticky-fingered little girl trying to pick up more than one chocolate frog. She pouted, but her mother didn't cave. The woman placed the items she wanted, a few papers and a loaf of bread, on the counter, then her daughter put her chocolate frog up on it with the other items, and Harry added the total, gave her the appropriate change, and put the items in a bag. No one ever wondered if Harry was even old enough to be working in a shop. It was a testament to just how mature Harry must have looked compared to his twin. "Where have you been?" asked James as soon as Harry came through the flow late one evening. "Hogsmeade," said Harry honestly. "You are supposed to stay in your room," stated James curtly. "Sorry," answered Harry, bowing his head, not wanting to look at James anymore. "Go upstairs," said James, shaking his head in disgust. His son couldn't even follow a simple rule, yet he was expected to believe he had saved the school. No, Dumbledore must have been mistaken, his son was nothing special. He didn't have the magic to kill a basilisk. "Yes, sir," said Harry. James continued on, never even realizing his own flesh and blood had just called him, sir. Regardless of the rule, and having been caught out on one night, the boy continued to go to Eileen's shop, knowing no one would pay enough attention to him to realize he still wasn't in his room. It was testament to the fact that he would have starved to death if he had done what he'd been told. Harry grew to trust Eileen, she truly was a nice old lady. Meanwhile, Eileen had grown more and more curious and concerned about the mysterious boy who was working for her. She saw more of him than his own parents did, and it was very concerning. She'd never seen his so-called parents either, and that was perhaps the most concerning thing of all. "What are you doing when you go home, Harry?" asked Eileen softly one day. She had a cup of coffee in her hand while she sat behind the counter. She may have looked as though she wasn't watching him intently, but she wanted to know more about him. "Me. Going to bed, I guess," answered the boy, shrugging his shoulders. "Don't you spend time with your family?" she asked cautiously. "No. They don't care about me, only my brother," said Harry truthfully. "That's a horrible thing to say. I'm sure it just feels like that. Is he older than you?" "I'm guessing he learned to do everything first," asked the woman softly. She had only one child, and she loved him more than life itself. "No, same age," murmured Harry. "I only had one child, but I couldn't imagine treating them different," said Eileen, taken aback. "Well, I wish you were my mother," said the boy honestly. "Are you trying to get enough money to leave?" asked Eileen, her eyes narrowing as she came to the conclusion. So that was why the boy had been working so hard. She should have guessed a long time ago. "Yes," sighed Harry truthfully. There was no point in lying. Either she would keep him on or not. "I see. Well, if you don't want to go home, there's a room in my flat upstairs that no one's using, and it has a bed if you would like to stay," offered Eileen. Was Harry abused, hurt, neglected? She couldn't in good conscience let him go back, not with the knowledge she had. She had seen firsthand what abuse did to people. Her own son had been abused by his father, before she had gotten up the courage to leave the bastard. Of course by then it was already too late, the damage had been done. No, she refused to let a child be harmed by anyone ever again. It was one of her biggest regrets letting Tobias hurt their son. "You would let me stay?" asked Harry in surprise as a painful degree of hope shone in his eyes. "Of course," said the woman, not letting show the sorrow she felt when Harry agreed so readily. It must be extremely bad if he was willing to leave. Didn't he have anyone he could go to? Was she really his only hope? "Great. How long?" asked Harry curiously and immediately. "As long as you need a room," replied Eileen. She would repay him properly for all the help he had given her, and while she really shouldn't do it, Harry deserved better. He was the sweetest boy she had ever met, so hardworking and loyal, and she wanted what was best for him. Eileen didn't want to see Harry withdrawing into himself and eventually becoming closed off like her son had. Unfortunately, if his parents came, she didn't have a leg to stand on legally, but she didn't care. Considering she hadn't seen them, perhaps they didn't even care. Brilliant, agreed the boy, unable to believe his luck. Very well, dear. Why don't you get your things together and we can close early to get you settled in? Asked Eileen. Sure, said Harry, smiling happily still, and feeling like nothing could burst his bubble. Harry did indeed go right home to get his things together. His room was empty within a couple of minutes. All he really cherished was his books and a few other items that he quickly put into his trunk. Going down the stairs, he waited until his parents actually noticed him by him stepping in front of them while they worked with Nick on the things in the school books, then started speaking. I'm going to stay at a friend's for the rest of the summer, explained Harry. You don't have any friends, sneered Nick. He was a loner in Ravenclaw. Everyone knew how useless his brother actually was. Yes I do, snapped Harry, but he flushed red when he realized it was actually true, but he didn't care, really. They were all just immature children. He didn't want to become immature by hanging around with the likes of them. Maybe Luna would be his friend this year, since she seemed alright to him. Go on, then. I'm sure you will be back in a few days, said James smoothly. Nobody in their right mind would want to keep a Parselmouth under their roof willingly, as it would remind them of the Dark Lord Voldemort. James was sure Harry would come home in the middle of the night on the first night at the earliest. Bye, then, said Harry happily, scampering back to the fireplace. Bye, answered Lily distractedly. They had begun going over the work Nick had done, so she was too busy with making corrections to pay much attention. Harry sighed sadly at her lack of attention. As he used the flow, he heard Nick whining once more and suddenly grinned widely. He wouldn't have to put up with that for the rest of the summer holidays. Why can't I stay over at my friends' places? Whined Nick, already forgetting about Harry. Because you have caused enough trouble this year, said James sternly. Fine, pouted Nick. He can come over here. Harry's away, so Ron can use his room, said Lily kindly, not able to deny her son anything even while angry at him. Can he? Mum, Dad, please, asked Nick excitedly. All right, agreed James, smiling at his son. Nick reminded him of himself when he was just a child, always wanting to play with his friends and prank everyone. How could he ever say no to his son? He would never be able to. His resolve was gone and he had only gotten Nick to perform around 10 spells before he had given in. Great, I'll flow him now, said Nick as he ran over to the fireplace. The burrow, shouted Nick once he'd thrown the flow powder into the fire. Can I help you, dear? Asked Molly kindly. Can I speak to Ron? Asked Nick. Of course, hold on. Ronald, shouted Molly. What is it? Asked Ron from somewhere outside the room with the flow connection. Nick's in the fire, she called. Soon after, Ron ran into the room and knelt in front of the hearth. Hey mate, said Ron, looking pleased that Nick had flow called him. It meant he wasn't going to have to clean his room before bed, something hopefully his mum would forget. Hey, you wanna sleep over for the rest of the summer? My mum and dad have already said yes, said Nick eagerly. Mum, can I sleep over at Potter Manor? Asked Ron. I don't know, said Molly thoughtfully, he still had his chores to do. Come on, Mum, please, said Ron whining, knowing that always worked. Oh, all right, agreed Molly. It was one less pouting child in the house. Ginny was doing her head in at the moment. Ron was packed and fluing out within 5 minutes. Right, did you get everything from home, dear? Would you like some pumpkin juice? Eileen asked as Harry came back from Potter Manor, not that she knew he had come from there. Yes, ma'am, I got everything, and no, ma'am, no juice, said Harry, smiling happily. He was just extremely pleased he wouldn't have to stay at Potter Manor or listen to his brother or parents anymore. If you're staying, call me Eileen, Harry, said Eileen softly. She should get her son to do some investigating into Harry James's parents, but she worried that it would stir things up. Her son hated abuse in any form, especially against children, so perhaps it was best to leave off until she was sure she wouldn't get more information from Harry. Of course, Eileen, agreed Harry slowly, testing the name out on his tongue. Good. Now, why don't you go get settled in? Smiled Eileen as she pointed him at the guest room. It hadn't even been used since her son didn't stay over. She had to admit it would be nice having company, even if it was only a child. Harry was happier than he had ever been. He had an early escape from the Potters. Going to the room she'd indicated, he saw it had more than just a bed. In fact, it had a gorgeous pair of bookshelves, and a matching wardrobe and chest of drawers, with a mild color scheme in cream. He would have to make sure he didn't tread dirt in, since the carpet was really light. He put away his clothes in the wardrobe and his socks and boxers in the chest of drawers, with some other private things. All the books he had went onto the shelves. He was very proud of his books and would hate if anything happened to them. Once that was done, he sighed in satisfaction. Just then, a knock sounded the door. "Come in," called Harry softly, knowing it was just Eileen. He wasn't used to that. The Potters usually just yelled for him or forgot about him completely. "Very nice, dear. I didn't know you liked books so much," she said, stepping into the room. She was startled by the amount of books the child had. Then again, she was talking about a Ravenclaw, so she shouldn't be surprised. "Thank you," smiled the boy softly. "Now, let's go get some supper," said the woman, not taking no for an answer. Harry was a tad on the thin side. "Yes, please," agreed Harry, smiling as they went into the kitchen sitting room. He had a plate of cheesy toast in front of him before he knew it, along with some pumpkin juice. "How much will I pay you for rent?" asked Harry. "Nothing, dear," answered Eileen. Her eyes were sad as she thought of such a young boy thinking he had to pay for somewhere to stay. The place was bought and paid for. She wouldn't have to pay taxes for a lodger. He would only be there for the summers, and the rest of the time, he would be at Hogwarts, so she wouldn't need to feed him all year. No, she wouldn't accept rent. "But," protested Harry. "I have spoken," said Eileen, her tone brooking no arguments. "Okay," said Harry slowly, smiling shyly. The tone she used was somewhat familiar, but Harry couldn't put a finger on what it was. The rest of the meal was spent in comfortable silence, other than the chewing of food and cutlery clattering. "Why don't you go to bed, Harry? You look exhausted," said the woman kindly. She could see he was almost swaying on the spot. She hadn't got to ask any questions, but she knew asking them right away would cause him to clam up. No, she would need to be subtle about it. "Okay," agreed the boy, feeling kind of warmed. No one had ever told him when to go to bed, since his parents had never bothered to. This was the first time in his living memory, and it meant a lot to him because she cared and wasn't just saying it. "Good night, dear," said Eileen, smiling softly at him before she went to her own bed. "Night," mumbled Harry as he went to his new bed, closing the door behind him. Moments later, he was out like a light. Nick and Ron tore out of the living room and right out onto the Quidditch field. "Should we let him? It's awfully dangerous playing Quidditch in this weather," murmured Lily in concern. "There's nothing to worry about, Lily," said James, smiling charmingly. He'd played Quidditch in worse weather than this and came out unscathed. Or so they thought. Outside, it had started to get really windy, but the boys didn't care. They both loved Quidditch and Nick was finally getting better. They were far up in the air when it finally began raining. It was like the heavens had opened up and let it pour out. "I think we should go back," shouted Ron over the wind and rain. "What, because it's windy?" shouted Nick back, looking scandalized. "It's pouring down," snapped Ron. "Fine, but once we've caught the snitch," answered Nick, swooping after the named object. That would be their undoing. The snitch flew higher, and they flew higher to chase it. The next thing they knew, the entire sky lit up with lightning. They realized too late that it was actually fierce storm winds howling under the thunder and lightning, and when they tried diving back down to the ground, they didn't get far. The fierce, cyclone winds forced them back up into the sky. They saw people below yelling for them, but they were wasting their breath. Nick and Ron couldn't hear anything apart from the wind rushing in their ears. Their hearts were pumping, they were so scared, more scared than they had ever been in their lives. "James, it's raining and the wind's picking up. We must call them in," said Lily, looking concerned, as she wiped her hands on the towel. She'd just finished dinner and was gazing out at the manor grounds. "They'll be in themselves in a minute," shrugged James, giving them way too much credit. James and Lily relaxed into the sofa, expecting their son and his friend to come in soon. However, many minutes passed. They didn't see the lightning light up the sky, but they jumped themselves when they heard the loudest bang and rolling of thunder they'd ever heard in their lives. "Nick!" shouted Lily, scared as she ran out of the house. They couldn't apparate, because they'd put anti-apparition spells up, not to mention, it would be foolish to apparate out into a storm so fierce. James quickly followed her. Both of them ran faster than they could remember running, skidding to a halt outside, where they saw their son and his friend trapped in a whirlwind. Wide-eyed, Lily tried every spell she could think of to stop the wind, but nothing worked. Not only that, but the lightning was flashing wildly across the sky, almost hitting the children. "James!" shrieked Lily, looking at her husband, hoping he had something in mind. He should have had an idea. He was, after all, an Auror at the end of the day. "I don't know what to do, Lily," cried James, looking at his son fearfully. He wasn't trained against this sort of thing. It was the weather, and not even magic could change bad weather like this. "Dumbledore!" shouted Lily suddenly. "I'll go get him. You stay here," answered James, running inside his home and to the fire. Throwing in a handful of flow powder, he stuck his head in the green flames. "Hogwarts, Headmaster's office. Albus Nick's stuck. We need your help," yelled James. "What is it?" asked Dumbledore as he knelt in front of his office hearth. "There's a storm in Godric's Hollow. We need help. Nick's stuck in a whirlwind," replied James. "Oh dear," said Dumbledore, nodding. He would call some other teachers and they would help all they could. There wasn't a storm in Scotland, so they hadn't realized there was a storm. After all, James and Lily lived in England. "I'll call a few other professors and we'll come through the flow momentarily." James nodded and withdrew from the fire, and only a minute later, Flitwick, McGonagall, and Dumbledore came through. "Albus, what are we going to do?" asked McGonagall, seeing the hopelessness of the situation. Their magic was completely useless in this kind of situation. It was little wonder James had flew over in a panic. "I don't know," said Dumbledore. He'd had no idea it was so bad. "Help my baby!" shrieked Lily once she had reached them. "Give me a minute to think," answered Dumbledore. "What?" asked Lily, looking shocked. Albus Dumbledore didn't know what to do. Was her perfect world coming to an end? "There has to be something. Please hurry," said James, looking scared. His son's cloak had ripped off him and he was now in just his t-shirt and trousers. Ron was in the same state, so they were bound to be freezing cold, and could they even breathe up there in that whirlwind? "I'm sorry, I can only assess things so quickly, also for damage to the boys," said Dumbledore regretfully, watching the pair with bated breath. The wind got fiercer, blowing the teachers off their feet, and poor Flitwick would have blown away if Dumbledore hadn't managed to grab hold of him. "Hold me down for a moment," stated Flitwick, drawing his wand. As the headmaster held him down, he cast sticking charms on his feet, to stick them to his shoes, then used another set of sticking charms to stick the soles of his shoes to the ground. It wasn't hard to balance himself or keep himself upright once he'd done that. "Done?" the taller wizard asked. "Yes," Flitwick agreed, so Albus let him go and he was able to keep himself up. Meanwhile, it had gotten so bad that the wind was shoving Nick and Ron like rag dolls, their brooms hitting them everywhere as they tried to keep their grips on them. It was the broom alone that was stopping them from being thrown off their brooms in such a violent manner that it broke every bone in their bodies. It was a testament to their strength and resilience that Ron and Nick had managed to stay on their brooms despite the severe winds trying to unseat them. Their fingers were white because their grips on their brooms were so fierce. "On three, all of us summon Nick," said Dumbledore finally, getting desperate. It was dangerous either way, but this way at least it was slightly more controlled than what would happen once their grip came loose. "1, began Albus. 2, continued Flitwick. 3, cried Lily. "Accio Nick Potter." They yelled together, and it worked. Nick came zooming to them, but they had put so much power into it that he slammed into the ground with a sickening thud. "Mr. Weasley next?" asked McGonagall. Unlike Albus, she didn't call her students by their given names. Then again, everyone knew Nick was a special case when it came to Albus. "Let's get Nick seen to first," answered Dumbledore, casting a diagnosis spell on the boy. "A few broken bones and a mild concussion. Take him in and get Poppy through the flow." "The magically weakest of us should take Nick," suggested Minerva. "I'll take him," said Lily adamantly. "Very well," answered Dumbledore, nodding in agreement. "Come on, Nick, hold on for Mum," said Lily, sobbing as she held onto her son and ran towards the house. Once she had taken Nick, the others turned back to Ron. "On one," said Dumbledore. "One," snapped James, wanting to get inside to be with his son. Accio Ronald Weasley called all four of them, putting all their power into the spell. Ron was ripped out of the storm, and fell with the same sickening thud as Nick had. Ron felt himself coming around, groaning in pain. He couldn't remember anything. Blinking his eyes open, he looked around, and the memories came to him in slow motion. Tears entered his eyes before he could stop them. He had seen them summon Nick, it had made him feel horrible, and it had hurt. He'd known he was second best, but for them to rescue Nick first, then see if he was alright before even getting him down had hurt more than he thought it would. He now no longer wanted to be best friends with Nick, he didn't want to be second fiddle to anyone. He could remember screaming until he couldn't anymore, then falling to the ground with a thud. It was the last thing he remembered as blackness took over. Ron couldn't stop the tears, no matter how embarrassing it was to cry, he wasn't a baby. "Ron, you're awake. How are you, dear?" asked Molly in concern. He had been unconscious for almost 2 full days, after all. Ron just continued to cry. "Ron, are you in pain?" asked Molly, getting worried about her youngest son. "No," croaked Ron. His mother sat beside him and brought him into a hug, and he leaned into it for the first time since he was 4 or 5 years old, when he'd started saying, "Yuck," to her hugs. He wasn't second best here. If his mum had been there, he knew he would have been summoned straight away. Molly realized her son must be very upset if he was actually letting her hug him. Not that she minded, she was actually quite happy to let him remain in her arms, since she loved her son. They remained that way for a long time before Ron stopped crying and Molly remembered something. "I must go and tell Albus," said Molly, rising and running from the room. Ron glared at his mother. Luckily she didn't see it or she would have thought there was something seriously wrong. "I'm really hungry, Mum. Starving," shouted Ron after her. "Well, I'll bring something right up, Ron, dear," called Molly, going down the stairs to start making her son something to eat. Ron smiled. He really did come first. He still came first here in the burrow, where his family lived. He may share his mother with his sisters and brothers, but right now, he came first. And for the first time in his life he really appreciated his mother. Smiling softly, he let his mum cook his food and baby him, and dug into the food happily. "Do you need anything else?" asked Molly, looking worriedly at her son. "No, Mum, I'm just really tired now," yawned Ron, feeling sleepy. "You sleep, then. When you wake up, you'll need another potion for the pain, but apart from that, you're fine. Your broken bones have been mended," said Molly soothingly. "Thanks, Mum. I love you," murmured Ron. Molly practically beamed, and Ron felt terrible that he hardly said it to his mum at all. He swore from then on he would appreciate his mum more and tell her how much he loved her. "Very well, dear, you get some sleep," said Molly, tucking her son in and plumping up the pillows. Ron lay down and was snoring before he knew it. Molly smiled softly before leaving the room, the used dishes and silverware trailing behind her magically. Once she had cleaned everything up, she grabbed some flow powder and quickly shouted for the headmaster's office. "Ah, Molly, is everything all right?" asked Albus, fearing Ron's condition had worsened. "Ron's awake," said Molly, looking relieved and proud. "He is," blinked a shocked and surprised Dumbledore. "Yes. And he's recovering quite nicely," added Molly softly. "Good, good. I'm very pleased you told me, Molly. Let me know if his condition changes," said the headmaster. He wondered how Lily and James would react to the fact that Ronald Weasley was more powerful than Nick. His suspicions about Harry and how powerful he was kept coming back to him, as well. "Oh, of course," agreed Molly, withdrawing from the fire and continuing to clean her home. Dumbledore finished with the few papers he had to sign, then went to the fireplace and threw some flow powder in. "Potter Manor," he called, and when their living room appeared, he shouted, "Lily, James." It didn't take long for Lily and James to appear in the room. "What is it, Albus?" asked a concerned Lily. "Young Mr. Weasley is awake and recovering," said Dumbledore. "That's good to hear, I'm glad he's all right. Molly and Arthur must be relieved," said James. Inwardly, though, he was having different thoughts. How was that possible? That would mean Ron is more powerful than his son. Indeed, how is Nick recovering? Said Dumbledore softly. He's fine, said Lily immediately. Good, good, let me know when his condition changes, said Albus before he ended the flow call. What are we going to do? Asked a worried Lily, staring into the empty fireplace. There had to be something wrong. Ron wasn't more powerful than her son was equal in magic to Voldemort and would one day destroy him. She couldn't let anyone doubt that. Nick was important to the magical world, and they had to believe in him so they could support him when the time came. We could use Polyjuice Potion, suggested James, understanding her concern and feeling it himself. The press couldn't catch wind of this, it would destroy his son's reputation and destroy his belief in his own magic. We cannot let the world know our son isn't powerful, he must have been using magic to save himself and Ron in the storm which caused him to be drained. Of course, I didn't even think of that, cried Lily, feeling as though she'd betrayed her son by thinking he was magically less powerful than Ron. I'll get a lock of Nick's hair, you go get the potion. James had it for undercover operations, and was legally allowed to have it due to his status as an Auror. All right, agreed James, moving off towards the cupboard in the kitchen where they stored all the potions. There was a ward at the back, preventing anyone other than him or Lily from accessing the Polyjuice Potion. Plucking it from the shelf, he closed the door and entered the living room again, waiting patiently for Lily to appear, while ignoring his own thoughts about illegally using the potion to make his son seem better. It was wrong on so many levels, but he couldn't let the press eat him alive. He had to protect his son at all costs. When Lily came back, she held up a hair to show her husband. Uncapping the potion, he handed it over, allowing Lily to drop the hair into the green sludge. He had long ago stopped grimacing at the taste and look of the potion, although he didn't use it all that often if he was honest. The hair being added made it turn a murky green-brown. James held his nose and drank the potion down, causing his body to begin changing, painfully. When the changes stopped, he looked just like his son, including height and age, so had to stand there, blinking, for a few minutes as he adapted to being small again. Let's go, said Lily as she headed for the door, then paused when she saw he wasn't following her. Coming? Asked Lily, looking back at him. Yes, Lily, said James, rolling his eyes. Why was he doing this again? If they got caught, it would make this situation 10 times worse. It's, Mum, remember, Nick Sirius Potter. Snapped Lily. Fine, Mum, said James, testing it out and grimacing. Let's get this over with. The things you did for your children, he thought in distaste. Don't mess up, cautioned Lily. James just rolled his eyes again, it couldn't be that hard to pretend to be Nick. His son was just like him, after all. Sighing inwardly, he quickly caught up with Lily. Once they stepped past the boundary of Potter Manor, reporters were surrounding them, their cameras flashing as they took pictures. This was why he was doing it, to save his son from the press. The stories they'd publish if they knew caused him to shudder. Are you all right? Asked one reporter. What happened? Asked another. How do you feel? Who saved you? The questions continued and James couldn't make sense of them all being yelled out that way. I'm fine now, thank you, said James as Nick, giving a smile. When did you wake up? Asked the next reporter. I woke up during the night, the same night it happened. Mum kept me on bed rest, but there was no need for it. I was fine. I'm going to see my best friend, who's just woken up today, smiled James as Nick. He felt like a total fraud, but there was nothing to be done about it. Lily, where's James? Asked a more nosy reporter. James is still home having a rest. He was up all night watching his son, even though he woke up, said Lily smoothly. He's been a rock for Nick, so I made sure he got some rest. Nick, how do you feel now? Asked another reporter. I'm much better than I was when it happened, smiled James. Nick. He had frozen when his name was mentioned, thankfully the attention hadn't been on him. Who pulled you down? Was asked from someone at the back again. I don't know, I was trapped in a whirlwind. Protested James, getting annoyed with the stupid questions. It was thanks to me, James, Albus, Phileas, and Minerva that the 2 boys were brought down safely, smiled Lily. After many, many more questions, James raised an eyebrow at Lily to indicate the time, and Lily understood they didn't have much time left before he started transforming back. We have to go, we are off to see Ron Weasley, said Lily, then grabbed her son and apparated before they could ask any more questions. "Here, drink more, hurry," said Lily as soon as they landed at the burrow, the wards having accepted them in. "It's wearing off." James drank more from the potion vial. He had just transformed back into his son when the door of the burrow opened, showing Molly Weasley beaming at them. "Lily. Nick. How are you? Come in," said Molly, smiling at them. "Molly, nice to see you. I just brought Nick to see Ron when Dumbledore told us he was finally awake," smiled Lily. "When did Nick wake up?" asked Molly, concerned as she looked the boy over. He looked a bit peaky, so she hoped Lily and James were feeding him up. He was a growing boy after all. "Oh, the same night it happened," answered Lily, flippantly, as if disinterested in the conversation. "Oh, good, smiled Molly. She wasn't ashamed of her son, any of them, and it deflated Lily's pride a lot. "Ron is in his room, Nick. Why don't you go up and surprise him?" suggested Molly, shooing him along like she did with children, unaware that it was in fact James Potter. Upon hearing his mother's shouts, Ron looked out the window and saw his mother talking to Lily Potter and her son. Groaning, Ron quickly dived into his bed and pretended to sleep, as he didn't want to speak to any of the Potters right then. "Ron!" shouted James, banging on the door. "It's Nick." Opening the door, he saw his son's friend was still asleep, and he didn't want to wake him up. This charade aside, he was a father first, and the boy obviously needed rest. "He's asleep," complained James when he returned to the kitchen, surprised by how genuinely he sounded like Nick when he whined. "Ah, he must have been tired, poor thing," said Molly. "I'm just glad he's on the mend." "You must be," smiled Lily. "I'm just glad I didn't have to wait for long." "That's a relief," agreed Molly, still smiling. She really didn't care. Lily was awed by how much she loved her children even if someone was making digs at them. "Right, well, we're going to get going, since Ron obviously needs his rest," said Lily. She wanted to get back to her actual son now that she had done her part. She just hoped he woke up soon. "Of course," mumbled Molly, nodding. Soon after, the burrow was once again its usual self, or would be in a few hours when Ginny returned, as well as the twins, who were at Jordan's for the day. Percy had always been the most quiet of all her children, always up in his room studying. "How is everything?" asked Dumbledore curiously, early the next day. Everyone knew Nick had woken up, curious indeed how they had said he woke up immediately, yet hadn't informed him of the fact. He knew it was a lie, and he wondered why they were lying. They had been in the paper for goodness sake, so it was hard to miss. It was a little white lie, so he didn't think on it too much. He understood the immense strain the Potters were under, as he too had been under such pressure with Grindelwald back in the day. "Nick is fine, Headmaster," said Lily quietly. "And how is young Mr. Weasley?" asked Dumbledore. "He didn't get the chance to talk to him. He's still sleeping constantly. I think it was lucky woke up when he did," said Lily adamantly. "Well, I am glad everything is resolved," said Dumbledore, watching them curiously. "Yes, me too," agreed Lily, looking extremely relieved. "Take care," said Dumbledore. Obviously Nick was awake somehow, and he wondered silently why they hadn't told him. He knew the child had to have just woken up. He had been over there a few times to make sure the boy was fine. It had been the same response those other times. He was still asleep. They hadn't displayed any awkwardness or guilt, so they hadn't done anything they shouldn't. At least, he didn't think they had, and didn't want to, otherwise, the implications would be terrible. James looked at his wife in awe. Her acting was impressive, he hadn't seen anything like it before. "Nick!" shrieked his mother when she noticed her son awake the next morning. Relief flowed through Lily as she thought, "Oh, thank Merlin, my son is fine." "Mum," groaned Nick, he hurt everywhere. "Here, take this," said James as he joined them, putting a potion vial to Nick's lips, which the boy drank, unable to stand the pain. "How are you feeling, son?" asked Lily. "I'm fine, Mum, honest," mumbled Nick, still hurting but feeling much better with the potion in him. "Oh, son, we've been so worried," sobbed Lily. James hugged her and nodded his head. "Where's Ron?" "Nothing happened to him, did it?" asked Nick. He wasn't worried, just curious. "No, he's fine, but we have to talk to you, Nick," said Lily. She wasn't sure whether to tell him or not. "What's wrong? I haven't lost my magic, have I?" asked Nick, wide-eyed with fear. No, but we told everyone you woke up the night it happened, answered Lily. Why? Asked Nick, puzzled. Because you did and then fell back asleep. We thought we would remind you just in case you didn't remember. We don't want the press calling us liars, son, that's all, said Lily immediately. It was best if he didn't know, since they'd done this to protect him, after all. That's right, said James, nodding his agreement. Oh, well that's okay, Mum, agreed Nick. Yes, it's okay now, smiled Lily, ruffling Nick's hair, relieved beyond belief. Nick Potter's had an accident, commented Harry, a grimace on his face behind the paper. Has he indeed? Well, is there nothing more exciting than that? Asked Eileen, shaking her head. Her son had spoken about Nick Potter. He wasn't a very good student, very mediocre, or so he said. She had no reason to distrust her son, so she took it as truth. I guess I better get those papers delivered, said Harry. I shall see you in an hour, Harry, smiled Eileen kindly, knowing just how long Harry would be gone for. He had been doing it for 2 summers now. He was due to go back to Hogwarts soon, and she hated to admit it, but she was going to miss him, his quiet company, his shy smile, his helpful ways, and everything about him. She more than ever couldn't understand why his family was being so harsh with him. She honestly didn't know what else to call it, really. Bye, answered Harry. He already had his Hogwarts things ready to go, and he had managed to get the letter before she saw his full name. After he got all his school things, he binned the letter in Diagon Alley while he was there. Coming, yelled James when he heard a knock on the front door of their manor. He went to open the door, only for it to be shoved open from the outside once he had it about an inch open. Surprise, yelled Sirius, barreling in and hugging his best friend. Is Nick all right? Asked Remus from behind Sirius, his amber eyes alight with fear. Oh, he's fine. Honestly, you know the papers, said James, brushing it off as nothing. Uncle Remy, Uncle Siri, shrieked Roxy happily. She hadn't seen them in years. Roxy, beamed Remus, hugging her and asking her all about her day as Sirius turned back to James. Pettigrew's signature has been found here. We've been following it for years, and this is the warmest it's ever been, said Sirius quietly. James's eyes narrowed in disbelief that Pettigrew had the nerve to show up here again, of all places. Where was it specifically? Asked James worriedly. Scotland, said Sirius. I'm guessing you're both going to stay here while you look? Asked James, looking hopeful. Sirius was the Auror getting paid to track down the wanted wizard Pettigrew, with help from Remus, whose sense of smell helped a great deal. It was how they had managed to get near Pettigrew. We hope so, agreed Sirius, grinning and nudging his best friend. He had been missing this for years. No problem. Pick a free room, laughed James. Where's Nick? Asked Sirius. Where's Harry? Asked Remus curiously. Nick is having a shower. Harry is staying with a friend, answered James, grinning widely. Can you read me a book, Uncle Remy? Asked Roxy, her eyes wide and hopeful. Of course. Just let me get settled in and I'll read you a whole one, said Remus, wanting to make up for lost time. Yay, whooped Roxy. James just smiled at her. He loved his family, unsurprisingly, that didn't include Harry. Bye, Eileen. I'm going to miss you, sighed Harry, hugging her gently. I shall miss you, too. I have a gift for you, she said, then gave a sharp whistle. From the shelves at the side of the room, a black owl glided over to settle on her shoulder. Harry's eyes widened and tears he couldn't stop flooded his cheeks. His own parents had refused to get him a familiar, yet Eileen had gotten him one. He wished more than ever that Eileen had been his mother, as she was so great and he loved her. He loved her more than anyone, Lily, James, Nick, Roxy, or even himself, and Eileen could see that. Harry obviously got all the physical essentials, but lacked everything else. A person could have all the money in the world, but it wouldn't matter if they weren't loved properly. She wiped his tears away and nudged the owl onto his shoulder, smiling sweetly at him. There, now you can keep in touch with me, said Eileen. It was the galleons she would never regret spending to see the look of joy, gratitude, and love on Harry's face. Thank you, said Harry softly, reaching up to stroke the noble, black bird preening on his shoulder contentedly. What do you want to name him? Asked Eileen, waiting on the portkey, which would activate in 20 seconds. Hermes, grinned Harry happily. Lovely name. I shall see you next summer, Harry. Take care of yourself and write," said Eileen. She saw Harry nod once before he was gone. Harry had the train compartment to himself this year, but he also didn't have the signed permission to go to Hogsmeade. He was probably going to be the only child not going, so it was a good thing he had spent his summer there, but just the same, he would have liked to go and spend the day with Eileen, but some things weren't meant to be. Perhaps he should write to James, see if he would agree, but he knew the answer. He didn't need to send the owl, since it would be a wasted journey. James would say no just because he could. Before long, the carriages were arriving at Hogwarts steps, and they were in and sitting down before the first years, who took the boat over. Again, it took a long time for everyone to be sorted. Dumbledore gave his usual speech, but he added something else and it caught Harry's attention. There is a known criminal who has been sighted not far from here, known as Peter Pettigrew. He is a rat animagus who resembles a common brown rat with a missing toe on one of its front feet. If you have any information, or see anything suspicious, please come forward immediately. If it becomes dangerous, Dementors will be dispatched to the school. They are foul creatures, so please be careful, alert, and watchful. Now, let the feast begin. "Hi, Luna," said Harry softly as she shuffled over to sit beside him. "Hi, Harry," smiled Luna, her usual dreamy smile not present. "How are you? Did you enjoy your summer?" asked Harry curiously. "Oh, yes. Daddy and I went to see the crumple-horned Snurkax," said Luna kindly. "Did you? What did they look like?" asked Harry. He, unlike the others, didn't laugh at her. "They're similar to Thestrals, I'd imagine. We never did get to see them," sighed Luna sadly. "I'm guessing it's a less-known magical animal," guessed Harry. He was indulging her now, but it didn't mean he disbelieved her. There were probably a lot of animals out there which weren't well known, especially magical ones. "Yes, Daddy and I hope to see one to prove it to everyone," said Luna, her dreamy expression visible once more. They were soon finished with dinner, and sent to Ravenclaw Tower, where Harry said goodnight to Luna, since she slept in the girls' dorms across the tower from the boys' dorms. She said goodnight back, and before long, he was in his bed in his room, sleeping. He was ready for his first day back at Hogwarts, but couldn't help wondering if Dumbledore would really allow Dementors on the school grounds. While everyone went on Hogsmeade visits once a month, Harry stayed behind, thankfully with Luna, who was becoming a fast friend. She loved books almost as much as he did, although she preferred to read about magical animals. The library became a retreat for both of them. Harry loved having a friend of his own nobody else had. She didn't care about Nick as he came to learn, though sometimes she would get lost in her own little world created in her mind. Rubeus Hagrid had become the care of magical creatures teacher. Harry didn't like him, but loved the class. Hagrid had allowed Nick to ride on Buckbeak, but no one else had been given the opportunity. Then again, it might have had something to do with Draco Malfoy being an idiot and causing Buckbeak to scratch his arm. Needless to say, none of the classes were quite as good as the first one. During subsequent classes, all Hagrid said was, "Nick, look at this, what are you doing, Nick," etc. It was all rather annoying, as he wasn't acting like a proper teacher. The same happened in Defense Against the Dark Arts, where Remus Lupin, James's old friend, had become the teacher. Unfortunately for him, he had defense with the Gryffindors that year. He had been behind Nick when they were facing a boggart. When Remus realized who was at the front, he skidded in front of Nick, and the forming image became a moon, which then became a balloon. He knew what it meant since Remus' condition had never been hidden from the Potter family, and he'd heard James speaking about it sometimes with Lily. Before he had left, he had heard James saying he would give Remus enough money to buy a new potion called Wolfsbane. It was created by Snape, so he was going to be safe to be the Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher. Harry had wondered for a while what his greatest fear was, but couldn't come to any conclusions. He had seen Remus spending a lot of time with Nick as well, which had hurt, too. It wasn't fair. It couldn't have hurt Remus to speak to him outside of class even just once. When he'd commented to Luna about the unfairness, she'd just told him it was Remus, lost because he was a great guy, or so she said. Despite that, the year went very smoothly indeed. No Voldemort, no Tom Riddle, no Stone, no diary, no nothing. For the first time, he didn't have to watch out for anything suspicious, though he was rather curious about Quirrell's fate. Had he gotten away, or was he still there, and if he was, had he died? He dared not go back in case someone was watching. He didn't want to be blamed for the Death Eater's death, thank you very much, and Quirrell had been a Death Eater. His scar had been constantly on fire, he had to have been connected to Voldemort in some way. That year went far too fast for Harry's liking, what with Luna and Harry being inseparable. He had, of course, kept in touch with Eileen all year, she was fast becoming a mother sort of figure to him. He loved her. She always wrote back to him right away, he was number one to her and it meant the world to him. He had noticed that Ron had stayed well away from Nick that year, too. Weasley had become friends with two other Gryffindors instead, Finnegan and Thomas. Potions had been more of a nightmare, Reese was still being horrible, no matter what his potion was like. He wasn't nasty to anyone else, just Harry, but he continued on, not letting Reese get to him. Nearer to the end of the year, though, he had mellowed, began ignoring him instead, which Harry was fine with. The only downside was that, by the end of the year, his grade in potions had dropped from the EE of last year to an A. Hufflepuff had won the Quidditch Cup that year, Cedric Diggory had joined the team as their seeker. Even Harry had to admit he was very good, better than Nick or even Draco Malfoy, so they had deserved their win. He had no house loyalty, so he didn't care much that Ravenclaw hadn't won. On the other hand, Slytherin had won the House Cup, that time with no last-minute points to force them into second. It helped having Reese unfairly giving 10 points to Slytherins for each completed potion, but not giving those same 10 points to each Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, or Gryffindor, with the exception of Nick Potter, who completed a potion successfully. Although, Harry had to admit by what classes he had with the Slytherins that they had won their points fair and square in all but Reese, class. Before long, he was in the steam spouting Arlette train on his way back to Eileen's now that he had definite permission. He had told James what he was doing, and had gotten back one scrap of paper saying, "Okay," and that was it. He was going home for the summer, to a place where he was wanted, loved, and happy. It had been almost a whole year since he had seen his family, and he had never felt better. "All right to you, unless you're going away this summer?" questioned Harry as he and Luna stood on the platform, knowing Luna and her father had a habit of going places to look for magical animals during summers and holidays. "Not for the first half of summer," smiled Luna serenely. "Oh, well, okay then. I'll be in touch," grinned Harry happily. Eileen had told him he needed a friend, and perhaps she had been right. Then again, she had been right about a lot of things. Before long, he was hidden in the toilets of King's Cross and using his portkey to go home. "Harry, lovely to see you, son," beamed Eileen, looking up at the sound of the portkey and seeing him in the shop, portkey in hand. "You too. I've missed you so much," grinned Harry, hugging her gently as not to hurt her. Eileen's eyes widened at the changes in Harry. He looked like a carefree child, and all hope hadn't been lost. Luna had been a good friend to Harry, and she was suddenly glad for the boy's friendship with the girl. Harry had also grown some more, and he was likely going to be taller than her in a few years' time. She was a tall woman, and her son was a tall man, so Harry would fit right in with her family, which was a pleasant thought. Sirius, Remus, and James were meeting back at Potter Manor after having gone to get Nick from the platform, and Nick was now outside, chasing down a snitch while Lily and Roxy practiced a few spells in another room. "No luck?" asked James of the other Auror. "None at all, James. I'm at a loss," sighed Sirius. "How was your year at Hogwarts, Remus?" "Great, but I've told Albus I'm going back to helping you this year. Peter's still here, and we need to find him before he hurts Nick," said Remus gravely. "What if he goes back to Hogwarts and you aren't there?" asked Sirius. "Dumbledore is there, so I doubt Pettigrew would chance it," snorted James. "Maybe," murmured Remus. "I just hope Nick did better this year, since he had no distractions," said James. It was getting embarrassing. "Distractions?" frowned Remus. James told them everything that had happened in the previous 2 years of school, which had been stopping his son from getting perfect scores. "Why don't we all chip in and train him, then?" "I'll train him in defense. James, you can do transfiguration, Lily should do charms, and maybe Sirius can help him with Quidditch," suggested Remus after hearing about Nick's years. No wonder he couldn't concentrate, if only he had thought about it from the boy's view. On the other hand, he turned into a wolf every month, yet he hadn't had any problem with his schoolwork and had been one of the top students, so one could ask how he was so damn blinded. Plus it would give us a chance to know him more. I regret not getting to spend time with them, but Pettigrew had to be found. I suppose, conceded James, looking worried. He knew he would have to do it sooner or later, since his son had no idea of the prophecy, and it would stay that way for a while, until he was sure Nick was ready for it. He just didn't like the thought of training his son to be a weapon, to destroy Voldemort, especially considering he might not even be back for years yet. Peace had reigned in the world for the past 13 years come Halloween, and he wanted his son to be a child, the same loving boy he was right now, at least until he left Hogwarts. Then that's what we'll do. Just stick to your guns, James, and he will respect you for it, encouraged Remus, mistaking James's worry for the thought that his son would hate him for giving him extra tutoring instead of letting him play that summer. "Where is Harry?" asked Roxy curiously, coming in looking bored. She had noticed his room was empty, and while she saw Nick all the time, she never saw Harry anymore. It had piqued her curiosity. She played with Nick a lot, but recently, she realized she hadn't ever given her other brother the time of day before. "He's staying over at his friend's place," explained James. "Why is he never home?" asked Roxy, cocking her head to the side. She had her mother's never-ending curiosity. "When you get to Nick and Harry's age, you won't want to be here either, you'll want to spend all your time at your friends' homes," said James, smiling wryly. Nobody noticed how tense he was. "Do you want to go over to play with Marcus?" asked Lily. Marcus Longbottom was really the only child they knew Roxy's age. He was very different from Neville. He was loud, boisterous, loved Quidditch, and hated his brother's talk about plants. Then again, people always said they hated something about their brothers or sisters. "No, Marcus's grandmother's over for a fortnight," said Roxy, screwing her face up. She didn't like Lady Longbottom at all. The woman was too strict for Roxy, who was used to getting everything she wanted, when she wanted it. Alice was like Lily, just slightly stricter, and Roxy could deal with that. However, she couldn't deal with Marcus and Neville's gran, as she stuck to her guns and Roxy wasn't able to have everything she wanted. "I see," said Lily, looking conflicted. "Can we go to the beach please?" whined Roxy. She was so bored. "Oh, all right, but change into something appropriate for the outing," said Lily, giving in. Her children all had some Muggle attire, minus Harry, who she always forgot about for every occasion they might encounter in the Muggle world. James let her do what she pleased, but never joined her shopping trips to the Muggle world. He hated being there any longer than necessary, so he made his excuses to just not go. "Remus and I are going to fix up a schedule for training Nick," said James, dotting his wife while making his excuse for this time. "Oh, okay, then. I'll just take them," said Lily, smiling softly. She didn't mind him making excuses, since it meant she got to spend quality time with her children without James being present, which was sometimes nice. "Eileen's flat above the shop. Luna wrote," said Harry, grinning widely when he noticed the strange bird which could only belong to the Lovegoods. It was probably why he loved Luna so much. She was different, she didn't bow down to expectations. Neither would he when the time came, come to think of that. The world could screw itself. "What does she say this time?" asked Eileen indulgently. "She's offering me a ticket to see the Quidditch match," gasped Harry in awe. "Bulgaria versus Ireland?" asked the woman curiously. It had been in the newspapers, so it was hard to miss. It was the Quidditch World Cup, after all, so it was expected to be in the paper for the Quidditch fanatics to find. She, like her son, didn't care for Quidditch. "Yes," agreed Harry, still stunned. "That's nice of her," said Eileen kindly. "I didn't think she was into Quidditch that much," commented the boy, genuinely taken aback, in a good way. "What else does it say?" asked Eileen. "It's for my birthday," said Harry, his jaw hanging open. His own parents never remembered his birthday and hadn't in a long time. Even if it was on the same day as his brother's, Nick was more important to buy for. "When is your birthday?" asked the woman, surprised. "July 31st, said the boy stiffly. That date was well known for being the boy who lived's birthday. So far, though, Eileen hadn't so much as twitched when Nick was in the papers. Just last year, she had commented on nothing else being in the paper that they were putting Nick on the front page yet again. I see, said Eileen, an odd twinkle in her obsidian eyes, once her son shared. She knew immediately who the child really was, much to her shock. It had been a long time coming. He wasn't Harry James, but Harry James Potter. This was Nick Potter's twin brother, and she remembered reading about twins that night. She had been so happy because her son was finally free of the man he had avenued himself to. It wasn't that she cared about Nick Potter in particular, because she didn't care who did it, just that he was gone. Her son told her often enough that, the Dark Lord, he never called him Voldemort or you-know-who, wasn't truly gone. Severus wasn't scared enough to call him you-know-who, but definitely didn't want to call him Voldemort. It sent sharp flares of pain through the mark. Voldemort had added a guise of sorts to the dark marks which reacted to his name. Harry, where do your parents think you are? Asked Eileen, feeling worried, but she managed to conceal her worry from Harry. Staying with friends for the summer, said the boy quietly. He never spoke about his parents if he could help it. I see, said the woman, sighing sadly. The Potters had much to answer for, since it seemed they ignored their younger son in favor of his twin. How long had it been going on? All the child's life? She hoped not. Are you going to go? Asked Eileen, smiling softly as she turned the conversation back to Luna's letter. Harry obviously didn't like talking about his family, since he always evaded her questions or answered with as little information as possible. He obviously thought she didn't know who he was, and he had been right until now. I think so, grinned Harry. I have an old tent up in the loft if you want to use it, offered Eileen. I'll write back and see what she says, chuckled Harry softly. It would probably be the best decision he had ever made. He knew his family would probably be going, but he didn't let that deter him. He would keep a low profile and keep well out of their way, since he doubted Luna would have box seats, so they likely wouldn't see them. You do that, agreed the woman. She was more curious than ever about Harry and his life, and wondered silently if her son would have more information to share about that. She didn't like the thought of going behind Harry's back, however, if she wanted answers, it looked like that was going to be the only way. Lovegood home, Harry's replied, said Luna dreamily from her home, which wasn't far from the Weasleys' home in Ottery Street. Catchpole in Devon. That's good, grinned Zeno softly. He loved his daughter more than anything else in the world. He would do anything for her, go anywhere for her, and even kill to keep her safe and alive. Her mother had loved her, too. His greatest regret was that Luna had seen it happen, but he was also very relieved his wife had cast a containment spell on Luna when she realized what was happening. She had obviously not had the chance to cast it on herself before the experiment had blown up in her face. He would have probably followed Luna and Lindsay if the worst had happened. He continued watching his daughter, a serene smile on his face. He had missed Luna while she was away, and she was already going into her 3rd year this year, while he still found it hard to believe she was only his 3 months of the year now. Sometimes, he wished she didn't have to grow up so quickly. Only someone who had lost everything other than their child would truly understand that Luna truly was his everything, that without her he might as well be dead. He's asking if we have a tent, giggled Luna. You'd best reply, then, sweetheart, said Zeno, dotting her on her head as he left to get a coffee. Eileen's flat. They have a tent, so it's okay. Thanks for the offer, though, grinned Harry. It was now night time, and Hermes had just come back with Luna's reply. He wasn't about to send his owl back out again, not at this time of night, so he took Hermes over to the owl stand and placed a few treats into his owl dish and refreshed the water. No problem, sweetie, said Eileen, still awed by the change a year could make in Harry. When she first met him, she had assumed he was older, and it didn't help that he'd lied about his age. Back then, he had very often been brooding and unhappy, not always, but most of the time she supposed. He had always been happy to help her and speak to her about all things that didn't dibble in his family, friends, and his life. She understood everything better now. Harry hadn't had a true family, or any friends, since they no doubt preferred Nick Potter. That name left a rotten taste in her mouth. She was like her son in that regard. For once, her son wasn't like her, and instead, she was like him. I'm awfully tired, so I'm going to sleep now. Night, Eileen, said Harry, gently hugging her quickly before leaving the room. Harry hadn't felt so happy before in his life. Good night, she said to the closing door. Harry tossed and turned most of the night, and before long, he was having the most absurd and frightening dream he'd had in his life. Dream. There is a little more in the bottle, my lord, if you are still hungry, said an unknown voice. Later, hissed a second voice. Move me closer to the fire, Wormtail. There was the sound of wood scraping against wood. As the chair was moved closer to the fireplace as the hissing voice had instructed. Where is Nagini? Asked the second voice once more after a few seconds of silence. I don't know, my lord, said the first voice again, no doubt belonging to this Wormtail. It sounded nervous now, even Harry could tell that from the dream. She set out to explore the house, I think. You will milk her before we retire, Wormtail, said the second voice, the Lord. I will need feeding in the night. The journey has tired me greatly. My lord, may I ask how long we are going to stay here? Asked Wormtail. A week, hissed the second, cold voice. Perhaps longer. The place is moderately comfortable, and the plan cannot proceed yet. It would be foolish to act before the Quidditch World Cup is over. The Quidditch World Cup, my lord? Asked Wormtail. Forgive me, but I don't understand. Why should we wait until the World Cup is over? Because, fool, at this very moment wizards are pouring into the country from all over the world, and every meddler from the Ministry of Magic will be on duty, on the watch for signs of unusual activity, checking and double-checking identities. They will be obsessed with security, lest the Muggles notice anything. So we wait, hissed the Lord. Your lordship is still determined, then? Asked Wormtail quietly. Certainly I am determined, Wormtail. The menacing note in the voice was hard to mistake. It could be done without the Potter twins, my lord, said Wormtail quickly, as if he was wanting to finishing speaking about this. Without the Potter twins, breathed the second voice softly. I see. My lord, I do not say this out of concern for the boys. Said Wormtail, his voice rising squeakily like the rat his name implied. The boys are nothing to me, nothing at all. It is merely that if we were to use another witch or wizard, any witch or wizard, the thing could be done so much more quickly. If you allowed me to leave you for a short while, you know that I can disguise myself most effectively. I could be back here in as little as 2 days with a suitable. I could use another wizard, said the Lord, softly, that is true. My lord, it makes sense, said Wormtail, sounding hugely relieved. Laying hands on the Potters would be so difficult, they are so well protected. And so you volunteer to go and fetch me a substitute. I wonder, perhaps the task of nursing me has become wearisome for you, Wormtail. Could this suggestion of abandoning the plan be nothing more than an attempt to desert me? Hissed the second voice evilly. My lord, I have no wish to leave you, none at all. Gasped Wormtail in fear. Do not lie to me. Hissed the second voice. I can always tell, Wormtail. You are regretting that you ever returned to me. I feel you shudder when you touch me. No, my devotion to your lordship. Your devotion is nothing more than cowardice. You would not be here if you had anywhere else to go. How am I to survive without you, when I need feeding every few hours? Who is to milk Nagini? But you seem so much stronger, my lord. Liar, breathed the Lord. I am no stronger, and a few days alone would be enough to rob me of the little health I have regained under your clumsy care. Now, silence. I have my reasons for using the boys, as I have already explained to you, and I will use no other. I have waited 13 years, a few more months will make no difference. As for the protection surrounding the boys, I believe my plan will be effective. All that is needed is a little courage from you, Wormtail, courage you will find, unless you wish to feel the full extent of Lord Voldemort's wrath. There was such threat in the words and tone that Wormtail only managed to incoherently whimper something which may have been a repeated apology. Quiet, I think I hear Nagini, hissed Voldemort, cutting off the annoying whimpering. In the silence, Harry had begun to hear a hissing voice, but try as he might, he couldn't understand the actual words the snake spoke. Nagini has interesting news, Wormtail, said Voldemort after listening to her hissing for a bit. Indeed, my lord? Questioned Wormtail. Indeed, yes, said the Lord. According to Nagini, there is an old Muggle standing right outside this room, listening to every word we say. Invite him inside, Wormtail. Where are your manners? There was a pause as the sound of a door creaking on old, rusty hinges came to Harry. You heard everything, Muggle, hissed Voldemort. What's that you're calling me? Asked the unknown Muggle, a man judging by the sound of voice. I am calling you a Muggle, said the voice. It means you are not a wizard. I don't know what you mean by wizard, said the Muggle. All I know is I've heard enough to interest the police tonight, I have. You've done murder and you're planning more. And I'll tell you this, too, he added. My wife knows I'm up here, and if I don't come back. You have no wife, said the cold voice quietly. Nobody knows you are here. You told nobody that you were coming. Do not lie to Lord Voldemort, Muggle, for he knows, he always knows. Is that right? Said the Muggle roughly. Lord, is it? Well, I don't think much of your manners, my lord. Turn around and face me like a man, why don't you? But I am not a man, Muggle, said Voldemort. It seemed he was having trouble speaking, as if it was exhausting him to even open his mouth. I am much, much more than a man. However, why not? I will face you. Wormtail, come turn my chair around. Wormtail whimpered nasally. You heard me, Wormtail, hissed Voldemort. End of Deem. The killing curse was uttered, and miles away, Harry Potter woke up with a jolt, his entire body shaking with fear. After a moment, he realized his mouth was open, so he closed it, wondering if he had screamed at all. He hoped he hadn't, because he didn't want to wake Eileen up. After all, she was kind enough to let him stay. Then the pain penetrated and he pressed his palm to his scar. It felt as if someone had applied a hot poker to it. It took a long time for the shaking to stop, and once it did, the sweat soon dried, but sleep never came back to Harry that night. The pain faded very slowly, unlike that time during Quirrell's classes. He remembered the dream. A Muggle had been killed by Voldemort. The name Wormtail was familiar to him as well, but he didn't know why. Portkey meeting place. Are you ready to go to the Quidditch World Cup? Grinned Nick. Both. The Potters and Weasleys were packed to go, the only differences between the families being the sizes of the families and the condition of their gear, one new and one well used. I can't wait, cheered Ron, his face almost splitting in two. For once, Ron was glad his father worked in the Ministry of Magic, for the misuse of Muggle artifacts office. They all headed eagerly for the site where they were scheduled to take a portkey to the World Cup. Ah, Amos, grinned James good-naturedly, finally spotting the two males who were near the portkey, one older and one around 17. James had been speaking to the older of them. This is my son, Cedric. Beamed Amos Diggory, as if they didn't know. He was undoubtedly proud of his son, and with good reason. He was a handsome boy who was captain and seeker for the Hufflepuff House Quidditch team at Hogwarts, and head boy that year as well. Hi, grinned Roxy, blushing bright red. She actually hadn't met him before. Hi, everyone, waved Cedric happily, obviously very much like his father with his bubbly friendliness. Long walk, Arthur? Asked Amos. Not too bad, said Arthur. James wasn't happy that no one was paying attention to him or his son. Can we go now? Asked Nick, bored because the attention wasn't on him. Merlin's beard, is that Nick Potter? Asked Amos, his eyes wide. Yes, beamed Nick proudly. Nice to meet you. Ced's talked about you, of course, said Amos, and Nick puffed himself up proudly, until he heard the rest. Told us all about playing against you last year. I said to him, I said, Seed, that'll be something to tell your grandchildren, that will, you beat Nick Potter at Quidditch. The Weasleys still at school all scowled at the reminder that they had lost to Hufflepuff that year. Isn't it time to get going? Asked Lily, forcing a smile to her face. Is anyone else coming? Asked Arthur. Oh no, the Lovegoods have already gone, answered Amos. Before long, they were portkeyed to the Quidditch World Cup grounds. Quidditch World Cup grounds. Harry, you've been awfully quiet, are you sure you're okay? Asked Luna softly. I'm fine, my parents and siblings are probably here by now, said Harry. It wasn't only that which was bothering him, his dream was, too. If he had wanted any more proof he was the one who destroyed Voldemort that night, he now had it. He was connected to Voldemort through the scar and it disturbed him more than anything else in the world. Luna blinked sharply before her dreamy mask was back up again. Don't think on them, just enjoy the Quidditch World Cup, while you can, said the girl kindly. Yeah, I guess I should, grinned Harry, nodding his head, not noticing his friend's use of, while you can, as if she knew something he didn't. It wouldn't be the last time he would make that same mistake. Eileen's flat, Severus and Eileen. "Hello, Mother," said Severus, giving her a small, gentle smile, only she ever saw his softer side. "Severus, come sit down, love. I've made us some coffee," beamed Eileen, happy her son was once again coming to see her. "Why is the shop closed?" asked Severus curiously. "Harry has gone to the Quidditch World Cup with the Lovegoods," smiled Eileen as if it explained everything. "I see," answered Severus. "How are your potions coming along?" asked Eileen. For the first hour or so, they spoke about what potions he was creating and brewing for others. The topics ranged from how much money he was making from the very successful Wolfsbane potion to how his time was limited because of the delicate stages it took to brew said potion. If anyone understood potions and had the same passion as Severus, it was his mother, yet another thing he had gotten from her. "What do you know about Harry Potter, Severus?" asked the woman suddenly during a lull in the conversation, unable to keep quiet anymore. "Harry Potter," repeated Severus for confirmation, his eyebrow raised in curiosity. "Yes," nodded Eileen, confirming she had said the correct name. "I only taught him for a year," replied the younger man, curious now. Yes, I know, but did you notice anything about him? About his family?" asked Eileen. "I don't pay attention to the Potters, Mother," sighed Severus, though what he was saying wasn't strictly true. "Severus," chided Eileen softly, shaking her head. All right. Harry was very good at potions, but his brother was what I expected, totally inept at it," said Severus. "He was also very different from his twin. There's nothing, Potter, to him at all, save some of his looks. He was quiet, shy, a very hard worker, a loner, and he didn't seem to have the same enthusiasm for his parents, or even his brother, as Nick Potter did. He never received a single package or letter the entire year that I saw, and he stayed for the holidays when his twin left." "Do you know why?" asked his mother sharply. "I don't know. Albus told me Harry never spends any time with his family, he was snooping around," replied the potions master, knowing there was more to this conversation than he was understanding currently. "I see," murmured Eileen gravely. "Mother, what do you know? Why are you asking about this?" asked Severus, a note of warning in his voice. "The boy I've been telling you about is him," answered Eileen quietly. Severus' eyes widened in shock as that was the last thing he had expected. Harry James was actually Harry James Potter. Severus felt like laughing. He had told her a half-truth, which wasn't a very Ravenclaw move to make. Then he thought of everything his mother had told him, her suspicions about the boy's family abusing him. "Lily wouldn't abuse her son," said Severus adamantly. "I think I was wrong in that regard, it wasn't physical abuse," sighed Eileen. Severus shook his head, a soft sigh leaving his lips. He couldn't believe his, ex-best friend really would do that or allow it to happen. Surely there was no way she could ignore her son. However, he trusted his mother more than Lily. He knew she had changed, fame did that to some, unfortunately. She wasn't the same quiet girl he had befriended at the age of 8. "I think it's neglect," said the woman adamantly. Severus just frowned and gestured to her to continue. "I got him an owl last year and he just about burst into tears, Severus. Over an owl. He's never received anything like that before in his life, I'm sure of it. Then there's how he admitted to me that he gets ignored in favor of his brother at all times," cried Eileen, defending Harry from Severus, who probably believed Lily incapable of such behavior, but he didn't see what she did. "I see," murmured Severus, faintly disturbed now. The Potters had a lot of money, so why wouldn't they get their son a familiar, unless it was exactly as his mother said, that they actually were being neglectful in regards to their youngest son. "His birthday has passed. Did you know that? He got nothing other than one card and tickets to the Quidditch World Cup," she said with a huff. "They are hard to come by, so it's a perfectly acceptable birthday present," said the younger man. It was more than he had gotten, that was for sure. "Yes, except that he got them from his only friend, Luna," replied Eileen tersely. Severus looked into the room Harry was occupying and saw, true to her word, only one card sitting on the beside table. He felt his heart lurch uncomfortably, as he knew what it was like to be in Harry's shoes. For the majority of his life, he'd only had Lily, but at least he'd also had his mother. Harry Potter, it seemed, had no one. Lily had changed more than he'd thought. If that was how she was treating her child, the Lily he had known wouldn't have done such a thing. She's changed more than I thought, sighed Severus finally. He had seen the paper from when Nick Potter was hurt. He always ordered the Daily Prophet, since even if the majority of it was rubbish, the potions section was perfectly useful. That's putting it mildly, scoffed Eileen. Did they know he's staying with you? Asked Severus, suddenly concerned. They're under the impression he's staying with a friend, and I doubt they asked who. He hasn't received anything from them, and he's with me all summer unless he's doing his paper rounds, sighed his mother sadly. I'll speak to Albus to see if he can shed more light on the situation, promised Severus. Thank you, son, sighed Eileen in relief. No problem, smirked the younger man in amusement. Just then, a letter came flying through the open window on its own power, heading straight for Severus. Frowning in confusion, he noticed Dumbledore's handwriting and opened it, but upon reading the contents, he froze in shock. Sev, love, what is it? Asked Eileen, alarmed. Not much could shock her son like that. Death Eaters attacked the Quidditch World Cup, he said hoarsely in disbelief. Dumbledore thinks Voldemort is trying to find a way back. Harry, whispered Eileen, looking positively sick. I have to go, mother. Dumbledore wants to see me, said Severus, getting up swiftly and summoning his cloak from the peg his mother had put it on. Clipping it in place around his neck, he keyed her goodbye and told her to be extra careful before apparating away. Quidditch World Cup grounds. That was brilliant, beamed Harry, practically babbling all the way back to the Lovegood tent. I should have put a bet on. It happened just as I predicted. It's so not fair, it would have won me some money. Did you see Krum do that Wronski feint? Asked Luna, wide-eyed. Oh yeah, that was definitely cool, grinned Harry. I didn't expect it, agreed Zeno, looking amused. They wouldn't have caught up. He wanted to end it on his own terms. It's such a pity his team seems angry with him, sighed Luna. They weren't when they got applauded, Harry laughed, remembering their taken-aback expressions. He's an awfully big man to be such a good seeker, admitted Zeno. Are you writing about the game in the Quibbler? Asked Harry curiously. I think you should, Daddy. Sales will go through the roof for once, and they might look at the other articles, said Luna smartly. Harry grinned and nodded his head in agreement. Finally, after an hour of walking, they were back at the tent. It seemed like they had just gotten in when a commotion started. Looking outside, they saw how everyone was trampling all over the place, screaming. Zeno looked terrified as he stared slightly upwards. Harry followed his gaze and saw that some muggles were being levitated in the air by masked figures. Death Eaters, gasped Zeno, terrified as his gaze immediately went to his daughter. He wouldn't lose her. Portkey now, yelped Harry, grabbing Luna out of the way of a wizard trying to escape the masked figures. That shocked Zeno into action, and a moment and 2 spells later, the tent was in his pocket and the portkey was in his hand. They had to wait 3 seconds on it activating, but they got out of there just as a stunning spell shot by. Harry found himself in a very strange house. No doubt it was the Lovegood abode. It suited them, as they were strange, but he really liked them. Zeno was cool even when he was talking about animals the boy had never heard about. What on earth was going on? Asked Luna, wide-eyed. Her cornflower blue eyes full of worry. Death Eaters attacked the Quidditch Cup, answered Harry. Voldemort hadn't authorized that if his dream was anything to go by. He had wanted to remain hidden. Those Death Eaters were in for it if he managed to get a body back. Do you want a coffee? Asked Zeno, his voice high-pitched instead of the soothing, calm voice he usually had. Sure, agreed Harry. Zeno obviously wanted something to do. The wizard immediately stood up and made his way to his little kitchen to do just that. Eileen's flat. Harry, shrieked Eileen, moving quickly and bringing Harry into a hug, looking greatly relieved. I guess you heard, then? Asked Harry, his voice muffled by the woman's shirt. I did, said Eileen, closing her eyes as relief flowed through her. I'm okay. Mr. Lovegood portkeyed us out of there at the first sign of trouble, said Harry honestly. Thank Merlin, oh thank Merlin, murmured Eileen, almost shaking with relief. Can I get you a coffee? Asked Harry, alarmed by Eileen's pale face, or rather, paler than normal face. Oh, no, I've had enough of that, said the woman, grimacing slightly. Harry laughed at that. Me, too. He'd had 3 before he could get away from the Lovegoods. Journal entry. Today was bad, but also good. Death Eaters attacked the Quidditch World Cup, but it was worth going to it anyway. I guessed right about the outcome of the cup, too. I'd thought Krum would get the snitch, but Ireland would win. I wish I had bet on it, since that would have meant I'd have enough money to move out, but I didn't want to risk losing any. Eileen was very concerned when I got back, it made my stomach do flips. She's been so good to me, and I don't understand why. I've never been this lucky before in my life. For the first time, I didn't even think about the Potters on my birthday, other than just to be glad to not be spending it watching Nick opening presents and getting cake. Luna is the best friend in the world and I'm glad I took the chance. However, I don't know what to do now. Do I distance myself from her? I don't want to put her in danger by associating with me. Harry. Journal entry. Oh my god. Eileen got me a new present. I've got 2 cards now. I feel like I'm 5 years old, counting my cards and presents. Unlike Nick, though, I will cherish everything I get, knowing someone cares about me. She got me a beautiful gold chain. It's really heavy, it's not all girly, and there's a coat of arms on it. It's also very familiar, I just can't put my finger on which coat of arms it is. Maybe at Hogwarts, if I get a chance, I'll look it up. I will figure it out sooner or later. She baked me a cake, too, and wrote, "Happy belated birthday," on it in blue icing. I don't remember the last time I got a cake. Anyway, so I've sent pieces of it to Luna and Zeno, and Eileen passed a piece on to her son. I wonder who he is, but I've never asked. I don't know why, I just feel it's too personal, or at least, it used to be. Maybe she would share some of her stories about her and her son with me. I'd love to know what a normal wizarding family is like. Maybe it's what Luna and Zeno are like, since I don't think the Potters are normal, but I might just be bitter. I have every right to be. I hate them and wish I was adopted. I just wish I was of age and away from them. I will be able to afford my own flat the day I turn 17, then I'll move into it and be out of their control for good. Oh, one last thing. I haven't had any more strange dreams. Am I connected to Voldemort, or was my imagination running away with me? I don't think so. I just wish I knew. Until then, I'm going to watch my back and trust no one, other than Luna, that is. Harry. Eileen's flat. After the events at the Quidditch World Cup, the rest of the summer was very uneventful to say the least. Harry was actually glad for that. After his dream and the Death Eaters, he just didn't want anything usual happening. He was going to have to be cautious for the year as it was, what with Voldemort coming after him and his brother. Not that he was going to hold himself responsible for his brother, anyhow, since what Nick did, or didn't do, was up to him. Before long, Eileen had created a portkey for him which would take him directly to the magical platform 9 3/4. Harry was almost crying this time. If it was possible, he had gotten even more attached to Eileen than ever. "Take care of yourself, you hear?" said Eileen sternly. "I will, and you, too," said Harry softly. He would kill anyone who tried to hurt Eileen. Hell, if he had to choose between Eileen and his mother, he'd choose Eileen in a heartbeat. With his owl and trunk safely in one hand, he clutched the portkey in the other, and a moment later, he was gone, a tug behind the navel the only indication it was a portkey. He grunted as he landed but stayed on his feet, staying still for a few seconds until he didn't feel all woozy. As he was getting on the train, he heard Ron talking to Finnegan and Thomas. "I'm telling you, something big is happening at Hogwarts this year," said Ron in a hushed whisper. "Like what?" asked Finnegan doubtfully. "Don't know, we'll find out soon," answered Ron smugly. Hogwarts Express. For once, Harry wasn't riding on the train alone. Luna had come in to sit with him, holding the Quibbler upside down. Harry barely blinked before a beaming smile spread across his features. "Hey Luna, how was the rest of your summer? Did you find anything?" asked Harry eagerly. "No, but come look at some of the pictures. We saw plenty of other things," smiled Luna, gesturing for him to sit next to her. That was how they spent their hours getting to Hogwarts. He bought them 2 chocolate frogs each from the cart on the way. Luna, in turn, got them her favorite sweet, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans. Some of the magical animals were weird, and he was rather envious of Luna right there and then. He would have loved his dad to do something like that with him. Hogwarts, Great Hall. The defense seat is empty, I wonder why, said Luna, who was sitting next to Harry at the Ravenclaw table. I don't know, I doubt Dumbledore would have trouble finding someone, mused Harry. Even if the someone was an idiot. True, agreed Luna, her dreamy look back again soon after speaking. They quietened down to listen to the Sorting Hat sing its usual song, then the sorting began. Marcus Longbottom joined his brother in Gryffindor. Boy, his parents would be proud. They got a few new firsties joining Ravenclaw, including Stuart Ackerley and Orla Quirk. The other houses also got some new students, but none really of note. I have just 2 words to say to you, tuck in. Beamed Dumbledore happily. During dinner, Harry noticed a commotion at the Gryffindor table. Surprise, surprise, it turned out to be Hermione Granger. He grimaced at her in disgust. Honestly, he hated that girl, she was such a know-it-all. While he really liked to know things, he didn't put his hand up before the teacher finished their question, or at all, really. Even after 3 years, she hadn't changed a bit. Only once dinner and pudding had been completely demolished did Dumbledore stand once more, gaining the attention of the entire hall with just that act alone. So, said Dumbledore, now that we are all fed and watered, I must ask again for your attention, while I give out a few notices. Mr. Filch, the caretaker, has asked me to tell you that the list of objects forbidden inside the castle has this year been extended to include screaming yo-yos, fanged frisbees, and ever-bashing boomerangs. The full list comprises some 437 items, I believe, and can be viewed in Mr. Filch's office, if anybody would like to check it. Who cares? Whispered Harry, rolling his eyes. As always, continued Dumbledore, I would like to remind you that the Forbidden Forest is out of bounds to students, as is the village of Hogsmeade to all below 3rd year. It is also my painful duty to inform you that the Inter-House Quidditch Cup will not take place this year. What? Screeched Nick furiously, along with several others around the hall. No way, protested Ron hotly. He loved Quidditch, even if Gryffindor always lost because Nick played for the team. That S.K.S., said Cedric, looking disheartened. Dumbledore, it seemed, wasn't finished yet. This is due to an event which will be starting in October, and continuing throughout the school year, taking up much of the teacher's time and energy, but I am sure you will all enjoy it immensely. I have great pleasure in announcing that this year, Hogwarts. Suddenly, the doors of the Great Hall banged open, startling absolutely everyone. A man stood in the doorway, leaning upon a long staff, shrouded in a black traveling cloak. Every head in the Great Hall swiveled towards the stranger, suddenly brightly illuminated by a fork of lightning that flashed across the ceiling. He lowered his hood, shook out a long mane of grizzled, dark gray hair, and began to walk up towards the staff table. A dull clunk echoed through the hall with every other step he took. He reached the end of the top table, turned right, and limped heavily towards Dumbledore. Another flash of lightning crossed the ceiling and Luna gasped. The lightning had thrown the man's face into sharp relief, and it was a face unlike anything Harry had ever seen before. It looked as though it had been carved out of weathered wood by someone who had only the vaguest idea of what human faces were supposed to look like, and was none too skilled with a chisel. He could understand why Luna had gasped. May I introduce our new defense against the dark arts teacher, said Dumbledore brightly. Professor Moody. Moody, as in the Auror Mad-Eye Moody? Asked Harry, wide-eyed. Yeah, my dad told me all about him, answered Cedric from a few seats away, on the other side of the aisle separating the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables. As I was saying, said Dumbledore, continuing on with his previous announcement. We are to have the honor of hosting a very exciting event over the coming months, an event which has not been held for over a century. It is my very great pleasure to inform you that the Triwizard Tournament will be taking place at Hogwarts this year. Well, Weasley had it right, said Harry quietly to Luna. She nodded jerkily. He had told her what Ron had said on the train ride to Hogwarts. Harry faded out, not listening to Dumbledore going on about things which didn't concern him. He didn't care that you had to be 17, because he most bloody certainly wasn't competing anyway. It wouldn't surprise him if his brother tried to get in, but he doubted anyone could jinx the Goblet of Fire. Hogwarts courtyard. Luna and Harry were blessed with the most amazing sight of their life their second day back at Hogwarts. Nick had been arguing with Draco Malfoy about how the Potters had been in the newspapers again. It quickly got out of hand, and Draco had almost attacked Nick, only to be thwarted in the end. Moody had turned Malfoy into a ferret and bounced him around the courtyard. Harry hadn't been able to stop laughing, it was the funniest sight in the world. He actually liked his new teacher, and he hadn't even had a class with him yet. If only someone would be willing to do that to Nick, his ego could stand to be blown away so he might become more normal. Nick had, for the past year after Ron ditched him, had other friends, Neville, Lavender Brown, and Parvati Patil, and now this year's addition despite being a first year, Marcus. Better still, they had seen Moody reprimanded by McGonagall like an errant 5-year-old. Nobody could stop laughing at Malfoy for weeks. Defense against the dark arts class. It was 2 days later when he got his first taste of Moody's class. The first thing he said as everyone came in was to put the books away since nobody would be needing them. Harry grinned and did as he was told. He was slightly disappointed that again this year he had defense with the Gryffindors. I've had a letter from Professor Lupin about this class. You have covered pretty much everything about dark creatures, boggarts, redcaps, hinky-punks, grindylows, kappas, and werewolves, is that right? Asked Moody. Yes, sir, said Ron while everyone else murmured assents. But you're behind, very behind, on dealing with curses, continued Moody. So I'm here to bring you up to scratch on what wizards can do each other. I've got 1 year to teach you how to deal with dark. Aren't you staying? Blurted Nick. You're James Potter's son, ain't ya? I'm only staying for the year, special favor to Dumbledore, 1 year, then back to retirement, said Moody. He had a very awful grin on his face, making his scars worse and his face contort like he was in agony. Harry was rather excited about this class now. Getting to do, and undo, proper curses would be great. Quirrell and Lockhart had both been useless. Lupin was all right as a teacher, he was just furious with the man for ignoring him all year. So, straight to it. Curses. They come in many strengths and forms. Now, according to the Ministry of Magic, I'm supposed to teach you counter curses and leave it at that. I'm not supposed to show you what illegal dark curses look like until you're in 6th year. You're not supposed to be old enough to deal with it, till then, said Moody. But Dumbledore has a better opinion of your nerves. He reckons you can cope, and I say, the sooner you know what you're up against, the better. How are you supposed to defend yourself against something you've never seen? A wizard who's about to put an illegal curse on you isn't going to tell you what he's about to do. He's not going to do it nice and polite to your face. You need to be prepared. You need to be alert and watchful, said Moody, then paused for a moment. So, do any of you know which curses are most heavily punished by wizarding law? Asked the retired Auror after surveying the class for a moment which felt quite long. Weasley. Asked Moody after some hands had been raised. My dad told me about one. Is it called the Imperious Curse, or something? Asked Ron. Ah, yes, said Moody, nodding. Your father would know that one. Gave the ministry a lot of trouble at one time, it did. Yeek, squeaked Ron when Moody had withdrawn spiders from his desk. It caused most Ravenclaws to roll their eyes. Everyone knew Ron's worst fear was spiders, remembering the boggart just last year. Harry listened intently to Moody's lecture about the Imperious Curse, and he didn't laugh like the others did when the spider was put under the curse. Eventually, Moody stopped the spell, after effectively scaring the living daylights out of everyone by making the spider try to kill itself, saved only by the change of his order before it succeeded. He finished up by saying he would teach them to beat it. Anyone else know another one? Asked Moody. Hermione's hand was waving in the air as usual, and Harry had to roll his eyes at her. For once, he put his hand up, spitefully hoping the teacher chose him. I? Asked Moody, staring at Harry intently. The Cruciatus Curse, said Harry bluntly. The spider was quickly enlarged with Engorgio and the curse was cast. Harry didn't react, but half the class winced at the spider's actions. It twitched horribly, rocking from side to side, and while no sound came from it, Harry could imagine what it must be going through. Right, anyone know another? Asked Moody as though he hadn't just tortured a living creature. Harry wanted to laugh when Nick finally raised his hand. He had his back ramrod straight and he had a smug smile on his face. Yes? Asked Moody, both eyes on Nick. Avada Kedavra, the killing curse, said Nick. The last spider was killed quickly in a flash of green light, and Harry felt suddenly sick for some reason. He had to stop himself from retching, but a look back at Nick showed how he seemed unaffected by it all. A sigh left his lips and he turned back to his teacher, watching curiously to see what would happen. Would Moody go on about his brother being the only survivor? Who was he kidding? He knew it was coming. Not nice, Moody said. Not pleasant. There's no counter curse and no blocking it. Only one known person has ever survived it, and he's sitting here right in front of me. Harry wanted to roll his eyes, but that magical eye would probably detect it, so he refrained from doing so. Surprisingly enough, Moody said no more about it, and instead went on to tell them the 3 spells were collectively called the Unforgivables. Before long, they were taking notes on the Unforgivables until the bell rang, and Harry was glad when it was time to go. As soon as he was free of the room, he ran for the nearest bathroom and was spectacularly sick all over the toilet. Journal entry. Professor Moody showed us the Unforgivables today. I couldn't eat my lunch or dinner. Luna understood though. I think she doesn't know I was the one to really survive it, though. Sometimes she has that twinkle in her eye as if she knows what I'm thinking. It's impossible, though, right? She can't know. It's impossible. When I saw that green flash, I got this image in my head, of a snake-like figure, then that Muggle man. It wasn't a dream, I did see someone die. I guess it's just starting to sink in how close I came to dying when I was a baby. It was me who was nearly killed, yet it's Nick who gets all the love and attention and fame. I don't care for those last 2, and I'm glad I'm not like Nick, but I'd have loved even an ounce of Mum's love and attention, when I still called her that instead of Lily. Sometimes, I even wished people knew so I could just get it over with. I read in the library after school finished today, and I found out I could get myself emancipated early and get my share of the Potter inheritance. Then I wouldn't have to live with the Potters anymore, I could get my own flat right now if I liked. I'm seriously thinking about doing it, since that way, James and or Lily couldn't drag me back out of spite. I don't know why, but I'm getting a strong urge to go through with it. Soon. Harry. Defense against the dark arts. His next defense class was just as bad as ever, not because of anything Moody did, but because he had attention drawn to him. Everyone had been put under the Imperious Curse, no one other than Harry had been able to fight it off. Not only that, but his legs felt broken, and meanwhile, Moody just continued singing his praises. He wouldn't have minded that, but damn it, they were staring at Harry as if they hadn't seen him before. The Ravenclaws started cheering for their housemate, and the Gryffindors looked at Nick as if they couldn't believe he couldn't do it when his brother could. The way he talks, growled Harry, wobbling out of the defense classroom while feeling very bloody weak. You'd think I was going to be attacked any minute. Are you all right, Harry? Asked Luna, coming up beside Terry and Harry. Terry had a hold of Harry, keeping him steady. No, Moody nearly broke my legs, answered Harry simply. How? Asked Luna, her dreamy look vanishing. She looked furious, a very odd and surprisingly intimidating expression on her. Put the Imperious Curse on me, sighed Harry, taking his hands away from Terry, saying a quiet, thank you, to him. You're welcome. I hope you get better soon, and good luck, said Terry firmly. Harry was shocked by the fact that Terry was talking to him, as hardly anyone spoke to him. He made you break your own legs. Or nearly? Asked Luna in mock surprise. No, said Harry, giggling slightly and forgetting the soreness. He told me to jump onto the student desks, but I didn't want to, so I fought off the curse, and I'd half jump and slam into the desks, instead. He did it 4 times, until I could throw it off altogether. I'm the only one who can, too. Wow, Harry, that's really good. Beamed Luna, happy for him. Thanks, now come on. I'm starving, said Harry, happily dragging Luna along. He had his appetite back, thank Merlin for that. Entrance hall. The next nearly 2 months flew by for Harry as he found himself generally enjoying his classes more than usual, until one day when he was heading with Luna for the Great Hall for supper after that day's classes, only to see a crowd around something at the bottom of the staircases separating the entrance hall and the Great Hall. What on earth is going on? Murmured Harry, seeing how many people were gathering around there instead of going to eat. There's been a notice posted about the Triwizard Tournament, said Luna simply. What does it say? asked Harry curiously as they entered the Great Hall and sat at the Ravenclaw table, not caring about the Triwizard Tournament like everyone else. The wizards from Durmstrang and witches from Beauxbatons will be here at 6 o'clock on Friday, October 30th. Our lessons are finishing half an hour earlier to greet our guests at the entrance hall, said Luna. That's only a week away. Blinked Harry in surprise. I didn't realize so much time has already passed this year. Yeah, agreed Luna, nodding as she sipped her pumpkin juice. Entrance hall. Needless to say, the teachers were pretty tense when the time came for the students of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang to arrive. The entrance hall was nearly bursting with people, but Luna and Harry held back while Nick the Idiot stood in the front with McGonagall as if he was a school mascot. Actually, being a mascot was pretty low on the ladder, but Nick didn't seem to realize that, hence his new title, given to him by Harry and Luna. Miss Lovegood, straighten your hat, snapped McGonagall. Miss Potter, take that ridiculous thing out of your hair. Misters Weasley, tuck in your shirts. Then the commotion began. Beauxbatons had arrived first, in a massive carriage, flying through the air while being pulled by Abraxans, winged horses which were nearly the size of elephants. Harry sighed, wondering when this was going to be over with. Students everywhere were gasping, oohing, and awing, as if they hadn't seen anything like it before in their lives. Even Harry could see the woman emerging from the carriage from way in the back of the hall. She was huge, possibly the biggest woman he had ever seen. She could stand beside Hagrid and be the same height he reckoned. Soon after, Durmstrang followed, arriving via a ship in the middle of the lake, where it spouted out of the water like it had just been released from the bottom of the lake. It certainly impressed everyone other than Luna and Harry, who were actually just sitting and talking quietly in the corner about how their day went. Harry never mentioned the fact that he'd had the Imperius curse on him again, but spoke about everything else. Luna may be a year younger, but she knew a lot of spells, and she was getting to know a lot more by talking with him. She would have no problem in her 4th year if she kept it up, anyway, that was for sure. If the pandemonium of the ship's arrival was bad, it was nothing compared to when they found out just who from Durmstrang had come, Viktor Krum. Nick was positively drooling, grinning widely. He had left his friends and tried to see him, but was too late. There were too many people milling around to even think about getting near him in time. Finally, Luna and Harry managed to get to the Great Hall for their dinner. The ladies of Beauxbatons chose to sit at the end furthest from the first years at the Ravenclaw table. The Durmstrang students chose to sit at the Slytherin table, where they were heartily welcomed. Once they had finished their dinner, they were shown the legendary Goblet of Fire. Then everyone was lectured once again on having to be 17 or older to enter. Honestly, did Dumbledore think people didn't listen? He had just heard the same speech at the sorting feast 2 months ago. Then again, maybe half the students, like the Weasley twins who now sported gray beards after trying to cross the age line and enter their names, and Nick, didn't listen or had very short memories deliberately. Come on, I've had enough for one night, said Harry. He was tired, and just wanted to get some sleep. You're right. Let's go, agreed Luna. All this fuss was annoying. It didn't take them long to get to Ravenclaw Tower. Good night, Luna, sighed Harry, going up the stairs to the boys' dorms. Night, Harry, said Luna, heading up to the girls' dorms. Harry had just come from the hospital wing. Luna was feeling under the weather, so he had to keep himself happy for a while. Currently, he was completely bewildered by the Ravenclaws. He had known them for 3 years and a bit now, and they hadn't bothered to speak to him. Yet since that class where he'd beaten the Imperius curse, everything had changed and everyone in all 7 years wanted to talk to him. He was more comfortable talking to the younger years, though, as they hadn't done anything to him in the past. Right then, he was dealing with the confusion by getting up early and walking, usually somewhere outside and away from people. After the unexpected early morning trip to take Luna to the hospital wing, he found himself walking towards the broom sheds near the Quidditch pitch. While he normally wouldn't, he had the sudden urge and desire to fly, so he took out one of the old school brooms. It had been a long time since he had flown. He knew exactly when the last time had been. The day he got caught by McGonagall, who then turned around and gave his position to his brother. He didn't notice he had company until he had flown down and landed near the shed 20 minutes later. "Dat was some good flying. Do you play for your school?" asked a Bulgarian-accented boy, who Harry knew to be Viktor Krum, the seeker who had caught the snitch during the Quidditch World Cup. His vowels were all stressed to a specific letter, which may not have been the one the word was written with in English. No, it's only the second time I've been on a broom. I'll bet it's nothing like your flying, you were brilliant, and the dive you pulled off was awesome, smiled Harry. He didn't gush at or look at Krum in awe, just stated a fact. He, unlike most of the students at Hogwarts, didn't care that Krum was famous, since he was just a 17-year-old wizard and that was all there was to it. In fact, he liked Krum more than Nick, as Krum had at least earned his fame. "Thank you," said Krum in surprise. Normally, they would hound him and ask for autographs, especially the girls. He didn't like the attention which came with playing Quidditch professionally. This boy was the first person to treat him like a normal person in some time, and it was a nice change. "Are your parents proud of you?" questioned Harry, sitting down on the green, lush lawn which never seemed to grow. "Of course," answered Krum, looking at Harry a little weirdly. "Do you have brothers or sisters?" asked Harry, cocking his head to the side. "Yes, a little sister," said Krum, blinking in surprise. Obviously this boy wasn't obsessed, since nearly everyone knew he had a sister. There were plenty of pictures in magazines with her and his parents. "How did they treat her?" asked Harry curiously. "She gets all the attention while I am at school, and she writes about all the places they visit and the gifts she's given," replied Krum, now knowing there was more behind the question. He noticed how the boy's eyes were twinkling and thought they were beautiful. The boy was very attractive, especially his eyes. "That's nice," smiled Harry, but it was an odd smile. It reached his eyes, but his eyes told a different story, of a different emotion. They were full of pain, and there was no need to guess what he was thinking by that alone. "So which are you?" asked Krum, watching the younger teenager closely. He had seen pain lingering in those eyes, and it wasn't what he expected to see on a student at school. That's the sort of pain someone would see when another had lost their whole family in one go, desolate hopelessness. "Harry Potter," sighed Harry, half bracing himself for the next question, and the rejection which was sure to follow. "Ah, well, it's very nice to meet you, Harry Potter. Perhaps we can get to know one another better," offered Krum, his accent making it harder to get the words out properly, especially with the way his H's sounded like a cat hissing. He had his hand out, waiting on Harry shaking it. Harry looked at Krum and thought about it. Was it worth it befriending someone famous? He already got badgered about Nick all the time. It would be just the same if he befriended Krum. A sigh left his lips then, since he did want someone to talk to other than Luna. He loved and trusted Luna, but it just wasn't the same as having someone older to talk to. He loved his conversations with Eileen, and perhaps Krum could help fill the void. He took Krum's hand and shook it, and a friendship was born as Harry said, "I'd like that." "Thank you. I think your flying would be better on a Puropur broom. Do you want to try mine?" asked Viktor Krum. "Oh no, I've never been on a proper professional broom, I'd be too scared I'd break it," said Harry, wide-eyed in surprise. "Go on, I'd like to see you fly," answered Viktor kindly, holding his broom out to the younger teen. "Oh, all right, then," murmured Harry. "But don't blame me if something happens." That was how they spent their morning, taking turns flying around the Quidditch pitch on Viktor's broom. Harry, though, had gone beet red upon seeing the older teen's body when he had taken off his t-shirt. The weather was very different in Scotland compared to Bulgaria. Their clothes were much thicker, so it came as no surprise that he would be too hot. The next day was Sunday, and Harry was up early again, as Luna had been released from the hospital wing. They had just sat down in their normal seats when Viktor came over. Harry had to stop the blush from enveloping him. He knew now he was gay, he wasn't a stupid boy. Another thing for his parents to hate him for, he was sure, not that it really mattered since they didn't care, anyway. He wasn't ashamed of who he was, he just hoped Eileen wasn't disgusted with him. That would hurt more than anything else in the world. He had written and sent a letter off to her last night telling her about his discovery of his UAL orientation, but he hadn't heard back yet. "Has anyone put their names in yet?" asked Krum, helping himself to a large breakfast. The rest of the Durmstrang students didn't follow him, choosing to remain seated at the Slytherin table. "I don't know," shrugged Harry. "We just got here ourselves." "Ah, said Victor, nodding his head. Ah well, we all put our names in this morning. Do you really want to do it? I mean, it's supposed to be extremely dangerous, and you're already famous, the younger teen couldn't help but point out. True, but I'd like to prove I'm more than just a Quidditch player. You cannot play forever, you know. One day, I will need a proper job. The latest I am hearing of someone playing Quidditch is dear Ruli Tarudis, explained the older teen. Very sensible, said a new voice, this one French accented, as the voice's owner sat next to them. It was a blonde-haired girl, very pretty and dressed in the blue silk of the Beauxbatons students, who always sat at the Ravenclaw table, anyway. I am Fleur Delacour. It's very nice to meet you, she said, offering her hand to them to shake. She was part Vila, they could tell, but neither he, nor apparently Victor, were overly attracted to her, and Luna obviously wasn't, but she'd been so silent since Krum had joined them. Out of the corner of his eye, Harry could see nearly everyone in the hall gaping over at them. Harry Potter, said Harry, shaking her delicate, feminine hand. Luna Lovegood, smiled Luna kindly. Victor Krum, replied Victor, shaking her hand politely. It's very nice to meet you. You as well, she declared before beginning to eat her breakfast. That is a very unusual necklace you wear, Luna, said Fleur, no expression on her face, so neither Luna nor Harry were sure whether she was mocking Luna or not. Thank you, my mother and I made it. She died 3 weeks afterwards. I saw it happen, it was a spell accident, she explained, straightforward and without her dreamy look about her. She normally never bothered explaining when people said anything, but today she did. Fleur smiled a kind smile. I would wear EET, too, she revealed softly. Thank you, said Luna after swallowing her piece of egg. So what are you doing today? Asked Krum. Just then, there was a commotion, causing them all to look around, only to see that Fred and George Weasley had been thrown across the hall. When they stood up, Harry laughed in bitter amusement. Both twins had Dumbledore's hair and beard, they had obviously tried to fool the powerful Goblet of Fire. Stupid idiots, said Krum, shaking his head. They are rotors to deodor redhead, aren't they? He wouldn't leave me alone until I was signing an autograph. Ronald Weasley, you mean? Asked Luna quietly. Yes, nodded Krum to emphasize his answer. He's been all right lately actually, grew a brain over the holidays, said Harry, snorting briefly. Anyone who stopped befriending Nick was smarter than he gave them credit for. Suddenly, the doors opened, giving a resounding bang when Madame Maxime entered. She truly did put Hagrid to shame, she was huge. Behind her trailed every single member of Beauxbatons Academy, or at least the ones who actually came with her. Other than, of course, Fleur and 2 others who'd been sitting at the far end of the Ravenclaw table. In single file, they all added their names into the goblet, looking rather smug. Harry sat in the library with Luna that day, reading a book about wizarding customs, which was when he saw it, The Choice of Being Emancipated. Harry's mind exploded with ideas. He could even legally change his name after being emancipated, since it didn't matter that his family was alive. Better yet, he would get his Potter inheritance, and there would be nothing James could do about it. A smile broke out on his face. What's got you smiling? Asked Luna curiously. I can get myself legally emancipated, answered Harry. Harry, I know you are unhappy, but do you really want to do that? Asked Luna sadly. She knew about Harry's family, how they ignored him, never bought him anything. It was why she had spent all the money she had saved up to get them the Quidditch World Cup tickets. However, getting emancipated was a big thing, and who knew how the Potters would react. I have to, and I want to, since they've never been family to me. I can even legally change my name to take any of my ancestors' names, grinned Harry, feeling a weight lifting off him. As long as none of them are alive, like, for instance, the Black name or the Weasley name, I couldn't take, but there are others. I see, said Luna quietly. He'd made his decision, so later that day, he sent off a letter to Gringotts asking about it. He wanted to know everything, before he risked tangibly doing it, since he wasn't stupid, he had to know what to expect and what would happen. He got a letter from Eileen that day, too. Dearest Harry, I could positively feel your anxiousness when you wrote. Don't be afraid I'll abandon you just because you prefer your own gender. Just remember it's widely accepted in the wizarding world, although there are always a few prejudiced people, just like there are people who think it's horrible and wrong in the Muggle world. If you fear what your despicable family think, I'll take you over my knee and wallop you one. One day, they will regret what they've done, you mark my words. They'll realize what they've done when you're a powerful, well-known, young man. I have a feeling you will go places, Harry, you are a smart boy. Smart people do not end up with regular jobs unless they do something silly. I did that in my youth, despite my own parents. It's not something I want you doing, it's part of the reason I helped you. To spite my own parents, I left Hogwarts and went straight to the Muggle world and married one. I cannot regret it completely, because I got a son out of it all, but you see, my parents were purebloods, as pure as you could get. They disowned me, their only daughter, because of it. I miss you and your company, and I eagerly await your next letter. Let me know who ends up being the Triwizard champions. Much love, Eileen. Luna, Victor, Fleur, and Harry were sitting at the front of the Ravenclaw table, close to where the goblet sat in front of the head table. They ate their food leisurely, although Victor and Fleur were eating quicker than normal, likely from the excitement of soon seeing if they would be picked by the goblet. Everyone was craning their necks to see if Dumbledore was finished, waiting on him announcing the champions. Well, the goblet is almost ready to make its decision, said Dumbledore, rising. I estimate that it requires one more minute. Now, when the champions' names are called, I would ask them please to come up to the front of the hall, walk along the head table, and go through into the next chamber to your right. He paused to indicate the door he was talking about, where they will be receiving their first instructions. Once he finished speaking, he waved his hands, sweeping the hall into darkness. The only light now shone from the goblet and the candles in the pumpkins. Dumbledore really did have a thing for dramatics, was all Harry could think. Any second, murmured someone, but Harry wasn't sure whom. He was right. A second later the formerly flaming red goblet turned blue and a tongue of flame shot into the air, a charred piece of parchment fluttering out of the cup in the flame. The whole room gasped, and Dumbledore grabbed the parchment before it could float to the floor, holding it at arm's length as if he was long-sighted. The champion for Durmstrang, he read, in a strong, clear voice, will be Victor Krum. The cheering was loud and resounded all around the great hall. Harry was clapping enthusiastically. Fleur and Luna were a little more composed, wincing at the loudness of cheers and screaming. Victor nodded at them before getting up, making his way to Dumbledore, then around the head table, and disappearing through the door to the other room. The clapping and chanting died down and everyone's attention was focused again on the goblet, where a second piece of parchment shot out of it, propelled by the flames. The champion for Beauxbatons, said Dumbledore, is Miss Fleur Delacour. Well done, smiled Luna over the loud cheering which had started up. Fleur, too, got up from the Ravenclaw table, smiling warmly at Luna and Harry. It wasn't long before she disappeared from view, joining Victor in the other room. When she had vanished into the side chamber, silence fell again, this time with a silence so stiff with excitement you could almost taste it. The Hogwarts champion was next, and out came a parchment. The Hogwarts champion is, the Hogwarts headmaster called, but his face had gone funny. Something was wrong, people could tell, and they were whispering with their neighbors wondering what was wrong. Dumbledore cleared his throat and said in a voice filled with disbelief, Nick Potter. What? Whispered Harry, wide-eyed. He knew his brother couldn't possibly have done it, which brought him back to his dream, and he felt cold goosebumps rising. It couldn't be what he was thinking, it was impossible, right? Every head had turned to look at Nick Potter, who had paled to a sickly white color. There was no applause. A buzzing, as though of angry bees, was starting to fill the hall. Some students were standing up to get a better look at Nick. Professor McGonagall rose from her seat, moving past Ludo Bagman and Headmaster Karkaroff to whisper urgently in Professor Dumbledore's ear. He bent towards her, frowning slightly. Suddenly, Dumbledore straightened up and nodded grimly to Minerva. Nick Potter. He called again. Nick, up here, if you please. Nick sighed before getting up, smirking smugly. He knew his parents could get him out of it. He didn't have to worry, but he was sure that, right now, he had to make sure people thought him unbothered by this turn of events. The smirk made everyone furious, which caused Nick to falter in concern. No one had ever been like that with him. They seemed furious. To Harry, Nick took his damned time walking towards Dumbledore. Well, through the door, Nick, said Dumbledore, but he wasn't smiling. Everyone was still sitting there in stunned silence when the goblet started burning yet again, throwing out another parchment. Dumbledore looked worried and stunned. He snatched the piece of parchment with dread, his long arms holding it away from him, just like he had with the other three, but this one being treated like something dangerous. The next name just left the Great Hall in stunned silence, completely bewildered by the new turn of events. "Harry Potter!" shouted Dumbledore. "Oh dear," murmured Luna, wide-eyed, eyeing Harry with worry in her blue eyes. Every eye in Hogwarts was fixed on him, causing him to shudder. He felt as though spiders were crawling up his back. He didn't like it at all. His face emotionless but very pale, he walked through the hall and into the chamber with the others, feeling dread washing through him. It had happened, the worst had been reality, not just his mind playing tricks on him. Fleur and Victor were standing by the fire, staring at Nick and frowning. Nick was just standing there looking stunned and wary. "Do they want us in the all?" "He's not speaking," said Fleur, sniffing in disgust. "No, we've been entered into the Triwizard Tournament without our say," said Harry bluntly. "Nick was drawn as the Hogwarts champion, but me? I have no idea." "No," was Victor's wide-eyed response. "How did that happen?" asked a baffled Fleur. She knew Harry better than to think he had put his name in. He didn't seem to care about the tournament, or her allure, or Krumm's fame, which was why she had chosen to talk with him. "I have no idea," sighed Harry, crossing his arms and looking broodingly into the fire, wondering what on earth was going to happen now. "They said I've no choice but to compete. The rules are binding," snapped Harry bitterly, sitting down in the library with Victor, Fleur, and Luna, looking like he was about to rage. After the instructions the four had been given, and an argument between their headmasters and headmistress, they had all been shooed out to get some rest. The next day, Harry had gone back to talk with Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall, with his head of house, Professor Flitwick, to see if there was a way to get out of it. The answer had been an unfortunate no, complete with tired, sad, old grandfather Dumbledore, who wished he could change the rules but wasn't able to do so. "We told you," said Victor, pity deep in his eyes and voice. "We" meant Fleur and him, as they had told Harry last night that it was binding. "Even our parents can't get us out of it. They're raging at Dumbledore. They got there just as I was leaving with Flitwick. Of course, they threatened to sue if anything happens to Nick," sighed Harry, his shoulders slumped and looking older than ever. When he had gone up to Ravenclaw Tower, he had been patted on the back. Every single Ravenclaw, old and young, had said they would be with him the whole way through, supporting him, encouraging him on to win, helping him in any way they could. That had been even more freaky than what happened the week with the Imperius Curse lesson. Things were going too fast for Harry and he didn't like it. People were gawping at him constantly, he could feel their beady eyes analyzing him, and he just wasn't used to it. The sorting had been enough for him, thank you very much. "Just Nick?" queried Fleur, confused. "Yeah, he is, the boy who lived, after all," replied Harry emotionlessly. Needless to say, Fleur didn't say anything after that. Victor, however, had the confirmation he needed. The conversation he had first had with Harry out on the Quidditch pitch had always bothered him. It was beginning to make more sense the more time he spent with Harry, and his sudden remarks about his parents or Nick. "Mr. Harry James Potter, you wanted information about emancipation and the procedures done. You will find an enclosed booklet which will explain the details. Please return it back to me with the appropriate data filled in, and I will begin the process for you, should you wish to go through with it." "Griphook. Brilliant," cried Harry, poring over the book. The booklet basically told him the same as the book, with added information. The paperwork was also included, and a list of names he could have from the Potter line. Harry smirked in bitter amusement at some of the names. Breathing deeply, he began filling in the forms, then chose his new name and signed it, once with his current signature and once with his new signature with his new name, before sending it off with Hermes. His new name, Harry James Peverell. 2 days later, they wrote back informing him it had gone through. He had also asked if it could get him out of the tournament, but he had no such luck. The only thing it did was cause his name to have changed if anyone looked. Harry didn't want anyone to know just yet, so his new name was only shared in secret with Luna. He didn't even need to change the P on his trunk. He was also the proud new owner of an invisibility cloak and a large chunk of the Potter inheritance, along with the Peverell money, which was in a separate vault from the Potter one. He was a descendant, so nobody could contest it, it was in his blood, and in his name. James couldn't hope to touch the money, though Harry wondered curiously to himself how long it would actually take them to figure out what he had done. His good mood was ruined every time he thought about the tournament, though, but oddly enough, someone else had joined him, Luna, Victor, and Fleur for meals the day before, Cedric Diggory. It looked like he'd be staying, and was showing signs of being possibly a good friend with the group. "Harry, wait up," yelled Victor. The hissing, still threw Harry sometimes. "What's up? I've got to go to class, I'm already late," said Harry, cocking his head to the side in curiosity as he paused. "It's dragons, de Farouche task," whispered Victor into his ear. Harry's face had gone a little red at the older teen's closeness. Swallowing heavily, it took a few moments for the sentence to sink in. "How?" questioned Harry, wide-eyed. "How on earth did Victor know?" "Ronalud Weasley told me about dem," said Hagrid was dear with Maxime, too. "Fleur probably knows, and I know, so I'm telling you," said Victor quietly. "Thank you, Victor," said Harry, smiling gratefully. "No problem, if you need help I'm sure we can come up with something together. Or if you would prefer, speak to Luna and Cedric only, I mean, whatever you want," said Victor smoothly. He wanted to help Harry. Standing next to him, the younger teen seemed awfully small, albeit gorgeous, too. "I don't want to think about it unless I have to be honest with you, Victor. Classes are hard enough without worrying about things like that. Although, I sure am glad they aren't treating me like Nick," conceded Harry. Nick was being ignored by every single Gryffindor, whereas the Ravenclaws were all gathering around Harry, helping him. The Hufflepuffs were disappointed one of their own hadn't been chosen, but they'd become friendly enough to their group when Cedric began hanging around with 3 of the 4 champions, Fleur, Victor, and Harry. The Slytherins were jealous of Nick's fame and always had been, so it was no surprise they were going to great lengths to annoy and belittle Nick, calling him a liar, a sneak, a cheat, or anything else they could. They never bothered Harry, though, then again, he hadn't truly existed until this shit all happened, and had never gotten into any fights with them, so they really had nothing against him, he was a non-entity to them. Victor just smirked. "Well, I have told you what I needed to. I see to you in class. I have got 10 minutes to get back to the boat for lessons." "Sure thing. No problem, I'll see you later," said Harry, running in the other direction and hoping he didn't lose points for being late to class. He knew he would, though, it was potions he had, after all, and he knew Reese hated him and looked for any reason he possibly could to deduct points or otherwise punish him. As much as he tried, he couldn't keep his mind off the bloody dragons, so legitimately ruined. That day's potion, a first for him. What were they supposed to do with bloody dragons? What kind of tasks were they having the champions perform? Harry woke up early the next morning and went down to the common room to wait for Luna. It was something he had been doing for a while now, thankful that Luna wasn't like most girls. She was awake within 15 minutes of him and dressed for the day while none of the other girls were down in the common room until 5 minutes before breakfast. Just because they were bookworms, it didn't mean they didn't like to wear makeup or gossip, although the gossip was usually more academic in nature. They were going down to breakfast before they knew it, and as usual, it wouldn't be long before their other friends joined them. Cedric Diggory had now officially joined their group, having been very upset not to be chosen as a champion, especially losing out to Nick Potter, of all people. There was nothing to be done about it now, though. Cedric really liked Fleur, so that might have also been a reason for his joining. Fifth-year Ravenclaw Cho Chang had been practically glaring daggers at both Cedric and Fleur since then. She obviously liked Cedric, but unfortunately, she was nothing compared to Avila and she knew it. "Did you get any sleep?" asked Luna as they sat down. No one else was there yet, apart from the teachers, of course. None of the Durmstrang students had ventured from the boat nor had any of the Beauxbatons ventured from their carriage house. Luna had told him it was beautiful after having gone with Fleur one time to see it. Or rather, Luna had gone to see the Abraxans pulling it, given how much she loved magical creatures. Fleur was used to them and didn't see them as magnificent creatures. She was proud of her school and everything about it, though, hence why she hadn't had a problem showing Luna around. I suppose so, answered Harry. He was so used to getting up early it was a habit. He had to get up early during the summer to open the shop and deliver the newspapers. The people of Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade preferred their post delivered to their doors, as they saw enough owls without being woken up by them at 6 in the morning. Most of the people in both delivery zones were housewives with working husbands. It was hard enough looking after children without being woken up at the crack of dawn. "What do you have first thing?" asked Luna. She always did, despite probably knowing his schedule equally as well as her own. Harry grimaced in distaste. "Potions. Ah, good luck with that," said the girl, knowing about Reese's hatred for Harry. Although, the teacher had cooled down somewhat in regards to being nasty, possibly having something to do with Harry no longer doing his best in his class. It was always the right color and texture, but never, ever to the extent of being perfect like before. He did, however, continue reading his potions books, and kept sharp with his written knowledge. He loved potions, it was by far his favorite subject. Or it had been, until Reese came along. Part of him resented Professor Snape for that, but he couldn't blame him, not really. Given half a chance, he would leave and become an apprentice to a potions master. Defense came next in terms of likes. He loved that at least his defense scores weren't bad like his potions ones. Reese was truly out to get him, and Harry couldn't figure out why. At least with Professor Snape, he knew why he hated Nick. He remembered all the times James had spoken about him with disgust, usually ending with trying to tell Nick a name he used to call him, a SNIV something, but Lily always yelled at him for trying to do so. Potions had just started and Reese kept staring at him while he was talking about poisons and antidotes. He had a sinking feeling that he was going to be the test subject, but didn't let the teacher see how bothered he was, even if his heart was beating a mile a minute. Harry was just wishing he could fade away when there was an urgent knock on the door. The boy who came in was the same boy who followed Nick around all day. His younger brother had taken to doing it, too. They were both short, skinny little runts. Colin and Dennis Creevy he thought their names were, if he remembered the sorting properly. Colin was positively beaming at Nick as he went up to Professor Reese's desk. "Can I help you?" frowned Reese in confusion. "Sir, I've to take the Potters upstairs," beamed Colin. "They have an hour of potions to complete. They will go up when this class is finished," said Reese, glaring at Harry before softening his gaze as he looked at the eager Gryffindor, Nick. "Sir, Mr. Bagman wants them, all the champions have got to go. I think they want to take photographs," said Colin. "Very well. Nick, Potter, go," said Professor Reese curtly. Harry and Nick quickly left the classroom, Harry eager to get away and Nick not wanting to miss an opportunity to get his picture taken. "It's amazing, isn't it, Nick?" asked Colin, gazing up at Nick in obvious hero worship. "Isn't it, though? You being champion. Of course. If anyone's going to be a champion, it's me," agreed Nick smugly. "What did they want photos for?" asked Harry curtly, cutting into the absurdity. "The Daily Prophet, I think," said Colin, barely glancing Harry's way. He was too busy staring at Nick in awe. Harry grimaced, hating the idea that he was going to have his picture across the bloody globe. There was still hope that maybe they would only put Nick's picture up, as he would sell more papers than the other champions. He crossed his fingers and prayed for the best. When he entered the room Colin led them to, he saw a rather small classroom. Crumb was staring moodily at the corner and Fleur was just standing there near Crumb, so he waved at them both, feeling like copying Victor. It helped that he now knew the older teen hated the press. It was no wonder given the things they would do to get a picture of the Quidditch hero. He also saw Bagman sitting in the middle of the room, talking to a witch he had never met before. Nick had, though, because he had perked up and straightened his robes. "Ah, here they are, champions 3 and 4. beamed Bagman. Come in, nothing to worry about, it's just the wand weighing ceremony. The rest of the judges will be here in a moment." "Wand weighing?" asked Harry frowning. "We have to check that your wands are fully functional, no problems, you know, as they're your most important tools in the tasks ahead," nodded Bagman soothingly. "Now, this is Rita Skeeter. She's doing a small piece for the Daily Prophet," said Bagman, introducing the witch. "Maybe not that small, Ludo," said Skeeter. Harry noticed she only had eyes for Nick and nearly whooped in relief. Maybe his face wouldn't be on display after all. "May I have a conversation with our youngest champion first?" asked Rita after a few seconds. Harry didn't even bother to mention that he was actually the youngest, being younger than Nick. He didn't want attention drawn to himself, thank you very much. Before Ludo, or even Nick, could agree, Skeeter was dragging him along and pulling him into a broom cupboard. Meanwhile, Fleur, Victor, and Harry sat down on chairs they'd placed near one wall, conversing quietly. Shortly after, the rest of the judges arrived: Maxime, Karkaroff, Dumbledore, and Crouch. The trio saw Headmistress Maxime and Headmaster Karkaroff frowning at the fact they were talking to one another, though Dumbledore was smiling and twinkling madly at them. The teachers seemed to be taking the tournament a lot more seriously than the students were, anyway. Harry had no desire to win, even if it would prove he was better than his brother. They would assume it was a fluke, or even that he'd cheated in order to take the attention away from Nick, and would wonder how he had won and not his brother. "Harry, my boy, where is Nick?" asked Dumbledore kindly to his student. "In the broom closet," said Harry bluntly, pointing at it. Go figure. Dumbledore finally talked to him for the first time since the day they'd met, but only to ask him about Nick Bloody Potter. Sometimes he felt like strangling the old man. If Dumbledore had any brothers or sisters, he pitied them for having to put up with him, since no doubt it was just like him and Nick all over again. Dumbledore frowned before quickly making his way over to the closet. Nick quickly joined the other teens, surprisingly sitting next to Harry. The younger twin shifted away a bit, but not making it too obvious, as he didn't want it in the paper that he was jealous of his brother's fame. "May I introduce you to Mr. Ollivander? He will be weighing the wands," said Dumbledore suddenly, drawing all attention to the door, where the other old wizard now stood beside him. The Hogwarts headmaster's eyes twinkled big time. Greetings were exchanged as Ollivander took a chair and moved it to face the champions so he sat a few feet away from them, far enough that they'd have to get up to give him their wands, but close enough for everyone to see clearly from where they stood or sat. "Mademoiselle Delacour, could I have you forward first, please?" said Mr. Ollivander, causing Nick to frown and twitch beside Harry. "Of course," she agreed. Fleur smiled at them before sweeping over to the wand maker and handing him her wand. Murmured the wand maker. He examined it for a time as everyone waited anxiously. "Yes," said the man quietly. 9.5 inches, inflexible, rosewood, and containing, dear me. Air from Z, EAD of Avila, said Fleur. "One of my grandmozers." "Yes," said Mr. Ollivander. "Yes, I've never used Vila hair myself, of course. I find it makes for rather temperamental wands, however, to each their own, and if this suits you, Orchideus," muttered the wand maker, and flowers emerged from Fleur's wand. Very well, very well. It's in fine working order," said Mr. Ollivander, picking up the flowers and handing them to Fleur along with her wand. "Mr. Crumb, you are next." Nick began tapping his foot impatiently. He wasn't used to waiting, and Harry found it hilarious. Said Ollivander again. "This is a Grigorovich creation, unless I'm very much mistaken. A fine wandmaker, though the styling is never quite what however, yes, hornbeam and dragon heartstring. Rather thicker than one usually sees, quite rigid, 10.25 inches, Avis." A number of small, twittering birds flew out the end and disappeared through the open window. "Good, now Harry Potter," said Ollivander. Harry stopped his snickers from breaking through at Nick's indignant look. He handed over his polished wand to the wand maker and waited patiently. "Ah, now this is one of mine," said Mr. Ollivander with much more enthusiasm. 11.75 inches, beech, and unicorn hair. "A strong combination," proclaimed Ollivander. Harry just nodded since he already knew that. The wand shot out wine before Ollivander said it was in perfect working order. Finally, it was Nick's turn as the older twin huffed and got up, handing his wand over. All three other champions, and even most of the judges, rolled their eyes when they saw him acting as if he was doing a great service to Ollivander by letting him touch the boy who lives wand. "Ah, another of my own. 9 inches, holly, dragon heartstring," said Ollivander, using it to conjure wine, much the same as he had Harry's. Nodding his head, the wand maker proclaimed it in working order. It wasn't long before Ollivander was gone and it was time for the dreaded photos. Harry almost wanted to beg Ollivander to do them all again. Then again, he knew even Fleur and Victor would kill him if he did that. He could tell by their faces that they were getting very bored. Harry was whipped out of his thoughts just to catch Rita saying, "Individual photos." She was looking at Nick as if he was the holy grail of the wizarding world, so Harry just smiled almost smugly. He knew Nick would definitely be the only one on the front cover of the Prophet. As he put up with the flashing pictures, he almost rubbed his hands together gleefully, and unlike the others, he didn't even attempt to smile. Not that anyone noticed, of course. Harry was right, and the next edition for the Daily Prophet only had Nick on it. Not only that, but Skeeter had spewed lies about Nick across the front page. Harry couldn't see Nick saying he was scared, or letting his green eyes glisten with tears at the thought of disappointing his parents. Skeeter was in for it, that was for sure. James wouldn't just let that go. He may only be an Auror, but he had plenty of connections, even if that was mostly because of who his son was. "We are only mentewund at the bottom of the page," huffed Fleur, her accent even thicker than normal as she tried to contain her fury. "You get used to it eventually," said Harry softly, tone indifferent. "They had no right, he's stealing the limelight from everyone," said Cedric, furious on Fleur's behalf. "How do you put up with it, Harry?" asked Victor, not as bothered as Fleur. He had been in the papers all summer back home. He was actually glad for the reprieve he was getting here, and he was quick to notice how Harry was quite turned on by the peculiar hissing and rolling R sound of Victor's voice when he said Harry's name. "It's all I've ever known, so what can I say?" shrugged Harry, deciding not to tell them he was bloody glad his face hadn't appeared in the paper. It was a shame for Victor and Fleur, he knew that, but he wasn't them, he didn't want eternal glory. Fame wasn't everything, and he loathed the thought of being famous. "I still think it's wrong. At least Daddy did a good piece," said Luna. She had taken pictures of Victor, Fleur, and Harry and sent them home, and her father had indeed done a piece for those who bought the magazine, and now, for those who wanted to know about the champions besides Nick Potter. "Zeno is great," smiled Harry, nodding in agreement. "Look at Zat, Zat's a good picture, Luna. You might be able to go into Zat business," stated Fleur kindly. "Oh yes, I plan on it. I'd rather take pictures of magical animals, though," said the younger girl dreamily, and the others smiled. 2 weeks had gone flying by. Between classes, homework, and spending time with his friends, Harry was exhausted. He had brewed 2 potions alone, one to make him invisible, and a potion he could take to repel flames from him. He had also found a spell to erase his scent so the dragon couldn't track him by smell. Before long, they were in the tent, listening to the roaring of the crowd. Crouch brought a bag forward, and inside it were miniature versions of the dragons they would be facing. They then each had to pick one out. Fleur got a Welsh green, Crumb ended up with the Chinese fireball, and Harry got the Swedish short snout, which left Nick with the most dangerous of all, the Hungarian horntail. Bagman took Nick outside, but Bagman came back in 10 minutes later. Harry barely heard the commentary being shouted, too preoccupied with fluttering nerves. He didn't want to do this, but he had to since it was a magical contract. He nodded curtly to each of his friends as they went out to fight their own dragon. Crumb went first, and 10 minutes later, he had successfully retrieved his egg if the crowd was anything to go by. Fleur went next, looking rather sick and clammy. Harry had to hand it to her though, she walked out with her head held high, even if her wand was held rather tightly in her grip. Around then, Nick came back inside as well. Finally it was Harry's turn. As he was about to leave the tent, he spared one glance for his brother, who actually looked green. After that momentary pause, he shrugged his shoulders, deciding he wasn't about to help him, and it wasn't his problem. His brother had never once helped him in their lives, so why should he give him any comfort now? Out in the arena, he looked at all the spectators and swallowed thickly. Well, it was now or never, he thought to himself. Everyone gasped in shock when he drank a potion and disappeared from view. They saw only a vial being raised to his lips as he drank the one to stop the fire hurting him, and never heard the spell he chanted. Finally ready, he went forward. Harry's hands were shaking, and his forehead was wet with sweat. Still, he went on. He had to keep quiet, he hadn't thought about his footsteps. Swiftly, He grabbed the egg and made a dash for it, and the noise of the dash caused the dragon to spew fire in his direction. The fire caught him but did no damage as the dragon hissed and blew fire in every direction, trying to hit an invisible target. The spectators knew where he was since they could see the egg clutched in his arm. They had gasped, then went quiet when the fire should have completely fried him. Harry kept running until he was safe from the dragon, then he raised the egg in triumph as he was expected to do. It was Nick's turn next, and Harry never stuck around to see it happen. Needless to say, it was over an hour before they could check their scores. Nick had eventually managed to summon the egg from the basket an hour later. Fleur's scores: Maxime equals 10, Karkaroff equals 8, Crouch equals 7, Dumbledore equals 8, Bagman equals 8. The grand total equals 41. Victor's scores: Maxime equals 7, Karkaroff equals 10, Crouch equals 7, Dumbledore equals 7, Bagman equals 7. The grand total equals 38. His score was mostly because he had caused damage to real dragon eggs, and the dragon handlers were not happy in the slightest about it. Harry's scores: Maxime equals 9, Karkaroff equals 7, Crouch equals 10, Dumbledore equals 10, Bagman equals 10. The grand total equals 46. Nick's scores: Maxime equals 3, Karkaroff equals 2, Crouch equals 4, Dumbledore equals 8, Bagman equals 3. The grand total equals 20. Well done, all of you. Beamed Bagman. Now just a few quick words. You have a nice, long break before the second task, which takes place in February. We have given you something to think about in the meantime. If you look down at your eggs, you will see hinges on them. They open, and will tell you how to solve the next clue, which gives you time to prepare for it. Got it? All right. Well, off you go. Of course, Nick was caught by Skeeter once more, this time luring him in by acting shocked at his score points. He's an idiot, isn't he? Asked Crumb, watching Harry's twin ramble on with scorn. He can't help it, it's how he's been raised. If his parents hadn't done it, maybe he would have been different, shrugged Harry. They weren't his parents anymore and hadn't been for a long time, it was just more official now that he had changed his name. Beside him, Victor said nothing about his reference to Nick and the Potters, a knowing look in his eyes. Ah, Severus. Good to see you. Come in, beamed Dumbledore at the man whose face he could currently see. In his fireplace. How are things? Asked Severus when he stepped out of the flow a moment later. Terrible, sighed Dumbledore sadly. Why? Did he die? Asked Severus dryly. Oh no, I was told by James and Remus that they had trained Nick during the summer. However, I find that hard to believe. It took him an hour to summon the dragon's egg to himself, said Dumbledore. Actually, of all the champions, Harry's approach was both the fastest and wisest. I was impressed. What did he do? Asked Severus, cocking his eyebrow curiously while declining the sweets Dumbledore insisted on offering everyone. He absolutely loathed Lemo drops. He used 2 potions apparently, one to turn him invisible, the other to stop fire affecting him, said Dumbledore, smiling proudly. His customary twinkle was gone, though. Quite impressive indeed, smirked Severus in amusement, impressed a Potter could have come up with such an intelligent move. Then again, the boy was a Ravenclaw, so it was to be expected. I do not understand Nick at all. Sighed Dumbledore, agitated. He should be more powerful and intelligent than this, equally as much as his twin, if not more. Do you know how the Potters treat Harry? Asked Severus, ignoring Dumbledore's pity party. He wanted no part in that, he was sick of the man's constant doubts that Nick wasn't the boy who lived. Severus couldn't care less, or wouldn't until Voldemort came back, then he'd worry. What do you mean? Frowned Dumbledore, not liking Severus' insinuations. Well, you say he never spends time at home. The other brat does, so why doesn't Harry? Have you ever asked him? Questioned Severus wryly. He wasn't about to tell Dumbledore that Harry was living at his mother's during the summers. Merlin knew what damage Dumbledore could do, even unintentionally. The Potters might even insist on Harry going home this coming summer and staying there. If what his mother suspected was true, it wasn't advisable for the boy to be at home for an extended period. If they continued down that road, it was just asking for trouble. The boy could even turn to Voldemort to get some bloody sort of attention. He knew what it was like to go without a stable family or friends, and it had made him join Voldemort. He had at least had his mother to go to, but by the sounds of things, Harry Potter didn't have anyone, well, except his mother, irony of ironies. He didn't want a path of darkness for someone as smart as Harry. All teenagers like spending time away from home, Dumbledore pointed out. Then why isn't Nick doing the same thing? Asked Severus shrewdly. I'm not sure, admitted Dumbledore. I assume because he's getting training. Yet you just told me it took him an hour to cast the summoning charm correctly. Asked Severus dryly. Dumbledore just looked rather constipated at that. Harry had been in transfiguration when they were all told unexpected news. He had practically run towards the Great Hall afterwards, completely and utterly gobsmacked and furious with the judges and teachers for just dumping it on them. Harry hadn't worn dress robes in years, Nick's parents hadn't bought him any in just as long, either. He didn't have the kind of money for dress robes, especially not on short notice. Life was going from bad to worse in his bloody book. What's wrong, Harry? Asked Luna, noticing Harry's sour mood. He's angry because of Yule Ball, giggled Fleur. Not funny, hissed Harry between clenched teeth. It's not so bad, insisted Luna. Oh right, you think so. Try going to a ball with normal robes on when everyone else is dressed up. Huffed Harry, his green eyes showing apprehension instead of anger. You don't have dress robes? Asked Victor, sitting down across from them. No, and I am not spending a ridiculous amount of money to wear something for one night, said Harry adamantly. He wasn't exactly rich, even if he now had the Peverell money along with the money he had been saving up for years, working his ass off. He had plans for that money, all of it. Getting himself a flat and apprenticing himself to a potions master cost a lot of money unless he showed great promise. Thanks to Reese, his academic records didn't show any promise. He was pretty sure he would be down to a low A, or maybe even a D, by the end of the year. I have a few sets with me. If you want to be wearing them, I'd have to shurinik them for you, offered Victor. That would be great, said Harry, his face lightening up as he nodded eagerly. Oh, Cedric, would you like to come to Yule Ball with me? Asked Fleur, half seriously and half flirting teasingly as soon as she saw Cedric approaching. I'd love to, smiled Cedric, not seeing Cho's defeated look. Very good, said Fleur, smiling as well. It's a pity I cannot invite a Chamupian, said Victor. Why's that? Asked Harry, jealousy stirring in him as he thought Victor wanted to ask Nick. I would have a sook at you, answered Victor, his face softer than anyone had ever seen it. Harry flushed bright red, a smile on his face he nodded that he would have accepted. Luna, I'd love to ask you, as my best friend, of course, said Harry quietly. I'd love to, beamed Luna. She wouldn't get to go if she didn't agree, anyway, so she might as well. Is dear a boy you like, Luna? Asked Victor curiously. Neville, blushed Luna softly. Well, ask him, just say you are doing me a favor, suggested Harry. I think I will, said Luna, grinning widely without her usual dreamy look. Now I just have to find someone which would rather go with someone else, who will put up with me just for one Danius, commented Victor, his distaste for it evident. Thomas asked the Weasley girl, why not ask her? Suggested Cedric. I guess I could be askink her, agreed Victor reluctantly. Victor had given Harry the robes and shrunk them, and had also asked Ginny Weasley for the first dance with the champions. She had spoken to Dean Thomas and both had agreed, Ginny unable to pass up the opportunity to dance with the Victor Crumb, as she was as Quidditch crazed as the rest of the Weasley family. Christmas morning was fun to say the least. Fleur, Victor, Cedric, Luna, and Eileen had all given him presents this year. Victor had gotten him 2 potions books, one for defensive potions and one a very rare advanced potions book. Fleur had given him a raven clasp to put his hair up with. She was always complaining that he didn't do his hair properly, something she felt he had to do since he kept it long. Fleur always had perfect hair whenever he saw her, and it did make him feel rather messy, so she had gotten him the perfect gift, and he wasn't even surprised to find a comb next to it. It wasn't just any comb, either, but a blue jewel-encrusted one you wouldn't leave lying around, and it made Harry feel bad. He hadn't gotten anything nearly as nice as that for her. Cedric had gotten him a large selection of candies which contained more of his favorites than anything else. That meant more chocolate frogs, sugar quills, and exploding bonbons than fizzing Whizbees, ice mice, and others. Eileen had gotten him some casual wear, some chocolates, and a few books. She had seen all the books in the room she had given him, and gotten some really nice ones he didn't have yet. Along with those, she had given him a brand new journal. This one he had decided to use like the Half-Blood Prince had used his potions book. Any new spells or potions he made in the future would be placed inside the beautiful journal, as well as notes about improvements or adjustments to spells and potions already in use. Luna had gotten him a dream catcher. It looked as if she had made it herself, and had added a lot of protection charms to it if the warmth emanating from it was anything to go by. It was quite large, but Harry didn't care, he loved it, and proudly put it above his bed. Not that there was anyone to look at it since he still had his own room. Harry had given Eileen a nice, old-fashioned locket he had found in the Peverell vault. It was embedded with onyx, which was why he had given it to her. It reminded him of her, plus it was a locket so he wasn't about to go around wearing it. To Fleur, he had given a beautiful, silver photo frame, extremely large and decorated. She had been going on about not having a picture of her whole family together on her wall because there wasn't a photo frame big enough. Why she didn't just put it up, he didn't know, but there could have been magic involved in the picture she wanted to put up, so he'd felt the frame would be useful to her. He had given her fudge, too, he had seen her eating it numerous times before. Cedric he had given a toffee tray and 3 bars of chocolate, white, dark, and milk chocolate. Victor had been the hardest to buy for, as he had given nothing away when asked. What did you get a Quidditch star who had everything? So, after watching him very closely for a while, Harry had gotten him a dragonhide wallet. He'd noticed just a few days ago that his other one was very worn, and that Victor kept a picture of his immediate family in it. As such, the one Harry had eventually chosen had a clear slot for a picture in it. He knew Victor missed his family, especially his sister. For Luna, he had gotten chocolates, a new camera which he had gotten at a discounted rate, and a spell. The spell was one he'd needed to research extensively and had partially made, himself, but it could be embedded in all her things so she could say the activation word and they would appear in her trunk. It had taken him a year to complete it but he had managed. Luna's things always seemed to go missing, especially near the end of the year, and Harry suspected Peeves to be the main problem, annoying pest that he was. Thank you for the wallet, Harry. I have bank needing a new one, smiled Victor as he sat down with the group at breakfast. He had already added a picture of himself, Harry, Fleur, Luna, and Cedric to it, as well as one of his family. I'm glad you like it, proclaimed Harry, relieved. I really wasn't sure what to get you and you wouldn't give me any clue. True, grinned Victor. The day went by exceedingly fast. It wasn't long before Fleur wandered off, needing a few hours to get ready, and even Luna left half an hour after Fleur. Krum had to leave to get ready around then, as he had to go all the way back to the boat, so it was just Cedric and Harry. Both left for their own common rooms soon after, thinking they might as well get it over with. Harry got dressed in the clothes Victor had given him, a light flush settling over his features. He couldn't believe Victor Krum actually wanted to be with him. He wasn't special, or famous, or even worth noticing, really. At least, that was how he felt, and being ignored all his life didn't deter his assumptions. He was slowly beginning to realize he wasn't truly invisible, though it would take a while for his self-worth to be established. Perhaps Victor would be able to do that before the end of the year. Dinner hadn't been served yet, and he was starving by the time it was 8 o'clock. They met everyone down at the entrance to the Great Hall. Harry had Luna on his arm, and the girl was dressed in a green gown that looked remarkably like a Christmas tree. She had some accessories on and she actually looked good in it if it was possible. Victor was standing next to him with Ginny on his arm looking extremely broody and gorgeous in his brown dress robes. Fleur and Cedric were together both wearing different shades of blue, Fleur a baby blue dress, of course, and Cedric royal blue dress robes. The only one who didn't look comfortable was Ginny, who wore a faded blood red dress. It didn't surprise any of them as she wasn't part of their group. He noticed Nick in his brand new Gryffindor red dress robes out of the corner of his eyes. He was with one of the Potter twins, though he wasn't sure which because they didn't have their uniforms on. She was wearing a traditional pink Hindu dress which hugged her figure in all the right places. Everyone else was allowed in bar the champions and their partners, since they had to make a grand entrance and open the dance. Luna was great to dance with, much to his relief. Once that dance was over, they were allowed to sit down and eat. Sweet and sour chicken, said Harry after looking at the menu, and the food appeared. All around him, people were doing the same, digging into their food ravenously, really, making people wait that long to eat without planning a snack between hadn't been the smartest move. He decided on a chocolate log, strawberry tart, and some ice cream for dessert. Thankfully, he didn't make a mess of the black dress robes Victor had been kind enough to lend him. Finally, after eating, Ginny left to find her actual date, Dean Thomas, and Luna approached Neville. They began dancing. Poor Neville, though, as Luna wasn't the most inconspicuous of dancers, she had her own version of a dance. No one was as bad as Ronald Weasley, though, who was stomping on the other Patil's poor feet. She was wearing an open-toe shoe, and her toes were already bright red, along with her face. Victor was quick to invite Harry to dance, and Harry was just as quick, and happy, to accept, much to the surprise of nearly the entire hall. They danced most of the night, talking about things and in general having a good time. Eventually, midnight approached, and Harry was going to see Victor off to his boat before heading to Ravenclaw Tower. "I'll see you tomorrow," said Harry softly. "You certainly will," said Victor while smiling softly. He didn't smile often, and when he did, it changed his entire face, which Harry had realized was getting closer to his own. Harry automatically opened his mouth and let Victor lead in the key. He was very inexperienced in the tangible, physical aspect of things like key-ing, so he preferred it that way. Experience aside, it was one of the best things he'd ever felt, and it made him happy to know Victor was enjoying it as well, if his pleased and was anything to go by, a and which Harry answered. Eventually, they broke apart, panting heavily. Harry had flushed red, which caused Victor to smirk in amusement and pride. Suddenly, they heard a noise behind them and broke apart to finish vocally saying goodnight. As it turned out, it was only Fleur and Cedric doing pretty much the same thing as he and Victor had been, but they still felt it would be better to part ways then, rather than be caught by a professor. The 14-year-old practically floated all the way back to Ravenclaw Tower, where he wrote and sent off a letter to Eileen, despite having written one yesterday with his present for her. He wrote about the Yule Ball, Victor, and of course, he thanked her for the presents she'd sent him. He wasn't surprised he had gotten nothing from Nick's parents, again. It was January before Victor and Harry tried to figure out the egg clue. It was actually one of the Ravenclaws who gave him the idea to use the prefect's bathroom. When she had commented that it sounded like a merperson or something. Ironically enough, the comment she had made as a joke was actually right. Victor and Harry had been spending a lot of time together by themselves, and much to Harry's relief, Luna had Neville to content herself with. He didn't want to feel guilty for leaving her like that, and he would have stayed if she had been alone. "You ready?" grinned Harry as he stood in the huge, deep bath quite nude. His confidence had grown in leaps and bounds and he was finally comfortable in his own skin by the looks of things. "Your EGK first," answered Victor, who was also nude and clearly quite enjoying the view of Harry he had. Well, work came before pleasure, so they dove under the water and listened to Harry's first, then Victor put his under and they found it was the same message. "What do you think it means?" asked Harry curiously, wrapping his legs around Victor's under the water, grinning mischievously. "Well, obvious Yuli Samadink we value is bank taken uniter de water," said Victor, frowning thoughtfully and trying to ignore Harry's actions, which was getting harder by the second. It wasn't just getting hard to ignore Harry's actions, but his body was as well. Mine will be Luna, then, if it's a person, and I really don't have anything else, besides you, I'd risk my life for, and you're out because you're a champion, too," said Harry confidently, rocking back and forth against the older teen, which pulled a strangled gasp from Victor's lips. Which could they be using for me?" grunted Victor. "Your sister, if she's coming here for the task," Harry offered. He then said, "Now let's stop talking about that. I want our first time to be really, really good, not mixed with that." At that, the older and now amused teen just shook his head and took his boyfriend properly in his arms, letting Harry have his wicked way with him and guide how quickly things progressed. For a purity, Harry seemed very experienced, knowing how to drive him mad with desire. If only he had seen the large selection of books, books, which were actually not that hard to find in the wizarding world Harry had been reading, he would have thought differently. Finally, when he'd had enough teasing, Victor turned them around. Harry grabbed the edge of the large bath for balance, then wrapped his arms around Victor's torso more securely. The younger teen gasped, feeling the intrusion of the older's first finger in his body, but when Victor hit that spot inside of him, he pushed down, pushing it deeper into him while moaning deeply. Another finger was added rather quickly, then Victor grabbed his wand and used a spell, lubricating Harry. The third finger hurt a little, but it was forgotten when he hit his sweet spot over and over again, delving the fingers deeply into the younger teen. Victor withdrew his fingers, and replaced them with something much larger and thicker. Slowly but surely, he sank deeply into Harry, tortured moans leaving their lips. Harry was going to be hard to leave behind, very hard indeed. Thankfully, the bath was magical and didn't allow the water to spread all over the bathroom, otherwise they'd flood the room in short order as they moved together, panting, moaning, and keening in desperation, wanting more and wanting to come. Fortunately, the need to come became too much, and with a groan, Harry had released hard, his essence erupting in the bath. Victor followed close behind, only his seed was deep inside Harry. Victor sat there for an hour, holding onto Harry and basking in the afterglow. Eventually, though, their skin looked like prunes, so they gathered their eggs and Victor banished their activities from the water. Getting dry, they quickly pulled their clothes back on while dotting a little more. Suddenly, they realized Victor had to get back to the boat, as his own curfew was coming up quickly. Harry walked, admittedly a little slower and funny, him to the doors, waved him away, and made his way back up to Ravenclaw Tower. New Year's had positively flown by and the cold weather was beginning to be felt even in the castle. The 2 months since then had flown by just as quickly. Victor and Harry continued their relationship, they were as close as Siamese twins, practically always joined at the hip. The same could be said for Luna and Neville, and Cedric and Fleur too. Harry and Victor had told Fleur what the egg was since they wanted it to be fair. Of course, they all just conveniently forgot about the other Potter twin. Harry was having the time of his life. For the first time in his life, he was the one who mattered, not his twin. They didn't care that he wasn't the boy who lived. He had made friends for life, whereas Nick only had fans. Nick might have his parents wrapped around his fingers, but he wouldn't have anyone when he was older if he continued on as he was. Only a week ago, Nick had stuck up a conversation with Victor as if they were best friends, pretending to be sympathetic that Harry was stealing Victor's fame, and that he, Nick, was used to it. Victor had just sat there, stunned by the boy's audacity to say such things when he knew that Victor was going out with Harry. Victor then promptly ignored the pompous windbag and left the table, then had told Harry about it. The next day, Harry received a letter from Lily and James. They were furious about who he was seeing, and reprimanded him for stealing Nick's limelight. Unfortunately for Harry, Victor had been there when he read it, much to his shame. The older teen had been furious upon reading the missive, rightfully so. He couldn't believe a parent could do that to their child, and any doubts, if he'd had any, about Harry's statements regarding his parents were gone. "So who are we going to use for the captives in the second task?" asked Dumbledore as he sat down. The other Triwizard judges were sitting in his office, discussing random things, but Dumbledore felt it was time to get down to the proper business of the day. "Fleur's legal sister will be hers," said Madame Maxime immediately. "If that's the case, I think it's best we use Victor's little sister also," muttered Karkaroff darkly. "What about the Potter twins?" questioned Bagman. For Nick, I think we should use his sister," said Dumbledore. "Unfair. Eats Ari's sister as well, and Zay might be confused," protested Madame Maxime at once. "Oh no, not at all, madam. Harry isn't very close to his family, while Nick is, but there is someone else who Nick doesn't know but Harry is very close to, Luna Lovegood. I think it would be obvious to Harry and Nick both," said Dumbledore patiently. "Would the Potters agree?" asked Karkaroff curtly. "Good question," murmured Bagman cautiously. He knew they never seemed to let their children, or at least Nick and Roxy, out of their sight. They were always in the paper together. It wasn't right, 14-year-old children shouldn't spend so much time at home. He had hardly seen his own children once they began Hogwarts, always flowing over to friends' homes to stay. Of course, his wife always made them stay at home for the last 2 weeks of summer, and they did, reluctantly. He saw more of them now that they were grown up than he had when they were teenagers. It didn't stop him from trying to help Nick, as he actually felt sorry for the boy. Everything always seemed to happen to him, first you know who, now bloody tournaments. They will or I shall find alternative means, soothed Dumbledore, eyes twinkling. About how he had once again gotten his way. Very well, then. We shall inform them the morning of the second task. Nodded Bagman grimly. Indeed, indeed. Beamed Dumbledore happily. Yet another week later, it was finally time for the second task. Victor still wasn't sure what he was sorely going to miss because as far as he knew, his sister wasn't supposed to be there for the task. He assumed it was one of his friends, but he couldn't be too sure. Harry had told him not to worry, that if anything went wrong, nothing would actually happen to the captives. It's not like Dumbledore would want Hogwarts to get a reputation for people dying, especially innocents who hadn't entered the tournament. Well, all our champions are ready for the second task, which will start on my whistle. They have precisely 1 hour to recover what has been taken from them. On the count of 3, 1, 2, 3. Yelled Bagman, a sonorous spell on him making his voice heard, even over the roaring of the crowd. Harry downed a potion, one he had created himself, the first to be added to his journal. It didn't just work for the 1 hour necessary, but for 24 hours. Nothing changed about his appearance or his insides, he just had the ability to breathe underwater, since the main ingredient in this potion was gillyweed. Normally, gillyweed allowed a person to breathe underwater by virtue of giving them gills and to swim by converting hands and feet to webbed versions. With the ingredients he had added, he'd stopped the gill and webbed limb formations from advancing, yet still made it possible to breathe underwater and swim more smoothly. As he swallowed, he glanced over at the others. Victor was now half shark and half human. Harry had to pause to admire his boyfriend's awesome piece of magical transformation, and even McGonagall was looking quite proud of it. Fleur had wanted to use a bubblehead charm, but Harry told her not to, insisting it could be broken. She and Cedric had tested it and found Harry was correct, so she was using gillyweed instead, also at Harry's suggestion. As he immersed himself, he heard people laughing and wondered why. As he looked up, he found out. Nick was just standing there, looking like a spare end and rather confused. Harry began swimming, something he wasn't very used to doing in all honesty. It didn't surprise him that, as he was reaching the bottom, Fleur and Victor were already grabbing their sisters and going. Harry gave them the thumbs up, so they nodded, even his shark-bodied boyfriend, and began swimming once more. Harry smartly untied both girls at the same time, and swam off with them before the mere people could think about it. He reckoned he might as well save Roxy since Nick wasn't going to be saving anyone. It was probably a good thing he'd taken both, because while he wasn't sure why, Roxy began struggling along with Luna as they got closer to the surface. What if they had still been down there? Would she have drowned? He didn't like the thought of that, thank you very much, because as much as he didn't consider them family, Roxy was only 10 and didn't deserve to die for having bad role models and a sorry excuse for a brother in Nick. He was glad he wouldn't have to find out if she would have been left to die. Once they were at the surface, he helped them up, paying much more attention to Luna than Roxy. He was about to grab towels when one was wrapped around him, then another draped over Luna's shoulders. It was Victor, who had the time since he had already dried himself and his sister off. Harry remembered the drying spell and cast it instead of wasting time using towels, beaming at his boyfriend in thanks. He handed his towel to Roxy so she could dry off, then helped Luna up and sat her down away. From the water, Ludo Bagman's voice sounded again, this time going on about a Chief Merperson, and awarding points to the champions. To Miss Fleur Delacour, for her use of gillyweed to great effect and for coming in second, we award 45 points. Beamed Ludo Bagman as cheering erupted. Fleur now had 86 points altogether. To Mr. Victor Crumb, for an excellently demonstrated piece of transfiguration in coming in first, we award 47 points. Continued Bagman. The cheering was louder for the famous Quidditch star, who flushed a little when Harry's cheer could be heard the loudest. Victor was now up to 85 points. To Mr. Harry Potter, for the excellent use of an unknown potion, saving a captive not his own, and for coming in third, we award 48 points. Called Bagman. The cheering was loud, but nowhere near as loud as Crumb's had been, not that Harry noticed. Victor had just smiled at him, a proud glint in his eyes, and it sent Harry's stomach turning to mush. It was then he realized why he preferred older people. He wanted approval and love, and someone young couldn't do that for him. Harry was now up to 94 points. To Mr. Nick Potter, who didn't even get into the water, we award 0 points, said Bagman, looking well and truly disappointed and a little embarrassed. Nick obviously hadn't managed to figure out the clue, whereas his brother had. Nick remained at a low score of 20. No one noticed just how furious Professor Moody was about that. Moody had been so sure the boy had figured it out, given how his twin bloody well had and how the boy had assured him everything was fine, even turning down his minor offers of help. The third task will take place on the 24th of June, continued Bagman cheerfully. The champions will be notified of what is coming precisely 1 month beforehand. Thank you all for your support of the champions. It was almost over with, thought Harry, just one more task to go before he could fade back into obscurity, like he wanted. A curious thing happened several weeks after the second task. Barty Crouch showed up at Hogwarts. Percy Weasley had been working in his stead, stating that he was overworked and taking a break, but that could only go on for so long before even uptight Percy started looking for him. Then, suddenly, he had been in the papers and everyone was looking for him. He wasn't at home, Street Mungo's, or anywhere else they could think of, as he seemed to have vanished off the face of the planet. Harry didn't know much about the event, as it had happened to Nick and had quickly become another of Hogwarts' worst-kept secrets. After finding Crouch, Nick had left to get Dumbledore, and apparently by the time they got back, he had disappeared. It had happened shortly after they had been told about the last task, when Nick had been wandering around by himself after dark. Harry silently wondered if Nick had really seen Crouch, or if this was another bid for attention. He and the others finally came to the conclusion that Nick couldn't have lied, not about something like that, he just wasn't smart enough to think up something like it. No, for attention he would have sought out Skeeter or someone for an interview about how hard it was competing with 7th years. Nick was getting very jealous of Harry, he glared murderously at him all the time. He hated it, hated how his brother had figured out the egg clue, hated how he was getting attention and acclamation. That was usually reserved for him. He was hurt, but at least he still had a few Gryffindors on his side. Neville had even left him for the group around Harry. Neville had been his friend for nearly 2 years, and he didn't like losing friends and popularity to his good-for-nothing twin. Marcus seemed to be slipping off and befriending those his own age. The only 2 people still following him around were the Creevy brothers. The other Gryffindors were still at odds with him, even the Quidditch team. He didn't realize his 5th year was going to be even worse, as the team had decided enough was enough. They were going to get a decent seeker to play Quidditch next year. Some of them actually wanted to win before they left Hogwarts for good and joined the real world. Harry, Victor, Fleur, Cedric, Luna, and Neville couldn't figure out why Crouch had snuck into Hogwarts and demanded to see Dumbledore, but it didn't bode well for him or Nick, he supposed. Harry thought as he considered the dream he'd had at the beginning of the year. Come to think of it, he had yet to tell Victor about his dream. "You were in luck, Wormtail," said Voldemort. "Your blunder has not ruined everything. He is dead, my lord," gasped Wormtail. "My lord, I am so pleased, and so sorry." "Nagini," said Voldemort, "you are out of luck. I will not be feeding Wormtail to you, after all, but never mind, there are always the Potter boys." He paused for a moment, then went on, "Now Wormtail, perhaps one more little reminder why I will not tolerate another blunder from you." "My lord, no, I beg you," whimpered Wormtail. "Crucio!" snarled Voldemort. Far away, a boy named Harry Potter screamed as his scar seared red-hot as if a hot iron brand had been placed upon him. It was a good thing he had a room to himself, still the same room he had acquired in his 1st year, he thought to himself as he lay there panting, his palm squashing his scar as he tried to make the pain go away. It was a long time coming before it did, before Harry could truly think on what he had seen. He shuddered, remembering the threat. Nagini. Voldemort planned on feeding him to a snake. He really didn't like snakes because of the basilisk he had faced. He might have liked them if he'd met a nice snake which didn't intend to kill him. He sighed softly, wishing he had someone to speak to, especially about those visions or dreams, or whatever the hell they were. He didn't trust anyone 100% other than Luna, Eileen and Victor, none of whom he could really ask to bear such a burden. Added to the strain was how today was the third task, and he just felt everything was wrong. His mind was screaming warnings and danger at him, but he couldn't understand why, so with great reluctance, he got up to start the day. His mind was in overdrive, what with studying for his exams and the upcoming task. One thing was sure, he would have no trouble with defense this year with the amount of spells he had learned. Not that he ever had. Ladies and gentlemen, the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament is about to begin. Let me remind you how the points currently stand. In first place, Mr. Harry Potter of Hogwarts with 94 points. In second place stands Miss Fleur Delacour of Beauxbatons with 86 points. In third place, Mr. Victor Krum of Durmstrang with 85 points. In fourth place, Mr. Nick Potter of Hogwarts with 20 points. Announced Bagman. For as much as it was possible with the sonorous charm active, he had whispered the last part compared to the cheerful shouts of the other champions' scores. Now, for this task, they will each enter the maze one at a time based on their scores, seek out the Champions Cup at the center, and claim it. The task ends when the cup has been claimed, and the winner of the Triwizard Tournament is the one who claims the cup. Good luck, all our champions. Harry went into the maze first, and it wasn't long before another whistle sounded, indicating Fleur had entered, then Victor shortly after. It was then a few minutes before the final whistle sounded, indicating Nick had entered. Right then, Harry stumbled back in shock, seeing himself as he grinned widely and mouthed the words, "I'm Harry Potter, I'm the boy who lived." What on earth was happening? How could he be facing himself? Blinking rapidly, he realized it must be some sort of spell. Finite incantatum. The copy of him didn't even blink, just continued grinning widely, scar on display and truly freaking Harry out. Seeing this version of himself like that, it was his worst fear, for people to know he, not Nick, was the real boy who lived, to become like his brother. Then he choked when he realized the answer had just been handed to him. Ridiculous, cried Harry, and the other him disappeared in a puff of smoke. He continued on, wondering what else they had come up with, shuddering slightly. He came face to face with a blast-ended Skrewt, but with a swift reducto, it was splattered everywhere. He hoped Professor Hagrid didn't like them. He was just getting his own back for all the bloody burnt fingers and stings he'd had to put up with from the disgusting things. 5 minutes later, he took another turn and was faced with mist. He tried getting rid of it, but nothing seemed to work. Frowning, Harry wondered if he should head back in the other direction or try to continue forward through the mist. What made his decision was a scream from a female. It could only be one person. He bolted toward the scream, right through the mist, not caring that he might come upon something dangerous. Fleur was more important than danger, and Merlin help anything which got in his way. He would blast it to Kingdom Come, just like the Skrewt. He ran into nothing other than 2 dead ends, which he just completely obliterated with a couple well-placed reductos and continued on his way. It was a few minutes later when he finally heard Fleur's voice as she begged someone. Frowning, he ran faster, and a moment later, he heard his boyfriend's voice growling out an unforgivable, "Victor, please. Enough, stop these please. Wake up, fight EET," pleaded Fleur. Crucio. Fleur screamed in agony as the Crucio curse tormented her body, riddling it with pain. Pushing past the last hedge, Harry saw Fleur on the ground as his boyfriend tortured her with the curse, but Victor's eyes were blank, just like everyone's had been the day they tried to fight off the Imperious curse. Well, that explained Fleur's words earlier. "Stupefy!" yelled Harry quickly. Victor fell to the ground, unconscious. "Fleur, are you okay?" asked Harry, running over with a worried expression. "My wand, give EET to me," she managed to say, her voice croaked and strained in pain. Harry did as she asked and she sent sparks up, announcing her surrender. She couldn't even think about moving since her entire body was still jerking and spasming in pain. Harry sent up sparks for Victor with his boyfriend's wand as well, having every intention of staying there. "Go, Ari, don't let him win," said Fleur. "Victor wouldn't want that. I don't want to leave you," answered Harry worriedly. "Don't worry about us, Z teachers are coming. Just go and finish Z's said Fleur softly. Oh, all right, said Harry, nodding and admitting defeat in the current argument. Good luck and be careful, there is obviously something, murmured Fleur, looking around worriedly. I will, agreed Harry adamantly, gripping his wand and rising to go. He returned to the quest for the cup as he meant to continue, alert for any trouble. For 10 minutes, he wandered through the maze, never seeing hide nor hair of his brother, not that he cared. He was just about to turn another corner when he bumped into a creature's chest, one he had only ever seen in a book, the Monster Book of Monsters. It was a sphinx, with a cat-like body, a human-like head, and wings. You are near your goal. The quickest path is through me, she said. Okay, how do I pass you? Asked Harry, knowing a riddle was coming and looking forward to it. He wasn't a Ravenclaw for nothing. Answer my riddle successfully and I allow you to pass. Answer it wrong and I shall attack. Remain silent and I shall allow you to return from whence you came unscathed, said the Sphinx. Sure. What is the riddle? Asked Harry eagerly. First, think of the person who lives in disguise, who deals in secrets and tells naught but lies. Next, tell me what is always the last thing to mend, the middle of the middle or the end of the end. Finally, give me the sound often heard during the search for a hard-to-find word. Now string them together and answer me this, which creature would you be unwilling to key? Lives in disguise and tells naught but lies, a spy. Then the sound heard, so it would be spy. Middle of middle and end of end is, d, and a creature you would be unwilling to key, spy d. That's it, a spider, said Harry excitedly as he finished working it out. The Sphinx smiled broadly and moved out of the way for him to pass. Thanks, grinned Harry, moving forward quickly. He had to get this over with so he could make sure Victor and Fleur were all right. He saw the cup, but just as he saw it, he glimpsed a shadow nearby. Raising his wand, he glanced around, then saw it, a huge spider, an Acromantula, coming out of the shadows and barreling towards him. Harry promptly fired off 5 stunning spells in rapid succession. The huge spider fell, and before Harry could celebrate, he felt his arm being grabbed in a tight grip and found himself being dragged towards the cup. A quick look showed Nick. Nick, let me go, snarled Harry, furious at being manhandled by his brother, who hadn't listened, just continued on and touched the cup. As he did so, Harry noticed 2 things, one that Nick was also under the Imperious Curse, and the other how the cup was a portkey. Hogwarts disappeared from view and an abandoned, run-down graveyard took its place. He felt his scar sear in agony but was too scared to react. He knew what was coming, he could feel it in his bones. He was just about to grab his brother and the cup. He knew the portkey would take them back, but before he could, he and Nick were levitated from the ground and held against 2 large tombstones, then both were bound tightly to them, arms and legs secured down with magical bindings. Harry could hear hissing and swallowed fearfully. Voldemort was back, and if he had his way, Harry would be snake food tonight. He didn't even listen to Nick's sniveling, which indicated the Imperious Curse had worn off. It didn't surprise him, as Nick was a coward under all that swagger, but he couldn't listen to anything anyway while his scar continued to burn in agony. It was a good thing he couldn't clutch his head and give himself away, or it surely would have happened by then. Harry grimaced, biting his tongue to try to redirect the pain from his forehead. He didn't succeed, just caused himself more pain. His brother didn't seem to be bothered by any pain, just peeing himself in fear if Harry wasn't mistaken. He would say he wasn't mistaken by the yellow stain on Nick's trousers and the smell of urine in the air. He was a Ravenclaw and a smart boy, so he'd say he wasn't wrong, but he didn't want to spend time thinking on whether his brother had peed himself or not. Pettigrew, whispered Nick fearfully, watching him wide-eyed. He was carrying with him some sort of bundle, a bundle Harry knew to be Voldemort by the strange visions. Alone, although he hadn't seen Voldemort properly, what he had seen matched, and his scar was giving it away. Harry remembered James going on about Pettigrew, and the look on his face, his scowl, had been disturbing, to say the least. Black and Lupin had tried for years to catch him, with a few other Order members chipping in now and again. Black had been given the task of tracking him down as an Auror. Of course, a few other Aurors had been drafted in now, and Black wasn't solely looking for Pettigrew anymore. Harry should have hated Pettigrew with all he had as well, as it was his fault his family didn't care about him. One day when he had been a little younger, around 9 or 10 years old, he had come upon a trunk full of photo albums. He had looked through them, tears running down his face when he realized something. After Voldemort attacked, there hadn't been a single picture of him taken. He knew because his and Nick's scars were slightly different. His was a lightning bolt, while Nick's was more of a sideways zigzag than an actual lightning bolt. Also, Nick's was longer and more to the left, whereas his was right in the middle of his forehead. Not one single picture of him was there to be found, and he had flipped through thousands of photos, desperate for at least one to be there. There were plenty of James, Lily, Nick, and Roxy, but none of him. It had broken his heart even more if it was possible, and he thought he had been done with feeling hurt when his parents had done, or not done, anything. Harry shook off his thoughts and looked down to see the name on the grave he was pinned to. Tom Riddle. He wondered briefly and insanely why that particular tombstone, but shook it off just as quickly, not wanting to let his mind wander. Thank you very much, not right now, maybe if he survived, then he'd do it. In the meantime, he felt sick just thinking about being fed to a snake. What an excruciating way to die. It suddenly dawned on him why it was the Riddle tombstone. This was a Muggle graveyard, and Riddle had been Voldemort's name while he was in school, while there wasn't a pureblood line called Riddle. Voldemort's father was a Muggle. He had an insane urge to giggle madly. He remembered reading about Voldemort's goals, to rid the world of Muggles and Muggle-borns, and he had all the purebloods working for him. Did they even know they were bowing to what they themselves liked to call a mudblood? During the chamber incident, he hadn't paid much attention to everything Riddle said, as he had been concentrating on how to get out of there. Just as he thought that, he began hearing hissing at his feet and barely heard Nick squealing like a little girl. The snake was circling the gravestone where he and Nick were tied. With great difficulty, he managed to get his wand back into his sleeve, which concealed his wand holster. It was a good thing he managed, because his hands began spasming from the tension in them. Also, he could now hear something being dragged across the ground, and didn't want to get caught with it. Twisting his head to the side, thankful that he didn't need glasses like his brother, he saw what it was. Pettigrew was dragging a huge cauldron across the graveyard and Harry silently wondered where he had managed to get it. After all, Pettigrew was the most wanted man in the world, so there was no way he just walked into a shop willy-nilly to purchase one. Another thing occurred to him: whoever the spy was, he was someone at Hogwarts, which right now could be anyone. Then again, that wasn't strictly true, as whoever it was had handled the Triwizard Cup, had also been circling the maze or couldn't have managed to use the Imperious Curse on Victor and his right now smelly brother. He frowned slightly, remembering who had been patrolling the maze: McGonagall, Dumbledore, Moody, and Flitwick. He felt a sinking feeling in the pit of his stomach as he remembered Reese accusing him of stealing ingredients associated with the Polyjuice potion, if he remembered correctly. Moody, it had to be Moody, otherwise Hogwarts was well and truly compromised if it was McGonagall, Dumbledore, or Flitwick. They controlled the wards of Hogwarts, as headmaster and heads of houses. If one set of wards were weakened, Hogwarts would be penetrated. He came out of his thoughts to bubbling. There was a fire beneath the cauldron now, and it was heating up fast. There was also the bundle hissing beside it persistently, as if it was getting agitated. His scar burned hot, searing red across his forehead, so he looked away, hissing in pain and trying not to bring attention to himself. Steam billowed out of the cauldron as a voice hissed, "Hurry." "It is ready, master," said Pettigrew. "Now," said the cold, harsh voice of Voldemort. The bundle was dropped into the boiling water unceremoniously, and Harry could hear Nick murmuring, let it drown," making him want to laugh. Pettigrew wouldn't risk something as stupid as letting that thing drown. If he didn't know any better, he would have said that's what something would look like if a snake and a human got together. He wondered what kind of name they would come up for that, like he knew half-human, half-horse beings were called centaurs. Snomans. He knew immediately he was getting hysterical with his nonsensical thoughts. At least he wasn't expecting Voldemort to drown. The thought of it actually happening was enough to make him laugh uproariously. Then again, it would have added a sense of irony to the whole thing. "Stop it, Nick," hissed Harry, utterly humiliated that his twin had began whimpering now. Nick just stared at him as if he had lost his mind. Pettigrew began speaking, his entire pudgy form quaking in fear. Bone of the father, unknowingly given, you shall renew your son. The surface under Harry and Nick's feet quivered. Horrified, Nick and Harry watched as a fine trickle of dust rose into the air at Wormtail's command. It fell sizzling into the cauldron, which hissed and steamed some more. The water had turned a very poisonous blue color. Harry eyed the dagger Wormtail had just produced warily. Meanwhile, Nick just whimpered some more. If Harry hadn't been wondering what would happen next, he would have rolled his eyes at his brother. That wasn't to say he wasn't scared, because he was, but there was a difference between being scared and being a coward. Nick's wand was over by the portkey and Harry wondered silently why they hadn't taken the wand yet. Another whimper brought him out of his thoughts. He realized right away it wasn't Nick. It was Wormtail, and he was cutting off his own hand. Harry nearly gagged in disgust, unable to look away, having never seen anything more gruesome in his entire life. The man actually cut off his hand from right above the wrist. Flesh, of the servant, willingly given, you, will, revive, your master. Fantastic, thought Harry, glancing at Nick quickly. His eyes were closed and he was very pale. The cauldron water had turned a bloody red, no surprise there considering what had just been added. Harry's heart was thumping a mile a minute, knowing what was coming before it happened. Blood of the enemies, forcefully taken, you will resurrect your foe. No don't, shrieked Nick loudly as Pettigrew approached him, trying to move in the bonds but having no luck. He was stuck just as tightly as his brother with no chance of getting away. Tears were running down his face as his upper arm was sliced into with the same knife the rat had used to cut off his hand. After making the incision, Wormtail fumbled with the knife, getting it into his belt and pulling out a vial to gather some of Nick's blood in. The rat animagus, new arm stump was bleeding quite heavily, the man clearly in pain, yet he was still going to continue. Harry was next as Wormtail approached him with the vial in his belt and the knife back in hand. He bit his tongue and glared at Pettigrew, a glare that promised death, as the knife bit into his arm. The man had the nerve to squeak before collecting Harry's blood in the vial and returning to the cauldron, where he added both their blood. The cauldron turned instantly blinding white so nobody could see at all. The next thing they could see when the light disappeared was Lord Voldemort standing nude in the cauldron. Harry actually gagged at that, unable to hold back. The man was a rather disgusting sight to behold. A person couldn't even tell he was a man anymore, either, in more ways than one. Voldemort was more snake than human, though where the snake-like appearance had come from by the ingredients added to the cauldron, Harry really didn't understand. "Robe me," hissed Voldemort. Wormtail, still sobbing, did as he was bid. Harry was actually quite grateful for that, as he didn't think he would be able to sleep for a long time. Voldemort, thin and bony, stepped out of the cauldron and stared between Nick and Harry, an unholy gleam in his blood-red eyes. He was doing something with his mouth but Harry wasn't sure what. It looked like a thin line, no lips or anything, so he could have been grimacing or grinning for all Harry knew. The eyes, though, made him shiver. He felt something in the back of his mind and memories were floating to the surface. Breaking eye contact with the man, he closed his eyes and concentrated on shutting that presence out before it saw his memories. He wanted to shout, to tell Nick to stop looking, but he couldn't, he wasn't given the chance. Wormtail interrupted them, begging Voldemort on bended knee for goodness knew what. "My lord," he choked. "You promised, you did promise." The nasally voice was getting on Harry's nerves. "Hold out your arm," said Voldemort, sounding more as though he was granting an honor than anything else. Wormtail held out his bleeding stump, saying, "Thank you, master, thank you." Voldemort just laughed. "The other arm, Wormtail." Harry bit the inside of his mouth to stop himself from laughing. The idiot had brought it on himself. He spitefully hoped Wormtail would bleed to death, as this was the second time the bastard had almost killed him. This time, he might succeed, as Harry didn't see a way of getting out of there alive. "Master, please, please," whimpered Wormtail, but his other arm was extended nevertheless. Voldemort pushed the sleeve up. "It is back," he said softly. "They will all have noticed it, and now, we shall see, now we shall know." He pressed his long, white forefinger to the brand on Wormtail's arm. Pettigrew howled in fresh pain. Harry didn't even get a sense of satisfaction because as Voldemort pressed that mark, Harry's scar flared in agony and it took every ounce of control he had to stop himself from screaming, too. How many will be brave enough to return when they feel it? He whispered, his gleaming red eyes fixed on the stars. And how many will be foolish enough to stay away? Harry's eyes widened as it finally dawned on him what Voldemort was doing. He was calling his followers to him. They had to get away soon or they were in trouble. Snaking his hand down into his sleeve once more, he grabbed the end of his wand and chanted in his head, Finite Incantatem. The bindings holding both twins disappeared into nothingness. He didn't count on his brother. Screaming as they fell with a thud from the stone. Using a curse word Eileen definitely wouldn't approve of, he grabbed his brother and was about to run. However, Nagini had wrapped herself around his foot and he had to bite his lip to keep himself from actually telling the thing to get off of him. He let the thing get inches from him, before he blasted it with a Reducto curse, and he vaguely heard Voldemort's horrified screech as he kicked the dead snake from him. Both Nick and Harry were running, ducking behind gravestones, while Voldemort was sending killing curses at them, none of which were finding their targets, thankfully. Harry was throwing back anything he could think of. They were, however, getting cuts and bruises from the debris being flung everywhere. Harry managed to hit Pettigrew in the chest with another Reducto curse. Unfortunately for him, just as he was about 5 feet from the portkey, Voldemort hit him with a Cruciatus curse, and Nick, rather than stopping or trying to reach back for Harry, continued running, grabbed the portkey, and was gone. Voldemort stopped the Cruciatus and walked towards the 14-year-old who lay on the ground, panting and trembling a bit in pain. Harry was actually feeling quite shocked as well, unable to believe Nick had actually gone and left him behind. He shouldn't have expected anything less, but damn, it bloody hurt. Not as much as the Cruciatus curse, that was for sure. Imperio, hissed Voldemort, his eyes gleaming maliciously. Harry decided to go along with it, decided not to fight it for now. He was only told to walk so far then to stop, even as the booms of apparition suddenly filled the air. Voldemort's Death Eaters had finally arrived. Harry had no wand, as it was way over by where the portkey had been, and he had no reason to think he'd survive now. The only available transportation, the portkey, was gone. Nick fell with a grunt outside the maze, where everyone huddled around him wondering what had happened. Obviously deadly confused, the stands were full of cheering which slowly died down when they saw the state Nick was in. Dumbledore began running down the stairs at an alarming speed for an old man. Voldemort's back, he killed Harry, he's back. Nick sobbed hysterically. Victor's eyes widened in fear. What had happened to Harry? Could they trust that Nick was telling the truth? Nothing but lies came out of the boy's mouth. Fleur looked like she was about to burst into tears, so Cedric brought her into a hug, comforting her while he looked pale, himself. The rest of the staff and students, as well as the visitors, didn't know just what to do. They had heard Nick Potter loud and clear, and just stood there in confusion. Moody grabbed Nick and started dragging him to the school, but James wasn't having any of that. He grabbed his son right back, not wanting Nick out of Dumbledore's sight. He was, after all, the only man Voldemort ever feared, and he realized Moody, of all people, would know that. Who handled the cup last? Demanded James. Alistair, said Dumbledore, confused as to where James was going with that. Stupefy, shouted James quickly, but Moody dodged out of the way, grinning maliciously. Dumbledore finally realized something was wrong, so joined Lily and James in casting the stunning spell at Moody. Two managed to hit their target, sending the man flying 5 feet. What exactly is going on here, Dumbledore? Demanded Fudge, puffing up like a peacock. The only problem was in how he didn't look as good as one. I intend to find out, said Dumbledore grimly. Going over to Moody, he raided the man's pockets. He found what he needed and pulled it out, then poured the contents out and said loud enough for everyone to hear, Polyjuice. Potion. Who is it? Asked James. We need to get Nick to Poppy, James. He's in shock, sobbed Lily, who had brought her child into her lap and was cuddling him for all he was worth. She wasn't even paying attention to what was happening around her since firing off the stunning spell towards the false Moody. Take him. I'll take care of this, said James, nodding grimly to his wife. Come on, Roxy, demanded Lily, trying to rise with her son in her arms. She was unable to lift him, so she conjured a stretcher to levitate, instead. As Lily headed for the castle leading the stretcher with Nick on it, Roxy trailed after her, looking scared. Lily looked behind her every few seconds to make sure her daughter was there, as she didn't want to let her children out of her sight. Dumbledore grimly waited for the potion to wear off. It was getting dark, but the students and spectators didn't move, even when they were told to. Everyone seemed to be in a state of shock, and even Fudge was afraid to say anything. He didn't know what to do or say. Eventually the potion wore off, and James did a double take as Dumbledore's eyes widened in shock. Whoever they were expecting it to be, it obviously wasn't the person who was revealed to them. The students whispered to each other while Fudge paled when he saw who it was. He wasn't stupid, he knew very well who it was, Barty Crouch Jr. "Colin, do you have Veritaserum?" asked Dumbledore, calling his potions professor by his first name, as he did with all his professors. "Of course," said Reese, handing over the potion without even blinking. "This cannot be happening," said Minerva, still looking shocked. "Do you even care that your son is dead?" snarled Victor furiously, trying to get at James Potter. Cedric, surprisingly, managed to hold the furious Bulgarian back. "Don't, Victor, please," cried Fleur, looking devastated. If she hadn't told Harry to go on, he would still be alive, or so she thought. "He doesn't give a damn. I read the letter you sent him. Just because he was going out with me, you told he was Sudilink his broder's fame," snarled Victor viciously. Dumbledore looked stunned at the accusations being flung James Potter's way. He wasn't the only one, everyone had drawn a breath, stunned by what they were hearing. They couldn't believe what the Bulgarian had said, but it somehow rang so true they believed it nonetheless. The headmaster suddenly shook his head and gave Barty Crouch the Veritaserum. This wasn't the time to be arguing among themselves. Harry Potter's death was regrettable, but he was very glad it wasn't Nick or things would have gotten messy. After all, Nick was the boy who lived, the one destined to save them all from Voldemort. "What's your name?" asked Dumbledore sternly. "Bartemius Crouch Jr., intoned Crouch, showing he was under the potion's influence. "How did you get out of Azkaban? Why did everyone think you had died?" demanded Dumbledore. "My mother wanted me out of there. It was her dying wish, so my father agreed. My mother and I both took Polyjuice Potion and switched places. She died in Azkaban in my place and was buried while my father kept me in the house under the Imperius Curse. Eventually, I began to fight it and made my way to my lord," said Crouch. "Do you have proof Voldemort is back?" asked Dumbledore, knowing that if everyone heard it themselves, they couldn't deny it, or rather, Fudge couldn't deny it. "My mark burned not even half an hour ago. He's back and called his followers to him. I shall be rewarded for bringing him the Potter boys," he said. Everyone gasped as one. People screamed, and some children burst into tears. "This isn't good," said James sickly, looking terrified. "Master, Master," said every Death Eater as they fell to their knees at Voldemort's feet, keying the hem of his robes, obviously very willing to bow to the half-blood. Harry grimaced in disgust, though he was kind of glad none of them were looking at him, to be honest. "Welcome Death Eaters," said Voldemort, 13 years since last we met, yet you answer my call as thought it was yesterday. We are still united under the dark mark, then. Or are we?" For a moment, he paused. "I smell guilt," he said, sniffing the air. "There is a stench of guilt upon the air. Maybe Voldemort was more snake than human if he could smell emotion." Harry just wished he wasn't so scared, as he hated the thought of Voldemort smelling his fear. "I see you all, whole and healthy, with your powers intact, such prompt appearances, and I ask myself, why did this band of wizards never come to the aid of their master, to whom they swore eternal loyalty?" Harry wanted to snort. Voldemort had a flair for dramatics, that was for sure. He could sort of see how people could be drawn in by him. "Sort of. And I answer myself," continued Voldemort in a stage whisper, "they must have believed me broken, they thought I was gone. They slipped back among my enemies, and they pleaded innocence, and ignorance, and bewitchment, and I then ask myself, but how could they have believed I would not rise again? They, who knew the steps I took, long ago, to guard myself against mortal death. They, who had seen proofs of the immensity of my power in the times when I was mightier than any wizard living." Harry wondered if Voldemort was ever going to stop talking. He was terrified, so perhaps the longer Voldemort spoke, the safer it was for him. He would survive just a little bit longer right now, though his hate for his family sizzled just as intensely as fear in him now as he thought of what his cowardly brother had just done. And I answer myself, perhaps they believed a still greater power existed, one which could vanquish even Lord Voldemort. Perhaps they now paid allegiance to another, perhaps the champion of commoners, of mudbloods and muggles, Albus Dumbledore. Everyone there began shaking their heads and denying the possibility. It is a disappointment to me, I confess myself disappointed, muttered Voldemort. Master, someone suddenly shrieked, falling out of the circle and right in front of Voldemort's feet. Master, forgive me. Forgive us all. Voldemort laughed, and Harry associated that sound, that particular laugh, with pain. He knew what was coming. He was just a teensy bit glad it wasn't him, yet. No doubt Voldemort would get around to it, and Harry wished for nothing more than to die quickly. Maybe the killing curse would work this time, should he be so lucky. That wouldn't happen, he knew deep down he was going to be made an example of. He had killed Nagini and Pettigrew, and even helped his brother escape, the arsehole that he was. Crucio! Snarled Voldemort, and the spell struck the bowing man, who screamed in agony. A few seconds later, he ended the spell. Get up, Avery. I do not forgive, I do not forget. 13 years of repayment, then I shall think of forgiving you. Voldemort then moved over to the next Death Eater in the line. McNair, destroying dangerous beasts for the Ministry of Magic now. You shall have better victims than that soon. Lord Voldemort will provide, hissed the snake voice. Thank you, Master, thank you, murmured McNair. And here, said Voldemort, moving on to others of his Death Eaters. We have Crabbe, and Goyle. You shall do better this time, will you not? Yes, Master, said Crabbe dully. We will, Master, grunted Goyle. And here we have 7 missing Death Eaters, 4 dead in my service. 1 too cowardly to return, he will pay. Hissed Voldemort, thinking of Karkaroff. One who I believe has left me forever, spying for the Muggle lover, Dumbledore. Snape will be killed. And finally, one who remains my most faithful servant, and who has already re-entered my service, away on a task for me. Voldemort wondered silently if he was still alive, as he hoped he would take care of Nick Potter before everything spilled out. Damage limitation, of course, he didn't want anyone knowing he was back so soon. Harry blinked in surprise. Snape was a spy. Well, that took guts. His respect for his first potions master and professor grew. He had always respected him for taking Nick down a peg or two in potions. It was immature, he knew, but he couldn't give 2 FKs, especially not anymore. He was going to die because of his own brother, who had abandoned him to save his own ass. If it was true Snape was a spy, he was sure cut from different cloth from Nick, and wouldn't be likely to abandon anyone. Harry was brought out of his musings when he felt his scar beginning to burn. Looking up through squinting eyes, he wasn't surprised when he saw how close Voldemort was to him. It took him everything he had to keep his face neutral, to not give away the agony in his scar. He didn't want Voldemort finding out he was the true boy who lived. He couldn't live with that, he would be killed 10 times quicker if he found out. Then again, maybe a quick death would be better than drawn-out torture. I could not touch the boys, he heard Voldemort finish. Harry couldn't hear anything other than the blood rushing through him. It was agony at its finest when Voldemort touched him, one long, pale finger pressed to the boy's scar. His entire body was shaking, and it was a good thing it was just suspected to be the after effects of the Cruciatus curse. He didn't listen as Voldemort went on about how his curse had reflected, how he had been abandoned, how he had used Quirrell, how Wormtail had found him, how Bertha Jerkins had been killed. Harry barely noticed that he failed to mention how both Wormtail and Nagini were dead. They weren't there, they had obviously been sent on missions or something, the Snake Man was allowing the Death Eaters to assume. Obviously, Voldemort didn't want to be embarrassed a 14-year-old had outsmarted him. Voldemort removed the Imperius curse and demanded Lucius give Harry back his wand. Now Harry was confused. Why was he being asked to fight? Voldemort couldn't possibly know he was the boy who lived. Or was it just bloody, stubborn pride? He knew spells, but nowhere near as many as Voldemort. He wasn't about to cast the unforgivables, he wasn't evil like Voldemort. There was no way he was going to be able to survive, he thought to himself as his wand was pressed into his hands by a grinning, gleeful Lucius Malfoy. Before he could even raise his wand or tighten his grip on it, He was on the ground, screaming as the pain of the Cruciatus curse washed over him once more. "Get up, Potter," said Voldemort, looking amused. "Or are you already too weak to manage that?" Spitting bitterly, he stood up determinedly. He wasn't going to give Voldemort the satisfaction of taunting him, making him out to be weak. The red eyes just gleamed maliciously at his defiance, and Harry silently wondered if he had done what Voldemort wanted him to. But then he had to ask himself why Voldemort would want him to be defiant. "Crucio!" snarled Voldemort again. Harry was down once more, over and over again. He wasn't sure how much more he could take. His head felt like it was splitting open in agony, and his scar had literally split open and blood was running down his face. His bones felt like they were being burnt with acid, pricked with needles and scraped with a cheese grater all at once. He wasn't sure, but he could feel the pain becoming less, or was he just losing his ability to feel it? His mind became fuzzy and his vision distorted. Finally, Harry fell unconscious, his body still jerking and writhing under the curse. "You already know," said Severus, narrowing his eyes at Dumbledore. He had finally gotten to Hogwarts after feeling his forearm burn for the first time in 13 years. His trial had been too public to ever conceive being welcomed back into the Death Eater fold with open arms. No, he would be dead before he could protest that he was only doing his Lord's bidding. He was confused as to how Dumbledore already knew, though. He knew he was the man's only spy, so how did he know? He could tell by just looking at the old man. He looked like he had aged 20 years since he saw him last. "I do indeed," said Dumbledore grimly. He had just gotten everyone settled down. An hour ago, he had finally gotten everyone off the pitch and Crouch Jr. was arrested once more. James and Lily refused to leave the hospital wing despite it being improper. Parents weren't allowed to stay overnight like that. Given the circumstances and the fact that everyone was shaken up, nobody bothered complaining. Dumbledore had been furious when he got to the hospital wing, as Lily had forced Poppy to feed Nick a dreamless sleep potion. He wasn't going to get any answers from the 14-year-old until he woke up. Once the minister had stopped flowing him for advice every few minutes and his teachers had finally left him alone, only then did he allow himself to think about Harry Potter, and with great shame, too. He had ignored that child in favor of his brother, and it seemed his family had, too. The question Severus had asked him came back to haunt him, and that wasn't the only thing. He was having flashbacks to when he was 17 years old and had just left Hogwarts, being with Gellert and hating his sister for being mentally weak, for hating magic, for letting the Muggle boys win, for embarrassing him. In the end, he had lost her. The saying was true, unfortunately, you had to lose something before you realized just how much you'd miss it and/or them. That was how Severus found him, catching him off guard for the first, and probably only, time in his life. "How?" asked Severus, sitting down curiously. Had someone else defected? Did Dumbledore have a new spy? He knew if Dumbledore did, he would never know who, as it was just too dangerous, especially with him no doubt already on Voldemort's hit list. The Triwizard Cup was a portkey. Somehow both twins took the cup, no doubt for a shared victory. Was his voice truly as hollow as his thoughts? He didn't even have the heart to defend Nick, not after what Viktor Krum had implied. Severus snorted quietly at the words. Shared victory indeed, that certainly wasn't the Nick Potter he knew. Somehow Voldemort brought himself back, Nick got back, in the nick of time I think, and Harry Potter was killed, finished Dumbledore hollowly. Severus looked startled at that. Nothing much could make Snape show anything other than disgust or seriousness, however, right then Snape looked worried and a tad bit upset. Severus didn't know how his mother was going to take this latest blow. He wasn't stupid, Severus knew she loved the child like a son or grandson or some such. It was going to devastate him to have to tell her this, and it was something he wasn't looking forward to. The first casualty in the war, and it had to be a bright, willing to learn Potter who liked potions. You would have liked him, Severus. Do you know he created the potion which let him breathe underwater? Questioned Dumbledore, the ache he felt growing more pronounced. Did he indeed? Asked Severus curiously, but his voice was a little flat. He wanted to get this over with and ensure his mother's safety. Very few knew Eileen was his mother, which helped her be safer in her little shop, and she already had a portkey that would get her out of there. Severus was a suspicious man, so it was no surprise really. Look, said Dumbledore, handing over the journal. He had looked through Harry's things since he as the headmaster had the right to do so before giving it back to the parents, just in case there was something disturbing. There was plenty he needed to look for, like a journal full of depressed thoughts, if the wizard or witch had been suicidal and killed themselves, or signs of the dark arts, anything, really, which would upset the parents. However, he noticed he couldn't read one of the journals, one which was, no doubt, Harry Potter's diary. He didn't know why, but he had slipped it into his drawer, not even attempting to look at it. If Harry had been treated as Krum claimed he didn't want the confirmation in the scribblings of a scared, hurt child and teenager. That is a very good combination, no doubt the gills wouldn't even form. It's very good indeed, said Severus, his black eyes reading over the ingredients and notes Harry had written down. It would be quite popular for those who liked swimming but suddenly had a phobia of drowning, or parents who wanted to make sure their children didn't get hurt. It was usable even in the Muggle world as there would be no gills or attachments to give anything out of the ordinary away. Unless, of course, the child, or adult, he supposed, stayed under the water too long and gave the Muggles heart attacks. It contradicts his potions grades, said Dumbledore sadly as he pulled out the results for Harry Potter's tests over the years. Severus' eyes widened when he saw the results. A bare acceptable indeed. What a lot of cow dung. Harry Potter had gotten outstanding from him. It was a well-earned one, too, as unlike most of his other students, Harry had a flair for potions. Obviously, there's something wrong there, snorted Severus bitterly. The potions teacher had thrown decent students' grades down the drain. It was a shame, and now Harry would never get to fulfill his potential in anything. He wondered again if anyone would care that Harry Potter was dead. How many people around the UK were glad it hadn't been Nick? That thought alone left him cold and disgusted. Savior or not, Harry was a 14-year-old boy who had died painfully, no doubt at the hands of Voldemort. Voldemort didn't know the meaning of killing without a dose or two of the Cruciatus curse. He shook off his disgusting, horrific thoughts and concentrated on Dumbledore. As hard as it may be, there was nothing he could do for the child. I was wondering if you would come back to teach. You will need somewhere safe, where better than Hogwarts herself? Asked, or rather, pleaded Dumbledore. I'll think about it, said Severus with a note of finality in his voice. Thank you, replied Dumbledore. He knew that tone of voice, and even if he asked for an answer by the end of tonight, Severus would still take his time. No amount of begging, cajoling or asking would get him his answer. Like any Slytherin, Severus seemed to think all his options over before deciding something. Severus took one last look at the journal of someone who could have made a great potions master one day and put it down. As much as he wanted to put it off, he knew he couldn't. His mother deserved to find out from him, not the newspapers, and he knew it would be in the papers, no doubt about it. How much would it be about Nick surviving and Harry dying? Eileen heard a pop as she was getting dressed, so spelled her clothes on, which included her brooch portkey. She walked out of her room with her wand at the ready, quickly and suddenly hitting the light switch so light flooded the house. She let out a breath of relief when she saw it was just Severus, who had never entered that way before. What is wrong with you, Severus? Asked Eileen sternly, her hands on her hips. She might have said more, but didn't when she noticed the expression on his face. It looked pinched, drawn, as if he was going to tell her something she wouldn't like. Her obsidian eyes narrowed upon her son's, a mirror reflection of her own. Sit down, said Severus softly, putting the kettle on with a flick of his wand. It boiled within seconds and he put the hot brew in her hands, wondering momentarily why he was having to do this. Oh right, Harry Potter had stayed with his mother, without anyone even realizing it. Nobody knew just how much his mother loved Harry, apart from him, and perhaps Harry had known, too. The Dark Lord came back tonight, explained Severus grimly. You cannot go back. I mean your trial, said Eileen, wide-eyed, concerned for her son's life. I wish that was all this is about, but no. Someone died tonight when Voldemort was brought back, said Severus sadly, knowing without a doubt his mother would realize who without him having to say the damned words. No, said Eileen, her voice thick with disbelief, tears already entering her obsidian eyes. I'm sorry, Mum, said Severus quietly before pulling her into a hug. He wasn't by anyone's definition an affectionate man, but his mother needed him right now. He put his own discomfort aside and helped her as best as he could. This cannot be happening, Severus, whispered Eileen, shaking her head. I refuse to believe he's gone. He's gone, repeated Severus grimly. And Eileen sobbed inconsolably. Miles away at Hogwarts, a girl named Luna Lovegood was sobbing in her own dorm. Those who usually bullied her felt a big lurch of sadness for her. In a boat on Hogwarts Lake, a young man named Victor Krum just stared at the ceiling, wondering where it had all gone wrong. He was obviously in shock, and it didn't help that their headmaster was missing. Together in the head boys' room, two people called Cedric Diggory and Fleur Delacour cried for their friend. Fleur felt inconsolably guilty. She had told him to go on. If only she had said nothing, he would have stayed with her, and maybe her 14-year-old friend would still be alive today. Ah, Nick, it's good to see you awake and well, said Dumbledore with forced kindness. Hello, sir, said Nick, smiling slightly at Dumbledore. Can you tell us what happened last night? Asked Dumbledore, sitting down and looking worried. Lily and James sat grim and worried on the other side of Nick, and Dumbledore couldn't even bring himself to look at them. Someone put the Imperious Curse on me, forced me to take my brother to the cup, started Nick, not looking at Dumbledore. It was a good thing, for nothing but lies were about to spew from his lips. We were then tied to a headstone. I managed to keep a hold of my wand and Harry had dropped his. We were forced to watch Voldemort brought back. I got a grip of my wand and ran with Voldemort and the Death Eaters shooting spells at us. My brother was behind me, but he fell. I looked back and he was just lying there, not moving. They had been using the killing curse, too, so I thought he'd been hit by one. I dropped my wand as I ran, avoiding curses until I could grab the portkey. What ritual did he use? Asked Dumbledore pensively. Bone of the father, flesh of the servant, and my blood, whispered Nick thickly. Who did he use for the flesh? What exactly happened? Asked Dumbledore. Pettigrew, he cut his own hand off, shuddered Nick, sick to his back teeth. Don't worry, everything is fine, now, Nick, soothed Dumbledore kindly. This time it wasn't so forced, as Nick couldn't help how he was brought up. He chose instead to not even look in the Potter's direction as he rose and walked away. I'm going to ask them if we can stay here this summer. Voldemort won't attack Hogwarts, whispered Lily adamantly. She didn't see her son flinching a mile at the name. I don't think they let people do that, Lily, cautioned James, but he was inwardly agreeing with her. He wanted his son safe, and perhaps he could get him trained properly this time, so he was ready to face Voldemort at the end of the day. Can I help you too? Asked Dumbledore, his face neutral. He couldn't outright be nasty to them, as he had to ensure their son was getting the support he needed for his battle with Voldemort. He would, however, show his disappointment on how they had chosen to raise those two boys. He had seen the letters Victor had spoke about last night when he looked through Harry Potter's trunk. Albus, can we stay here during the summer? We need somewhere safe, and we're hoping some of the Order members would train Nick with us, said Lily, sitting proud and tall. She didn't even look slightly upset. They had lost a son last night and showed nothing about it. They were despicable in his eyes. I see, I shall find out if I can get permission from the Board of Governors, said Dumbledore. Can't you just say yes? Asked Lily indignantly. No. During the summer, they come to fix the wards and would realize you were here right away. Even if you had permission to stay here, for those days, you would have to leave the school grounds. The wards cannot be strengthened if anything is inside the building. I helped strengthen the wards, but everyone else has to leave, no exceptions made, explained Dumbledore. James Potter should already know as he was a member of the board. Well, we can go to Hogsmeade or Diagon Alley on those days, or visit Molly, said Lily, nodding. She didn't even know Ron had stopped being friends with her son, she was so self-absorbed. Dumbledore realized it also but refused to even try to tell her. I shall see what I can do, repeated Dumbledore gravely. Thank you, sighed Lily. We are grateful, Albus, said James, his brown eyes full of worry. I have one thing to ask you. The Daily Prophet wants a picture of Harry with his family for the announcement page, said Dumbledore steadily. We shall look for one, but I don't think we have anything recent. He's been staying at friends' houses all summer, he's hardly ever home, said Lily, not displaying her shock and worry at what was being asked. She didn't think she had any pictures of Harry come to that, and the realization actually shocked her a little. "Come, Lily. I want to get back to Nick," said James. Nick was unhurt, just a little shocked, yet he was still in the hospital wing, which was full of sweets and cards from Gryffindors who had miraculously made up with him and forgiven him. No one had seen Victor, Luna, Cedric, or Fleur since it had happened. They hadn't even been down to breakfast or lunch that day. Pomona and Phileas had sent food up to them, understanding how upset they were by what had happened. The Ravenclaws were all subdued. They had just started to get to know Harry, and now he was gone. They'd never be able to make up for all those years of practically ignoring him. Harry woke up slowly. His entire body felt as if it was on fire, and Harry half expected to be burning, yet there was no fire in evidence. He was in some sort of dungeon, which caused him to sit up, but a moan of agony slipped past his lips as he fell back to the floor. He didn't want to move ever again. He hurt in places he wasn't sure had existed before then, and he could tell one of his ribs was broken. He could feel it pressing into his lung a bit. At least it was one at the bottom, so not likely to do much damage to his lungs, but it was still agony at his finest. Finally, he tried again, slumping with a groan against the stone wall near him. He wondered how long he had been there and why he hadn't been killed. A house elf popped into the dungeon, his ears flat and eyes wider than normal. He had with him some food on a plate, and Harry felt like choking on laughter. He was being fed by Death Eaters when his own family could barely remember to feed him. The ironies of life didn't fail to humor, that was for sure. He was always given food, yes, at meals, but anything in between was a no-no. It didn't help that his family didn't call for him, and by the time he got there, the food was mostly all gone. "This is being for Mr. Harry Potter, sir." "Eyes managed to sneak some to sir," said the house elf, placing the tray with the food beside Harry, its eyes wide and fearful. It was obviously going against its master to give Harry food, and Harry found that odd. Most house elves would never do such a thing. If he was found out, he would be killed for sure. He somehow doubted house elves were cared for in a Death Eater dwelling. "What's your name?" asked Harry, his voice hoarse and raspy. He suddenly realized how ravenous he was, and he practically gobbled the soup down. He knew it must be lunchtime. This wasn't dinner food in a pureblood home, and it certainly wasn't breakfast. Unless, of course, it had been reheated and given to him, but he couldn't see that happening anytime soon. "My name is Dobby, Mr. Potter, sir," said Dobby very quietly, his small body trembling as Harry ate his fill, dipping the bread in the soup like a starving man, stuffing his face. Normally Harry had more manners than that, but right then, he couldn't care. Everything hurt, he was scared, cold, and wary. "Nice to meet you, Dobby. How long was I out?" asked Harry. The bowl was empty, but at least his stomach was temporarily satisfied. He wondered what he was going to do and where he was. He couldn't rely on this Dobby for food. He had to find a way out of there. He really didn't want to die starving or tortured to death in some dungeon. "You is being here for 2 days, Mr. Harry Potter, sir," said Dobby, eyes wide and solemn. Harry swallowed sharply. He had been out of it for 2 days. That was unexpected to say the least. Whatever he had expected to hear, that wasn't it. 2 bloody days, no wonder he had been so starving, but why did the pain still feel so fresh? Everything still hurt. Surely the pain would have abated by now. "Merlin, where am I?" asked Harry. "Malfoy Manor, Mr. Potter, sir," said Dobby. His ears twitched up, listening intently, then he disappeared abruptly, the tray of food disappearing, too. Harry blinked in confusion, until he heard it himself. Footsteps were coming down the stairs, towards him no doubt. A broken sigh left his lips. Well, Potter, I hope you're enjoying your stay," sneered the anything but dulcet voice of Lucius Malfoy. "What can I say? I'm very comfortable and warm. I don't even want to move," sneered Harry in reply, hiding his worry. "Oh, don't you worry, I'm sure you won't be able to move soon," said Lucius smoothly. His voice might have been smooth, but his tone was dangerous. Harry felt the soup quivering dangerously in his stomach. He was proven right to worry. Lucius Malfoy left him unable to move, or even breathe, without agony ripping through him. He didn't know how much more of this he could take. He was, after all, only 14 years old. Harry was curled up in the very back corner of the cell, shaking and shivering. Avery and McNair, as well as Malfoy, had been at him today. McNair had gotten physical with him, not just cursing him with spells. The things McNair had said made his skin crawl, and he wanted out of there. He knew he wouldn't last much longer, not if they did what he suspected they would. McNair had leered at him unpleasantly, suggesting that he might as well get some enjoyment out of him being there. Dobby had shown up half an hour ago with some food. Unfortunately, Harry just didn't have the stomach to eat anything. He had tried some of the bread, but he just couldn't eat anything else. He was in too much pain to even contemplate anything else, the only relief he had gotten being that Voldemort wasn't there. His scar didn't hurt, and they obviously didn't think he was the boy who lived, so he was grateful for that. However, Dobby popping in and out had given him a great idea. He had read about apparating, then again, you couldn't name a fourth-year Ravenclaw who hadn't. He was trying to ignore the pain and concentrate on remembering what the book said. It was something like, draw the magic from your magical core and concentrate on where you want to go. When it reaches what feels like your heart, concentrate even more firmly and apparate. He sat there in agony and tried to apparate out, but had no success. Nothing worked. He either wasn't successful or the manor was warded to stop apparition. There was also the possibility his magic was trying to make him better and couldn't spare anything on apparating. Lucius appeared in the doorway, sneering nastily at him. Harry wished he would live to see that smug smirk wiped off his face. Harry was grabbed harshly by the arm. The man practically wrenched it from its socket to drag him away. His scar began burning ferociously, which worried him a whole lot, as it meant he was getting physically closer to Voldemort. He let himself be dragged as his mind whirled in panic until he was dumped unceremoniously in the middle of the room. Death Eaters circled him like vultures, all dressed in black. Lucius joined the circle again, putting on his Death Eater mask so he looked like everyone else. Again, he concentrated on apparating, hoping against hope it would work. This was his very last chance for survival. He concentrated on his magic, forcing it up to help him, to leave his injuries for the moment. His magic seemed to know what Harry wanted, and did what it was commanded to do. Harry opened his eyes and prayed as he wished more than anything else in the world to go home. Severus had ended up spending the past few days with his mother as she wasn't coping very well with her loss. Her shop hadn't been opened in the past 2 days, and she had avoided looking at the papers like they were the plague. Severus hadn't realized just how much Harry had helped his mother. He had wrongfully assumed that his mother was helping Harry. Harry had apparently gotten up every morning at 5, sorted the papers and advertisement leaflets out, bundled them into groups, got the shop ready to open, brought Eileen a cup of coffee, and delivered the papers. He'd taken time to eat, then opened the shop, only taking a break from the shop when it was 3 o'clock, time for the evening profit to be delivered. Eileen gave him somewhere to stay, paid for his work, and made all but his breakfast meal. Sometimes Eileen would look after the shop with him, and other times, she'd tell him to take a break and look after it herself. She had thought she could handle such a job, but now she knew it wasn't true. Severus had suggested her getting a new worker in, and immediately regretted it when he saw the pain shine through his mother's familiar obsidian eyes. She had proceeded to ignore him for an hour, until Severus worked up the courage to apologize. Apologizing wasn't something that came easy to a man such as Severus Snape. He knew when he was wrong, though, and his mother was all he truly had, so he had bit back his pride and said sorry. It was now 3 days since it happened, since Voldemort had returned and Harry had died. Severus had been told by Dumbledore he was furious with Lily and James for giving Nick dreamless sleep. For once, Dumbledore had wanted to do the right thing by Harry Potter. He had wanted to retrieve the boy's body. Instead, he had found Pettigrew's and Nagini's. Dumbledore hadn't been sure what to make of it, but Harry was probably dead, regardless. Severus kept to himself just what the child had probably gone through. It had given him nightmares so severe he had hardly had any sleep in the past 2 nights. He doubted he would get much sleep tonight, either. Voldemort usually didn't torture children, but this wasn't any child, it was Harry Potter, the brother of the one destined to kill him. No doubt he would send the child's body back in a right state, as a warning to the Potters, and the wizarding world, of what was going to happen to Nick Potter when Voldemort got his hands on him. He shuddered anew at his thoughts. Just as he was going to tell his mother to get some sleep and give her a dreamless sleep potion, a pop resounded through the flat. Severus was on his guard immediately, pushing his mother behind his back. "Stay," said Severus softly, his voice cold and hard. It was the one he used on first-year students to ensure they did what they were told. His mother didn't even twitch at his tone, even if she was unhappy at being spoken to in such a way. She knew it was only out of concern for her. He frowned when they both heard a low moaning sound. Severus ventured forward, towards the sound, which was coming from the living room. Peeking around the door, he saw something that made him want to be sick. There wasn't a part of the child unharmed. Stalking forward quickly, he got down on his hands and knees and felt for a pulse. There was one, weak and fast, but it was there. Raising his wand, he summoned his potions kit to him. "Severus?" asked Eileen, her eyes wide and completely stunned. "Get some water and a basin and cloth," said Severus curtly, his fingers grabbing a pain-relieving potion first. It was hard to get the uncooperative child to swallow it. He seemed to be half conscious and half unconscious, as though knowing something was happening but not able to tell what. He had to rub Harry's throat to get the potion into him. Almost immediately after consuming the potion, the child went lax as the pain disappeared completely. Harry struggled to stay alert and awake, but the lack of pain and his exhaustion was too strong. "Sleep, Harry, you're safe," said Severus softly, which was very unlike him. However, the child had been tortured and had probably been in agony for 3 days. It seemed perhaps his accidental magic had saved his life, if it was accidental at all. Harry must have believed him, either that or his exhaustion had won, because he stilled completely. Severus grimaced at the state of him. His face was black, bloody and swollen, his clothes torn and bloody. He didn't want to see the rest of him, but needs a must. He wasn't about to let the child die. He didn't even need to spell a medical scan to appear. He knew the Cruciatus curse's aftereffects when he saw them, considering he had been put under it often enough when Voldemort had been in power. It was a good thing he always kept a few vials of the nerve-healing potion on him just in case. With the war ongoing, he had no doubt he would be supplying it to everyone. He wondered, silently, just who had gone back to Voldemort, and who had stayed away. He knew Karkaroff would be one of the ones to stay away, along with himself, but who else would stay away was the question. Who had taken part in hurting a 14-year-old boy? Most Death Eaters had sons or daughters that age. It disgusted him to no end how they could do such a thing, which was why he hadn't been cut out to be a Death Eater. It was why he had left and sought redemption from the one who Voldemort liked to call the champion of mudbloods and muggles, Albus Dumbledore. Even as he sat there, deep in thought, his fingers were busy. He was healing the worst of the injuries first. Surprisingly, many of them were physical wounds made by some sort of dagger or knife. He knew immediately who had been part of the proceedings, McNair. He was the only one sick enough to actually do such a thing. He had watched him work too many times. Too many times to ever forget the screams of his victims, even in his nightmares, while Voldemort watched like a proud father, grinning insanely. He wondered if the boy would have McNair arrested. At least that would be one less sadistic Death Eater around to torture people. He knew the Ministry had declared Voldemort's return because it was hard not to. Crouch Jr., much to his surprise because he was thought dead, was sentenced to Azkaban. Crouch Jr. was Severus' most hated and most sadistic Death Eater, right next to McNair, as he liked cursing muggles with the Cruciatus until they were driven insane. Those victims had mercifully been killed with a painless potion to bring an end to their suffering. Dumbledore had protested against it, but the Ministry had overruled him. 50 muggles in total had been given the potion, which would cause them to die painlessly in their sleep after about 5 minutes. He had created the potion, one which wasn't published. It didn't mean others didn't know about it. For example, Lucius Malfoy did with his connections in the Ministry, unfortunately. "Will he be okay?" asked Eileen, her voice tremulous. She had watched her son give Harry pain relievers, Skele-Gro, blood replenishers, and put wound sealers on his open wounds, the latter of which sizzled unpleasantly. It did its job, though, so she was grateful. Severus also gave him a few other potions she was unfamiliar with. One of them stopped the trembling quite noticeably, and she realized it must be the nerve-regenerating potion Severus had created. "He will be fine," said Severus adamantly. He wasn't going to fail Harry Potter, not now, not after all he had been through. Harry felt himself waking up, and like the past 3 days, he kept still, wondering where he was. He could feel a soft bed under him and taste the residue of potions on his tongue. Not only that, but the excruciating pain he had been feeling for 3 days was gone. That wasn't to say he wasn't in pain, but it was just dull throbs right then. There was something familiar about the smell of where he was. The throbs were getting worse, stealing his attention from the familiar smell. He tried to open his eyes, only to wince when he found he couldn't open them at all. They felt glued shut and were probably swollen as well, very badly. His whole face hurt, come to think of it. Damn McNair to hell and back, he'd see that bastard in prison. He was a Ravenclaw and a lord, so the Ministry wouldn't have a choice but to meet with him. Pensieve memories didn't lie, couldn't lie. It was Veritaserum of the memories instead of words. A groan left his lips when a vicious jab of pain penetrated his side. His ribs still hurt, that was for sure. As he groaned, he heard something stirring. Someone was obviously next to him. Where was he? He must have escaped, as he doubted. Very much Voldemort would heal him, which meant he had successfully apparated, and he was obviously somewhere magical. "How are you feeling, Harry?" asked a soft, feminine voice Harry knew very well, Eileen. Harry only croaked in reply. He couldn't speak, his mouth was far too dry. His tongue was literally stuck to the top of his mouth. "Squeeze my hand if you are in pain," said another voice. It was as smooth as Eileen's, but different since it was male. He recognized the voice from somewhere, but he couldn't place it at all. Now that the voice mentioned it, he could feel someone's hand in his, and did as instructed, squeezing lightly. There was some more shuffling before a cold vial was pressed to his lips. He knew he was safe if he was with Eileen, so without further ado, he opened his mouth and let the pain reliever course through him. "Here, some water," said the male voice once more. Harry practically inhaled the water, his thirst finally quenched after what felt like a month to him. He jumped when he felt long fingers touching his face with a creamy substance on them, and winced when it began to burn. "This will sting some, but the bruising will fade much faster," said the male voice as he continued to rub the cream in. Sting it did, but he could feel the bruising receding and his swollen eyes weren't so swollen anymore. In fact, he could finally open his eyes 5 minutes later, but the creamy paste stung his eyes, so he kept them closed. A warm cloth across his face took the salve residue off, and a minute later his face was pretty much back to normal. The first thing he saw when he could finally open his eyes, was his old potions professor, and felt like hitting himself. So that's where he had recognized the voice from. Then again, he shouldn't have, because the Snape he knew didn't speak softly like that. In school he was curt, sharp, and snarling as he should be because potions was a dangerous subject. "How do you feel?" asked Eileen. Her face was bright and cheerful. Harry blinked. That was a very good question. How did he feel? Oh yeah, like killing his brother for a start, then getting revenge on those 3 Death Eaters. Nothing would please him more than to see them in Azkaban. It was a good thing people could tell when someone was under the Imperius curse. He didn't want to curse at Eileen, but he did want to tell her he felt like shite. "I'm all right, all things considered," grunted Harry. He was a good liar, but not where Eileen was concerned. "What happened?" asked Severus, sitting forward. Eileen quickly scrambled away to grab a tray, forgetting to use magic. She never had been all that powerful, probably due to the inbreeding among purebloods. Her son, though, she was proud to say he was very powerful, and it just went to prove new blood was needed now and again. Any son she would have had with a pureblood would have been a squib or had hardly any magic, she could bet. She put the tray in front of Harry, and Severus helped him sit up, stacking a few pillows at his back for support. Severus actually surprised himself by how unawkward it was to help the teenager. He wasn't a hands-on man, he preferred his solitude and was not a person to comfort another, yet he didn't have a problem helping Harry. His thoughts should have been grumbling that he wasn't a nursemaid, but they weren't, he was just mighty concerned for the teenager right then. "What's my brother been saying?" asked Harry, scowling darkly. His emerald eyes went dark at the thought of his twin. He quickly ate the food in front of him, utterly starving once more. Severus noticed the darkness in Harry's eyes and became slightly alarmed. Just what the hell had happened that night? "I don't want to know his version of events, I want to know yours." Look at me when I am talking to you, said Severus, his voice soothing but tone adamant. Nick somehow ended up under the imperious curse like Victor, who was cursing Fleur. I stunned Victor, but Fleur was too hurt to continue on. She sent up 2 sets of sparks and told me to go on. Neither Victor nor Fleur wanted Nick winning, and to be perfectly honest, I didn't want him to, either. I was fighting an Acromantula, and I was suddenly grabbed in a strong grip. I told him, Nick, to let me go, but he wouldn't, and I couldn't get out of his grip for some strange reason, sighed Harry. Nick wasn't the strongest person in the world. He was looking Snape straight in the eye as he spoke, wondering why the man had insisted, but not arguing. The man had saved his life, after all. He drank the rest of the pumpkin juice and pushed the tray away slightly. With a flick of his wand, Severus had levitated it to the sink, and it was cleaning itself and placing itself neatly back into the appropriate cupboards. While you are under the Imperious Curse, you can do things you normally couldn't, which includes strength and agility enhancements. It had nothing to do with you being weak, said Severus, his eyes solemn. Harry nodded his head curtly. I only noticed he was under the Imperious just before he had actually grabbed onto the cup. It was a portkey. I was about to get the cup back after the transport and get us out of there when we were tied to a tombstone. You were leaving something out, observed Severus, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Harry was breathing heavily now. How did he know he was leaving something out? That thought left him chilled to the bone. What could he do? Just avoid the question and continue. He somehow doubted it would work. Nick realized it was Peter Pettigrew, James's old friend, the one who had been our secret keeper, continued Harry, avoiding Snape's eyes. Why didn't you just assume it was a part of the task? Why reach for the portkey immediately? Questioned Severus. And look at me when I am speaking to you. Scared green eyes met his and Severus knew it was something important and probably life-altering the child was hiding. He got the feeling it was something he had kept to himself for the longest time. Oh Harry, you can tell us. We won't tell anyone else, said Eileen, looking heartbroken. Harry knew he could trust her, but could he trust Snape? He took another look at Snape's eyes, and gasped. It was a revelation a long time coming, that Eileen was Professor Snape's mother, he was her son. Which would, of course, explain why he was here at Eileen's instead of being in St. Mungo's or Hogwarts. If Snape hadn't been there, Eileen wouldn't have been able to help him. The Half-Blood Prince, Harry hadn't realized just how literal it was. Harry felt very foolish indeed. He had known Eileen a long time and hadn't guessed. My scar started to hurt as if someone had applied a hot poker to it, confessed Harry, his eyes falling immediately to his hands afterwards. Your scar? Asked Severus, his obsidian eyes larger than normal. Never let it be said that Severus Snape was stupid. He made stupid choices, but he wasn't a stupid man, not now, anyway. He understood all too well what Harry Potter was saying, and if he had avoided telling them, it could only mean one thing. He had already known before the tournament that he was the boy who lived, the true savior of the wizarding world and not Nick Bloody Potter. How long have you? He ended speechlessly. I've always known, said Harry uncomfortably, although his heart had burst with adrenaline. They actually believed him. It was a difficult concept to accept, especially now. Why didn't you tell anyone? Gasped Eileen, shocked. There was an undertone in her voice. Which told them, why didn't you tell me, as well? Who would have believed me? They would have just accused me of being jealous of Nick, sighed Harry sadly, but biting out the word, Nick, as if it were a curse. It was the same way Severus Snape used the word, Potter, much to the obsidian-eyed male's amusement. Indeed, said Severus dryly, knowing it was nothing but the truth. So your scar hurt, you realized something was wrong. You were bound to a headstone along with your brother, then what? Asked Severus, sitting even further forward. He wanted to know every detail of what had happened. Nick had dropped his wand, I still had mine, and Pettigrew dragged a man-sized cauldron next to us. He did a ritual to bring Voldemort. Don't say his name, hissed Severus, unable to help himself. Does the mark hurt when people say it? Asked Harry, thinking back to the night when Pettigrew had screamed in agony when Voldemort pressed his finger to it. Severus' eye twitched, a sure sign of shock. How could this boy possibly know? It does, said Eileen for her son when he didn't answer. Not many things could shock her severe, stoic son into silence. Oh, Well, Pettigrew dropped Voldy into the cauldron, and said with his wand raised, "Bone of the father unknowingly given, you shall revive your son," and bone dust from the grave under us went into the cauldron. Then he said, "Flesh of the servant willingly given, you shall revive your master." Pettigrew cut of his entire hand and it dropped into the cauldron. Then he took mine and Nick's blood and said, "Blood of the enemies forcefully taken, you will resurrect your foe, and put our blood in the cauldron," said Harry heavily. "I see. I shall need to speak to Dumbledore about getting those remains destroyed to ensure it doesn't happen again," said Severus smoothly. "Voldy appeared in the cauldron," said Harry, his face going pale and sick-looking as he remembered the disgusting thing. He looked more like a snake than human, slit for a nose and red slits for eyes. He used Pettigrew to call his Death Eaters. He touched the mark on his forearm. Severus nodded grimly and Eileen had her hand over her mouth in silent shock. "I knew we had to get out of there, and Nick was no help at all, he had peed his pants," cried Harry indignantly. Severus' lips were drawn in a faint line, either in disgust or amusement at Harry's proclamation of Nick peeing himself. Eileen, however, sounded like her son at that moment when she snorted in derision. "I managed to grab my wand from my sleeve where I'd hidden it, despite being bound, then held it and kept chanting, Finite Incantatem, until the bonds gave way." Nick cried out as he fell, alerting them, but we ran. Nick got through but I was caught up in Nagini's hold. I waited until he or she, whatever it was about to bite me, then I hit it with a Reducto curse. Harry paused for a moment to draw in a breath and shake off the reminder of what the snake had nearly done. We ran, ducking behind tombstones and dodging curses. I kept flinging spells back. I hit Pettigrew with a Reducto curse in the chest, I think. Nick was 3 feet in front of me when Voldy hit me with the Cruciatus curse. Harry couldn't help but wince painfully at the reminder. Eileen whimpered softly, smoothing out the bedding to stop herself from smothering Harry in a hug. Severus barely withheld a wince himself. It wasn't pain he'd wish on a fully grown adult, never mind a 14-year-old boy. Mind you, he wouldn't mind James Potter being held under it, so his thoughts weren't strictly accurate. Harry shrank in on himself when he whispered the last part. Nick grabbed the portkey and left. "He what?" snapped Eileen, her obsidian eyes just as large as her son's. Were at that very moment. Harry brought up his legs and wrapped his arms around himself. Part of him was, of course, rightfully furious, but another part of him, the more innocent part which had remained despite his life, was shocked by his brother's actions. He wouldn't have done it, he didn't think, not if his brother had only been 3 feet from him. "He just left you there?" asked Severus in disbelief. He believed the boy, and he had seen the truth of it in his eyes. "Yes. I was trapped there with no way out. Voldy used the Imperius on me, he didn't know I could fight it, obviously. I decided to go along with it, try and see if I could work something out to get out of there. Then the Death Eaters began showing up and Voldy began his speech. I never realized he had a flair for dramatics," commented Harry scratching his head. Severus didn't know whether to snort derisively or laugh with amusement, but either way, he was greatly amused with this 14-year-old's guile. Especially considering he had spent 3 days in the bastard's company, no doubt. He went on about Death Eaters who hadn't turned up, 4 dead in his service, 1 too cowardly to return, and he said he was going to kill you, said Harry, watching his old potions master curiously. "That doesn't surprise me, it was a good thing I did not attend the summons," said Severus smoothly, a perfect black eyebrow arched. "I can't remember much else, apart from trying to stop myself screaming in pain. The pain in my scar was at its worst. I didn't want to give myself away. I don't think he realizes I'm the boy who lived. I don't think he would have let me survive that night if he did," said Harry. "He put the Cruciatus on me until I passed out. I woke up 2 days later still in agony as if it had just been applied. A house elf brought me some food. He disappeared when he heard footsteps. Turned out I was in Malfoy Manor. He cursed me with loads of different spells, then left again. Malfoy will be a fool, then, should he go anywhere in public," said Severus curtly. "He brought McNair and Avery the next time, at least that's what I think they were called. They didn't have their masks on and they were calling each other by their last names." Harry shuddered in disgust as he remembered McNair. "McNair was the worst. He said he might as well have some fun with me while I was there." Severus' eyes widened once more at the implication. "Did he?" asked Severus, swallowing nervously. There were a few sadistic Death Eaters who liked that. McNair was one of them and Avery was another. Lucius refused to touch anything which wasn't pure, or he would have been doing it himself, too. No, I had read about apparition at the start of the year. I tried it while I was in the dungeons, but I couldn't. No, you couldn't. Malfoy's dungeons were warded against apparition and portkeys, otherwise it wouldn't be a very effective prison. It was no fault of your own, said Severus quickly. Lucius Malfoy dragged me out and up the stairs into this big dining hall. I've never seen anything like it before. The Death Eaters surrounded me at every angle. Malfoy then went back and put his mask on and took his place in the circle. I felt my scar flare and I knew he was there. I tried to apparate again, and that's the last thing I remember, said Harry honestly. He still had his arms wrapped around his legs, his head lying on his knees, but his eyes met Snape's until he was finished speaking. Severus sighed slightly, not looking forward to telling the teenager about what Potter was telling everyone. He had to tell Harry, of course. The world thought he was dead, for goodness sake. He realized with a start that he wasn't exactly terribly shocked to know now that Nick had left his brother. Whether he had known Nick was a coward or whether it was just because he believed the worst of all the Potters, he didn't know. Well, not this one. Harry was different from the lot of them. He had known that by being his teacher for only 1 year at Hogwarts. The world believes you perished the night the Dark Lord returned. Your brother has taken the credit for killing Nagini and Pettigrew, explained Severus softly, but he was interrupted before he could continue. Not surprising. He's taken credit for everything I've done, from the night Voldy died to my flying to the troll. I guess I'm used to it now, sighed Harry morosely. Not only had his brother left him to die, he had taken credit for something not his own doing once again. You bloody well shouldn't be, snapped Eileen, furious on Harry's behalf. What date is it? Asked Harry. It's the 4th day since you were taken. It's the last day of Hogwarts tomorrow. Just relax and get yourself fit again. I shall contact the headmaster to let him know, said Severus. Don't. I mean, please don't. I'll go to school tomorrow, said Harry, his green eyes gleaming like emerald stones. Severus narrowed his eyes before grudgingly nodding his head. Promise me you won't tell anyone about me being, you know, said Harry warily, shuddering as he remembered the boggart. This cannot be kept secret, Mr. Potter, said Severus severely. Please, I don't want anyone to know, whispered Harry, panting in fear as his heartbeat skyrocketed at the thought. On one condition, you allow me to train you, said Severus. Why? Demanded Harry warily. Because I know of something you don't, something important. It's nothing a 14-year-old should know, said Severus somewhat cautiously. Harry narrowed his eyes. That didn't sound good at all. Meaning what, exactly? Harry didn't like how weak his voice sounded, but it couldn't be helped. Severus looked deeply conflicted. The boy had a right to know, but should he be told now, as young as he was? He could tell Harry wasn't going to be satisfied with half-truths or avoidances. He decided on the truth. Harry had kept his mouth shut about him being the boy who lived, had managed to keep Voldemort ignorant of that fact, too. Perhaps he could be trusted with this information, also. There was a prophecy spoken about a year or so before you were born. I was still loyal back then, so when myself, Malfoy, and another Death Eater overheard Trelawney, a seer, predicting the Dark Lord's downfall, we immediately told him. We only ever heard the first half of it. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. That was all we heard. The bartender had caught us lurking and accused us of spying, quite rightfully so, I suppose, said Severus, his obsidian eyes watching Harry's emerald ones cautiously as he told his story. He felt relief flood through him when there was no accusation or hurt in them. I did not expect the Dark Lord to start hunting unborn children down. He became obsessed with finding out who it was. He finally narrowed it down to 2 families, the Potters and the Longbottoms, who both went into hiding. When you defeated the Dark Lord, the Longbottoms went straight back to Longbottom Manor. It was a good thing, as Bellatrix Lestrange and a few other Death Eaters entered their hidden home, intending on getting information. They were captured instead, and sentenced to Azkaban along with a lot of other Death Eaters. When did you become a spy? Asked Harry, his eyes wide as he digested this new information. He had the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, As it said, that was unexpected to say the least, and he didn't know what to make of it. When I realized he was going after your family, I went to Dumbledore to protect you all. This was my way of repaying the life debt I owed your father, but I was also good friends with your mother when we were children, said Severus, his lips still curled in disgust. Harry blinked at that new information. You were friends with my mom. Why aren't you friends anymore? I knew her from when we were 8 years old and we were friends until we were 16. I called her a mudblood when she tried to help me when your father was humiliating me in front of the entire school when your godfather was bored, sneered Severus. Sirius Black. I've not seen him since I was a little boy, 3 or 4 years old if I remember right, said Harry, cocking his head to the side. You don't know the mutt? Asked Severus, taken aback. Nope, and Lupin pretty much ignored me when he taught last year, spent all his free time with Nick, shrugged Harry, his eyes briefly displaying the hurt before it was gone. They will regret it one day, you know, said Severus, trying to comfort and renew the teenager. Harry smirked almost ferally. I know, and when I'm ready for everyone to know, they will. Drink this and get some sleep, said Severus, handing over a purple potion. Not only did Harry need sleep, Severus and Eileen did too. They had spent the entire night healing him. Eileen had left so Severus could remove his clothes and wash him down. Once that had been done, pajamas had been conjured and placed on the teenager. Thankfully not too much physical damage had been done to his body, just 3 slashes from a knife or dagger to the chest, which had been cleaned out and healed. They had scarred unfortunately, but the scarring would fade with time. The knife or dagger had been magical, and no healer could just make magical blade-made scars disappear, especially not dark ones. Dreamless sleep potion. Good night, said Harry as he opened it and drank it down in one go. Almost immediately he began feeling drowsy, and a yawn left his lips as he snuggled into the pillows. He fell asleep feeling so much better, like a burden had been erased from his mind and soul. As he fell asleep he realized Fleur, Cedric, Victor and Luna all thought him dead, and he hadn't even asked how they were. The thought that he would be going to Hogwarts tomorrow consoled him. He wondered if he should perhaps tell Luna now. Eileen and Snape had believed him, perhaps others would, too. He could trust Luna with his life, but to be sure, he should perhaps get an oath from her first. Severus looked down on the 14-year-old and noticed he looked very innocent and childlike lying like that. When he was awake and aware, he had this presence around him which showed he had seen too much. For a child his age, it shouldn't have been possible, but it was, and he was going to help Harry in any way he could. He needed all the help he could get. Severus couldn't help but think perhaps even Dumbledore wouldn't believe him should he tell him Harry was the boy who lived. He had invested too much in Nick Potter, ignored Harry Potter too much, to ever want to admit it, even to himself. I should have guessed, he seemed so bitter towards his brother every time he was in the paper, maybe not bitter, but disgusted and let down. Mused Eileen. She had a glass of sherry in her hand while Severus had a whiskey. They were both just sitting there stunned with this new information they had to finish digesting. I always knew Nick didn't defeat the troll, but I kept my silence. I knew it had been my spell used, which means Harry has been using the Half-Blood Prince's book, said Severus, shaking his head wryly. You didn't start that until your 6th year, frowned Eileen, confused. He must be able to create 6th-year potions by now, I'd imagine. He recognized the dreamless sleep potion if that's any indication, smirked Severus in bitter amusement. He wondered what James Potter thought of his son liking potions so much, but it turned into a grimace when he realized the bastard didn't care. Nor did the boy's own godfather come to that. Black he could understand, he was a fame magnet, always king up to the most popular boy even as a kid. Anything popular and light he attached himself to as if he was scared he would be accused of being dark. Lupin, though, had always been the smart one, or so he had thought, until the moment the teenager had told him about being ignored by the werewolf. Severus, I can't let you teach him if all you see is a way for the Dark Lord to be defeated, said Eileen, putting her foot down. Her obsidian eyes glared determinedly at her son as if daring him to declare otherwise. I am not Dumbledore, I'm not just doing it to that end, and I want him to survive. He will need training when the time comes, and if he doesn't plan on telling anyone anytime soon, then it's a good thing. It will give him the element of surprise and ensure his survival. I also want to teach him potions, as I've never seen anyone with the same aptitude as Harry in this field of study, confessed Severus. Good, sighed Eileen gratefully. Apprenticeship, she then questioned. I think so, it's probably the best way to go about it. When he passes his mastery even earlier than I did, he will have a lot of options, said Severus. Good. I'll feel better if he isn't at that awful school with that nasty brat, said Eileen. It was probably the nastiest thing Severus had heard her utter in years, ever since Tobias really. His mother didn't like bad language at all, which was why he tried, and often failed, not to curse or snarl things in front of her. Harry has something planned for tomorrow evening, I could see it in his eyes, said Severus. Then we shall accompany him. I don't want his mother or father to harm him, stated Eileen. She might not have much magic, but she had enough, she was a witch for a reason. Lily Potter would regret it if she even attempted to hurt Harry, verbally or physically. Severus Snape couldn't help but wish James Potter would try something. Under the law, he had the ability to protect his apprentice from harm, even from his or her own parents, and it had been that way since Merlin's time. Legend suggested he had taken an apprentice under his wing against the wishes of the parents, and made the law to protect the apprentice from his parents' retaliation. The best thing about Merlin's laws was that they couldn't be changed, as they were the very foundation of magic. Do you think he will accept an apprenticeship? He seems to like Hogwarts now that he has friends and a boyfriend, said Eileen. I do not know. I suppose I could accept my post at Hogwarts again and teach him there. It will make everything more complicated, but life is. I could ask Dumbledore to keep Reese on, said Snape. He hates Harry. I've gotten a few letters about him. Harry's grades are suffering because of it. He's told me he fears he won't be able to get an apprenticeship because of it. I hadn't realized it was potions he was talking about. It could have been any of the teachers at Hogwarts. I don't keep up with the teachers. I know about Flitwick, Minerva, and Dumbledore only because they were there when I was in school, said Eileen. Harry had accepted his apprenticeship almost straight away when Severus had brought it up the next morning. He hadn't even needed to think for a few minutes. If that was any indication, his dedication to potions was immense. During the summer, Severus would let him decide whether he wanted to go back to Hogwarts or not. Dumbledore could wait on his answer until then, as Harry needed time to himself to come to terms with what had happened, with what was going to happen, and to decide. It wasn't something to be taken lightly. To attend, or not, the same school as his twin, who had essentially left him for dead, then took credit for kills which weren't his own, just like the other times he had done so. Harry looked much better now. He could walk without stumbling or shaking, and his blood level was back to normal after the amount he had lost. His ribs were healed, and the cuts and bruises were almost completely gone. There was nothing to suggest he had been hurt apart from the scars on his chest and yellowing bruises on his face. It was indeed the leaving feast that night, and they were leaving together. Harry had protested, saying Eileen didn't need to come. However, she only proved that she had given her son his stubbornness. Inwardly, though, Harry was warmed by the worry she displayed for him. He wasn't used to it, and any other 14-year-old would have been embarrassed. Having looked after himself for so long now, it was nice to not have to do everything himself. Both Eileen and Harry were side-along apparated by Severus to the gates of Hogwarts, where their long trek led them along the gravelled path to the entrance doors. The doors were open, so they passed without a problem, and the doors to the Great Hall were also open. It didn't take them any time at all to get to them. Eileen and Severus slid in and watched Harry approach the Gryffindor table. Nick was sitting beside Ronald Weasley, but whether they were friends again or not remained to be seen. Harry tapped his brother on the shoulder, who turned around, frowning at the impertinence of the person who had just touched him. Nick took one look at him and paled drastically, looking ready to be sick. Everyone was frowning, wondering who it was to make Nick look so worried. Lily, James, Minerva, and Dumbledore were making their way down to the Gryffindor table, worried about Nick and who the cloaked stranger was. Harry had his entire face and body covered by a thick cloak. Nobody could possibly guess who he was, except the person right in front of him. Suddenly, he lowered his hood, and the entire Great Hall gasped as one, shocked to their cores, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Several cries were heard from the Ravenclaw table, as Fleur and Luna rushed from it to get to him, hugging him tightly as they wept a bit in relief. Victor was more composed as he just smiled in relief. he knew something was going to happen, so remained seated to watch the show. Eileen and Severus moved forward, enjoying the looks of bewilderment, shock, and much to their disgust, sadness in Lily and James Potter's eyes when they saw Harry Potter, their son, was still alive. Severus had his wand already in his hand, watching the proceedings, but Dumbledore, much to Severus' surprise, his eyes were twinkling brightly as if he was relieved to see Harry alive and well. Perhaps Dumbledore had truly been regretful about the boy's death after all. The shock lasted even longer when Harry drew his fist back and slammed it right into his twin's nose. With a sickening crunch, Nick began to scream, crying his eyes out as blood gushed out of his nose, spraying several people nearby with droplets of his blood, making them grimace in disgust. Lily and James raised their wands as if to curse their son, and Severus had his wand pointed straight at James's forehead before he could blink. Eileen, much to Severus' amusement, had Lily disarmed and her wand pointed straight at the redhead's heart. Her expression was extremely bitter and angry as she glared at the emerald-eyed woman. Fury still coursed through her when she thought of everything Harry had been through because of that woman. Harry and Nick were completely ignoring the adults while that was happening, however, as they had more important things to worry about. That was for leaving me at the graveyard to face Voldemort alone after I got us untied, snarled Harry furiously, his magic swirling around him and cloaking him in awesome power. Nobody could say Harry Potter wasn't powerful, not anymore, as he stood proud and tall, glaring at his brother ferociously. Now, Harry, calm down. Let's take this elsewhere, soothed Dumbledore, watching everything wide-eyed with his own wand in his hand, trying to get people calmed down and away from the students before something happened. He didn't want to think Harry Potter was telling the truth, that Nick truly left his own brother for dead. The hall was deadly silent as everyone stared at Nick in shocked bafflement. Minerva stood beside Dumbledore and nodded in grim agreement, her own wand at the ready. Fleur and Luna were standing behind Harry now, and Lily and James looked at Harry cautiously. The girls weren't scared of him by any stretch of the imagination. Luna had expected an explosion from Harry for a long time, while Fleur was just shocked now. Fleur believed Nick would leave his own brother. He was just that kind of person, spoiled, cowardly, without a backbone, someone who had gotten everything handed to him on a silver platter for his whole life. Harry drew back his foot and kicked Nick straight in the balls, causing Nick to start singing soprano instead of sobbing and whimpering. Every male in the room, including Dumbledore, winced in sympathy for Nick. "That was for taking credit for something I did again," hissed Harry. "What the bloody hell are you talking about?" hissed Nick at a higher pitch than normal, his brown eyes flashing furiously. Behind his eyes lay true panic, though. "Harry, stop that at once," snapped James. They were surrounded by people and he didn't like what Harry had just implied, especially in front of everyone. Harry glared at his father in disgust. "It was me who defeated that snake in Pettigrew," spat Harry. "Not only that, but in first year, I defeated the troll, I was the one seen flying, I was the one who stunned Quirrell to stop Voldemort, I was the one who did all those things, and I don't care if you don't believe me," he finally screamed at the top of his lungs. Severus didn't make any attempt to stop him. If anything, it had been a long time coming. Harry needed to get it all off his chest, whether people believed him or not, as he had remained silent for far too long. No doubt Harry would feel much better when all was said and done. "Right," scoffed James, screwing his face up in disgust. "It's true," said Severus, his voice grave and sneering. "The spell used to take down the troll was one of my own making. I could recognize the signature, hence why I asked Potter if he had a new potions book that day, Albus. My spells had been in my old potions book, which Harry took. Nick did it. I don't care what you say, the world knows the truth," said Lily, calming down and looking remarkably benevolent, like the headmaster when dealing with unruly first-year children. "We lied, we never did go after the troll. We were only trying to get ourselves out of trouble. We hadn't gone back to our common rooms like we were told, and I didn't want to be expelled or accused of anything," admitted Ron, his face as red as his hair. "Just when we thought you were cool," tutted Fred Weasley, one of the Weasley twins, who were identical. "You turn out not to be, little brother," sighed George, the other Weasley twin. "But you are," said Fred. "Still our brother, and we," said George, gesturing between himself and his twin, "are proud of you," grinned Fred wickedly. A few people twittered, but mostly it remained stunned silent. "If you don't stop these lies, I'm going to disown you," snapped James, furious that Harry was ruining his son's reputation. He knew Nick had done all those things. After all, he had done magic first, he had defeated Voldemort, and he was the prophecy child. No other child would be able to do, or be, all those things otherwise, he was sure of it. Everyone in the hall gasped as one, unable to believe what they were hearing. They knew the Potters hadn't seemed bothered their son had died, but James's threat, disowning someone, wasn't done often. Certainly not for telling the truth, and even if it was lies, Harry didn't deserve to be treated so poorly. "Now James, let's not say things we don't mean," soothed Dumbledore, trying to get back in control. "I do mean it," snarled James angrily. "I hope you do it anyway." "He better not get away with this," hissed Nick, who was still on the floor clutching his manhood through his trousers. He couldn't see properly through all the tears and blood crusting and still dripping down his face. "He won't. You are coming home for the entire summer and you are grounded," said Lily, her hands on her hips as she looked at Harry in disappointment, as if he had only just lied about pulling the cat's tail and not embarrassed the family name. Severus snorted. Not if he had anything to say about it, as Harry was now under his protection as an apprentice. His parents no longer had a say in his life, since Harry had signed the contract. Until he passed his mastery, he was now under Severus Snape's care and instruction as his master. Most of the people in the hall were confused when Harry burst out laughing, then proceeded to grin ferally at them. "That won't be happening either," said Harry smugly. "And why not, since you are a Potter?" Lily asked in a rather imperious tone. Of course, no one missed the way she spat the "you are a Potter" part of the words. "We still determine your punishments, young man." "Not on your life," said Eileen grimly. "You have no say in this," hissed Lily. She knew who Eileen was, one of the few who actually did know the older woman. Severus narrowed his eyes dangerously at Lily. Ex-best friend or not, no one spoke to his mother like that, except him. Rarely. He was about to open his mouth, but stopped as Harry spoke. "Actually, Mrs. Potter, you have no say, either, as you'll find I'm legally emancipated," smirked Harry. No one missed the venom in his voice as he called his own mother, Mrs. Potter, like they were strangers, but that time, everyone in the hall except Luna was left staring at him in shock. Severus had assumed Harry was about to tell them about his new apprentice status, causing him to blink in surprise as incredulity swept through him. He also felt pride at Harry's Slytherin ability despite being a Ravenclaw. "Impossible. I'd have known, I'm the head of the Potter family," snapped James, thinking Harry was bluffing. "Not when I declared myself Lord Peverell. You might recognize it as the top of the family tree, before it became the Potter family," grinned Harry in amusement. He had been waiting for this day for so long. "No," gasped James, wide-eyed. He knew what that meant, and he couldn't contest it if it was already done. He knew the Potter money was already in the boy's hands, and even the family heirlooms were Harry's, too. James felt as though his world was crashing around him. He had nothing, his family had nothing. "Yes," said Harry, excitement thrumming through him like never before. Oh, he had waited so long for this, to tell them what he thought of them and throw something back in their faces. Green eyes glowing with fervor and sadistic amusement at the looks on their faces. He would never forget them as long as he lived. "Good. At least he's not a Potter anymore," huffed Nick. The students just continued looking at one another utterly stunned, too stunned to even talk among themselves. They were now looking at Nick with openly hostile and disgusted looks, which he didn't see. "That's shocking. My mother would never do that to any of us, and I wouldn't do that to any of my brothers, even if they do prank me all the time. One day, you'll regret it, and I hope I live to see it." Surprisingly, the statement was made by Ronald Weasley. That started everyone talking. The hall was loud with questions and curses being shouted. Muggle-borns were asking why it was so bad, purebloods were hissing at James Potter, and half-bloods were just disgusted. "Silence," boomed Dumbledore's voice. It vibrated around the room, and students nearer to Dumbledore winced at the sudden loud voice, even if everyone had been talking. "Prefects, take your students back to their common rooms immediately," snapped Minerva crisply. They did as they were told, and in lines they walked back to their common rooms. The prefects made no move to stop them from gossiping, but only because they wanted to join in. At least they had the grace to wait until they were actually in their common rooms. Hell, even the head boy and head girl joined in, one in Ravenclaw Tower and one in the Hufflepuff set. "Poppy, please see to Nick." "Severus, Eileen, lower your wands," said Dumbledore demandingly. He was getting things under control right now if it killed him. Severus pointed his wand away from James but didn't put it away. Eileen did the same thing, snorting in disgust as she wasn't as composed as her son. "Now, Harry, why would you want to disown yourself?" asked Dumbledore softly, looking away from where Poppy was healing Nick. He was looking much like his normal self already, although his nose wasn't sitting quite the same as before. Magic wasn't capable of fixing everything, unfortunately. His own nose was testament to that. "You were joking, right?" asked Harry, choking back a laugh of pure astonishment. Either Dumbledore was stupid, or he hadn't listened to a word he had just said, which was exactly what Harry asked him next. "Of course I heard, I just think there's been a big mistake," sighed Dumbledore. "Family is family at the end of the day. If you want them then have them, I don't want them," snapped Harry, an ugly sneer on his face. "I shan't need them, ever, haven't done since I was 1 year old." "Now Harry, no 1-year-old can take care of themselves," said Dumbledore patiently, a condescending note in his voice. I had to. I've fed myself, dressed myself, I even had to learn to read and write myself," hissed Harry furiously. James and Lily blanched in shock. "What?" cried various voices simultaneously in shock. Meanwhile, James and Lily seemed to slump onto the Hufflepuff bench in defeat. Dumbledore had frozen in shock, McGonagall looked stunned, Severus looked at Lily as if he hadn't seen her before, and Nick just pouted. Eileen looked mutinous, her hand clenching into a fist as fury bubbled under the surface. Harry looked taken aback by his own words, as if he hadn't actually meant to say it out loud. He had avoided thinking about it for years, ever since recording it in his little diary, the one Remus had given him when he was a little boy. Until now, it was probably the thing which had ashamed him the most, made him realize his parents truly didn't care or want him in their lives. "What do you mean by that, Harry?" asked Eileen, going over and hugging him, her restraint completely broken. She had wanted to hug him for days now, after everything he had been through. Harry leaned into Eileen's affection completely unused to it. Affection from a lover he'd gotten a little used to, but not this. Not someone selflessly giving him affection with nothing wanted in return. "Nothing. Can I go home now?" asked Harry, his voice sounding tired and impossibly young. "No. I demand an answer, first," said Severus adamantly. Harry swallowed sharply. The pain was coming back and his chest and head were beginning to hurt. He had repeatedly slammed his head very hard while under the Cruciatus curse, so it didn't surprise him that it was sore. Still, he had to give an answer to his new master, at least. "Nick got private tutoring. I didn't, so I snuck in on his lessons and copied the books, just so I could learn. Then I did the same with Roxy's, too," sighed Harry sadly. Lily and James flushed in humiliation. They had never in a million years expected that to get out. "You denied your own son an education?" asked Dumbledore, his jaw on the floor, a very unusual look for him. "Just so you know, the Ministry will know what happened. I'm bringing the Death Eaters up on charges," said Harry before he began walking out of the Great Hall. Eileen followed him, keeping an eye on the boy's back. "Oh no you won't," snarled James, raising his wand. Before he could even think of getting a spell out, Severus followed Harry's lead and punched James Potter in the face. What could never be denied was the supreme satisfaction on one Severus Snape's face when he heard the crunch of cartilage. "I'll have you for this, Snape," snarled James. Unlike his son, he didn't start crying, however, his nose was undeniably broken. No one other than Lily seemed to care, as Poppy had just left without a backwards glance. The information she had learned tonight had shocked her. No one noticed the black beetle flying from Poppy's hair when she left to settle on the top of the door frame. "No, you won't. You tried to harm my apprentice, so it's within my rights to protect him. Look up Merlin's law if you don't believe me," sneered Severus, grinning wickedly. He too turned to leave, following Harry and his mother. He then paused and threw over his shoulder like it was an afterthought, "Oh, and Albus, I won't be returning, I'm afraid. I have an apprentice to teach." Before even the headmaster could protest, they were gone just as quickly as they had come. Albus wants to talk to me, no surprise there, said Severus as he ate his toast. It was early the next day, and Harry was spending most of his time in bed, still recovering from 3 days of torture. Unsurprisingly, he wasn't up yet, so it was just him and his mother. "Stupid old fool," said Eileen as she smeared butter over her scone, freshly baked by Harry to perfection, a real treat. Severus had stayed once more at Eileen's flat. He was there more often than not these days. He couldn't help but think it was a good thing he had accumulated a large supply of potions over time. Even if he wasn't brewing fresh ones, people were still demanding them, so he always cast very strong preservation spells on his potions so they lasted much longer than normal. It was something he had advised Poppy to do, but she just didn't have the time to do everything, especially since the preservation charm had to be cast within a day of the potions being created. "Old fool he may be, mother, but he isn't stupid, just willfully blind," sighed Severus, pushing the rest of his breakfast away. Eileen never responded. Both of them had been utterly surprised at what they had learned last night. First, Harry emancipating himself and becoming the Peverell heir, and a lord at that, at such a young age. Severus knew it couldn't be contested, no matter what James might try. Second, there was the fact they had denied Harry his education. It had shaken them badly, as they hadn't realized just how bad the abuse was. It was psychological and emotional abuse at its finest. What better way to tell a child that they don't matter than by not giving the child an education and ignoring his very existence? Just then, the boy they were both thinking about entered the room wearing pajamas which were getting too small for him. "Morning," said Harry, sitting down at the table, feeling awkward for the first time since he had known Eileen. "Why didn't you tell me everything?" asked Eileen, more hurt than angry. "I guess I just got so used to keeping secrets that I don't always realize I'm doing it," confessed Harry, his green eyes full of sadness and pain. "Oh, Harry, you don't need to go through everything on your own anymore. I'm here and everything will be fine, I promise," said Eileen softly. He still needed someone despite the fact he was now legally an adult. "I'll try," swore Harry, feeling a warm glow settle in his heart. He began eating his breakfast, feeling famished. He felt better today, a lot better than he had ever felt before in his life. "Good," sighed Eileen, smiling softly. "We are going shopping today, Mr. Peverell," smirked Severus in bitter amusement just saying that name. They would go to the headmaster's office after shopping so they could get it over with. The old fool was probably going to try and talk him into going back. Why?" asked Harry curiously, grinning a little bit at his new last name. "I'll be right back, dear, that's the portkey with the papers," said Eileen, patting both Harry and Severus on the shoulder before leaving. "You need clothes which will reflect your status as my apprentice, and also for the status of a lord," said Severus smoothly. Harry looked like he wanted to argue, but he just bit his lip and asked, "Am I supposed to pay you?" "No. It's up to me whether I take on an apprentice, and it's my decision regarding money. You have already signed the document and become my apprentice with no clause regarding pay, so no money will ever change hands," explained Severus. "Don't all masters do that? I read a book about it. It's why I've saved so much over the years, so I could get myself a flat and pay for an apprenticeship when I left school. Professor Reese doesn't like me much and he keeps grading me with lower and lower marks," replied Harry, shrugging his shoulders. He was used to people being horrible now. It didn't seem to matter much to him anymore. Or rather, that was what he liked to tell himself. "I know. I saw your grades, which I know are marked unfairly. Potter keeps getting exceeds expectations. I'll believe that when I see a blue moon," scoffed Severus. Harry sniggered softly, drinking the rest of his milk. "Well, it looks like the proverbial cat is out of the bag," said Eileen as she returned, putting the newspaper down on the table between them. Harry practically gaped at it. The many headlines, all done in bold letters, kept changing in scrolling lists, sometimes 3 long, and there were lots of them. Rita Skeeter had indeed been busy, as the majority of headlines were hers, and for once, she seemed to have written truthfully. Then again, with the stories she now had, she didn't need to lie to sensationalize it. After all, they included, "Boy who lived to be a coward, leaves his own brother to save his own skin. Boy who lived to take credit not his own. Brother killed Voldemort's snake and the most wanted wizard Peter Pettigrew. Potters neglect their own son, Harry James Potter." Harry James Potter no longer a Potter. James and Lily try to disown their 14-year-old son. Harry Potter's new name through self-emancipation, Harry James Peverell. Just what other credits has Nick Potter taken? Oh Merlin, how did they find out so soon? Whispered Harry, staring down at the paper. A picture of him in the tournament was in front of him, or rather, he knew he was there. The picture of him kept trying to hide, just like he had tried to hide when the picture was taken. Calm down. They don't know the most important bit, which is all that should concern you, said Severus without concern, calming the teenager down. Breathing deeply, Harry agreed with that assessment. True to Severus' word, later that day he did indeed take Harry shopping. They spent hours and hundreds of galleons buying things. Journals, inks, quills, quill sharpeners, knives, parchment, and folders from the stationery shop were first, then to the apothecary for vials, ingredients, a potions travel kit, stirrers, rods, cauldrons, and professional scales which would last years. While there, they also got Harry a full-sized potions bag, obviously with a higher capacity to expand than the travel kit. Severus got some ingredients while he was there and also glass jars for ingredients he needed to harvest, all independent from the items he'd already gotten for Harry. While it was possible to conjure a glass jar, it wouldn't last forever and could stop working at any time, resulting in spilled, wasted ingredients. Because Severus didn't like waste, he never risked conjured jars other than in an extreme emergency and with ingredients he planned to use within the hour. Their next stop was the clothes shop, much to Harry's embarrassment. Severus bought him absolutely everything he'd ever need, including undergarments. The man had noticed how much Harry had liked his cloak, the one he had loaned him to go to Hogwarts during the leaving feast, probably because of how it had concealed him, cloaked him in the shadows. As such, Severus had gotten him two, one black and the other dark blue. They then entered the bookshop and got every single book Harry would need during his apprenticeship, and some other reference texts besides. They left with 57 books in total. Thank goodness for shrinking charms. Severus also decided at the last minute to get Harry a new trunk, even if his initials were still HJP. The one Harry had was just a normal, practical but sturdy trunk which was very cheap. Severus rectified that and got him a compartmentalized trunk for everything he needed. He was an apprentice now, not just a student at Hogwarts, so he had to keep his life organized. He paid for absolutely everything, and wouldn't hear of Harry paying, despite the fact that he was a lord. It wasn't Harry's place, so he shouldn't have to. It was the duty of the master to look after the apprentice, no matter their age. It was probably why not many people took apprentices on these days, though it was also because most potions masters preferred their silence and solitude. There were, of course, potions masters who did take others on, but the potions industry was a dying art, at least in Britain. Not only wasn't it Harry's place as an apprentice, but he was only 14 years old and shouldn't be bloody paying for his own clothes. He almost wished Potter would try something so he could do what he wished to do to the man. "Is there anything else you'd like?" asked Severus, biting back his sardonic tone. He didn't want Harry to think he regretted buying it, since the child probably had big confidence issues, ones he would address in time. "No, sir," said Harry, his eyes wide. He hadn't expected any of this at all. He'd been buying his own things for the longest time, so it was weird having someone buy his things for him now. "Good. Let's flow to Hogsmeade and make our way up." "To Hogwarts," said Severus smoothly. "Yes, sir," agreed Harry eagerly. Before long, they had left the flow and were making their way through Hogsmeade. "When you told Potter you were going to the ministry, did you mean it?" asked Severus as they walked side by side towards Hogwarts, in absolutely no rush. "Yes. I'm going to give Madame Bones copies of my memories and a signed statement. I have sent her a letter. Malfoy goes to the ministry, so I don't want to risk going there yet," answered Harry. "Good idea. Is there anything else you'd like to do today?" Severus understood that. He was 14 years old and had just been tortured. The last thing he needed was to be confronted by one of his captors. Lucius had finally made a big enough mistake and wouldn't be able to talk himself out of a pensive testimony. "Have the students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang left yet?" "No one has yet, Mr. Peverell. The train will depart in 2 hours and 15 minutes, said Severus, looking down at his watch. "And the others?" asked Harry. At the same time, I'd imagine, though they may leave at a different time, said Severus. He wasn't a teacher anymore, so he didn't know for sure. For all he knew, they could already be gone. May I go see them? I haven't even had the chance to write to any of them. Sighed Harry guiltily. After everything you've been through, Harry, you are entitled to be a little disoriented for a few weeks, said Severus soothingly. Thank you, sir, answered Harry, smiling slightly. Severus just nodded curtly. So when is Madame Bones coming? Asked the man. I don't know if she will, sir. I've only asked her to meet with me, but I think she will. She'll realize it's me who's Lord Peverell, and I know the name means a lot in the wizarding world, said Harry. It does indeed. They were an extremely important line back in the day, their power was absolute. Unfortunately over time, the name was replaced with others, as you well know, and the Peverell name fell out of favor as other more recent names took over, explained Severus. They were never quite forgotten, they remained revered by the purebloods, and despite the fact that your blood isn't what they would call pure, you'll find they will respect you more now than when you were a Potter. Of course, with the news out about Harry's treatment by the Potters, they would respect him regardless for having gone through what he did and still come out whole. Once Severus and Harry were at Hogwarts, they parted ways temporarily. Severus had told Harry to be back within 2 hours, no longer, because he didn't want to hang around. He knew Dumbledore would spend about an hour beating around the bush then talking about the real issue for the next hour. He knew his former employer far too well after spending all those years with him. Now Severus found himself stalking up the moving gargoyle stairs and being told to come in Severus before he could knock. He remembered a time when it had annoyed him to no end when he wasn't even given a chance to knock properly. Such trivial things had stopped annoying him as the war had progressed and he was under even more pressure from the Dark Lord. Severus, it's good to see you, beamed Dumbledore, his usual twinkle noticeably absent that day. He had small bags under his eyes, as if he'd had trouble sleeping. He wondered briefly why Dumbledore hadn't taken a pepper-up potion. It's what Severus, had always done when he hadn't had much sleep as it gave him energy and the bags under his eyes disappeared along with the tiredness. Although, he had used it a lot and built up immunity to the full effects, hence why he didn't use it as much anymore, but Dumbledore didn't have such problems. Indeed, said Severus, taking a seat as he saw Dumbledore's eyes widen. He presumed it was because of what he was wearing. Instead of his stiff teaching robes, he had a pair of black jogging bottoms and a white t-shirt on under his cloak. Really, Dumbledore honestly didn't think he wore his stiff teaching robes all the time, surely. He might not like color but it didn't mean he didn't wear decent clothes or comfortable ones when he wasn't near potions. Thank you for coming, Severus. I am really grateful you could spare the time, said Dumbledore gratefully, his twinkle coming back as he regained his composure after seeing Severus, the boy he thought of as a son, dressed so casually. Mr. Peverell wanted to see his friends before summer began, said Severus flippantly, enjoying the twinkle-less eyes staring at him, put out. Dumbledore did not like being reminded about how the carpet had been pulled from under his feet. I see, said Dumbledore sadly. Coffee, lemo, drop, cake, biscuit. He gestured to the large tray on his table, the pots spelled to stay warm and food fresh, though the spell only lasted around 5 hours before it wore off. I shall, said Severus smoothly, taking a mug of strong black coffee. Giving it a sniff, he realized it was Jamaican blend, the one he loved more than any others. He also picked up a few chocolate digestives, then proceeded to relax. If he was going to be there, he might as well get comfortable. Though, he was a tad worried about his mother, being alone in that flat by herself while there were Death Eaters roaming around freely once more, trying to impress the Dark Lord. He didn't want them to stumble upon her as she would be hard-pressed to deny that she was his mother if they saw her. Severus had known from a young age that he got most of his looks from his mother, especially the undeniably pale skin which irritated him to no end. Did you know what he was going to say last night? Asked Dumbledore quietly after swallowing his lemo tart. He was undeniably fond of anything to do with lemo, and especially loved those muggle sweets called lemo drops and Skittles. Thankfully most packets seemed to have almost as much lemo as orange, which delighted the old man to no end. Some of it, admitted Severus, drinking most of his coffee, then dipping his chocolate digestives in what was left until both the coffee and digestives were gone. He wiped the crumbs away as he watched Dumbledore emotionlessly. "Why did you let it come out like that?" asked Dumbledore in a distinctly whiny tone. He hadn't meant to whine, really he hadn't, but damn it he had done so. Didn't Severus realize Nick was important in the future? Not only would he defeat Voldemort, but he would also give hope to millions of people in the dark times to come. Not only that, but with Nick by his side as he guided the boy, more Order members would join and they would actually have a chance to defeat Voldemort. He had to get Severus to see that. Unfortunately the damage had been done and he didn't think there was anything he could do. He had seen the paper this morning, everything, every word which had been said was reported, even after he had sent the students away. It baffled him as he knew his staff wouldn't have told. Or at least, he assumed so. Harry needed it. He's kept it in for so long it was going to come out explosively one way or another. I wanted it somewhere I could keep an eye on him and make sure nothing went too far, explained Severus, refilling his cup and sitting back while watching Dumbledore contemplate his words. I had to stop Nick from trying to press charges, sighed Dumbledore. Severus snorted in amusement. Doesn't the boy realize what hold Harry has over them? Asked Severus incredulously. He does now, said Dumbledore. Cautiously. And his reaction? Asked Severus, genuine curiosity splashed across his face. He stomped out the room screaming. Chimed in Phineas Nigellus Black, a former headmaster of Hogwarts. Severus quickly smothered his amusement at Dumbledore's cross look. He was understandably upset. Hissed Dumbledore at the portrait. Indeed, the knowledge that Harry can leave them moneyless and nameless must have left a foul taste in his mouth. The sour man was grinning behind his cup. As things stood, because the Potter name came further down the family tree than the Peverell name, by taking the name Peverell, Harry became the head of the family, legally the Peverell heir and Lord Peverell. In so doing, he held more power than James Potter, the previous family head. The fact that Potter had never been informed of the change also told Severus two important facts. The Potter account manager didn't like the previous head, and Potter never bothered to pay attention to his own bank statements. In short, the man, and Lily as well, unfortunately, was a fool. Treating goblins poorly enough for them to dislike you was never a good idea when they controlled your money. Severus, on the other hand, treated his account manager with respect. After all, the goblin in charge of the Prince Vaults had made it possible for him to discreetly take over the inheritance of his grandparents. Given how his mother had been disowned, he shouldn't have been able to inherit anything, but the princes had felt it was better to name him as sole inheritor rather than allow the ministry to take control of the Prince Vaults upon their deaths. The arrangement had also meant Severus had enough money to take care of his mother, regardless of where she lived or whether she worked. She had chosen a modest life for herself, so she only allowed him to give her a very small amount of what he was able and willing to provide. And all of it was largely thanks to his being on good terms with his goblin manager. Could you ensure it does not happen? Asked Dumbledore quietly. Not only that, but he wanted to ask Severus why he hadn't told him he knew Harry. Why had he kept it secret from him all this time? Was Severus' place where Harry had been going? It did make sense because Harry was admittedly good at potions, despite his grades. Harry Peverell is an emancipated 14-year-old, who will be 15 in a matter of months. He is as independent as they come. No doubt you realize the extent of his independence last night. If I tell the boy not to, he would go and do it just to spite them. Not that I ever would, because I do not care for the Potters, Albus, and I never will, especially not after what they've done to Harry, said Severus honestly. How long have you known Harry? Outside of Hogwarts, I mean, clarified Dumbledore, seeing Severus frowning in confusion. Severus took a deep drink of coffee before he answered Dumbledore. He came back to my mother's flat, 3 days after he had been killed, sneered Severus, his lips curled up in disgust at the thought of Nick Potter. Dumbledore flinched as if he had been struck and seemed to shrink in on himself. It was almost like something had just occurred to the older man. Tortured, bleeding, and half dead. I spent the night healing him, and he's just gotten better. That was the first time I met him personally after I left my teaching position. He was tortured, gasped Dumbledore, his face pale. Dumbledore looked queasy, as torture never had sat well with him. He didn't like hearing about it, then again, who besides psychopaths did, though the old wizard no doubt felt like he allowed it to happen for the greater good, as he liked to spout. Well, It hadn't been Dumbledore who actually had to do any dirty work, it had been Severus or others. The potions master was just grateful his trial had been so public, or he would have had to return once more to the torture-loving maniac. Indeed, even now he still shakes a little. He had been under the Cruciatus curse for a long time, said Severus as though they were discussing the weather, not about to censor himself since he had no desire to let Dumbledore feel all uppity. He was telling Dumbledore the facts and hoping he would give Harry a break, having noticed it was Harry this, Harry that, since he had arrived in the office. He wasn't happy that once again Dumbledore was undeniably taking Nick Potter's side, though he knew Harry wouldn't be surprised. Bad things never seemed to truly surprise the teenager anymore. I see, murmured Dumbledore, swallowing thickly. He put down the cake he had been holding and pushed his plate away, suddenly not wanting to eat any more as the true implications of what Harry went through for 3 days was brought to light. Agreed Severus, finishing his second cup and putting it down. Was it true about the apprenticeship? Asked Dumbledore, his voice strained. Yes. Your teachers are pathetic, and I won't let Harry suffer because one of his teachers has a vendetta against him. You will notice how, ironically enough, Nick exceeds expectations in all potions assessments, whereas Harry, who has shown he's able to successfully create new potions, gets a bare acceptable. In their first year, it was the other way around. Just remember when it comes to Nick Potter's OWLs, do not be surprised or shocked to find he does inadequately, scorned Severus. He had plenty of reasons for loathing Nick, and his potion skills was just one of them. Now Severus, there's no need to insult him, soothed Dumbledore. No, he left his own brother to die, his brother, who was only 3 feet from him. You cannot say it's a lie when Harry was looking practically straight at you and James Potter when he confessed. Even if it wasn't the case, he was looking me in the eye when he told me what happened, said Severus abruptly, anger deep in his voice. We need him, Severus, don't you agree? Asked Dumbledore, his eyes wide again. No, he's a coward, and if the world relies on the boy, then Merlin help us because we are screwed. He left his own brother just to save his own neck. His own bloody brother. You think he won't do it again and again, to people he doesn't know? Scoffed Severus, grimacing in disgust at just the thought of Nick Bloody Potter. He truly loathed the disgusting, cowardly little cockroach and was glad to know the idiot wasn't actually responsible for saving the wizarding world. He meant every word he said to Dumbledore, being misleading but telling the truth nonetheless. He had promised Harry he wouldn't tell, and until the child was ready to face the truth, and Voldemort, it was a promise he was willing to keep. It would keep Harry safe until it was time. No one cared if Harry got trained or how, so he could train him in whatever he liked without people watching like hawks. No doubt that was what was going to happen to Nick Potter now. How are you going to cope with an apprentice and teaching Nick? Asked Dumbledore. What? Asked Severus, choking on his own air and spit, utterly shocked. After everything he had just said, Dumbledore had turned around and asked him such a thing. He sometimes wondered if Dumbledore was all there mentally, and right then, he was beginning to believe he wasn't. Nick will be getting trained for this war during the summer, here at Hogwarts. Phileas and Minerva have already agreed. No one is better at defense than you, and he might also need to be taught about counter-charms on true dark arts, explained Dumbledore, not realizing, or deliberately ignoring the fact that, Severus didn't want to do any such thing, ever. I'm sorry, Albus, but what does that have to do with me? Asked Severus incredulously. You promised to help, you made a vow. Said Dumbledore, taken aback. I did, to help in any way I could to protect the boy who lived, even if it meant my death. That is something I am willing to do, but I cannot teach the boy, as it would interfere with my vow, simply because I want to kill the brat. Sneered Severus. No names had been mentioned, so he could easily escape the requirement to teach the Potter brat without anyone even knowing the vow didn't apply to Nick. Nick wasn't the savior, so Severus wasn't supposed to be protecting him. It was Harry he was supposed to be protecting, which made everything all the easier for him. All he had to do was just make sure Dumbledore didn't learn the truth in the process. Kill. You don't feel that negatively about him, surely? Spluttered Dumbledore, his half-moon glasses perched dangerously low on his nose. He didn't even think about pushing them up, too busy wondering what on earth had happened to the world. Albus, aren't you listening to a damn word I have to say? sighed Severus in exasperation. Well, yes, admitted Dumbledore, slumping in defeat. He would just have to teach Nick himself, then. Good, then we are finished. Yes, I will be taking Harry on as an apprentice, and no, I won't be teaching Nick Potter. I will help keep the boy alive, nothing more and nothing less. The boy who lived won't perish. Now, if you will excuse me, I believe my apprentice will be waiting on me, said Severus, standing up and wrapping his cloak tightly around him before stalking out. As Severus walked out, he passed the Great Hall, and much to his amusement, James Potter sported a black nose which was still badly bruised. He wondered why Poppy had felt the need to continue his punishment. Judging by the other man's sour mood and the look of the nose, it had been healed the crude Muggle way, or rather, pushed back into place. A sadistic smirk broke out across his features as he walked away, just as James saw him and his face twisted in shock, anger, and disgust. Later that night, Harry lay in his bed mulling over that day's events. As soon as Fleur had seen him, she had begun apologizing in both English and French. It was a good 20 minutes before he managed to reassure her he didn't blame her. Asking if he could keep in touch with her had calmed her down and finally reassured her he truly didn't hold her to blame. Luna had hugged him for half an hour, just about choking him to start with until Victor pulled her off him. Once the, "I'm glad you didn't die," speeches were done with, they had all sat at the lake and he had told them his story minus the boy who lived stuff. Harry had been speechless to learn that Karkaroff had suddenly disappeared off the radar. It was a good thing one of the Durmstrang students knew how to control the boat so they could get home. Victor's goodbye had been bittersweet, since as much as he would have liked to have stayed together with Harry, he couldn't. He had a Quidditch career which didn't see him in any place long enough. Already, he traveled all over the world, and it was only going to get more hectic now that he had finished school. On top of that, he had confessed that, when he wasn't playing, he wanted to spend some time with his family. They promised to keep in touch, and he gave Harry a two-way journal, so no owls would be killed by exhaustion flying to and from England and Bulgaria. They had known it was going to be this way from the beginning, but Victor had promised to visit. He had told Harry not to wait, to find someone who could be with him properly the way he needed. Victor had been happy for Harry when he said he had become an apprentice, anyway, and they wouldn't have seen each other much even if Victor had stayed with him. Harry wanted to concentrate on his apprenticeship anyway, since he had plenty of time to settle down once he passed it, or at least, he hoped so. If that prophecy was accurate, it seemed like he was the one that was going to have to defeat Voldemort. It wasn't a comforting thought by far, but having people in his life who he loved, well, ignoring the prophecy wasn't an option. Once they were back home, Harry had put his stuff away, and he was chuffed to bits with his new trunk. His owl hooted from the corner of his room, and Harry smiled softly. There were a few people he loved, and his owl was one of them. Eileen was another, along with Luna, and Cedric, Fleur, and Victor were the others. Severus was growing on him fast, but only because he always said what he thought and because he reminded Harry of Eileen. Harry's thoughts as he slipped into bed were about the trial. Madame Bones had come to visit him, and Eileen had been with them as Severus had left half an hour before she came. He had left with a bunch of letters, claiming he had potions to send out. Harry had been thankful Eileen was there, since Madame Bones seemed very stern and a no-nonsense sort of woman. Not that he was particularly intimidated or felt the need to rely on someone as he was very independent, but it hadn't been a tea party. He'd had to share memories with her about what had happened to him during his captivity, which was never an easy thing to handle. Madame Bones had looked sick and shaken with what she had seen, especially since McNair was a ministry employee. Lucius Malfoy was on the board of governors for Hogwarts and was a very influential man, but this time, he wouldn't get out of it. She knew very well people couldn't display emotion under the Imperius curse. Sure, it left no residue that it had been applied, but there were ways to see the validity of it having been used or not, especially viewing it through a pensieve. Since Harry was very willing to share his memories, she had agreed to see a trial set forth immediately. Harry had been ecstatic with that news. "Alistair!" shouted Madame Amelia Bones as she walked into the Auror's office in the ministry with some folded sheets in her hand. Alistair Moody was the best Auror the ministry had ever had, and had brought in many Death Eaters during his reign as head of the Auror division. After being caught off guard by a Death Eater, he had wanted back in, more to prove himself than anything else. Fudge had hired him on the spot just yesterday, and he was already back to work. He was mostly in charge of the new recruits, and was training them well for what was to come. "I," barked the man in question, his magical replacement eye whirling around fast. "I've got a job for you," Madam Bones said, a smirk on her face. "What job?" Alistair frowned, deep in thought. He had never seen Amelia with any sort of emotion on her face, least of all a smirk, so assumed it must be big. "I want you to bring in Malfoy, Avery, and McNair for being Death Eaters, for torturing a wizarding minor, and for using unforgivables and the dark arts," proclaimed the witch triumphantly. "What?" breathed Moody, stunned and his mind momentarily blank. He had, of course, tried his hardest to get scum like Malfoy off the street during the last war, and had been beyond furious when the Ministry had bought the lie that he had been under the Imperius curse all along. He knew some Death Eaters had been, but when it came to the likes of Malfoy, the idea was just laughable to say the least. "You heard," she said, her smirk gone and her face emotionless once more. "Do we even have the appropriate evidence? Because if he walks again, that will be it," said Moody, his face twisting at the thought of the bastard getting off once more. It would make his day to see scum like him in Azkaban, making coming back well worth it. "Pensive memories," said Madam Bones, her lips quivering in what could only be described as excitement. She hated Death Eaters as they had killed her entire family, the only one who had survived was her niece, whom she was raising as her own. Like Alistair, she hadn't believed Malfoy had been under the Imperius. "Brilliant," cried the Auror. "I thought you would like that." "Well, you have work to do, so I shall see myself out," said Amelia, handing him the warrants to arrest those three on charges, then leaving quickly to get back to her own work setting up the trials. "Shacklebolt, Dawson, Smith, get over here," barked Moody, his body quivering with anticipation. "What's up?" asked the smooth tones of Kingsley Shacklebolt as he entered the room. He was without a doubt the tallest Auror in the division. He was also a force to be reckoned with, extremely powerful and highly skilled. "We have new arrests to make," said Moody, handing over the 3 pieces of paper-shaped parchment. "You're joking, right?" asked Smith, gawping at the warrant as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Moody just glared at him in disdain. Smith was a good dueler, but very mouthy, which Moody was determined to get out of him because that kind of attitude didn't belong in a job office, not even theirs. "McNair is here, so it's just getting to the other 2 which will be difficult," sneered Moody. "Should I get Stutler?" asked Shacklebolt. The named man was a curse and ward breaker, one of the best there was. In Shacklebolt's opinion, Bill Weasley, the oldest Weasley son, was better, but he worked for Gringotts and couldn't be brought in for a case without a lot of hassle and paperwork. "No, hopefully we won't need him," grunted Moody. Needless to say, it wasn't long before the 3 Death Eaters had been arrested and were sitting uncomfortably in the cells in the Ministry of Magic. Not even Lucius' contacts could help him now, not with a warrant issued for his arrest. Not even Cornelius Fudge had the power to free him, it was down to the Wizengamot. Harry was having the weirdest dream of his life. He was walking past doors on a long, dark hall. One kept catching his attention, but when he tried to open it, he found he couldn't. Then his thoughts would revolve around getting the door open and getting inside. Just as he woke up, scar blazing with pain, he saw one last image of an object like a cloudy sphere of glass. Rolling out of his bed while breathing heavily, he walked out of his room, rubbing his scar to try to ease the pain. He went to the kitchen and got himself a glass of milk, hoping it would help soothe him, and had just placed the cold glass against the middle of his forehead when a voice spoke. "Is it sore?" asked Severus, watching the teenager with those obsidian eyes of his. "Yes," sighed Harry, sitting down and drinking his milk, still wincing slightly. "What were you thinking about before it began?" asked Severus curiously, his potions journal forgotten. It was midnight and he had just been about to finish the article and go to bed. The journal was actually from the masters at the Potions Conference Academy. He bought the monthly prescription, as it always inspired him in creating new potions or helped him make existing ones better. "I was sleeping," said Harry, looking pensive. "Then it began burning?" questioned Severus. There were many cursed scars, but no one knew what exactly a killing curse-created scar could do or would do, so it was new territory. His getting to see the effects of it was rather intriguing to say the least, and potions ideas were already beginning to emerge to stop the pain or at least dull it to a tingle. No, it started after I began having a really weird dream, said Harry thoughtfully. It was about a long corridor and doors, one especially. Just as I woke up, the image of a sphere made my scar burn even more. A sphere? Asked Severus, his eye full of intensity and his skin going pale. Yeah, a cloudy, glass-like one, said Harry, nodding his head. That wasn't your dream, said Severus, his eyes wide. Harry blinked in confusion with a small, huh. What on earth did he mean by that? I told you about Voldemort's obsession with gaining the prophecy, didn't I? Well, he tried many times to get his Death Eaters to enter the Ministry to retrieve it. One almost succeeded, but he went insane and resides in St. Mungo's now. No one other than the people it's for can retrieve it. Voldemort never worked up the courage to collect it personally, too terrified he would be caught. I always assumed the Ministry is very well protected. Which isn't actually like him at all. He didn't give us reasons as to why he did or didn't do what he did, shrugged Severus helplessly. How do people know who it's for? Asked Harry cautiously. Their names are on it, said Severus sardonically. Harry paled drastically at that, and only after reviewing his own choice of words did he realize the boy had a right to be as pale as a corpse. Then he'll know, gasped Harry, his green eyes wide with fear, not fear of death, but ironically enough, fear of discovery. He will, said Severus honestly. I can't let that happen, said Harry, his heart hammering in his rib cage. We must retrieve it. It also helped that he was undeniably curious to know the actual contents of the prophecy, and he was sure Severus did, too. You'll have the opportunity when you go to the Ministry for the trial. We shall arrive 20 minutes earlier than anticipated so you can sneak off to retrieve it. I would suggest you listen to it before you break it, said Severus, soothing the frazzled teenager. It was then when Severus realized just how hard it was for the teenager. He didn't seem to care about anything other than keeping the fact that he was the one who defeated Voldemort a secret. The potions master knew the boy wasn't scared of death, and he didn't seem scared of Voldemort, but perversely, he was scared of the repercussions of the news coming out. The news that he, in fact, had been the one to destroy Voldemort when he was 15 months old. Good, sighed Harry, relief flooding his emerald eyes. Why are you so scared of people knowing? Asked Severus, asking the question which had niggled at him since he had found out, since Harry had begged him to keep quiet about it. If Harry hadn't wanted to learn from him, he would have had to tell Dumbledore at least, and whether the old man had believed him or not, the consequences would have been upon him. Thankfully, he hadn't had to take that route, and he would train the true boy who lived for the upcoming battle with the darkness. He would make sure Harry survived to tell the real tale of what happened. Severus had no doubt it would come out sooner or later. People would find out, and he just hoped he could get Harry used to the idea before then, because for some reason, he loathed the idea of others knowing. After keeping it a secret for 13 years of his life, maybe it wasn't so surprising. Do you know I saw a boggart in the maze before anything began happening? Said Harry, seemingly out of the blue, to Severus, who frowned in confusion. Harry was staring at him with that expression of his, so young and vulnerable but so damn old at the same time. Severus just cocked his eyebrow in curiosity, not blessing Harry with a verbal answer. I was confused at first, I only saw me, but I was grinning and shouting, for everyone to hear I was the boy who lived. That silly grin my brother likes to put on when he's getting his picture taken on my face. It was then when I realized it was a boggart, sighed Harry warily. Severus' eyebrows had disappeared into his hair in disbelief. It seemed to him to be a very childish fear. Then again, who actually determined what was childish, where a fear was concerned? One person's fear may seem childish to another, while the reverse could actually be just as true. He didn't understand Harry's fear, he truly didn't. Would it be so bad if it got out? To Harry, so it seemed. Then again, Voldemort was back, and if he found out, his first act would be to kill Harry. At the same time, he was already a target, but Severus knew better than anyone that it would turn even more vicious if he found out Harry was the one destined to bring about his downfall. Especially considering Harry had killed Nagini and Pettigrew, survived 3 days of torture, and apparated out of a warded manor. He had seen grown men break in less time, by any of the Death Eaters' hands. Mind you, with what Harry had for a family. Of course, he also realized the boy apparently wasn't going to give him an answer to his question, or perhaps wasn't able to formulate the answer into words yet. I see. Would you like another dreamless sleep potion? Asked Severus smoothly, indicating that the conversation was over with and to get to bed without explicitly saying so. There was no point in continuing if the reason for the fear wasn't going to be divulged, so they might be able to work something out. No thanks, I should be fine, said Harry, getting up. He washed his glass and put it on the drying rack before going to bed, slipping into his room with a very quiet, "Good night, sir." All was quiet, so Severus went to his own bed, wondering what was going to happen in the coming summer. He had no plans to stay at his mother's home permanently. He had his own manor, Prince Manor, and intended to return to it with Harry. It had a brilliant potions lab, garden space for ingredients, plenty of space, and decent beds in it. He hoped perhaps to convince his mother to move in as well, as it would be much safer than the wards on the flat. Not that the wards on the flat were by any means inadequate, but the wards at Prince Manor were older and more secure, and also unplottable, which was almost impossible to do to a space like a flat. Once summer was over, he would ask the boy what he wanted to do, continue to go to Hogwarts while working on his apprenticeship during the summers, or just take on a full-time apprenticeship. Severus couldn't deny that he hoped Harry chose full-time, since Severus had a lot to teach him. With Voldemort back, it was obviously critical to learn everything he could, and Hogwarts wasn't going to give him that. At the thought of Voldemort, his mind also circled over the prophecy, which kept popping up at the most annoying times. He couldn't deny he was curious about the full contents of the prophecy he had heard all those long years ago. Another thing he was unable to believe was how Harry Peverell didn't blame him for how his life had turned out. If he hadn't overheard the first part of the prophecy, the Potters wouldn't have had to go into hiding. Pettigrew would never have had the chance to betray them, and Harry would have had a normal childhood. Then again, Severus had to admit, Destiny had a way of getting her own way. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.